with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome, trainers, professors, and Pokemaniacs. We all gathered for the final regional level event here in Bologna, Italy, for Europe for the Pokemon trading card game. We are excited. The city is bustling, a beautiful city full of culture, food, learning, one of the oldest universities in the world being presented here. And we have so much to learn from our players today, so we get a little crash course as well. With me today, of course, my name is Amy Worsley. I have Ross, Joe, and Freya to see us through the day, and, well, 2 days, in fact, through Italy and our final adventure here in Europe for now. Ross, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I've made no secret of the fact I've been looking forward to this regional level event. Coming over to Bologna, I've had lasagna, I've had gelato, I've had other pasta, I've had pizza. It is amazing. We might do some Pokemon at some point, but up until now, it's all been about the food.
Priorities, right?
We have had an excellent time hanging out together here in Italy. It has been absolutely fantastic so far. What beautiful sights to see. We popped over to see the statue of Neptune as well. A lovely sunny day. Joe, how have you been finding everything so far?
Yeah, phenomenal. Like Ross has said, the food's been great, the tourist stuff has been great, but coming into the venue today, there's some nervous faces out there, and that's because it is the last chance saloon for our players, so we're going to start turning our attention to the action very soon.
We are. Freya, how are you finding Italy?
Absolutely wonderful. Of course, so like we just talked about, we went out to explore Bologna, went to like a small little place, had some lunch that was so good I almost cried. I'm not even joking. It was, yeah.
And speaking of crying, a lot of crying has probably been going on in the joyous reign of everyone who has done well this season as we take a little look at our season overview. And we have had so many beautiful locations, but Ross, what do you think has been the highlights thus far, and what have we got to look forward to?
Oh, I mean, highlights difficult. I mean, I had a great time in Barcelona. I'm very lucky. I got to go to many of those grayed out locations there. Barcelona was an absolute highlight. Stockholm was a lot of fun. Stuttgart, Christmas markets, had a great time. But we're finishing out the European schedule here in Bologna this weekend. But it's only 1 week until we're in New Orleans for North American Internationals before we end up in Honolulu in Hawaii. And looking forward to NAIC's kind of fun, because I know Joe and I, it's already been revealed we're going to be on the casting team for that event, and you and Freya are playing as well, so I think we're all just going to meet up in a week's time in New Orleans.
I know, how crazy is that? We're all going to be there, we're all looking forward to it. It's the first time I've been to New Orleans, and I honestly could not be more thrilled to be a player in that event. I always find that it's worth going and getting yourself out there, but how are we going to get to Honolulu? How do players get there, Joe? What do they have to do?
Well, for our European players, it might hang in the balance this weekend, to be honest with you. Getting those final championship points is what it's all about here for our special event. There isn't cash prizes, but these championship points are still so vital. In the Masters Division for the EU, you need to get 500 championship points. Of course, winning this tournament, even if you started with no championship points, will result in you getting an invitation to the World Championships. But also just looking down, you know, those top 64s, top 32s, that could be enough to book your place. So there's there's a lot on the line for these players this weekend.
We could absolutely see somebody going from 0 to hero in true Palafin fashion without the cards, maybe, but still they could absolutely rock and roll this whole tournament from no CP to getting their World's Invitation and joining us in Honolulu, Hawaii, which is just a fantastic time. It's been a while since we've been to Hawaii as a regional, as a sort of World's event, and I don't think there's been anything in that sort of area in regional level events at all.
2012 was the last time we had Worlds in Hawaii. I was there. I don't need to tell that story again. You've all heard it several times, but I was there in 2012, so I'm looking forward to going back. I'm like a lot of people here. They announced the dates at EUIC on the Sunday. Monday, I'm booking my flight. One way or another, I will be in Hawaii, so as soon as we had those dates, I'm on the booking site, so I'm getting my flight sorted.
Yeah, it's a bit special as well because although, yeah, we have been to Hawaii before, this is the first time it's actually going to be in Honolulu. Of course, before it's been on the Big Island, but in Honolulu. So Hawaii with a different flavor is going to be very special. It's
going to be very good, but it's not over yet. And in fact, just last weekend, we had some fantastic actions at the Los Angeles regional event in America, where we saw a very unusual day 1, day 2 to final stretch. Ross, can you tell us some more about day 1?
So day 1 looked a lot like we're expecting. Dialga is still there. We had it winning a regional, and there was a question of, wait, is it a real deck now? Yes, Dialga is a real deck. It is there. It is legit. But then we got Charizard. We got Chen-Pao. We've got a lot of what we're expecting. Ancient Box still doing quite well, still quite a trendy pick, but there's a lot of what we're expecting. Day 1 wasn't the big surprise when we were in LA.
No, it absolutely wasn't. And even going on to our day 2, Ross, tell us, Joe, tell us what happened.
Well, yeah, Charizard didn't do fantastically, but still plenty of them in day 2 of competition. Same for Chen-Pao. Those kind of have been vying for contention for the most popular and powerful decks in the format. Dialga held pretty strong as well. I think kind of the surprises, and we'll start seeing this further down the line in the tournament. Snorlax control peeks into the graphic, as does Arcus Giratina, which has kind of had an understated run in Temporal Forces, but has hand disruption, is actually quite good into controlling archetypes, so it might be one to keep an eye out for going into this weekend, possibly.
And with control just peeking its head into the bottom of that graphic, our top 8 was quite the surprise, Freya.
Yeah, it was. I mean, 3 of them making their way into the top 8 in the form of Pidgeot control, and then Snorlax sneaking in as well. So literally half of the top 8 was control, but then incoming as maybe the response to control, a deck that wasn't on either day 1 or day 2, Lugia V-Star coming in with 2 top 8 slots.
And you love your Lugia V-Star at the moment. And not to mention our finals going into what kind of we weren't expecting at all from that day 1 analysis. Ross, can you tell us some more about how that finals went?
Yeah, we had control taking out Lugia in the final. It was a pretty good final. It's all there available to watch, so, you know, get yourself over to the Twitch channel, find the VOD. It was a good final. But it amazes me that we had Pidgeot not even making the day 2 graphic. Weren't even 15 of them to go onto the day 2 graphic, and yet we had 3 in the top 8. It takes home the tournament. Is interesting, and of course we saw Snorlax control win in Stockholm. So we are now 2 for 2 for the last 2 regionals of control winning. And that is really interesting to me, because we had control winning in Stockholm, and the LA player base went, nah, Charizard, Chen-Pao, we're good at this. And then it won again in LA. So that's got me really thinking, like, is the player base going to adapt? Are we finally going to take control seriously? Because there are a lot of easy matchups control are taking advantage of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the big powerhouse decks, in fact, like Charizard really struggles into control. Chen-Pao, like you mentioned, can struggle as well. It's all those decks with a lot of tech Pokemon that they need to keep setting up regularly. But some of our players haven't found that control has been too much of a problem, especially earlier in our season, as we're going to have a little look at our EU regional champions very soon and see just how they fared, because there really is a lot of events this season. They've been in a lot of different formats. But Joe, how did all of these go?
Well, yeah, Azul, our most recent champion with Snorlax. Swookash as well from Gdansk, also a Snorlax victory. But there's also a ton of other winners here. Owen, that's not a mistake on the graphic. He's won 2 regionals. He's got that double invite, maybe triple if you count his championship points as well. And a number of Mew VMAX pilots up there as well, obviously before the rotation. But it's been such a great story for all of these players, and they booked their tickets to the World Championships with 1 victory alone.
And that's all you need, and that's all that some people will be thinking about today as well. We could have a finalist that absolutely hasn't even thought that it's a possibility to be meeting us in Hawaii, but they might be able to join us, which would just be absolutely phenomenal. Could you imagine the feeling of elation? But then there's the other end of the spectrum where some people will be here today just to get those final few points, 30, 50 points, and that can seal up their invite. So it is all to play for. It is far from over, and we've got so much action to show today. The stakes are high. We're going to see tears of joy and laughter amongst other emotions. But speaking of, there is so much more to play for than just our points. We've also got travel awards, and we're looking at the top 16 and 22 players for that. Freya, what are some standouts here for you?
So I think perhaps no surprise to anyone, our two international champions for this season, Juho Kalama and Todd Reklev, topping the leaderboard there at first and second place. Of course, you get a ton of points, 500 if you win in internationals. That seals you an invite twice over, both from the points and from the fact that you get an invite from that. Owen Kammerman, again, no surprise. Alessandro Cremascoli, Brennan Kammerman. You can just go down that list. It's a who's who of all the best players in Europe. It's almost like they're good enough to make top 22.
There is, and there's a lot of rivalries in there as well. Lots of, we see a lot of similar surnames, don't we now? When we're looking at the Kammerman brothers, Owen and Brennan are both up there in top 5, sandwiched with Alessandro Cremasoli controlling them away from one another.
Can you imagine getting 1,000 championship points, being top 5 in Europe, and still not being the highest ranked player in your family? That must be bizarre.
That must be absolutely crazy. But when we look at the top 16, things can change a little bit. Like if we just narrow that bracket down, it's surprising to see who kind of shunts up and down per event.
Yeah, I think it's really important to keep track of this stuff. You don't want to fall too far down because, as we know, these travel awards and stipends are so important. So there will be a number of these top players coming to this weekend just to secure their spots safely nestled within this top 16. You can see just after one tournament how many places can shift, especially on that right side of the screen. You can see how many people jump up after one good tournament, and I think that's certainly the case this weekend. And I think some of these players will still be turning up this weekend just to make themselves a little bit safer or to leapfrog some opponents as well.
Absolutely, and when you think about the nature of a special event, a lot of players might think that later on in the season, there's no cash prizing, but there's still plenty on the line. We've got championship points, we've got product, we've got booster boxes, galore, but we also have those stipend rankings, which are so important for those travel awards, making sure that people are securing their place, like you say, and just feeling much more comfortable with the wrapping up at the end of the season with NA still to go. We still have the North American International Championships, and that might make a difference.
And of course, it's important to mention as well, we've not mentioned it, if you do finish that top 22 in Europe, you do get a one-round bye at the World Championships, which can be a huge confidence booster and advantage going into the tournament.
Absolutely, it could be huge for so many players, so there's so much to play for still. We've got a huge day ahead, and I'm so thrilled and ready for the players. But who exactly could we be watching this weekend? We've got a lot of spectacular players to watch. There are some great names on the floor, and just run us through our little top 3 players to watch here, Ross.
Yeah, we got some players there that we've seen. Nicolene Pedersen and Magnus Pedersen, of course, had a decent run in Italy last year in Turin, and Alessandro Cremascoli looking very happy with that Gastrodon. But of course, we saw the current number 4 ranked player in Europe, top ranked Italian player in the world right now, obviously known for playing Control, so probably why he looks so happy right now. This is the best Control has been in many, many years.
Oh, yeah.
And Alessandro has been a player who has been really dead set on, I will play Control. I don't care how good Control is, I will find a way. So we got 3 players there who all, I believe they're all here. I believe we've checked the rankings and they put in their deck list. They turned up for round 1, and I think they're all looking quite good. I don't want to give away what decks they're playing, but at least one of them is playing a deck that makes me very happy.
Well, I mean, I don't know how good people are feeling about Gastrodon. Maybe, you never know. Maybe that sweet little pink smiley face might come up. You never know.
Is there a standard legal Gastrodon right now? I was going to say.
But I've got to respect the color. My favorite is definitely the pink Gastrodon. I'm a pink Gastrodon girly. That's the correct Gastrodon. Chat, let me know which flavor Gastrodon is your favorite, blue or pink. But yeah, speaking of our players to watch, we've also got decks to watch. We've got a lot to watch out for. There's a lot to expect out of this weekend. And there's a lot that we could be anticipating, but I'm not really sure which direction it's going to go in. Is Control going to be the overarching theme of the weekend, Joe?
It's a really tough one. I think no single deck has been able to really plant its stake in the ground to say it's the best deck in format. Charizard looked it for a while, then it was kind of usurped by Chen-Pao, and even Dialga made a claim. And at the moment, it looks like Control is on top. But as we know, a lot of the time, Control can be answered. It just depends on how many cards you commit into your own deck list. The likes of Professor Churro, the likes of just having recovery supporter cards in there as well. We've seen Team Yelchir very early on in the format in these Control decks. I feel like Sandshrew snuck into Control to sort of preemptively answer some of those cards, but it's still, you know, anyone's guess as to what deck's going to come out on top, because every time we see a new top 8, it's just like a wave of new decks coming in. So the format is still really unsolved for Temporal Forces, and this is our last chance to find out which is the best deck.
And that Sandshrew is a really poignant mention, actually, because I think when a lot of people saw that Sandshrew initially, they thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to be able to play it to counter Control. And then Control, seeing that nobody was playing the Sandshrew, and oh, well, if you're not going to do it, then I will. And now all the Control decks are playing Sandshrew. I wonder whether we will see Sandshrew used to counter Control, because not being able to put supporter cards back into your deck, stopping that loop, could be a way. Maybe Sandshrew is a big guy this weekend. Maybe we need to keep a little eye on our little Sandshrews, which is so unusual. But we've all taken a moment to put in what we thought this weekend were going to be poignant decks and things to look out for. Freya, let's talk about yours for starters.
Yeah, sure thing. So my two predictions are kind of pulling double duty in a way. So I started with Comfey, and my prediction here is mainly on the basis of I am kind of shocked that Lost Zone Toolbox hasn't done as much in this format as it has done in previous formats. I feel like it's one of the most versatile decks out there, and I feel like maybe now is the time for it to shine. Maybe it can find some good answers to Control. I mean, you have so much space in the deck to tool around with, so maybe you can find something there. And then factoring into that as well, you have Lost Vacuum, which both you can use in Lost Zone Toolbox decks to get to that 7 in Lost Zone more quickly, and it's a very good answer to Control archetypes to get rid of those HP buffing tools. So I think, yeah, kind of connected picks, but also good in their own merits. That's my two.
Joe, fight your corner.
Well, Radiant Charizard's an easy sell. I think it's the star of the show in the Pidgeot Control deck as that late game sweeper, and it's such a great prize offset card in Charizard Pidgeot. So if nothing else, I've got numbers on my side. Radiant Charizard's such a phenomenal card right now. And then Lost City is also kind of my nod to Control as well. Being able to clear off some of these threats for good from the Control player, stop their loop, stop their recycle, can be a really big deal. So we've seen Lost City in some Arceus variants, but I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing it, you know, thrown into maybe even Charizard decks, stuff like that. Because if you can get rid of threats for good against Control, you can really limit their options throughout the later stages of the game. So that's my sort of respect to Control pick.
And Ross, I have a funny feeling that this may be something of a repetitive nature for you. Can you explain yourself, please?
So here's the thing, right? I always pick Miraidon. I have done since the EYC last year. Everyone knows it. And I can't pick Miraidon EX. You wait for next week at NAIC. Miraidon EX is back, baby. But the regular Miraidon there, it's actually legit. People are not paying enough attention to this deck. Yuho Kalama, our LAIC international champion, got top 8 with the deck in Stockholm. We also saw a top 8 finish for the deck in LA last weekend. It is one of the very few decks that has made top 8 at the last 2 tournaments. It has a lot of dodgy matchups, but it has a lot of 50-50 matchups, absolutely wrecks Lugia, and can cheat some easy wins by just being faster and more consistent than other decks in the format. I just think it is a lot better than people are giving it credit for, and it's not a silly pick if you look at the top 8 for the last 2 events. And as for Eri, I hate that card with a passion, but I also watched the Stockholm stream. I was here, and I watched the LA stream. I wasn't there, and that card's really good.
Well, as you guys could see very quickly, I was on the control train, but if you want to be a little bit more in control of this broadcast today, don't forget to follow us on all of our social media. We're on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and more, so please make sure that you're checking us out, making sure that you're not missing any of the action. You don't want to miss any of it, believe you me. Follow us on YouTube and on Twitch to catch the live broadcast, but also watch previous broadcasts, so maybe you'll get some insight into some of the decks we've mentioned so far already if you haven't had a look at those. But for now, we best get on with the show. Don't go anywhere, as we'll have to keep you under control for a mind-blowing day of action. We'll see you soon, Pokemon Masters.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
I started playing when I was really young, but I didn't really practice much. I only went to the tournaments with my family because we all travel together. So I would say for around like 3 years, I have been also practicing at home. But yeah, I would say Mew. I've been playing that for like the whole season, so I would go with that. I just like it's pretty consistent, so you always get to mostly play the game, which I like, and I think it's just fun. It's just been with traveling with my family. I really enjoy the moments, and I get to go if I practice, and I really want to do well. And also, I'm pretty competitive, so when I play something, I want to do it good. So yeah. I would say my brother. He has just been the one that I look up to because he's always doing well. So I also want to do well. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ross, and I'm joined by Ben and Joe, and we need to talk about a big boy. We need to talk about Snorlax. It was a deck that people might not have been taking too seriously. Then they won a regional, and people were like, oh, Snorlax, yeah, it's pretty good. So, to start off then, Joe, do we ignore Snorlax, or is it time to start teching against it?
Yeah, it does seem to be that elephant in the room. Literally, it's just taking a big presence and it's stopping people winning, and it's, you know, really achieving a lot of top cuts as well as that big victory as well. So I feel like it has to be respected. It's a very powerful deck in the metagame right now, and I feel like if you're not respecting it, even if it's not necessarily the most popular deck in the room, it can definitely take away some victories against you and really hurt your run. So I feel like we do kind of have to respect Snorlax right now.
No, I agree with you on that one. We got big tournaments at the moment, and that means we have a lot of people making Day 2 and a really harsh cut from Day 2 down to top 8. That one extra loss in Day 2 could be the difference between cutting and not cutting, or that one extra loss in Day 1 could mean you don't make Day 2. So okay, so we're respecting Snorlax. We're going, you know what, this is legit. Let's try and fight against it. Ben, you're building a deck. What are you taking against it?
Well, I think players have really taken advantage of the card pool right now. I think there's a lot of options that players have in countering Snorlax. I think with the target on his back at the moment, you know, with the good results it's had, we've got Minior, we've got Spiritomb, we've got Sandshrew from the 151 as well with that Sand Screen ability. I think right now players are figuring out also what is the right tech for my deck. Is the Spiritomb going to possibly help me in these other matchups that are also in the format like Mew VMAX? But, you know, it's more what's best relatable here for my deck, and that's really the decision that's going to be made.
Okay, so we're saying it's not necessarily the tech, it's the deck, so to speak. So you mentioned Spiritomb there. Joe, you've been trying to champion Spiritomb, we've been chatting this weekend. Tell me about Spiritomb. Why is it so good, not just against Snorlax, but also why is it good against Snorlax?
Well, it's good against Snorlax because you're turning off the Rotom V, and the Rotom is oftentimes how they will end their turn, just drawing 3 cards instantly to top up on hand size to make sure they have all these controlling tools required throughout the entire game. So Spiritomb shutting off V Pokemon abilities is fantastic for turning off the Rotom. But of course, the Spiritomb is also going to help out against the Mew VMAX, which is also a very popular archetype and one that's really nice to have in your tool belt of just having a nice matchup into them. So having this more general tech rather than just being aware of Snorlax is always something players look for. It's not just having a card that can beat one other deck, it's trying to give yourself opportunities to win against many other archetypes. That's where the best deck cards come in clutch.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And of course, you know, you're turning off a Genesect V's ability to draw cards. That's amazing. Every time we have a European regional, I see a bunch of American players going, seriously, how does Mew keep doing so well in these European events? Maybe it is time for Spiritomb. But Ben, you mentioned Sandshrew. Sandshrew's little. It's one of these little Pokemon. Surely Sandshrew can't be that effective.
Well, as a Snorlax player myself, Sandshrew is actually pretty scary. That Sand Screen ability is actually really efficient against Snorlax. It more or less stops that loop, right? It stops the loop of the trainer cards. It can't, you know, Snorlax is unable to get the pennies back in. They're unable to get the boss's orders back, even in Counter Catcher as well with the Silene. So, although yes, it may not be effective in those other matchups against Snorlax specifically, and if you're expecting Snorlax maybe in the tournament as well as your locals as well, you know, there's no better option, I feel.
No, it's a very, very good tech. And then, of course, there are some decks out there, like your Iron Valiant, that tend to have a lot of switching cards, which can be quite naturally quite good against it. People like Miraidon into Snorlax because most of the cards in that deck are pretty good at attacking. Not everyone needs a Snorlax counter, but if you don't have a great Snorlax matchup, seems like it's time to take it quite seriously. We got lots more serious action coming in very shortly indeed, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more lovely Pokemon TCG action.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides one energy of its type or one colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome, Pokemon fans of all ages. Welcome back to the Pokemon Special Event here in Bologna for the trading card game. My name is Amy Wasley. I am, of course, here with the fantastic Freya Pierce. How are we doing after that short break?
Absolutely splendidly. It's been a long time since I've been in Italy. The last time, I think, was all the way back in 2016 for Italian Nationals in Milan. So, yeah, getting to come back after all this time is an absolute treasure.
And in such a beautiful city with so much culture, food, and just good vibes. It's been really beautiful and lovely over here, and I'm sure all of our players are appreciating the relatively nice weather today, unlike yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a region of Italy very close to my heart as well. Being a big motorsport fan, there is so much history with both car and motorbike racing here. So that just being here for that has been so special as well.
Absolutely, there is reason for lots of fans of lots of different kind of calibers to come to Bologna for many reasons. But today we are here for the final Pokemon trading card game European regional level event, which is going to be the make or break for a lot of people.
Yeah, the last special event, people will be racing towards those last 2 championship points to get their invites, or to maybe for like a last chance saloon, like you mentioned, Amy, get that win to get the invite even if you don't have enough points. This is the last chance to do it.
It really is, and whether someone is 100 points away from their invite or just 30 points away from their invite, this is the last event in Europe that's going to help fly somebody over to Honolulu, Hawaii for our World Championships, which seems not very far off. The time has flown this season. We've been to so many beautiful venues and we've seen so many fantastic players, but the format has been really vast this season, from the beginning with Mew all the way to now Control.
You can question mark? Yeah, it's a funny one, because this feels like one of the first formats in a while where we haven't ended it with something actually being solved. You know, like Joe was saying on the couch, it's been a while since we've had a format where we're getting towards the end. The new set Twilight Masquerade literally comes out next week, but we still don't really know what the best deck in this format is. No,
indeed. So Twilight Masquerade has been released, but like you said, we don't have legality right now.
No.
So Twilight Masquerade will not be legal for this tournament, but we have a little special treat for you guys at home where we're going to give you a community bracket based on Twilight Masquerade. Masquerade.
There we go. So this is obviously, we don't fully know yet what is going to be the most impactful card, but we have some idea based on what's been doing well in Japan and from people's own testing. So you guys can chime in at home, and here are your 8 contenders. As usual, one of us will make the argument for one in each bracket step, and one will make the argument for the other, and then you can choose to listen to us or ignore us and vote for whoever you think is the best one. So we have the community prediction bracket here for the most impactful upcoming new card from Twilight Masquerade.
Yeah, what do you think is going to take over this format? What do you think is going to be undeniably an impactful card going forward in the meta? I feel like Twilight Masquerade is a set that has really jumped in and changed a lot, and for the first time in quite a few sets. I'd say that rotation changed a lot, and then we've had like us just kind of figuring out this current format. I think it's very far from solved, but now things are going to change again.
When we haven't even had a chance to fully figure out this as well, so we're just throwing another spanner in the works. And it's something that is also changed a lot ever since we shifted to a more Japan-style rotation, where we rotate in the middle of the season, kind of as the blocks go. So, you know, you had the European Championships, there was a huge shift of both a new set and rotation, and now with NAIC coming up as well, there's a new set coming in. So players really have to be on their toes with their knowledge, and when new sets come in, to figure out what is going to be the best choice.
And I think that really highlights the champions and our players. The best and brightest of the bunch are going to be the ones who can adapt to these changes, make them happen, and go with the flow of it all. Either tweaking decks that they're super used to, that is really helpful for them, or changing entirely to something brand new and just jumping in with a surprise. That element of surprise can be so impactful in a regional or higher level event like this.
Now I do believe we just got word we are ready to do our first bracket choice. So I am gonna. It looks like I'm gonna be defending Iron Fawns, and oh, this is gonna be a bit painful because like, I don't want to go up against this, but I'll do my best. Okay, so we go 3, 2, 1, go. Iron Fawns is one of the most disruptive abilities we have seen in a very, very long time. In formats past, we've had ability blocking Pokemon that have been super impactful. Iron Fawns shuts off the abilities of all non-future Pokemon. Lugia, forget about it. Lost Box, forget about it. There are so many decks which are impacted by the Iron Fawns' ability, and so you can just play it by itself. Just for Iron Fawns, stop your opponent from being able to really get into the game. You can play it as a tech attacker in future box decks as well, just so that you have that option there, because you won't be hurt by it because all your future ability.
And that's enough. That's your time, Freya. Sorry to cut you off.
It's okay. That's the rules.
Those do be the rules, though, I'm afraid.
So you give me what are you going up against?
Well, we're going up against Dragapult, of course.
Oh boy.
So in our community bracket era, we do got a bit of a tough one.
Should I wave the white flag now?
So with Dragapult, of course, is a very strong, vicious attacker. We're looking at 200 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon and 6 damage counters spread across the bench in any way you'd like. Now, this is the important part. Any low HP attackers, any setup Pokemon, anything that's going to stick around and play for a while is going to be able to be chipped away, keeping them in range of that 200 damage to make sure you're getting the KOs. You can take multiple KOs per turn. You can pair Dragapult with the Lost Box engine. You can pair it with Charizard.
And stop. It's hard, isn't it?
It is hard. It is hard.
Having said that, I'll be completely honest, I don't fancy my chances here.
I don't know. I don't think that Iron Thorns has had its chance yet, but I think it could be one that surprises people.
Yes, I think so too, but you've heard our arguments, but now it's time for you guys to vote, so go on to twitch.tv so you vote. You can't vote on YouTube, unfortunately, but if you want to vote for which of Iron Thorns and Dragapult you think is the best, go on Twitch right now and get your votes in. You've got a limited amount of time, so go, go, go.
And if you are an Iron Thorns believer, just make sure you're there to support it, because otherwise it could be a little bit of a Dragapult flurry.
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll see, but I think the community as a whole has been testing Dragapult really hard, but that does not mean that Iron Thorns isn't going to be a big contender this time. I think both have arguments. I think sometimes people can get overwhelmed with the hype of a card, and
sometimes
things can look a little bit better than they are, maybe, and again that element of surprise can come on through.
Yeah, especially because we know that Lugia is going to become a bigger thing going into next format, and Iron Thorns is a great answer to that. And I mean, Iron Thorns also shuts off Dracloak, of course,
right.
with that ability to just look at the top 2 cards of your deck, one to your hand, one to the bottom. Iron Thorns shuts that off too.
Exactly. So you never know, sometimes those sleeper Pokemon that aren't really being spoken about secretly. Lots of groups are testing it, and actually it could come through quite heavily. I really think Twilight Masquerade is one of my favorite sets that we've had in a really long time.
Yeah, really
just
look forward
for
to it.
pure playability of the Pokemon in the set, I'd recommend going and playing. If you haven't already, you can play for free on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, or you can go down to your local store. If you need help finding that, you can go on the Pokemon event locator on Pokemon.com. It's very easy to find, and you can search where your nearest Pokemon League is to go and give these cards a shot in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I tell you what, if you want to talk about Twilight Masquerade, the rest of the cards in that bracket, I think any one of them, I mean, I guess that's why we picked them as the 8,
Absolutely.
right? But any one of them, you can make a strong argument for it being the most impactful card. I mean, Monkey Dory, thinking about it, how that makes Gardevoir so much better. Legacy Energy we got coming up as well. It is. We've had a string of really impactful sets lately, if you think about it.
We really have, and I think we were right with the Monkey Dory, especially because of Dragapult as well, being something that can remove damage counters, but heal itself, damage your opponent.
Oh, hold on, breaking news. We just had the result of our votes coming in. Let's see what you guys voted for.
And I'm sorry, Freya. Wow.
No apology needed. I expected that wholeheartedly.
85 to 15. My God. 15 Iron Thorns believers. That's what I like to see. That's that secret testing group.
Yeah. No, obviously they don't want something, but yeah, I don't think I was really surprised at that result. Let's be real.
No, I think you're right. I think Dragapult has shown already in the Japan meta that it can be really impactful, but do remember that Japan play a best of 1 format. We play a best of 3 format. So will that change things? Will Iron Thorns maybe be better? We won't know until next week.
That's I absolutely can't wait. As we talked about on the couch course, we're going as players, so we're going to be right in the thick of it. And maybe if we get lucky, one of us can end up on stream, and Joe and Ross can cast every one of our games. That'd be good fun.
Oh, that would be a dream. But of course, it's a dream of a lot of players is getting on stream. But there's a lot of pressure. You've been on stream before, right, Freya, for some of your matches in the past, and I can't imagine the pressure that must be on the players in that moment.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, especially because it is the last big event of the season. Although going to bring things back to like this tournament, let's have another little bit of a look of Snorlax control. We talked about it a little bit already, but I think it's very important to put focus on this because this really has been, especially for the tail end of the Temporal Forces format, Snorlax and Pidgeot control have been the 2 main sort of highlights, I would say.
They really have, and it's whether people are going to have taken that and gone, in this very unsolved format, have I figured out the control counter? Can it also deal with the other matchups I need to deal with? As we can see in the good matchups, it's a lot of those really big powerhouse decks. Can they find something to just stop Snorlax in its tracks and kind of block the road back?
Yes.
I'm not sure, but there's definitely some really big highlights that come through with control decks, especially in the more recent sets that we've seen that have added. And I think that's where we've seen the gradual power creep of control.
Yeah, and we've talked about it already, but it's worth mentioning again, Aerie specifically. I think that was the card that really broke things, because just being able to just look at your opponent's hand is already great, but then you get to pluck 2 item cards, which pretty much every single deck relies on item cards to get the Pokemon out, to evolve a rare candy. It is one of the most impactful disruption supporters we've seen in a very long time.
A very, very long time, and I think you're right, it definitely has a part to play in why control is now really taking over, while more players than ever are trying it out on for size. There's not too much of a struggle to understand the lines of play with control anymore, which opens it up to more players, and I think that's pretty wonderful. But it will be the players who are learning how to play against that, when to use your items, when to Pokestop, when to not, against control, that will rule the day.
Yeah. And it's so tough as well because, in so many matchups, you have to hold those items, but when you're up against control, suddenly you're having to think so differently. You're thinking, I mean, not just with Aerie, of course, that Luxray with the Fang Snipe attack, you're thinking to yourself, hold on, if I hold on to something because I need it for next turn, it might just get discarded. So how do you even guard yourself against that? It's very, very tricky.
It is, and you've got to juggle your deck, your discard pile, and your hand to think, where is everything going to be most useful to me? How can I make sure the resources are not in a place where my opponent can get to them? Do I discard things because Echoing Horn is gone now, for example?
Yes, absolutely.
Whereas, we're coming up to accompanying Flute in Twilight Masquerade, which again could make a huge impact. Control's on its way up.
It's now now with accompanying Flute, not even the deck is safe, right? Normally the deck is the one place where you think, oh, things are fine, but no, not anymore.
Exactly, and looking at the decks that kind of Control is great into, Charizard is one that really jumps out at me because it's been doing so well, and it's always so well represented at these events.
Yeah, and it feels like a cruel irony, right, in the sense that, you know, Pidgeot was really the variant of Charizard that took off and made it so successful, and now we have Control variants with Pidgeot kind of like coming in. It's like, no, actually, Control is the best deck to play Pidgeot in, but even with all that in mind, Charizard's still a phenomenal archetype and one of the strongest decks.
Absolutely, and we saw with Tord bringing in the Pidgeot Bibarel kind of fusion
best
deck.
of both worlds,
yes, very much best of both worlds of Charizard, that it does have flexibility, but does it have enough flexibility to handle Control in this event like it has in the past? Is Pidgeot enough? Are there some cards in format that you can think of at home that could be popped into Charizard? Like, would that Sandshrew be helpful?
Maybe.
Would it be helpful to stop them getting their supporters back? Is there enough we can do as Charizard to prevent the Control decks taking over?
Well, I mean, if your name's Tord Reckless, what you do is, you know what, I'm going to take Charizard, I'm going to take Pidgeot Control, and I'm just going to mash them into one, and then that's going to be how I do it.
Yeah, and we have seen some Charizard variants which have had Control elements with the Regieleki, which can get things back from your discard pile. So we've seen a few kind of Charizard Control variants of their own, but I'm not sure how well they do into other kind of more poignant, exact Control decks. Like, this is the only thing I'm doing, whereas Charizard has the option of being Control-esque or quite aggressive.
Yeah. I think it's also an important discussion point in general, just ever since, especially the release of Scarlet and Violet, how Stage 2 reliant archetypes have just been so much better than they have been in a very, very long time. Think about the amount of top decks that use Rare Candy now compared to before. It's almost like a stunning overnight change.
It is, and honestly, I'm a big Rare Candy believer. I love myself a good single prize deck, and sometimes we need that. We need the pace of play to be a little bit slower so that we can get those Stage 2 Pokemon into play. I really like that we've gone back to Stage 2 Pokemon with EXs. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, same here. It very harkens back, get the sepia filter on. I know it's going to happen already, but going back to the Ruby and Sapphire era, of course, where the EXs first came out, and you did have to like evolve into them. It's so reminiscent of that, and as someone who enjoys playing older formats, it makes me very happy as well.
It does, honestly. Anyway, it's a bit of a nostalgia trip for anyone who has played those formats, but gives newer players an opportunity to play with those cards, with Stage 2s, with a slower format, rather than loads of big, bulky Vs and VMAXs and V-Stars. Actually, I really love this era for us. It feels very diverse. I feel like any deck has a shot if you believe in it and you work hard and you put in the testing. I believe that anyone can make their favorite Pokemon go far.
Yeah, because it really feels like compared to before, right, where the big decks often, or the big basic decks rather, always had the advantage in speed and setup because the Stage 1s and Stage 2s, they almost like weren't powerful enough to justify the investment into getting them. But now we have stuff like Pidgeot EX, Charizard EX, Gardevoir EX, these Stage 2s where, sure, it is worth to get them out, but the payoff is so good that you have that trade-off balance. So depending on what your preferences are as a player, you can think to yourself, do I want to go for a more like comeback deck where I'm setting up, or do I want to go aggressive and fast and go in super early?
I think we're really back into the age of where the decision whether you go first or second in a match of Pokemon trading card game is also incredibly important, right? So it's been a while where going second was best because we all wanted to play supporters. Well, actually now some decks want to go first again. And so being able to predict what your opponent's going to do, maybe what deck they're playing just from that first die roll is so interesting. I think it adds another layer to the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, absolutely does. And in fact, some time ago, we had a sort of we had a discussion around this actually in a panel a while ago from one of the previous regionals. Why don't we queue it up again so we can kind of look to see where that came from now and how it compares to how we see it today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey trainers, while we've got a break in the action, I'd like to talk to you about something which is very close to my heart right now, and that is Stage 2 Pokemon. My name's Ross Gilbert, I'm joined of course by the lovely Shay and the lovely Freya, and we have seen in the past, this season, we've seen Charizard winning San Antonio Regionals, we've seen Gardevoir winning Knoxville Regionals. Our Stage 2s, I know we've been saying it for years, are they actually back now?
Do you want the short answer or the long answer?
I would like the short answer.
Yes.
Sweet. Now I'd like the long answer.
Yes.
No, but in all seriousness, yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to see, especially considering how it hasn't been the case for such a long time. And now we see both two stage 2 decks which are absolutely in the top contention of the metagame, and it's been a long time since really we've been able to say that.
It is. I mean, back in the Sword and Shield era, we had Inteleon, and Inteleon was great, but let's be honest, Inteleon was an engine. Yeah. It enabled other decks to be good. Now we've got Charizard and Gardevoir, which are actually ruling the format. Now, Shay, I know you're a Gardevoir fan. Explain to all the lovely people why Gardevoir is so good despite being a stage 2.
Right, well, I think Gardevoir just has so many options when you break it all down, right? So you got the Refinement Curlier to draw extra cards, which is never a bad thing. I guess traditionally when you look at stage 2 decks that have usable stage 1s like Greninja, it's always great. And you even have the Mirage Step Curlier as well. How many times has a stage 2 deck had 2 usable stage 1s? It's just incredible. And then you've got the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw extra cards and attach energy potentially and attack as well. Just gets a bit much. You even have the Glade, which doesn't even see play, but it's still really good. It could let search any supporter out. It's just madness. And obviously you do have the Gardevoir EX, and when that eventually comes down, just slams all those energy into play, and all of a sudden things get a little bit out of control. So I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I think it's like poetry in motion watching it play. I remember at EUIC, I lost my round. I was watching the stream and I saw Tord playing it, and I was looking in a mirror match, round 2 I think it was. I looked up at the screen, I was
round
like...
one.
Round 1.
Yeah, round 1 mirror.
Looking up at the screen like... deck that's a good deck. I need to go buy some really quick. And that's exactly what I did.
So Freya, I know you're a Charizard fan. You've been going on about Charizard, how it is you think a little bit superior to Gardevoir. But tell us about Charizard. Again, it's a stage 2. We've been told for years stage 2s are too slow compared to some of these big basics. How has Charizard proven people wrong?
Charizard has 2 really big things going for it. It is both consistency and power, especially. So, often we see it paired with the Pidgeot EX, which is another stage 2. Again, when's the last time we saw a stage 2 support engine? Being to search for any card in your deck once per turn, it is absolutely phenomenal. You can do a setup early on where you sort of chain rare candies. You rare candy into the Pidgeot, and then you rare candy into the Charizard. And then when you get into the Charizard, you have a 330 HP stage 2 that can also attach energies from your deck and punishes your opponent for winning by doing more damage when your opponent's taking more prizes.
Yeah, dropping an Iono and then doing more damage every turn with Charizard does seem a little bit cheeky. But I do have to ask the question before we finish here. Are they the best decks? Because if we have a look, Gardevoir for a long time has been great in getting into day 2, but until Knoxville has been a long time since they had a big Gardevoir finish. Charizard, most played deck in the format. But tournament after tournament after tournament, but it's not been winning like something like Giratina V-Star. So stage 2s, are they still a little bit disadvantaged compared to some of these basics, Freya?
Well, of course, right? I mean, that's the inherent issue, is that you trade some of that, consistency of setup with when you're all basics, you can get going very quickly. But the trade-off is when you get to that point, you have the power and you last longer into the late game. We even talked in a previous segment, right, about how these stage 2 decks can make use of these comeback cards like Counter Catcher very effectively, because they naturally will go behind early on, but they can use that to their advantage.
So Shay, stage 2 decks, are they here to stay then?
I think they are 100% are here to stay, and I think, once the V-Stars have sort of shifted out of the format, I think these powerful stage 2s are going to be here to stay, and I, for one, I'm all for it.
And let's not even forget that it looks like Baxcalibur is going to be a little bit better when we get to EUIC and hit rotation as well. So that's us and that's stage 2s, but stay tuned, there's plenty more action to come. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far.
That was so cool watching that back, because although, yeah, it was for an older format, so many of the points that we made ended up really kind of still being relevant today, right? Especially the mention of Baxcalibur, and now Chen-Pao's on the top deck, so yeah.
Absolutely. There's still decks that are powerhousing through these tournaments, regardless of new things being added. Some have benefit them, some not so much.
No, that's true.
Honestly, I think they're both very relevant choices right now, and all of the decks that we spoke about there are all still present.
Yeah, and I think with Gardevoir especially, after rotation, there was some worries about, maybe it might not quite be as good with the loss of course, the stage 2, the non-EX Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana, and the loss of the Zacian V, but it's still mega relevant. You're just attacking with Drifloon and Screamtail.
Yep, Drifloon, Screamtail, just being able to utilize single price attackers across the board really helps Gardevoir to stay relevant, and I'm really pleased it stuck around because we've seen some absolutely phenomenal plays from Gardevoir across the board. Our players are here. We are almost ready. They are shuffling up. Here we go, some familiar faces.
I think so, yes. So we have Sido on the left and Stefan on the right. Stefan, no stranger to the stream, 2 times international champion, multiple times regionals top finisher as well. One of the best players in Europe.
Absolutely, and such a lovely person too. But we can't forget Sido, who has also done very well at Stockholm. Amazing just a few weekends ago. And Turin as well, top 32. Sido won't be needing to go very far though today, I hear.
No, absolutely. We just we were looking at the standings earlier, and Sido is only 10 championship points away from getting that invite. So this tournament is going to be mean and the absolute world to him. And you know, sometimes we don't necessarily always talk about how the earlier rounds can be just as important. Because right now we're in round 3, right? People are thinking, oh, it's the middle of the tournament. Oh, you know, this what's quite there or not. But you know, 10 points, if you can just get a good enough record to get that, you've got your world invite.
And round 3, we're already chugging towards the point where that will make the difference. Round 3 and 4 are kind of those beginning of that moment for players. If he can go 3-0 here, then next round could be that win and in sort of 2 points. It could be one of the thresholds.
It could.
So it really is whether they can sort of roll down the hill to victory at this point.
Yeah, it's always, if you look at these two against each other, there's 2 very different goals in mind, right? Sido is very close to a world's invite, just needs that 10 points. Stefan, in the meantime, is wanting to do well enough to keep that spot in the top 22. So 2 very, very ambitious goals in their own rights, but both of these players are going to be fighting for them with everything they've got.
Absolutely. 2 fantastic goals of different caliber, but both players are experienced, they know what they're doing, and we get to show off a couple of decks that we just spoke about.
I promise, we didn't rig it, I promise.
No, we didn't.
They were just psychic, obviously.
But no, looking at the prize cards there, nothing looks too scary for either player, so we're going to get a really good showdown here of Charizard versus Chen-Pao.
Yeah, and a very important thing to note from the beginning, Sido is teching in that Entei V. We did mention this all the way back in Stockholm as a really good tech against Chen-Pao, because of course Chen-Pao likes to go wide on the bench early on, and so if it doesn't do that, you're already in a good spot, and then if they do go wide, you can get a very early knockout on a Chen-Pao EX.
Yeah, Entei's got that really just like perfect knockout potential there for an early game KO, with only 2 energy being needed to attack and being able to draw an extra card with the Fleetfoot at the beginning of the game. I feel like it's a really nice strong start. Stefan's hand is not looking fantastic for going first, if I'm honest. Chen-Pao needs that really strong board state against Charizard, because although a lot of people think that Chen-Pao is really strong into Charizard, you still need to get your little backup friends on the bench.
Yeah, and like we were just talking about as well, this Entei provides a problem for Stefan because he needs to go wide, but you know, if you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to that potential early knockout, and this is the conundrum that Entei poses. Although, even regardless of that, yeah, that hand does not look very strong at all. If your first play for your going first turn is Ultra Ball and you're agonizing over what to discard, probably not a good sign.
No, but then again, we do want to be kind of playing it safe. Both of these players don't really want to go for broke at this point. They probably don't want to risk anything. They want to play as safe as possible at this stage of the tournament. It's not yet time to risk it all.
No, maybe not. And I'm sure this is the thought process that's going on in Stefan's brain right now, and I'm going to be very interested to see what he actually goes for off of this Ultra Ball, whether it might be, you know, go for that Chen-Pao early on, because of course if you can just get the Chen-Pao down by itself and then not go wide for the rest, that'll be totally fine. Then the Entei can't take a knockout, but it's going to be very, very tricky start. I didn't actually get a good look at what else was in Stefan's hand, did you?
I didn't know, but it didn't look like there was looking at cards that have strengthened Chen-Pao's setup potential, and we're hoping for that in this moment, but will it be able to come through? Stefan isn't playing a Luminion, but can't play a supporter this turn regardless, but it can help in that kind of early setup phase. Greninja's a great choice in my opinion for this one, being able to discard energy early to be able to draw cards. Knowing that we play lots of energy retrieval, it's not a concern in my book.
Yeah, I think especially considering that Stefan doesn't really have a great hand, this is definitely the best choice for him now. So there's 1 lightning energy left after discarding the 2 waters from the Ultra Ball. So 2 cards here to find something to set up with. What does Stefan get?
Hopefully it's something. I'd really love to see a game of the ages out of these powerhouses, and I've got to say I absolutely love the Nail Varnish Sleeves combo once once again, it is giving.
I was literally just thinking, are we sharing a brain cell again?
We must be, absolutely.
Yeah, always on point with the coordination there, Stefan. You love to see it, and yeah, it does find looks like a Chen-Pao off of the concealed cards, but then just going to be attack water and pass.
Oh, and pass. Obviously, Chen-Pao into Entei. We're not looking great there. Even slow attaching, not having a back Excalibur against an Entei inactive, Chen-Pao can still take a meaningful KO.
Oh, look at the contrast here. Zero starting off with an Arvin straight away, so already a much better setup than Stefan had.
Yeah, and the typical Arvin combo here would be Forest Sealstone, Buddy Poffin, are we thinking?
I think that seems very likely. Yeah, that Forest Sealstone is not in the prizes. You can, of course, that's another benefit, of course, you have with the Entei V. It's another target to put Forest Sealstone on. Usually you'd have to put it on a Rotom V or Aluminium, but Entei V has 230 HP. It's a little bit bulkier.
It is, and I really like that about Entei. It's a shame about the water type weakness.
Yeah, that's the only snag. But if the idea being that you have that water type weakness, but if you're taking the early 2-prize knockout on a Chen-Pao, that's fine because then you just trade evenly.
Exactly, and again, the Arvin, the first turn Arvin going second for Charizard is always a delight to see. The very typical combo of the Buddy Poffin to get your board a bit more with a flourish with those Charmander and Pidgeys, or maybe even a Bidoof.
Yeah, and I do believe that Buddy Poffin, that is of course the one you can get now participating at leagues. Is that right? Yeah.
So if you head to your local Pokemon League, they will be possibly distributing these beautiful Buddy Poffins with the League stamp, but each store may be distributing them in different ways, so contact your local store to check what they're doing and how they're going to be distributing those beautiful Poffins.
So, Buddy Poffin, a second one actually now found off of the Forest Sealstone, so already got one Pidgey down and a Charmander. Probably going to get a second one of each. Also, the Manaphy, very important.
Oh my goodness, I love this. I've seen this combo a lot. I use this combo a lot. So it feels a shame, don't get me wrong, to use the Forest Sealstone to get an extra Buddy Poffin, but against Chen-Pao, it is a no-brainer. We need at least one Charmander, we need at least one Pidgey, and the Manaphy is non-negotiable.
So yeah, very important to get those down as soon as possible. And I mean, ideally you would get down a second Pidgey as well, because then you know that, because if you have one out, then there's a chance that it can get knocked out and then you're left with no option to go for Pidgeot. But in this circumstance, I think that especially with Stefan's slow start, maybe Ciro isn't quite as worried about that, especially given that Chen-Pao usually does not play a huge amount of gusting cards.
Yeah, it looks like it was a pass there. I believe that was a draw for turn.
Yeah, it was.
Stefan. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see that sort of first turn energy attach from Zero, so they won't be able to utilize Entei as an attacker until it's possibly too late, depending on if Stefan doesn't get set up or does. I mean, getting away with that Frigibax in the active, I think that may have been quite a pivotal point already for this game.
Wait, hold on though. Stefan has the Prime Catcher in hand.
Oh, the Pidgey, just like you predicted.
Wow, so very fortunate find there for Stefan. Did have the Prime Catcher, so is able to bring up that one Pidgey and at least deny one of the options for Ciro to set up. I mean, you can still Rare Candy into Charizard and get return knockout of some kind, that is fine, but this is a very big, crucial play from Stefan to try and make a comeback, especially given his slower setup.
Even if Stefan can only attach for turn here, he still takes the KO with one energy for the Pidgey. So he didn't get punished at all for having the lone Frigibax inactive. It's nice to see from Chen-Pao, because quite often if you take away their support Pokemon, they don't make those meaningful knockouts until later in the game. But actually, we're proving otherwise here with some fantastic play from Stefan.
Yeah, I think in this instance, because Stefan was going first and Ciro doesn't really have any good options to attack turn 1 for one energy attachment, I think the Frigibax was always safe. But especially now with the Prime Catcher, it's done double juicy, right? You've pulled up the Pidgey, and now the Frigibax is on the bench. So now, especially with Ciro being denied access to Pidgeot EX, it's going to be a lot harder to pull together some kind of combo where you can, get rid of the lone Frigibax, especially now that there's a Buddy Poffin from Stefan.
Here we go, the Iridas saving the day, meaning that lone Frigibax won't be lone for long. So he's going to get some friends on the bench to back him up, and that's just going to be fantastic. We're getting the back Excalibur as well as our water type selection, as Irida lets you take a water type Pokemon and an item card, reveal them to your opponent and pop them in your hand. So there we go with the Buddy Poffin for Bidoof and and the second Frigivax, as we well analyzed a minute ago. Important to have plenty of options with Chen-Pao, because if you don't have those important setup Pokemon on the bench, Chen-Pao can do very little each turn.
Yeah, and especially in the late stages of the game, of course, when the Ionos come in, which you know that the Charizard deck can access on a frequent basis, you need to have that onboard draw ready, which is why the barrel is so important too. You do have the Radiant Greninja already, but just the Industrial Synthesizers really gets you where you need to be. So KO now, Hail Blade gets rid of the Pidgey, back to Cedo. How does he respond here?
Oh my. That does not look the most fantastic. I think the Lumineon was absolutely spot on there. Hand looking a little bit weak, but luckily Lumineon is here to help. Arven probably the go-to, I'd imagine. We can grab an item card and get that missing link for the Charizard to finally jump out of the deck.
And here's a big card here. Hero's Cape. We go with an Iron Hands EX and steal the game away this turn.
You're so right. One Super Rod, putting Iron Hands back in the deck. Not hard to get that back out with the amount of card draw that Stefan has access to right now. That really could have spelled game over, you're right.
Yeah, so very, very important. Makes that Forzen play even more impressive considering. I believe the Iron Hands was already put back into the deck. I guess Stefan must have super rodded earlier. Yeah, or wait, is he playing two? Let me have
it is one.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, it was super rodded back earlier then.
Yeah, so it's already in there, ready to go. So I think that was brilliant. And we get to see Delibird here.
Oh, very fun. Not quite Delibird, of course. Iron Bundle.
Excuse me, you're quite right. Iron
Future version.
Bundle, Future Bird. Iron Bundle with its Hyper Blower ability, forcing your opponent to switch their Pokemon. It's like an escape rope, but in a Pokemon. Now we don't have escape rope in format anymore. You know, Delibird's a really, Iron Bundle is a really good addition to a deck which can search Water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, you know, there actually was a card which was literally the exact same, that it only switched, you know, the opponent's active. Pokemon Circulator? Yeah, going way, way back. Heart Gold Salt Over throwback for those of you at home and playing that long. Anyhow, going back to this, second big barrel coming down, so all the draws set up for Stefan, which is very, very crucial, because this is the point in the game where Cedo, as long as this game doesn't end this turn, which we know it won't, Cedo is going to fire off an N.
And here we go, the Superior Energy Retrieval. Heavy Ball makes sense.
Yeah, I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call right now. Stefan's board is pretty well managed right now. Going for, I mean, I'm not sure about the energy distribution here. Obviously 3 on Greninja, right? But then where are we going from there? Are we putting the energy on Excalibur? Are we spreading it out so that Chen-Pao can utilize it later? Or are we just leaving it in hand? Where is it safest?
It's tough to say. What I do like here is that what Stefan essentially is doing here is doing an Owen. If you remember all the way back to the finals of Dortmund Regionals, Owen was in a very similar position where he couldn't put down a 2-prizer. So what you do this turn is just you take out a 1-prizer whilst leaving no 2 prizes on the board, and then you finish things off there next turn. So this is very heads up from Stefan. This is absolutely what he needed to do this turn.
You're so right. And again, it just eats into that prize journey that we're seeing. As a player, thinking about which order you're going to take your prize cards in is what wins you games. If Stefan would have put a 2-prizer into play, it means that Cedo can take over and just win it all. But right now it's going to be difficult, knowing that Charizard traditionally doesn't play many Pokemon that can do bench damage as well. Stefan's probably feeling quite good. I think the only thing I can think of that could possibly go into a Charizard deck would be Delphox.
Yeah, that is, I was going to say, that is a card that some lists for Charizard opt to tech in, but I think if you're putting in the Entei as well, probably safe to say you don't have the room. That would be a very teched out list where there's already some spicy stuff going on there. So I think Stefan making the right heads-up call here, and yeah, paying off, because, well, we can see the list. There is no Delphox in Cedo's list here.
No, there isn't. But, you know, with the Thornton, I don't know if I'd mind it that much, being able to kind of switch a basic every now and again. I don't know, it stings to me a little bit, but I can appreciate that this is already a list which is refined and tested, I'm sure, within an inch of its existence.
It's one of those things where I'm sure you'd love it, but there's a lot of cards that you'd love to play, right? You only have 60 cards to work with. If you could play more, that would be great, but you have to consider all your choices very carefully. Like, yeah, maybe this would be good, but then is it better to have something else in? And that's the real challenge for deck building going into any regionals or just any tournament event in general.
Yeah, even at a special event like this, we are blessed with seeing innovation at every curve, even in our first streamed round today. Oh, we're going for the Pokemon. The Airy has gone, and oh, that was awful.
Nothing found off of there. I mean, I'm not sure how good the area would have been this turn specifically, but I mean, maybe if you could hit a superior energy retrieval, that would be pretty good, but instead, no, just nothing off the Pokestop. Firing off that Radiant Charizard, Combustion Blast, knocking out the Radiant Greninja. Can Stefan put together the win this turn?
So yeah, again, this is the ideal play for Zero right now, leaving Radiant Charizard in the active. Although Combustion Blast cannot be used 2 turns consecutively, having a single prize Pokemon in the active is going to allow Zero to possibly bring this back.
Oh, hold on though, Stefan's playing very fast. I think he might be able to put it together.
I think you're right.
With the Manaphy off the board, this Radiant Greninja can come back, and of course Radiant Charizard is weak to water, so he can get a double knockout on the Radiant Charizard and the Pidgey to seal this game.
I think that as long as Stefan has enough energy to do this, it could be game over right now. Getting rid of an Earthen Vessel makes me feel confident. There's the Greninja back on the board. Superior energy retrieval. Here it is. We're singing.
Cedar recognized it already. Yeah.
They've gone for the fist bump, making sure that we recognize that Stefan has won the game. Once again, Chen-Pao showing that Charizard can be beat.
Yes, it absolutely can. And Stefan playing it perfectly to do so as well, recognizing that one turn was crucial to deny a 2-prize knockout from Cedar. So just take a 1-prize knockout with, imagine taking a knockout on a Manaphy with a Greninja, but then not knocking out something else, just knowing that it sets up the win for next turn because Cedar was not able to evolve the Pidgey into Pidgeot EX.
I think that sequencing was perfection from Stefan, and it gave us that masterclass and that look into how Chen-Pao deals with its opponents in the most effective way. You're looking at your prize cards, you're making sure your resources are there. There's a lot to keep an eye on with Chen-Pao.
Yeah, there is, and I think this is really real testament to Stefan's skill as a player as well. Some players, they are stronger with certain archetypes compared to others, certain styles of decks suit them better. Stefan, I feel like, is one of those players that could play almost any archetype you imagine at the highest levels, and therefore you have so much flexibility going into a tournament because you know you're going to play any deck to its top level, so you can focus a lot more on what's the best pick given what I'm expecting to play against. That is such a powerful tool to have as a top player.
And from what I could see there, both players played so spectacularly. Every turn, especially early game, it felt like it could be anyone's game, and until the very end we weren't even sure if that Greninja couldn't have been recycled back into the deck, and maybe not jumped back onto the bench as well. Maybe our froggy friend wasn't going to be able to help, but in the end, taking out that Manaphy the turn before was perfection.
Yeah, able to put it all together. Now let's go into game 2. Prizes. Again, not too bad for your player. Oh, 2 red candy for Cedar is not great, actually.
I don't love the 2 red candy, if I'm honest. I'm also like the prime catcher for Stefan.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Okay, yeah, that's rough.
A prime catcher, but it is early in the prize cards, so maybe it will come around just at the perfect time. You're going to have to stay tuned in, I'm afraid, everyone. We got to see when that prime catcher jumps out of the prizes and see if it's just poetry in motion.
Yes, so Stefan going first and going to start things off straight away with a Shivery Chill. So gonna have a look through the deck and see what's prized. Notice that, yeah, that prize catcher is not an option available. That cancelling cologne's in the prizes as well, actually. Okay, now that I have a better overview, yeah, there's 2 very awkward one-offs prized for Stefan.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is when you've got those special techs, when you've got those one-offs, and they do end up in the prize cards for certain matchups, they're not great. And, you know, we did see in the end the cancelling cologne could have made a difference. Starting with Cleffa for Zero, I think, you know, does make that make that a little bit scarier that that's in the prize cards?
Yes, although I was just about to say, I was a bit worried about Cedo's hand. It did not look very good until I saw there's an Arven there. So he'll be fine.
Okay,
yeah, he'll be fine. So actually, that turns the Cleffa start into a very good start, because you can just go ahead and, you know, use Grasping Draw to draw 7. Especially if you can get the Manaphy down early, then you're not worried about Greninja play either. So it's going to, let's see what Cedo can make with this. But for now, Stefan has just, found those 2 energy off of the Shivery Chill. What else is in Stefan's hand, though? Is it going to be similar to game 1, where the early setup wasn't great?
I'm not sure. I think we're okay. I think we're relatively okay here from what I saw. Yeah, we've got the Greninja again. Yep. Can concealed cards, can continue to draw and build that board state up. Chen-Pao once again going first, as it very much wants to do, and Charizard going second, like it traditionally wants to do. Yep. With this matchup, at least we kind of know what the early game is going to be like. Yeah,
crucial there. Nest Ball found, and okay, the fact that Stefan's going for Bidoof off the Nest Ball kind of makes me think that there's another basic search in hand.
I feel like there is, but I'm not 100% certain.
Well, I mean,
oh no,
okay.
there it is. There it is. It was already in hand. There wasn't a search, but Frigibax was there.
Yeah, there's no universe in which you don't go for a Frigibax if you don't have access to one already from another means. So yeah, actually, pretty decent setup from Stefan, actually.
I'm not mad at it.
No.
Obviously, the kind of Chen-Pao ideal board state is 2 Bidoof and 2 Frigibax, especially into Charizard, but getting the basics down for now is totally fine.
Yeah.
And then we move over to Zero's turn.
Who draws a Buddy Puffin for turn.
Oh!
So now able to get 2 Pokemon, and we'll be able to use the Arven to get a second one and get the perfect bench setup again.
I think it was looking really scary until that top deck. I love myself a top deck Buddy Puffin.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm a big Buddy Puffin fan. I much prefer it over the now long gone Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah. So rest in peace, Battle VIP Pass, or perhaps good riddance, depending on how you want to see it. Yeah, Buddy Puffin. It's simultaneously, it feels like both a fairer and a stronger card because you can use it past turn 1.
Yes.
But you can't use it to get any of the big basics. So it means that it helps stage 2 decks set up in the later game. Say if you don't get an early start and you're not worried about having the dead cards in the deck later on, unlike Battle VIP Pass, because it can only be used turn 1. But yeah, here we go. Buddy Puffin, Charmander Pidgey, Arven probably going to grab another Buddy Puffin, and then although.
I wonder what the other card's going to be, because we don't want Forest Sealstone unless we have a Pokemon to attach it to, right?
No, which is what makes me think maybe if there's an option, you could go for something to search a V Pokemon so that then you can grab the Forest Steelstone and do it that way. But nope, just going to go for Buddy Puffin number 2, and we'll grab the Steelstone, but probably just going to save it for later.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing for it to hang out in hand. Chen-Pao isn't a deck that traditionally plays any cards that are going to take anything out of your hand. So unless Stefan uses a Disruption card, which again early on is unlikely because they're usually looking for the Irida to be able to evolve their Baxcaliburs. So I still think it's a clever play right now to take the Forest Sealstone. I don't think there's any risk, and I also don't think there were many better cards that Zero could have taken in this instance.
No, not really. Maybe the Defiance Band, that would have been the only other option, because that is in the deck, that's not in the prizes. But in this instance, yeah, totally fine.
Yeah.
I guess it's just, can Stefan do it again? We know there's no Prime Catch available to him, but I do believe there's one Boss's Orders in the list that maybe Stefan could find. Oh, no, there isn't.
I was going to say, and even if there isn't, I think realistically, Stefan wants to solidify a board state right now, knowing that Zero's got quite a reliable board state as far as Charizard goes, using Cleffa to draw up to 7 cards in hand. I feel like Stefan's going to need to solidify this board state as early as possible, especially now that they know that Zero is playing Airy. Not every Charizard is playing a one-off Airy, and Stefan did see it milled off the Pokestop last game.
Yeah.
So it looked to me like Zero was trying to conceal that information.
Yeah, I mean, that begs an interesting question, right? Because Zero didn't necessarily have to go for the Pokestop there, but chose to, or wanting to dig a little bit more. But in doing so, gained no advantage and just gave Stefan information that now he can use to inform his game too.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful thing about the best of 3 format, and something I really enjoy about it is gaining knowledge through a game is really important. And even if sometimes you feel like you're losing or you're not bringing sort of your best in a game, sometimes playing a little while longer just to divulge what cards your opponent is playing and in what quantities can be just as powerful.
Yeah, because then you can use that knowledge in a way you wouldn't have been able to otherwise. Buddy Puffin finds another Frigibax, so there's going to be 2 of them coming down. The Rare Candy Baxcalibur is ready in hand, and there's a ton of water energy. Stefan can do a pretty good turn here.
Yeah, I mean, it's whether Stefan wants to sort of take the KO on the Cleffa.
I mean, I guess it's fine.
It is. It just feels so anticlimactic. This poor 30 HP Cleffa, which would be much better utilized with a Greninja and the Canceling Clone, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that is just not available at all. Both Prime Catcher and Canceling Clone are in the prize card. So maybe something that you can, spring as a surprise later. But for now, I mean, I think the main thing you want to find here is a big barrel. So you have the Rare Candy Baxcalibur in hand already. You find that big barrel. You've got the Industrious Incisors. You are running through your deck so much better, and I'm sure that's what Stefan's going to go for here.
Absolutely, and again, getting another Frigibax down on the board is just stabilizing, really kind of icing in their position right now, making sure that they are going nowhere.
Yes. So going to take a very careful look through just to make sure that, you know, he's put this all together correctly. The other energy is in hand, so you do have enough to just attach another with Hailblade to pay for the energy cost, and then you can just discard one and KO the Cleffa. That's totally fine, but you want to make sure that you set yourself up for next turn as well, because there is every chance that just like in game 1, Sido can get Rare Candy, Charizard, Defiance Belt, KO Chen-Pao.
It's very indicative of last match, right?
Yeah.
We're following that same prize map.
Yes.
I think sometimes when you've got a system that works, why deviate?
Yes, exactly. And even with that, you know, early disadvantageous knockout for Stefan, we're still able to win it. So maybe recognizing that, yeah, KOing the Cleffa doesn't feel great, but maybe it's just something I have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes someone might hold off on KOing the Cleffa, feeling like it's just not worth the resources that you're putting out to do it. But only having to discard one energy isn't too bad, and it's got free retreat, so the Cleffa can just dance back to the bench anyway.
Yeah, it's not something that you want to leave your opponent as an option to have access to. Pokestop comes down as well, so we do see there the Pokestop free off the top. Oh, that's okay.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3.
Yeah, and of course with Cypher Maniac's Code Bakery, you can always get it back with Palpad, which Stefan does not play. Oh, okay. So I guess
the Cypher Maniac is gone.
Yeah, well, the only option to get it back is the one of Silene, which Stefan does play. That's a card that's been crept into a lot more decks ever since, you know, the advent of Ace Specs. Oh, wait, hold on a second.
Ooh, here we go. Now we're spicing it up a little bit with Iron Hands.
This is a lot better. And actually, that means the Pokestop was huge. Finding that Nest Ball can get the Iron Hands. We know the superior energy retrievals in hand. So you can So you got it, because the Lightning was in discard. Remember, it got discarded turn 1 off the concealed cards.
Excellent. Let's go. Is there enough energy in the discard pile altogether? And we could see, oh my goodness, the Cleffa knockout was impactful after all. Here we go.
Bringing it. Amp you very much for that. 2 prizes, and wow, this is... And Stefan takes the Prime Catcher off the prizes too. What a phenomenal turn 2.
Managing to get the 2 prize cards enabled that Prime Catcher to be taken right now. This could be the pivotal point. This could be what changes everything. The poor 30 HP Cleffa taking an amp you very much to the discard pile.
Okay, this is good on multiple levels. Not only does this now mean that, you know, Stefan has access to the prize cards, but think about game 1. Stefan only took 1 prize and was still able to win even after a disadvantageous knockout. You now have an Iron Hands in the active, which, granted, it can still be KO'd with a Defiance Belted Charizard, but it's something that's taking 2 prizes, so your prize map is just so much better now.
It's simpler, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's just more streamlined. You don't even need the Defiance Band because you took 2 prize cards.
Oh, wait, that's a good point. Yeah, what am I saying?
You can save the Defiance Band maybe for later. I don't think you're going to need it, but at least it makes an easy discard for something else this turn. Absolutely love seeing how handy that Iron Hands really comes in.
Yeah, Ampy very much. It's one of the most impactful attacks out of, it wasn't Temporal Force, of course, it was set before Paradox Rift. Yes. Really, really strong card. So now Arvin coming in with the Rare Candy and the Hero's Cape.
I like that. I like that combination. Again, that Hero's Cape adding 100 extra HP to our Pokemon. Of course, going for the Rare Candy into Pidgeot. So now the quick search is live for Zero, being able to search their deck for any card they must take.
Yeah, and this is something
card.
Yeah, and this is something that Pseudo was missing in the last game. Of course, although Stefan only took 1 prize last game, it was on a Pidgey, which is, of course, is a vital resource to deny, so that Pseudo doesn't have access to Pidgeot. Pseudo now does have access to that, and so now the chain's begun. Rare Candy Pidgeot, search Rare Candy off Quick Search, Rare Candy Charizard, all the energy coming out, and we know that the Hero's Cape's already in hand. So
beautiful.
Beautiful. So Stefan's actually going to have a bit of a hard time responding to this. This kind of goes back to what we were saying in the pre-game. You now need a ton of energy on a Chen-Pao to take a KO with Hailblade.
Yeah, it's not simple anymore.
No.
It is not a few energy here and there, and this, this Iron Hands is toast.
Yeah, you need 8. You need 8 energy on on the board to take a KO on a Hero's Cape to Charizard EX, because normally you need 6, but it's 100, so yeah.
I think the debate is where to put this Hero's Cape right now, whether it needs to go on the active or whether it's going on the Charmeleon again. I like the active personally. I see no harm, especially when you're already denying Stefan of the energy from the Iron Hands.
No, sorry, I need to correct myself. It's 9, because the way the math works out, when you're 430, is it 8 energy would be 420, wouldn't be enough.
You're right. Oh my goodness.
It makes it even harder.
Oh, that feels impossible. But if anyone can do it, it's Stefan.
No, it's literally impossible. Stefan only plays 8 water energy.
Oh my goodness.
So you can't one-hit knock out this Charizard.
You cannot one-hit KO this Charizard, even using everything, every single trick in the book. I'm trying to see if there's any other way out of that.
I'm just trying to make sure if I got my maths right. No, that is right, isn't it? Yeah, because whoever said that Pokemon didn't teach you anything, definitely were not right. Maths is important in this game.
It really is, and it was definitely one of my weaker subjects at school, and the Pokemon TCG has helped me a lot over the years, and I'm still learning, but we do move, and like you say, it's just a ton. There's an absolute ton of energy for Chen-Pao to have to deal with. Stefan's going to be thinking of ways that they can possibly get around that. I mean, there's a lot. We do have Prime Catcher, let's not forget. We do have Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher, the Charmeleon, then Canceling Cologne, maybe?
Okay, no, sorry, I was wrong. Yeah, I can't math apparently. Yeah, 8 times 60 is 480. So
you got it.
But you do need literally every single water energy in your deck to get KO on a Hero Escape Charizard.
It's not impossible.
No.
It can happen.
Yeah, that's but it's a lot to ask for, especially because no, it is impossible. Stefan has a water energy prized.
Yes, so it is currently impossible, but I think there are still lines of play. Oh, okay.
Hold on, using that Prime Catcher.
Better.
Yes.
That's how we're going. Another 2 prizes taking away Zero's very important draw support. And then if Zero evolves the Charmeleon, that is the last 2 prizes for Stefan to take. Or if Zero decides not to evolve the Charmeleon, then we can Greninja to take the game. So I think that this has given Stefan the most optimal situation that he could currently be in.
Yeah, it sure seems that way. Now, there is a way that Cedar could play around it in the sense that, so Stefan doesn't have access to Canceling Clone yet.
Yes.
2 prizes here will get him to it, but Cedar can evolve the Charmeleon's Charizard, and then even with a Canceling Clone, if you can use that on the and then bring up the Manaphy and get a double knockout with Greninja, that would work. But if you just have enough high HP things, then that won't work. So that kind of denies that option for Stefan.
It just depends whether Stefan will then sort of. I mean, yeah, Stefan might be able to Silene loop the Prime Catcher and take the non-extra 100 HP Charizard.
Yes.
I think that's my concern. But realistically, it's a lot of puzzle pieces. Chen-Pao has a lot of draw power, so I don't expect that it can not achieve it. I'm certain that Chen-Pao can. But in this instance, I think the Pidgeot was the perfect play.
Yeah, absolutely. Just it's both the thing that you can actually KO, and it denies your opponent so much more because now that quick search option is no longer available. So absolutely huge find from Stefan and a huge play as well. Very lucky to have been able to take that Prime Catcher off of the prize card so early.
I was pretty sure that was going to be impactful. Now I feel very sure. Those ace specs are just so powerful, and like every single deck has a choice of so many good ace specs at this point. I don't feel like there's any 1 or 2 ace spec yet that is undeniably the best one for each deck.
Yeah.
Every deck feels like it could run a multitude of ace specs, and the element of surprise in that it brings to your opponent is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I love to see the Cape being utilized in Charizard rather than Max Belt.
Okay, so here's another option potentially for Stefan. We just saw Super Rod putting the Iron Hands back into the deck. We know Stefan plays Silene. If you can put together a combo where you use the Silene, you get a 1-head to put back the Prime Catcher, draw it with the big barrel, you can get a KO with Iron Hands on the Manaphy and take the game with the last 2 prizes that way too.
Ooh, I like that. There we go. Yeah, so this turn, yeah, nice and simple. Attach energy, get rid of that draw, that kind of quick search draw engine from Zero, leaving them with no support other than what is in their hand and what is on the field right now.
Yeah, and speaking of the hand, it's not looking amazing. There's a Forest Steel Stone, but I don't think, wait, is there an NTV in hand? If so, that's perfect timing, because then you can, of course, just put down the NTV and then you can use the Forest Steel Stone to search for anything.
The NTV feels like it's a possible liability at this stage, though. I don't know whether I'm scared of that. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it does leave an easy 2 prize on the board to knock out, but it might be that Cedar is forced to do it if there's nothing else in the hand to work with, and I think that's kind of the calculation that he's making now. He's having a look through at Stefan's discard to see what is left in terms of resources, just to make sure that he knows that if he benches this, it's not going to end up coming back to bite him.
I think my fear is that Baxcalibur can knock out a NTV.
Oh, it can as well. God, it's weak to water.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so rough.
I think that's my concern, is that Stefan can go in with a Baxcalibur if that's the case, which which kind of feels a bit not great. That doesn't feel good.
I mean, it does still rely on using a Silene and getting ahead to get the Prime Catcher back. That is literally the only gusting card in Stefan's deck, so there is that at least. But looks like it's going to be a Nest Ball. Maybe you get a Rotom V, or you can get... Oh, wait, hold on.
Eyeing up the Eri, so is it going to be... Well, we can't leave Mini on.
So I guess it must be Nest Ball for a V Pokemon and then Forest Seal Stone to search for the Eri.
Looking like it, very, very much contemplating the Eri right now. Is it to wean out those possibilities of superior energy retrieval?
Yeah, I think so. Either that or maybe, you know, more options to dig to hit that Silene. It is tough. Oh yeah, there is that Rotom V. You see that Cedar's thinking about it. It is a tough decision though at this point.
It really is. You don't want to give Stefan what he needs to win, but equally you need to do everything in your power to stop him because of the lack of your Pidgeot.
Yeah, and unlike Entei V, Rotom V is not weak to water, and so Baxcalibur can't take an easy KO on it.
We're okay.
Yeah.
We're in this. We're in this game. We got this. Yeah, I think it's time for our first Eri of the competition, and it's not in a control deck.
I mean, it is round one to be fair, so like that's you know, perhaps it could have been expected. Oh, maybe thinking about the counter catcher. That's no, gonna go for the Eri. Yeah, again, it's so tough. Cedar's back is definitely against the wall a little bit. You do have a Charizard, which is very hard for Stefan to knock out, as we know, literally impossible because there's the water energy in the prizes, but still doesn't really feel great. Let's see what Cedar hits off this Eri. Actually, I think Stefan is holding on to a superior energy retrieval or two.
That's the thing. You gotta contemplate what's in the deck. Oh my goodness gracious me!
Okay.
Oh, right, okay. Zero gets to pick 2 cards out of all the items. They obviously can't take one.
What do you even pick here?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think you go with the 2 superior energy retrieval. I think it's undeniable. Maybe you could just go with 1 because you have to discard 2 cards.
Wait, no, hold on. Stefan's played 2 already. If Zero discards both, that's it.
That's it. And I think those are the strongest play. I think you take the 2 superior energy retrievals, completely taking them away from play. Silene is the only hope now, but she is not in the hand. We can't get her with a Pokestop. B-Barrel might help now that there is space to draw cards.
That is true, but it is Silene or bust right now for Stefan. All the cards that you need to get back to win the game are in the discard. You need Silene to make any kind of play. Here it is. Burning Darkness KOs the Chen-Pao. 2 prizes taken for Cedar. Back to Stefan. Can he find the Silene to steal this game back away from Cedar?
This is down to a wire. This is so close. And that turn was really crucial for Zero. Deciding whether to go for the Eri or whether to counter catcher the Baxcalibur, you're basically saying, oh, do I think they've got the superior energy retrieval in hand, or do I think they've got the rare candy in hand, like, or the Irida or anything like that? You're saying, do I think that you can make another Baxcalibur out of this or not? And Zero wasn't willing to hedge their bets on Stefan making another Baxcalibur, and the Eri was just perfectly timed.
So Stefan had too many items in hand for Cedar to discard all of them, so was able to keep that Super Rod. You can play that now, and I mean, you kind of have to get some of the energy back, right? Because otherwise you have no way of really retrieving anything. There is maybe a debate about benching the Chen-Pao, but then I guess
Super Rod, which makes sense here. Obviously, Zero knows that was in hand. But, I mean, it depends how big the deck is, right?
Yeah.
We're going to be able to draw some cards with a Bibarel.
Yes.
We could even manage to get into a second Bibarel and do some more. It's not in the prize cards. It is a possibility.
It is. So
but it feels like a stretch, if I'm honest.
So given that there's no way to easily search them out, and given that there's no Chen-Pao on the field, and your superior energy retrievals are gone, this is what Stefan is going for here. So you got to play the Super Rod now. It does put 3 water energies back into the deck, which isn't ideal when you're trying to dig for Silene, but you also need to play more cards out of your hand so that you can draw more with that Industrious Incisors. It's not a nice position to be in, no matter which way you look at it.
No, and again, sequencing this hand, the troublesome sequencing of Chen-Pao comes to strike again. Is it Pokestop first? Is it, going for the clone just to get it out of hand, I imagine. Is it Bibarel? Do we Pokestop? We're going for the Bibarel first, but 3 heavy ball water energy and the wrong supporter. We see Irida.
That's not what you want. There was already an Irida in hand, so you didn't want a second one. That's
only
rough.
being able to play 1 supporter per turn, obviously.
Yes.
We can't do much about that.
It is very interesting with the cancelling clone, because when you play it now, but that stays in play as an effect until your turn is over. So say if there was another active brought in, that ability would still be shut off. So if Stefan was able to piece something together, you could actually do something with this mana fee, but with no Silene found, not going to be an option, unfortunately.
No, it's not looking too hot, but if anyone can cool the fiery flames of Charizard, it's going to be Stefan and his ice and water types right now.
Once again, we're actually calling back to game one. Stefan needs to not put down a 2 prize at this turn so he can buy himself one more turn to take the last 2 prize knockout for the win. So you cannot bench this Chen-Pao.
It's too risky. It's just too risky. There are other lines, do not get me wrong, but it is not looking too great right now. There's a lot to ask for and very little card draw left this turn.
Yeah, and Stefan gonna go for that Hisuian Heavy Ball. There is a Frigibax and a Water Energy in there. Not gonna take the Frigibax, so just gonna leave that in there, not really needing it right now. Doesn't want to add another card to the hand, and in fact wants to thin the hand, so just fail it on purpose. Ultra Ball discards the second Irida and a Chen-Pao EX. There is another one in hand already, and it's going to be barrel number 2, I imagine.
I think you have to. I think it's just draw cards until, like, your life depends on it.
Yeah.
This is the lifeline. And with the tournament being this crucial, especially at this stage, both players doing fantastic so far on 2-0. Can we eke a 3-0 out of one of these guys?
So, to that exact point, very important to pay attention to the clock. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. If this game doesn't finish, Stefan will win the match from having won game 1. But we are close enough to the end that I think we could see either Stefan winning and then him winning the match, or Ciro could squeak the win at the last minute and then it will be a tie.
It will, and at this stage of the tournament, a tie doesn't feel bad.
No, that's true.
Still an absolutely fantastic accolade. But as you can see, these two powerhouse of a player are against one another, and it just goes to show that they are playing it all, and they've got to play this out, right? Like, Stefan needs to try and clutch a win to get those 3 tournament points, and Ciro's obviously wanting to try and sort of
I mean, thinking
win
about
this one to even it out.
Yeah, I think the win is maybe more impactful for Stefan because it is a lot easier to get points from a slightly lower record. So Ciro is probably a lot happier with a tie here, whereas Stefan, he'll be wanting to make those higher points count, to be wanting to make day 2. So a win for him here would be a lot, I think, perhaps a little bit more impactful in terms of the overall goal. In any case, Ciro wasted no time after passing over, just takes a knockout on the Greninja, and it's back to Stefan. He has a second chance to try and dig for that Silene for the win. Can he do it?
Let's find out, because it isn't over yet.
No, there it is! The Silene on the top of the deck for turn!
She's there, but now we're on a coin flip, baby. Coin flip station. Is it going to be enough? And if Stefan only gets 1 heads, like, what do you take?
That's a tough thing because you're a little bit short on the energy needed. Yeah, you go for the Silene now.
Here we go.
I think 2 heads and you win the game.
No, that's a tails.
Tails. And it's a heads. Okay, yeah, is that enough?
I don't know. That is such a tricky situation.
Prime
Going for the prime catcher. Okay.
Because, wait, is there enough? Wait, no, there is enough energy because there's 2 in the hand, and then you can Chivalry Shield the other 2, and there's definitely 2 left in deck.
And the Rotom's there. The Rotom's just sat there for 2 prize cards for 190. This could be it. The Silene. Oh my goodness gracious. The Silene alone with 1 heads taking this game right to the wire, right to the end. There's the other vessel. We've got it. Stefan clutches the win in the last few seconds of the round.
What a match that was, right? And you can see, like, the look on Stefan's face. He knew he pulled off right at the last second, just wiping it off, like, whew, I can't believe I got away with that one.
That was crazy. It could have been any man's game. Stefan played spectacularly, took his time, and made it work.
That's Stefan once again showing why he is one of the best players in Europe. You don't get to be an international champion twice without being able to pull off moves like that.
Absolutely. Slipping and sliding into the victory. We see Chen-Pao once again taking over the powerhouse that is Charizard, even with spicy techs. I love the Thornton, the Eri. I have such soul and heart for that deck list. I really loved it. Would have been great to see it kind of use those techs to take over one of his biggest challenges in this meta with Chen-Pao.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, like, he put up a very good fight. That area, finding superior energy retrieval, that was exactly what put Stefan back against the wall so much in the first place. So, Ciro really made Stefan work for it.
It was almost unlucky.
Yeah.
Not only did Stefan run Silene very cleverly, but also that it just kind of got Drew off that deck at exactly the point they needed it, because I really thought it was over after those superior energy retrievals. It was feeling so sketchy.
Yeah, that was such a great match though, and great to see like Stefan putting on such a show on the stream as well. Commiserations to Pseudo, of course, like we just said, played his absolute heart out. One loss early on, not the end of the world, especially given that, you know, only 10 points away from Worlds. His main goal is going to be to get those last 10 points.
Honestly, I can't wait. I'm going to be tracking Pseudo throughout the tournament. Can't wait to see if they get those final 10 points for the World Championships at this event today, and then we'll be seeing them in Honolulu.
Yeah. It's important to mention as well, like with the last special event we had, we didn't have quite as many players as we do for like the other regionals, but there's over 1,000 people here in Bologna.
It is really huge. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised that all of these competitors have come out for that last run to the finish line, whether you're here to get your invite, whether you're here to have fun, whether you have never been to a regional or level event before and this is your first one. Everyone has a reason to be here, and I'm so delighted that we've got such a fantastic turnout here in Bologna.
And it's especially important as well because, of course, when it comes to tournament sizes, the more people that there are, the further the points payout goes down. So that means that for someone like Ciro, he's going to have a much easier time getting those last points because you don't need as high a finish to get points when there's more people playing.
Exactly. All of those points rain down, they trickle down to the players who have still fought really hard to get their placings. And with so many talented players here today, there really is all to play for. There is so much talent in the room, as we were able to display even on our first casted round.
Yeah, and especially because, you know, Italian players, we do see them on stream every now and then. We have Alberto Conti, Alessandro Cremascoli, two of Italy's best that we featured on stream many a time before. But for folks who perhaps can't travel out as far, this is really their chance to shine. We've not seen Ciro on stream before, but now he's had a chance to play against Stefan and really show off his chops.
And with just 10 points to go for his invite, I love that. That feels like the perfect time and the perfect kind of analysis and showing of his talent. He did so incredibly well, and I love the deck list. I'm going to say it again because I absolutely adored it. Just seeing that Charizard Chen-Pao matchup once again, but with so many small differences that make a big impact to the overall result.
Now I do believe we are ready to hear from our winner, Stefan, so let's take you away to the Castle Lounge to hear what he has to say.
Yep, we're on stage. Thanks, ladies. We have our round 3 winner, Stefan, with a nail-biting game 2. That's where I'm going to start, because there were swings the entire time. There was an early Iron Hands. That looked fantastic. You were looking really well set. Then an Eerie out of nowhere changes the situation, and then you top-deck a Silene at the end. Tell me about that game.
Yeah, well, you kind of summarized that, I guess. I kept drawing my retrieval, and I was very afraid because at the end of game 1, I saw the Eerie, right? So I know he was playing it, and I was afraid of him playing it, but at the same time, there was not really much I could do against it. Like, I bossed the PG out because that was, I think, my only way to actually take prizes, 2 prizes a turn. But yeah, he could still Luminion for Eerie or for Silson for Eerie or whatever. So I knew he was coming, and then I winced. But then I was like, okay, I still have an out if I draw Silene. So I started, drawing really hard into it. I couldn't draw it. I was like, okay, I still have 1 turn. I don't have to go all in. I had to keep my energy because if I used concealed cards, I didn't have enough. So and I top decked it. I mean, I still had I could still draw a little bit with Burl, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that worked out so smoothly. And I think in both games we saw you were using your bench and just knowing when to keep an entire 1-price board state. Is that one of the key secrets of Chen-Pao and how to do the best with the deck?
Yeah, I think so, especially in this matchup. Like, sometimes you can be in a situation where, I don't know, you're on a number of prizes or something, and if you can prevent your opponent from taking 1 prize, you can always take 2 prizes the turn after that, and I think that's one of the key parts of the deck and what makes it so strong.
So was the Charizard matchup one of the main things going in? Obviously, the list we saw from Ciro had Hero's Cape, Eerie, and Defiance Band. That's a lot of text for Chen-Pao, and you still made it over the line. Does that show just how good the matchup is, or how much more difficult did it make this last game?
I mean, the Cape especially was pretty hard because both games I had 1 energy in the prizes, so I couldn't reach for the 1 hit KO, so I had to boss or bundle or whatever, or not boss, but like catcher. Yeah, obviously the matchup is not easy, but at the same time, you have so many options that you can often try to find a line, even if it's, a bit dicey NAC where it comes down to a Silene at the end. But yeah, I think that but like the cape was very annoying.
So what made you choose Chen-Pao for this weekend? I know you've jumped around. We saw you play Great Tusk at one of the previous tournaments. What is it about Chen-Pao that made it a good call for this weekend?
Honestly, I felt it was just like, a good deck all around that has a shot against everything. Yeah, you're on favorite against stuff like Snorlax and whatever, but I felt like, if you get a bit lucky, or against an opponent who misplays or whatever, you can always have a shot. And to be honest, right now, I'm really focused on the next format for NAIC. I've been devoting most of my brain power to trying to find a deck for that format, so I wasn't going to revolutionize the meta for Bologna. So I was just like, okay, Chen-Pao, I've played it, there's a good list that works. We know it's tried and true. So I did well at Cups recently with this, so I just decided to pick the deck and we'll see where it brings me.
You've brought me on brilliantly to Twilight Masquerade because NAIC is on the horizon. You've had a storied history with that tournament, 2 victories at the NAIC, so I'm sure you've been putting time into that tournament. What are the sort of standout cards you're keeping an eye on for the NAIC?
I mean, it's really tough because like the meta keeps evolving. You look at online results and one day it's like, oh my god, Raging Bolt Ogre Pond is the best deck in the format. Everyone playing that is going to be 40% of the meta game, and then the day after that is like, oh no, it's Lugia is the best deck, oh no, it's God of War or whatever, and there's still Dragapult, but it's still supposed to be so very, very strong, and maybe it's fallen off a little bit compared to what we thought its power was, but it's still a very good card. You have to be prepared for that. So I don't know, there's really a lot of stuff. I'm not decided at all. I'm going to look at the results of the Japanese nationals this weekend, and yeah, hopefully that gives me a little bit more clarity.
Tell me a little bit more about that preparation. It's gone so well for you at this tournament, and with so many new cards, how do you sort of lock into one deck and just say, I'm going to make this as good as possible, or are you still bouncing around archetypes, getting a feel for all of them?
I wish I was, locked in on one deck and, like just, okay, I'm going to try to find the best list and play the best as I can, but I'm still unsure. Like, I was really trying to solve the issues with Raging Bolt Ogre Pond, but I have a list which beats its bad matchups but loses against its good matchups, so that's like not useful.
It's a new deck.
Yeah, no, it's still Raging Bolt, I don't know. So I don't know, maybe I'll just, default to God of War, but I'm still exploring stuff. Like I still haven't tested enough Dragapult, enough Lugia and so on, so it's too early to tell. I hope I can get decided like, on Wednesday or something, and then Thursday is just grinding decks with whatever I end up playing.
Sounds like a great strategy, and it's worked for you in the past. We're going to be watching your tournament run this weekend as well as at the NAIC. Thanks so much for having a chat. Good luck with you the rest of the tournament. 3-0 so far, the best you can start with. And we're going to head to a quick break now. Don't go anywhere, but there's going to be more action very soon.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EYC London.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in 1 turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arcus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen-Pao EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attacker of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen-Pao EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench-protecting Wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
you know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble like setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon TCG Special Event from Bologna. We just saw Stefan Ivanov throw around water as effectively as Neptune himself. And now I think we're going into community vote. I'm Ross, I'm joined by Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great. That is how I want to start my tournament. You know, having two clashes of Titans, the Chen-Pao up against Charizard. They've been having a tug of war of which is the best deck in format. And Stefan had just made a great case for Chen-Pao coming out on top. Even though Zero had some amazing tech cards and created a real nail-biting game too, it was fantastic stuff to see. That's exactly what I want from my special event.
Oh yeah, that Eri getting the 2 superior energy, the last two superior energy retrieval was absolutely silly, but it worked and it almost got Zero back into it. And well, I mean, Zero is a great example here. Of course, somebody's 10 CP away from getting their invite to the World Championship. Stefan on the complete other end of the scale, trying to solidify that top 22 position. I think 13th coming into the weekend. So good players here. It's a weird one when you get a special event to the end of the season, because you're worried, are some players going to go, well, I haven't got my invite, I'm too far away? Are some going to go, well, I've got my invite and I'm not going to make top 22? But looking at the player numbers here, I think we're locked in at about 1,000.
Yeah, still 1,000 players coming out for a special event. That's our largest special event we've ever had in Europe, which is phenomenal. And like you said, there's that wedge of players. Maybe they haven't accumulated enough championship points to make it worthwhile, and there's a wedge that are happy with an invite and chill. But then there's those other huge chunks of players which are those in touching distance of an invite, looking for it this weekend, and then those players at the very tippy top just wanting to turn up and play every tournament in the first place, but also solidifying their place before the NEIC. Any chunk of points you can get at this stage can give you some breathing room.
Yeah, anyone who's about 50 points away is going to be desperate to get that decent finish here. Top 64, top 32, get their invite. But I do think we got the day one metagame analysis ready here, so we can see what's... Oh, look, Charizard #1. Joe, it's a shock!
Stunningly, Charizard retains its over 20% in almost all of the day ones I think we've had this format. I think possibly even EUIC, all the way back then, Charizard's been this popular. Lost Zone variants combined at 11%. That was something Freya highlighted as one of her predictions, that it could be a good run for this tournament. Chen-Pao still holding quite strong. Still not a huge representation of Control or Pidgeot, because these archetypes are still quite niche, and they're difficult decks to pilot as well. You need to be a certain type of player to want to play controlling archetypes compared to the overall field. And of course, there's that question mark of, it's so high profile, will people just tech against Control this weekend? So people sticking with more tried and trusted. And one of your favorites, Ross, the Iron Hands, Iron Crown Future Box deck, it's making it onto the day one graphic.
I was worried you were going to go through everything but Future Box there just to spite me. But now having 86 players, 7%, that is a decent chunk of the metagame. Future and Ancient both coming out there. And I know there's some dodgy matchups, but it's fast and aggressive enough that it can overcome a lot of its problems. But Joe, you said there's some decks that aren't on that. We have a page 2, and Pidgeot does make it on there.
Yeah, we do see Pidgeot, just that 3%, but oftentimes you see high-level players gravitate towards this sort of archetype because it's just jam-packed full of random options that you can try and capitalize on for your opponent based on different matchups. So even though it's a low percentage of play, we know pilots like Alessandro Cremascoli, who we mentioned earlier on this morning, as a player to watch, and he's certainly going to be playing an archetype like this, no doubt. Interesting to see the Arcus Giratina. That did well in in LA day 1 to day 2, it had a decent showing, a decent conversion, and I think that is one of the better archetypes at dealing with both Snorlax and Pidgeot, so that could be a reaction to the format as well.
I do find it interesting, you look at LA and you had the 3 Pidgeot control, the 1 Snorlax control, the 2 Lugia in Top Cut, so you'd be thinking people would look at LA and be like, oh, they're the deck. No, they're not the decks to play. No. Snorlax didn't even make it on the day 2, on the second page of the graphic. Pidgeot control snuck on there, Lugia snuck on there. It seems to be that in this Temporal Forces format, a lot of people have gone, no, it's Charizard. I don't care about the results that are going on. Charizard, Chen-Pao, Lost Zone, these are the decks that people are comfortable with, and they are coming out in huge numbers every single tournament. And there's decks that are like Control that you imagine you don't want to face if you're Charizard and Chen-Pao, and yet there are so many players who are just like, I'm playing it anyway.
Yeah, that's true, and I think Charizard's more of a concept than just like an archetype now, because it can change so drastically. We've seen as low as 212 or 101 packages of Charizard, almost like a hybrid of Control and Charizard in one archetype as well. Yes. So that's also going to play into those numbers, and I think it is really just the point that we're at the last one of the season, sticking to tried and trusted archetypes that you've played for a long period of time, and just making those tweaks can sometimes be as good as just changing deck list altogether. So I think that is going to be a massive element of that for players this weekend, just wanting to grasp those last few points, even with like lower finishes that can still push you over the line. So sticking to what you know is still a really good policy.
Yeah, there'll be players here that are just going, I'm on top 64. Don't want to win the whole thing, don't care about, I mean, I'd love to win the whole thing, obviously, but really, I just want top 64, and that's not a time to take a chance. If you just want a top 64 finish, what's the deck I know how to play the best, what's the deck I know that's strong, I'll get into day 2, I'll have a couple of wins, 3 wins, 4 wins in day 2, get top 64, no real sniff for top 8, and then I go home with my Worlds invite, because that is, it's better to get your Worlds invite in a decent finish than have that chance of, I could spike the tournament, or I could miss my invite on the last regional of the season.
Yeah, that's been one of the juggles this season more than most, because if you win the tournament, you immediately get your invite. So there's the chance to just go for broke and have, you know, more risky strategies or something that you cooked up yourself compared to having the safe chipping away of an invite. And it feels like a majority of players out there will have chipped away for the majority of the season, and they're still just trying to get that final hurdle across this weekend with more tried and true decks. And again, Chen-Pao, we saw it do really well in that first round. Charizard's been a really consistent contender, and Lost Box, it can be all sorts of variants as well. So it's not the full story as soon as they flip over their opening starters. There can be big variation within these deck lists.
Oh, absolutely. Even Pidgeot Control, you know, that's playing a 101 Charizard as standard. You could call that a Charizard deck if you so wish. And when they talk about chipping away, Stefan Ivanov has been absolutely fascinating me this season. Stefan has not had a big finish all season, but is 13th in Europe because just consistently getting points at every single tournament. But I think we need to have a chat about Pidgeot Control. Do you like playing this deck, Joe?
I do and I don't, because I learn more and more about the archetype every time I play it, and I learn more lines of play, and it's so punishing when your quick searches aren't completely the correct one every single turn. So there are very minute details that get pointed out to me by other players, like Sander I'm in a group chat with, and he'll mention, like, whenever this deck is on stream, what sort of matters this turn and whatnot. So it's something you have to be really, really well brushed up on. You need to play this archetype perfectly to get deep runs into the tournament, but because there are pilots who are experts in this deck now, you have so many lines of play and can branch out into so many archetypes that there really aren't that many bad matchups. Arcus Giratina being one of the high-profile, awkward matchups. It's kind of good for you when it's such a low percentage play, right? So it does tackle the top decks in the format well, as long as you know how to navigate those opening turns.
Yeah, and if you look at the deck list of Pidgeot Control, especially if you're a newer player, it's going to be very confusing. There's like 50 different one-off cards, but you've got Pidgeot's Quick Search. You can search out any card you like during your turn, so it doesn't matter if you're playing it as a one-off, because you can just grab it on the perfect turn. But I think you made an excellent point there, and that is why the numbers look a little bit depressed. It's why Pidgeot Control could well be the best deck in the format, had 3 of the top 8 spots in LA last weekend, and yet isn't represented in big numbers here, because it's not a deck you can just go, oh, Pidgeot's good, I think I'll play that next weekend. It is a deck you have to perfect, usually over the course of weeks, and really get a grasp on, or you're just not going to do very well with it. I've tried to pick up decks like that in the past and play in tournaments with a couple of weeks practice, and it's not enough. You've got to be an expert. Whereas Chen-Pao, I'm not saying it's an easy deck to pilot, but I am saying the turn-to-turn decision-making compared to Pidgeot, a little more streamlined.
Yeah, it's a different skill set entirely. I think if you can sequence Chen-Pao perfectly, then you're going to get really high results from that archetype, and it's mostly about finding the right prize map while sequencing perfectly to hit that every single turn, whereas Pidgeot, there's so much more to juggle. Even though we had a fantastic starting point at the beginning of this format, Alessandro Camascoli at the EYC with a really, really high placement, lists have drastically adapted for Pidgeot over these last few weeks, and the lines of play change every single matchup, so you have to know pretty much everything in the meta game, and even then, like, your tech choices within Pidgeot also changes so much about the deck, so it's really just trying to keep on the fly and pounce on board states as well as matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like we're going to have another look at our community choice bracket, and I think we did do one round earlier. Now, I will say, the first one we had here, Dragapult against Iron Thorns EX, that was not necessarily fair. I think we're going into Tatsugiri against Legacy Energy here, which I think is a little bit fairer. I want Tatsugiri. I don't know if the lovely crew backstage are going to give me Tatsugiri, but I have been very loud about the fact that it is my favorite card, and I mean this in the entire set. I think Tatsugiri is the best set in Twilight Masquerade, so after I've made that statement, would they really give me Legacy Energy?
Feels like you're really pushing for that. It's likely that you're going to have to defend that corner. But yeah, we're talking all about, of course, new cards from Twilight Masquerade, and this is the final tournament of Temporal Forces. It feels like it's been quite a short metagame, just a couple of months really, so that's why this weekend there's still much unearthed and still more to be discovered from this format. It feels like it's just kept on adapting week by week in these tournaments, and I love the fact that there's going to be more to discover and come back to this format at some point, because it's been a really well-balanced, diverse format, and I think it's still unsolved.
Yeah, and that's kind of fascinating to me. We've had so many formats in the past. Like, you know, Lost Origins jumps out to me as you can play Lugia or you cannot win the tournament. And yet we've had Temporal Forces for a couple of months now, and we've done a lot of the tournaments, you know, casting with it legal, and it keeps surprising us. Dialga at the beginning of the format wasn't really a thing, and then all of a sudden it goes and wins a regional. Control has been hanging around, but it's the last couple tournaments where Control has really risen up. And Charizard has always been there as the most played deck, but it seems to have gone from the most played deck because it's got the best chance to win to the most played deck, people are playing it hoping for a decent finish. But no one's really winning with Charizard at the moment. It's not really, like, I'm not coming into this tournament thinking Charizard's going to win. But I do think a bunch of people are going to place with it.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and this weekend is all about closing the chapter on Temporal Forces and then welcoming in Twilight Masquerade next week. So I'm going to start us off talking about Legacy Energy. I'm really defending it, so you've got your wish, but I'm also happy with this. So we're going to start right now. Legacy Energy. Well, it's a spiritual reprint of Life-Dew, a fantastic ace-spec card, but they've now limited Legacy Energy because Life-Dew was so strong back then that they can only limit that effect to 1. But I think this completely revitalizes Lugia to right back at the top of the metagame, where you can pull this out of the deck easily with Archeops, immediately get Iron Hands. We know how incredible that card is, but also getting uptrade potential. Turning Iron Hands into a 1-prize Pokemon is ridiculous. Turning in your Minchino or Chinchino into 1 from 1 to 0 is absolutely disgusting as well, because you put so many energy onto this Pokemon, it has to be prioritized as a knockout.
Don't finish it, point, Joe. You get 30 seconds. Don't push it.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. Get nice and ready. I'm excited about this.
That's the moral of the story. And Legacy makes that happen.
Okay, yeah, Legacy Energy's fine. I respect your point, Joe, but it's no Tatsugiri. Even if you ignore how adorable the sushi Pokemon is, and you shouldn't, it's adorable, it finds a supporter card. How many games have you won because you found the right supporter? How many games have you lost because you couldn't find a supporter? How many games has it come down to whoever finds boss's orders first wins? With Tatsugiri, it's you! You're the one that gets boss's orders, and that means you get to win. Mew from Celebrations, yeah, that was a great card. Getting all of those item cards. You know what's better than item cards? Supporter cards, because they get you items and more. It fits in basically any deck in the format. It's great in Dragon.
And you're done. You're off the hook. There you go. Tatsugiri chat. Yeah, I also like the card, to be fair. So I don't mind either of these cards going through. I think it is a close battle, like we said. It's mostly like if you value the variety package that Tatsu can provide versus the power spike of an ace-spec Legacy, really changing, you know, Lugia's fortunes from having to play Master Ball. Like, come on, you don't want to play Master Ball when you can have this new fantastic energy.
I do feel like there's somebody over at Creatures designing these cards who just loves Lugia. And they were like, Lugia's not good enough. maybe we make a single prize stage 1 that's ridiculous in Lugia. So they did that, and it was a lot better. And then they were like, you know what? I don't think Lugia's quite good enough. So the next set, they're like, how about a special energy that means your opponent has to take an extra prize during the game? Maybe that would. And like, what's coming next? Like, what is in the next set that's going to break Lugia?
Yeah, like Iron Hands already cheats prize cards, but the fact that now you're a 1-prize Pokemon, it's so rude. And it's such like a high priority Pokemon that you have to deal with on the spot, but now you have to not only find a way to KO it, but also deal with an energy at the same time, which is sometimes like 1-card techs that these archetypes have. So it really puts even more pressure on than before. It's going to be a really exciting story to see how Lugia adapts. It's almost always found a way in the format. It's kind of flown a little bit under the radar, this format. It's had a few top 8 placements, but it feels like gaining this energy sort of revitalizes it.
Yeah, Twilight Masquerade is going to be a big set. Of course, next weekend we got NAIC. We're going to be back for NAIC, Joe. That's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
But we got Twilight Masquerade legal for the first time, and we've had a little bit of a preview. I mean, Japan Championships, their Nationals is going on this weekend. We had Sapporo Champions League a few weeks ago in what is essentially the NAIC format. So we've had a little bit of a preview. Of course, it's never perfect. We don't just follow exactly, but it's a nice aperitif, so to speak. But Twilight Masquerade, don't be sleeping on this. It is going to change up the metagame. There is a lot in Twilight Masquerade which is going to change the way we play. And this weekend to next weekend, we are not looking at the same format.
Yeah, we could have a lot of people having... Oh, hold on. We have beeps. The community choice is in. Let's see what's coming out on top here. It's going to be Tatsugiri. It was a very close run race. Look at that. 53 to 47. Like I said, we knew it was going to be a close one. Tatsu progresses.
I feel like Chad nailing this today, Joe. Dragapult is miles better than Iron Swords. That was the right decision. And Tatsugiri is better than Legacy Energy, but they're both real top-tier cards that are making a difference in the metagame. So put it through with a little bit of an edge.
Yeah,
I
just
like
about
that.
squeaks over and has a tough task in Dragapult later on in the bracket, but we'll deal with that later. I think Chat can figure that out later as we go. Speaking of Dragapult, that feels like one of the biggest cards of Twilight Masquerade. And there's just so many ways to play Dragapult. I think that's a big question mark for players who have possibly even just this 1 week turnaround to learn the new metagame. How do players decipher what the best Dragapult deck is, Ross?
I mean, I spend an inordinate amount of time checking out the metagame online and in Japan, as I know you do. You're one of the other people that is just obsessive about this. And we went from City Leagues in Japan being like, oh my goodness, Dragapult is the best deck we've ever seen, it is unbeatable, to Sapporo Champions League of, well, it's good, but it can be beaten by stuff like Miraidon, to online tournaments starting with Twilight Masquerade, where people being like, Dragapult's massively overrated. And I'm telling you, when we get to next weekend with NAIC, Dragapult is coming for you. It is going to be all over that tournament. I know there are people online being like, it's not that big. Those people are wrong.
Well, they might be wrong. We have to find out, I suppose. I feel like they're fairly wrong.
I've been pretty bullish on this one, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen an amazing Stage 1 really help out a Stage 2 Pokemon just by having inherent draw power? And also, that 6 damage counter placement is so flexible, but I feel like its attack, its selling point is insane. And there's so many supporting Pokemon that can go alongside Dragapult. We're saying there's 3 or 4 ways you can build that deck. Just finding the right way to build it is going to be that sort of crucial thing that puts players over the edge. So play testing the Dragapult deck and getting your just rewards for putting a lot of time into that archetype is going to be kind of the difference maker, I think.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest deck ever to play. Anytime you can drop damage counters anywhere you like in decent numbers, you really have to be like, I'm going to drop 1 damage counter here, and it doesn't do anything now, but in 3 turns time, that 1 damage counter is going to be the difference that gets me the KO, and I do think that's going to be a big thing. And of course, I know it's not related to Tatsugiri or Legacy Energy specifically, but I got to mention Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Raging Bolt in the Temporal Forces format. Like this weekend, no one's really playing Raging Bolt.
No.
It had a masses of potential, phenomenal card, really good setup attack, really good damaging attack with near infinite damage, big HP, no weakness, huge potential, no one's playing it. It's not good. In the Temporal Forces format. In the Twilight Masquerade format next weekend, however, he's getting a new best friend in Teal Mask Ogapon, and that is going to change things very, very much indeed.
It's literally just 1 new Pokemon joins that deck, but completely changes the fortunes of that archetype, because now you go from a capped turn 1 damage output of 210, now you can go to 280 if you have to. So you're knocking out basically everything in the format from the get-go, and you just have that constant reload and draw power. So yeah, I can see why this archetype's come on strong in the online format. It's one of the most consistent elite, aggressive archetypes that I think we have in format, one of its only real struggles is dealing with high damage output single prize Pokemon, and that's only in a handful of archetypes. And sometimes it just outperforms these other archetypes by doing really well in a best of 3, being the most consistent deck in the room, and just beating down opponents because of it.
Yeah, the consistency of that deck when we get it there is just absolutely unmatched. So next weekend, NAIC, bringing in Twilight Masquerade. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We're not there yet this weekend. So we got Charizard, we got Chen-Pao. I've had a quick sneaky look at a lot of the players at 3-0. There are a bunch of Charizards sitting there at 3-0. There's actually a bunch of Ancient Box sneaking in at 3-0. Now, Ancient Box is a deck that I love. I'm a huge fan of Ancient Box. It's not really proven to be that good. It's proven to be a very mid-tier deck in this format so far. We're not seeing big finishes. We're seeing, you know, people like Raul Reddy has come up with it. But, you know, Raul, phenomenal player, makes day 2, and then fizzling out with Ancient Box. We're not seeing it kind of convert in a way that even Future Box is.
That's true. I do think it's one of its best boasts is having a good Chen-Pao matchup, so like a metagame call, I think that's important. It's also fairly strong into Lost Zone Box. Lost Zone Box typically has to add in tech cards like Defiance Band or Cobalion to help out his damage output at times, otherwise the Ancient Box is just going to be too chunky of a single prize archetype against them. So I think it has some great matchups in the field, but also the field is so broad, it's so wide, and because there are decks respecting Pidgeots and Snorlax, there's more Professor Churro in the format, and when this is predominantly a 2-hit KO deck until the very late game when you can reach those higher damage output numbers, I think that can also sometimes punish the Ancient Box. But they're doing well so far, so we'll see how far they can go.
I'd love to see one making a deep run. I really do think this is one of the most interesting formats we've had in a while, and it does feel like we're almost leaving it too soon. Like there's a lot left unsaid. I do feel like the real TCG nerds, and I do include myself in that, are going to be looking at this format for years to come, because I think a lot of people are thinking we never solved that format. We never got the answer to that format, and I think people are going to keep coming back to it. Doesn't happen every format, but some it does. Now, it does look like we got the Swiss standings we can have a little bit of a look at, with our apologies that the community choice vote is not going to be happening this round due to technical difficulties. Our apologies.
Yep, looks like we've just seen Stefan at 8th seed at 3-0. There's still a huge number of players at 3-0. At this point, we're still fairly early in the tournament, but this is the best way you can start. Of course, the objective of day 1 is to get to 19 match points or better, but these players on 0 losses, 0 ties right now means they're oftentimes looking for loftier goals. So this is the best start you can have. There's a couple other great names that stand out to me, Christian Hodas being one of those, oftentimes gravitating towards the top tables that I'm definitely going to track throughout the weekend as well. I think they're playing a Lost Zone archetype. That's been something they've latched onto a few times this season. But yeah, the perfect starts for all these players, and they're looking to, at first point, get 6 wins under their belt within the 9 rounds, and then try and push even further on from that.
I think everything you said was absolutely right, but I'm going to be honest with you, Joe. I looked away for a second, and I found something.
Go on.
I found that Simone Torrente, and I'm not making this up, 3-0 with Tinkerton EX. We have a player in the room at 3-0 with Tinkerton EX, which I've not said for a while. I even clicked the deck list. I'm like, hang on a second. That's got to be some weird deck with like a small Tinkerton line. No, it's just full Tinkerton.
You said the format was unsolved. I didn't think this is what you meant. The Dunsparce in there as well. There's a lot going on in that deck list.
There's a full line of the Dunsparce in there.
Well, there's no community choice, so hopefully we can have a say, and I'd love to see something like that in action. Tinkerton EX, yeah, it does more damage based on its hand size, so you're trying to mass cards and have a silly looking board state going on. Could be a really fun one to watch.
Oh, I really hope. I don't know if we saw it early enough for this round, but look, we've got it on the record now. We have seen, and if that deck keeps winning, I promise you, I will be arguing to get it on the stream.
That's your new goal, isn't it?
That's my new goal. Clorf is not good anymore. I can't get Clorf on stream, but Tinkerton EX, and Tinkerton's a really popular Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's so popular. I know a lot of people tried to make Tinkerton EX work when it first came out, just for the love of the Pokemon. Never did.
Yeah, I think it was also part of some of the pre-release kits as well, some of the Tinkerton package. So it's an easy to access card, and there's still so many strengths there. We've seen its single prize stage 2 option is a discard 1, draw 3. That's been so strong in different formats in the past, looking at things like Swampert. So there are great elements to the deck, and it's just sort of stitching it all together and being aware of, you know, the defense against Iono towards the late game. So I think you can do absurd damage output, and then all your work gets undone with your hand being shuffled to the bottom, and then you have to rebuild all over again. So I think that'll be a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, that is it. I'm always looking for weird stuff, and like I say, we're quite late in the format. We don't always expect really weird things, but sometimes late in the format is good. Sometimes late in the format gives players the confidence to go, I know what the format's like. I might not know what the best deck is, but I know that these 6, 8, 10 decks, these are the only ones I'm going to focus on, and they're the ones I'm going to fight against, right? So if I can make a Tinkaton deck that can be 6 or 7 of the 10 consistently, I like my chances.
And also just drawing cards as the backbone of your deck is awesome, because drawing cards is awesome. That's what you have to do anyway. So having it as your objective to set up your board, but also it requires your damage output, it just means that you're going to focus your entire deck around card draw, and that's typically what the best decks do already.
Yeah, I mean, drawing cards is, unless you're about to deck out, drawing cards is always good. The more cards you've got, the more options you've got, and if you can draw, and the Dunsparce is an interesting one for me. We see it pop up occasionally. We've seen it on stream at our regionals over the past few weeks. It has made its way onto stream, and it's an awkward one. It's a stage one. Is it a draw free? But you've got to then shuffle it back in. So you don't get to do it. It's like evolve it up, get free cards, and then do it again. But if you're playing a fat enough line of it, and you can get it so you're consistently using it and then putting a Dunsparce down, and using it and putting a Dunsparce down, and you can really start cycling it, you can get ridiculous draw with the Dunsparce. It's not a mainstream draw engine.
One of the main upsides of the Dunsparce actually is because it is constantly jumping back into the deck, unlike Bibarel where it can just be immediately trapped and pounced upon by the Pidgeots and the Snorlaxes, you're putting them straight back into the deck, so you're constantly only having attackers in play. So it's actually could be a really cool call to deal with Pidgeot. Your damage output is so high that you get through Heroes Cape Pidgeot EX as well. This could be a control counter, and that's one of the big selling points of Dunsparce. I think it's only really got this small window of opportunity to do well pre-Dragapult, because as soon as that comes out, the little dinky 60 hit point Dunsparce that you're constantly having to put back into play become under a lot more pressure. So getting the most out of Dunsparce now would be a really cool idea. So maybe this was something that was cooking up, and when you're playing in a special event and there's not so much prizing on the line, if you're just here to have fun, this is a perfect choice, because it could be a one last ride situation.
I do love the idea. One of the things I like about special events is it takes that pressure off a little bit. Now obviously, if you need those last 50 points for your invite, that's not true.
You're right.
But there's a lot of players here who are just like, I'm fairly local, it's free to enter. A lot of players aren't coming because the prizes aren't there and they've already got their invite, etc. I'm going to try something wacky, and I do love that. And whenever we get to kind of 3-0 is a point in the tournament where you can start seeing these slightly more unusual decks that you can start taking seriously. Like, if you see a Tinkaton at 1-0, you're like, oh, that's quite cool. But you're not taking it seriously because Tinkaton is not thought of as a good deck. When it gets to 3-0, you're like, hang on a second.
There's something here.
There might be something going on here. We do not have time to go through all the 3-0s right now. There are many of them, but I was just having a look through on that one. That one jumped out to me.
Yeah, I'm seeing a good amount of Lost Zone decks as well. Obviously, they have a good amount of versatility in there as well. But that archetype is still really looking for those victories this season. I think that's an interesting thing to think about, where it has this versatility. It has great, one-hit KO potential, can uptrade with Greninja and with Iron Hands. What's holding Lost Zone Box back from getting more victories in this format, Ross? Because already it can, baked in, have a decent chance into control as well, which is like a nice thing to have without adjusting your list too much as well. So there's a lot of elements of Lost Box that's great. What's holding it back from the very top?
I see Lost Zone Box, I'm not sure everyone's going to agree with me with this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I see Lost Zone Box as a very, very competent deck. It does, there's an old phrase, jack of all trades, master of none. That's how I see Lost Zone Box. If we look at something like Charizard, you're like, mate, late game, I&O, and you do huge damage. You look at Chen-Pao, you can very quickly get lots of energy down and just KO anything, plus you can really take advantage of Greninja, which makes a huge thing. Lost Zone Box, you can use Greninja, but you're relying on Mirage Gate, so it just takes a little bit more effort to do so. You can use Iron Hands, but you're relying on Mirage Gate. So you've got to get through those first couple of turns to activate Mirage Gate. But even then, there's only 4 maximum in your deck. And you're generally playing a fairly awkward energy line, so it's got lots of tricks, but it doesn't have that one thing that it's phenomenal at. It's got lots of little things that it can do very, very well, and you're relying on stuff like Mirage Gate, and you've got your Comfey Flower selecting, which is awkward. And I think that's what stops it. But every so often, you're going to see a player that doesn't run into these issues, and they will spike the tournament.
Yeah, I was actually just going to mention Hermione that got second in Stockholm.
Yes.
And their list was so different from other Lost Zone decks out there, incorporating a Rotom V rather than a Raikou in the list, and having Luminion V. So extra consistency buffs, even having double vacuum, allowing you to get to 7 in the Lost Zone so quickly, is a whole new way to play the Lost Zone deck. So I wonder if we'll see more of it this weekend.
Oh, I do hope so. There are a few at 3-0, but we have our players. We got Andrea Benatti and Alessandro Cremascoli smiling just like on our featured players graphic we showed you earlier. Very happy chap.
Well,
So
we've been giving you warning signs that Pidgeot was going to be around, and no surprise there. Alessandro is going to be piloting Pidgeot, kind of one of the grandfathers of this archetype almost. Will always look to play control decks whenever possible. No matter how good it is in the format, he'll try and find a way to make it work. It just so happens that it's really good right now. There's so much diversity within the deck list, and Alessandro plays these controlling archetypes basically non-stop. So I'm going to look forward to see not only how he plays the list, but also how he's adapted the list over the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, and I think it's fair to point out, like, you know, Alessandro is sitting at 4th place in Europe right now, having one of the best seasons in the world, and it's because they are a control player. They are phenomenal at playing control, so then control actually becomes good, and all of a sudden you're just like, well, I am a phenomenal control player. Oh yeah, and control just actually got good, and I'm instantly one of the best players because this is what I do, and that makes a big difference. Have you managed to spy what Andrea's playing?
Yeah, Andrea's going to be playing Charizard, so it's going to be a question of how many tech cards is within the Charizard deck list, because there's always more to the story with Charizard these days. At the moment, it's looking fairly routine within the list. There is a double Churro and Palpad, though, and that's a big deal to deny Alessandro's sort of trapping plays, but as we know, that's not the only string to the bow of the Pidgeot deck, and of course, these cards can still get Fang sniped by Luxray V as well. So
yeah, they can.
Definitely Andrea coming with some preparation, even Eerie within their own deck list and TM Devolution. So this is going to be a really intricate back and forth for both players, and resources are going to get pretty down to the wire, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you're going to have to be very clear. What have I played? What's available? Finding out what's prized is going to be very, very big, and just really keeping track of what's available on any one turn, because we're going to see a lot of Pidgeot this game.
For sure.
Which means you can pick out your perfect card, but it's not just about having access to it, it's making sure you're using it at the right time.
It looks like Alessandro is not going to be playing the mini Charizard EX package that we saw at LA with Lucas Zing winning. I think it's just an all basic V attacking suite. It does have Entei in the list, which is quite interesting, as well as Luxray V, Rotom as you'd expect. Obviously Mimikyu can be a big card in this matchup, although Andrea is playing both Charmeleon, and notably the Charmeleon from Obsidian Flames has a 70 damage heat tackle attack, which can get through Mimikyu, provided you have tool removal.
Yeah,
there is vacuum in the list as well, so there's so many elements within this matchup. It's going to be about, can Andrea time the items correctly, sort of avoid the awkward Eerie's, possibly even Misfortune Sisters you have to watch out for, so getting enough value with these cards before they get removed from your grasp entirely, compared to holding on to them just long enough to get the most out of them. That's why this is such an interesting chess match between the two decks here.
Yeah, this is not going to be your straightforward setup attackers and run into your opponent game. We're going to be seeing something quite different. But we did see a mulligan from Alessandro. You do have to have a basic Pokemon in your opening hand in order to start the game. If you don't, you get to draw a new opening hand, but your opponent gets to draw an extra card as an apology almost. Sorry we had to wait to start the game for my mulligan. Have an extra card.
It's actually a decent chunk of basics within Alessandro's deck. They're all like one-of Pokemon, but does play a decent chunk of them, so I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue, as we're starting to see some prize cards coming down for these players, and we are going to be getting into our Swiss round 4. Both players on 3-0 records right now. The best possible record you can be at this stage. Alessandro, no stranger to the stage either, who has started to put their prizes out. The Radiant Charizard is somewhat awkward. One of the Palpads as well. Obviously Hisuian Heavy Ball is within Alessandro's list, so you can access this card when need be.
They both prized it, Joe.
Yeah, also Radiant Charizard for Andrea. I don't think he plays the Hisuian. That's a bit more of a niche one, but we are going to see the fist bump. It's time to kick off our round 4. Alessandro with the Sandshrew start. Andrea with Luminion V. Not ideal for either player, to be honest with you. Let's see how Alessandro kicks things off here. With not much, it's a pass. Straight away, draw, pass from Alessandro.
Yeah, the good news is these Charizard decks, not known for their gigantic turn 1 damage, probably not going to be KOing the Sandshrew. This is more of a setup turn, get your basics down, hope you can start hitting your Pidgeot and Charizard turn 2, but hopefully Alessandro's going, well, I've got a supporter card, and I'm just, give me till next turn, yeah? I'll play the supporter, it'll be amazing. Because unless Alessandro's waiting for a supporter, he's in top deck mode right at the beginning of the game, and that is not a place you want to be.
And Andrea has a pretty textbook start, already has a V in play from the Arven, because Luminion was the lead Pokemon, but Andrea is also going to pick up that Buddy Buddy Poffin, so important for these evolving archetypes to get multiple basics down in those opening stages. We're certainly going to be looking at least Charmander and likely Pidgey as well within these early choices. Obviously, the attacking threat of the deck is going to be Charizard EX. Also keeping an eye on those energy counts for Andrea is going to be important because you sometimes need to weave in that Charmeleon as an option. We're immediately going to see the Forest Hill Stone for second Buddy Buddy Poffin, so Andrea is committing everything to this opening setup here.
Yeah, I don't mind this. You just want to get set up. You're saying, look, I know who I'm playing against. I saw their mulligan hand, and then I saw them start Sandshrew. There's no surprise at this stage. You know you're playing against a control archetype. So the only two ways to basically deal with this are, I'm going to keep my board as light as possible and hope I can chip away, or I'm just going to go and try and get set up and win a nice, fast game before my opponent gets too disruptive.
And looks like they're holding on to a pretty good hand for next turn. They had no option to go clever, to retreat and draw more cards, because that's unfortunately prized. But at least Alessandro is in the game here with a supporter, is able to use an Arven themselves here, so should be developing at least a couple basics here.
Yeah, we see that Bouffalont there at the front of the deck. Not one we see very often at all, but it's just a fairly chunky, colorless attacker. But it also does put an energy from your opponent's active into the lost zone, so against a lower energy deck, you can try and run them a bit thin with that. But obviously, straight away, we've got a Nest Ball for a Rotom V, which is great for two reasons. Firstly, you draw more cards to end your turn, yay. But secondly, it is somewhere to put that Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, I wonder if, with Alessandro shuffling up, not going to use the Forest this turn, might just hold on to that piece and still just end on Rotom drawing up some cards. Surprising that you're not going to try and find early Pidgey. Depends on what Alessandro's opening hand looks like. Is there any more Ball Search here? Bravery Charm's an interesting one. A lot of defensive cards, as you'd expect, within the list right now.
Yeah, if you want a Pidgey, you've got to use Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, it's going to be a draw 3. Holding off on finding just one Pidgey. What's the point in grabbing one when your opponent can just hunt it down? Let's just take the additional time to develop double Pidgey all in one go.
Yeah, hit the Hero's Cape, the Penny, and the Poker Gear from there. So certainly some options for survivability coming around. That's what Alessandro's going to be doing here. Hero's Cape, Penny, great combo of cards. Get an extra 100 HP, and if you don't want hit KO, pick up your Pokemon so you don't get 2 hit KO'd.
Andrea's got Ultra Ball and Rare Candy in hand, so is probably going to have the pop-off of Pidgeot, then finding the pieces towards Charizard, and we are going to see some pressure very early on in this game with the help of, actually already has Candy Charizard in hand. This is an amazing opener.
So you've not even used Quick Search and you've already got your Pidgeot and your Charizard out. So you evolve up into Charizard, you can grab free Fire Energy and attach them where you like.
Andrea also plays Vitality Band to hit 190, and I think there's Prime Catcher in the hand as well. Andrea could immediately take out this Rotom.
That would be huge.
Energy going on the Luminion just as a pivot play. But I think with Prime in hand, there's nothing wrong with just taking out a Rotom straight away here. You can Quick Search the Vitality.
Yeah, I love that play.
I'm pretty sure it's Prime Catcher, Rare Candy in hand. Vitality Band is really, really good on this Charizard here, and it partially for this matchup.
Oh, we see Andrea thinking about that Prime Catcher.
If you're going to flash Prime Catcher, you have to play it, because otherwise your opponent can use Eerie. Wow. This is a surprising turn. Maybe you still Prime? Okay.
Yeah, you still Prime.
Wants to bank the fire in the discard pile just so you can Super Rod it back. That's why there was a retreat before the Prime Catcher there. But yeah, this Vitality Band is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, it has to be Vitality Band. If you've already got the Prime Catcher to get the Rotom, you have no other choice. So you're going to go and get that. You're going to hit 4-1-90. You're going to KO that Rotom V straight away. And you're going to be 2 prizes up. And Alessandro's going into turn 2 with a Sandshrew on the field down 2 prizes. That is not a great place to be.
That's really not where you want to be. I mean, Alessandro has a large hand size, but still not holding on to much and has to start finding these Pidgey. Wasn't able to utilize the Forest Seal Stone either with this Rotom getting KO'd. This is amazing early game pressure from Andrea. Looks like he came prepared for control with the tech inclusions within the list.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons potentially for going wide turn 1. Just going, look, I'm going to get set up and it's probably going to go well. And right now it's going pretty well. So what do we have? We do see an Arven from the Pokegear, very shiny deck from Alessandro there.
I think we need to have Arven this turn because we just need more basics, and I think Arven's the best way to access that with Nest Ball. Do you put another V Pokemon into play straight away here? You know that even with Vitality Band, you can tank some hits with your V Pokemon and then still use Forest Seal Stone this turn. The concern is that Andrea also has their own Pidgeot established, so again, if you put one Pidgey down, it's getting immediately targeted.
Yeah.
So that could be a concern. TM Devolution is a great card Alessandro scouted early here, though. There's been already 2 rare candies played, so a TM Devolution could be huge here.
I think that's what you have to do. You have to devolve and hope that, that Andrea doesn't have any rare candy. Because the problem is, you know Prime Catch is gone, but you know they're going to be playing at least a couple of Boss's Orders, and Pidgeot's on the board. So there is no, maybe they don't have Gusting if I bench one Pidgey, if I bench a Pokemon V. You're going to get gusted.
Does Alessandro have energy in hand for the TM Devolution? I don't think he does. Just a ton of item cards right now.
Oh, that's bad. Because TM Devolution right now, I love, but you can't use it for free.
Yeah, I don't mind getting a V Pokemon there. If you get Luxray or Entei and just put that on board just so you can V-Star power for an energy card. It's such a weird use of the V-Star power, but yeah, that Pidgey now, it feels like it's destined to just get knocked out next turn.
There's no way that Pidgey doesn't get knocked out. There is, I mean, I'm looking at Andrea's prizes, there's no Boss's Orders. I'm looking at Andrea's list, there's 2 Boss's Orders. That Pidgey's going down.
Yeah. We're going to see a quick search straight away from Andrea, and I'd be stunned if it isn't just an immediate find of Boss's Orders here.
I mean, you're 2 prizes up. Your opponent is struggling to establish any kind of significant board presence. So,
thinking about Eerie, perhaps, of their own. You know that Alessandro has a large hand size, at least.
That would be fun. I want a Charmeleon as well, because you know your opponent has TM Devolution.
And Devolution, that's also true, yeah.
You saw them search it out, so just having something so that next turn you don't need Candy and Charizard, you can just evolve straight back up to Zard.
Eventually it is conventional wisdom.
Yeah,
Let's take out that Pidgey. And going to go up 3 prize cards now with Alessandro with an awful board state. Picks up a Pokegear. Is that enough to keep him in this game? This is a really poor opener for Alessandro. The early pressure of Vitality Band proving so vital in this game 1.
Yeah, early Gusting with an early Charizard and an early Vitality Band. It gives an early lead to Andrea and Alessandro. I mean, it's another Arven. We've seen Arven every turn from Alessandro so far. It's another Nest Ball. The problem is, 2 turns in a row, Alessandro's used Nest Ball for a Pokemon, and 2 turns in a row, Andrea's just KO'd it with Gusting. And it's another Pidgey with a Bravery Charm, but that's not going to let it survive against Charizard.
No, still not looking to get a V developed on this board. I feel like there's still great opportunities just to use the TM Devo this turn, because like you said, Ross,
absolutely,
with no backup Charmeleon, that's definitely a window that might be closing later down the line.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Andrea's got a rare candy in hand, but Alessandro doesn't know that.
Yeah, the Arvens had to be played just to establish this extra Nest Ball. Alessandro's been churning through Nest Ball per turn, essentially. It still feels so limited. At least we're going to see a counter catcher here from Alessandro to at least force Andrea maybe to search a different card with quick search.
Yeah,
it's still a poor turn overall for Alessandro.
And it's only a 1 retreat cost Pokemon, so you're not going to need much to retreat it. Did top deck a Buddy Buddy Poffin? But Alessandro's passed with very little going on there. You just need Gusting and a pivoting option, but it doesn't actually look Is either of those in hand?
I think there's Fire Energy in hand, so I think you can just about get there by quick searching another boss's orders here.
That's exactly what's happening. And there is one Power Pad in the list, so maybe next time you get a Power Pad, just putting that out there. Seems like a decent play. I mean, it's got to be frustrating. I've played these games, right, where you're having a slow start and your opponent has gusting every single turn. And it's kind of annoying and kind of disheartening. There is a Fire Energy in hand, like you suggested, Joe. So here comes down the boss's orders, onto the Pidgey. Andrea goes up by 4 prizes to nothing and has taken out both the Pidgey in Alessandro's list. So we're going to need some recovery before we can see another Pidgey.
I mean, we're seeing the strength of Pidgeot. It's all coming from Andrea this game, having so much control over what Alessandro can do by removing threats non-stop. And Alessandro's hand, I'm really not sure if there's much going on here. Still no energy for this TM Devolution. That's one of the only sort of defensive plays you can make at this stage. You could do it alongside an Eerie. There's Thornton. Oh, okay, so possibly you can Thornton into Pidgey and get a Pidgeot out here.
That would work. One of the great things about Thornton is
Rotom. So you can now. So I don't think you have the pieces for Pidgeot EX. So instead you go Rotom. Hope that you can hit point buff this Pokemon. Gain some extra time that way.
You've got Bravery Charm. That was searched a couple turns ago. Or last turn, but you kind of need Forest Seal Stone as well as Bravery Charm. You need them both, and you can't have them both.
Is this just so that you can get your Lost Vacuum? Yeah, we have to get rid of the Vitality Band. It's been such a strong card this game that Alessandro is just saying, no, hit point buff isn't as important as taking away 10 damage from you, because Andrea could also have their own Lost Vacuum and remove any hit point buff. So there goes Vitality Band, at least. So we know this Rotom is tanking a turn.
Yeah.
And Alessandro is doing all he can to remain in this game and keep drawing cards. So we can see the Lost Zones off to the side there.
It's not the use you really want for your Forest Seal Stone. That is not what this deck is really trying to do. That Forest Seal Stone is supposed to get the Pidgeot, and then the Pidgeot gets you whatever you want every turn. Instead, you're using Rotom to draw free cards. The good news is there's only one Vitality Band in Andrea's list, and it's now in the Lost Zone. So there is not going to be a KO on the Rotom, and there's no Pokemon available to Gust. So for Andrea here, it's kind of like almost like a turn off.
Yeah, what do you quick search here? Is it going to be Charmeleon to protect around TM Devolution that you saw earlier on search from Arven? Or are you going to go for the Palpad and just use it while you can? Possibly even Super Rod and use it while you can. That's being played right now, but that was pre-quick search.
Honestly, they're the two options. I think Charmeleon and Palpad. Palpad to get your boss's orders back because you've already had so much value from them.
Yeah.
But again, like I said a minute ago, Charmeleon because, you know, TM Devolution, if you've got a Charmeleon on board, you will have a Charizard next turn.
Even just Iono and swing and force Alessandro to have Penny plus Pokemon from a lower hand size. We know Alessandro's holding onto a huge chunk of cards. You're Ionoing yourself quite low, which is the only risk, but it could also just put Alessandro on a one-turn clock, which is very tempting as well.
And the low hand size doesn't hurt as much when you've got quick search. For sure. We're going to get the answer here, Joe.
I kind of like Iono. I think that's the most aggressive play you can make. Mist Energy, so that also is a way to protect around TM Devolution. You can Mist Energy either Pidgeot or Charizard. And then you're still even more safeguarded. Another tech card from Andrea coming in clutch here.
And I like it on the Pidgeot. You've got Rare Candy in hand, and if you evolve the Charizard, then you get the ability to go and get some more energy. So love that. And we see a Buddy Poffin coming down.
I think just not wanting to draw into this card ever again, and just going to get a backup Charmander, which seems reasonable. Again, thinning the deck at this point. You're in such a commanding position that you don't want to give any openings for the opponent. And feels like just removing dead draws is a great way to do that. And it's just going to be a swing for 180, fortunately, for Alessandro.
180.
Who did pick up a basic Pokemon and has Penny in hand, so can sort of reset this clock again this turn just by benching Chi-Yu EX, picking up Rotom V with a Penny. And this is the only thing about control. This matchup is quite solid for you, just by keeping your opponent at such low damage output for a long game. But it feels like Alessandro is basically locked into Penny for so many turns of this game now.
Yep. And it's awkward. One of the things about control, you know, a lot of the time, if you're down this far, you just concede. But the problem is, control wins so slowly that conceding game one quickly, it's so hard to win 2 full games if you're playing this control deck. So you kind of almost want to hold on a little bit longer, try and squeak out that win in game one, even where it's a bit less likely, because that's how you win the match overall, rather than playing for what might end up being a draw otherwise.
It's going to be a Professor Churro scenario on Luminion V.
Like that.
Does that mean we're going to quick search for the Pal Pad this turn and just get Boss's Orders and Professor Churro back into the deck? I feel like you only really want to use a Churro if you're going to reload it immediately. I still feel like an Iono play would have been solid there. Just punching into something and using Iono is still solid.
Yeah, because we saw the penny did come down, the Chi-Yu with the Bravery Charm did come down. Alessandro had what was essentially the optimal turn afterwards. So using an Iono to get around that might have been a decent idea.
Instead it is going to be that Charmeleon finally. This does protect you around a combination of Eerie plus the TM Devolution combo. So it is still helping out a little bit. And it's still just going to be a swing for 180. Andrea being patient here, knows has plenty of resources to still close out this game. It looks like we're going to see a Hisuian Heavy Ball from Alessandro.
Has to be for the Radiant Charizard. That's the only basic Pokemon I believe that is in the prizes. But it's also one you kind of want out. Now that your opponent's taken 4 prizes, that Radiant Charizard's well good.
It's certainly time for Radiant Charizard.
Need to be sure that it doesn't get return KO'd. You need to be a little careful.
Yeah, but it is a single prize Pokemon, and that's a Pokemon that you can throw into the active position. But no, it's still going to go into Rotom here.
Kind of like,
I'm going to Pal Pad some Penny because, as we've just said, Alessandro needs to keep using these turn by turn because Andrea's just going to keep applying pressure.
And the deck's coming down a bit in terms of deck size. Those Penny are not going to be that difficult to find. Alessandro's been going through a lot of cards here, and you need Penny every turn just to make sure there's no KOs being given up. And it almost doesn't matter giving up the first couple KOs if you can keep it there. But that is the big if. We see a counter catcher onto a Charmeleon, just trying to buy a little bit of time here to get a little bit more stuff going on.
Charmeleon does have that 2 retreat cost, so it's basically forcing Andrea to maybe quick search a Charizard next turn. Andrea's going to, sorry, Alessandro is going to keep the same strategy of just hold everything in hand and go lone Rotom and hope for the best.
So then that does, there is an Iono in hand actually. We've got the lovely special illustration rare from Paldea Evolved. It's at the front of Andrea's hands. If you want the Iono turn, you can do that while also evolving up a Charizard from quick search.
Good. Yeah, I think it's so good to make this play because even though you know Alessandro shuffled a couple Penny back into the deck list, there's no guarantee that he's also going to find basic Pokemon for it.
Yep.
And you're just really putting them on that clock. So yeah, I think evolving up into Charizard, swinging just 2 energy on, keeping more around for retreating later within the deck is really handy. And even though you're Ionoing yourself down to 2 cards, you have a missed energy Pidgeot, so you know that's not really going anywhere anytime soon, especially with Alessandro removing from play their own Defiance Band from their own Lost Vacuum. But no Iono whatsoever, just going to keep Alessandro on the large hand size. And that means Alessandro has an easy access to Penny now with this Pokegear.
And on the one hand, they can't keep Penny in forever.
That's true.
On the other hand, they can Penny for several turns in a row. There is a lot, you know, when you're playing this kind of matchup, there is that thinking of, if I just keep hitting, sooner or later they'll run out of Penny. And that might be true, but you are giving your opponent a lot of time there to set up what they want. It looks like Bufalon might be coming down.
Yeah, this has been a tech card that Alessandro has played since the starts of this format in the EUIC with some energy disruption. This can be a pretty tricky card for the opponent to deal with, as it lost zones energy rather than discarding them, so even Super Rods can't help out. So Alessandro has been building towards getting this Bufalon established and putting pressure on Andrea that way. Still is going to go into a Chi-Yu, so we're still looking to Penny next turn, but obviously the high energy attack cost of Bufalon means you need to attach over a couple turns here.
Yeah, it's free energy and you don't have any energy acceleration, so you will need to double turbo and then another energy. You're only going to hit for 30 when you bring in the double turbo reduction, but it's not really about the damage. You're not trying to take massive prizes. If you do, super powered horns might be your friend. It's really just lost headbutt. Getting rid of that energy. Charizard only plays 7 energy total, and it needs 2 to attack.
Again, it's a tough choice for Andrea of what is the best card. So many good options for Andrea. It makes it hard to scout what's the best one. I think it was an Eerie coming to the hand here from Quick Search. We know Alessandro's hand is massive, so you'll get a good scout of that.
Yeah, I like this. Give yourself the information. You know, you'll get rid of a couple of items, which is lovely, but you're also giving yourself the information here of exactly what's in the hand. And don't just look at the items.
Yeah.
Make
Alessandro
sure
is making it clear what's discardable versus what's in hand. It's a monster hand.
That is a ridiculous hand.
18 cards, I think.
Also, as a side note, in terms of being friendly to your opponent, what a way to present your hand after an Eri.
We love to see it. Now we know exactly what's there.
But getting a Chen-Pao was kind of big. We know that Alessandro wants to penny every single turn, and there's one in the prizes as well, so that's actually kind of huge.
Yeah, with Alessandro with the constant penny strategy.
There's no Chen-Pao available right now.
Yeah.
One's been used, one's in the prizes, one's just been discarded. That's it. That's all free Chen-Pao.
Looks like Alessandro is going to pivot to Mimikyu strat. Has seen a Charmeleon already, and there is no sign of the second Charmeleon just yet, so you may as well try and shove Mimikyu here. You know that Andrea, even with like boss's orders, can't KO the Rotom on the bench, so you're pretty safe to make this line and try and finally get some wiggle room here, thanks to that fantastic ability from Mimikyu, not getting damaged by EX Pokemon. This is how Alessandro is trying to weave his way back into the game.
And it's awkward. If you don't go Charmeleon, then you're at risk of being TM devolutioned. If you do go Charmeleon, you evolve up through it, and then you don't have the answer to Mimikyu. Whatever you do, Alessandro's got some way to take advantage of it. It's the way these control builds work, and I mean, it's great for Alessandro, so it's not great for Andrea. Did we see what we got off the quick search?
I think it's Palpad, so I think we're looking for possibly Churro and boss's orders, or double boss's orders is also a reasonable choice here. The thing is, you know that Alessandro is just going to go lone Mimikyu if you only grab boss's orders here. That was the choice, I think, to boss coming back into the deck.
That's what he got. In theory, at the moment, you can go for the Bouffalon, and then potentially... But if you don't even get the Rotom, like Alessandro has to take a prize for you to be able to get the Rotom. You've used your Vitality Band. There's no other way to up damage until Alessandro starts taking prizes. So you're kind of at the mercy of, I can KO the Bouffalon, but I've got 2 prizes left, and that's all I can KO right now.
It is going to be the Bouffalon coming into the active position. This, it does at least limit a lot of lines for Alessandro. Like we're saying, it stops Radiant Charizard being like a comeback threat at times. It can make the likes of Mawile much more dangerous, as well as a use case scenario for Alessandro. As Andrea's going to go down to 1 prize card thanks to boss's orders. Alessandro, how is he going to clean up his board? If he commits entirely to the Mimikyu lone strategy, we know that Andrea does play the Heat Tackle Charmeleon right now. Alessandro hasn't seen that yet. I don't think even has looked at Andrea's hand once from their own Eri. It's going to be a Silene. I think getting Palpad's a big deal here.
Yes, absolutely.
As we saw some discarded. That's basically undoing the supporter that Andrea used a couple turns back. But it is an important head split there for Alessandro.
Yeah, getting a Palpad so you can get more penny in the future if you need is big. One of the downsides is with Charmeleon, you will need to manually attach over 2 turns. So it's going to at least give Alessandro a little bit of time to prepare an answer, potentially. But of course, it needs to be an answer that just isn't going to get KO'd straight back, because then Andrea wins the game.
I just want to see Quick Search for Fire Energy attached to Charmander here. I think that's a great play. I think it's a really good choice right now.
Yeah.
It feels smart. Like, this boss's orders isn't going to be that helpful. Is there still 2 Fire Energy within the deck? Yes, there is. Pretty sure that Charmeleon's still in the list somewhere to be found.
It's in the list, and it's not in the prizes, so it's got to be there somewhere.
Yeah, Fire Energy. I love it. It's genius.
It's
Attach to Charmander pass is busted right now.
You're not KOing the Rotom, but you only need 1 prize. Attach to Charmander, and then next turn you attach, evolve them into Charmeleon, KO Mimikyu. That's game 1.
Ooh, we're going to see the retreat, so you can at least attack with Charmander here first as well. Heat Tackle.
Oh, gotta love a bit of the old Heat Tackle.
It's going to poke through the Bravery Charm slowly. Maybe force Alessandro to use supporters like Penny rather than the disruptive supporters or Silene that was weaved in last term with a bit of breathing room. So denying that seems reasonable. I think Andrea's looking at possibly any item cards can be played to protect yourself here, or if you are just going to swing in with Charmander. You are self-damaging with Charmander, so you do have to be a little bit concerned about that, but it's only 10 damage.
Yeah. The thing is, anything that Alessandro can reasonably bring up to KO the Charmander, Andrea's absolutely fine with, because you've got your massive Charizard, and you'll be hitting extra damage if it does go down. So it's not just finding something to KO the Charmander, it's finding something to KO the Charmander which can take a hit from Charizard EX, which is where it gets awkward. Looks like going after Rare Candy and Ultra Ball here.
Ultra Ball is actually an important discard, because it stops Andrea searching for a Fire Energy from Quick Search, because you could just Ultra Ball out Charmeleon. So it does limit the options a little bit here. And also, Alessandro finally has some information on what Andrea is working with.
We see a power pad there for Silene and Penny. Absolutely brilliant. Of course, the ideal situation is use Silene to get power pad, and then power pad gets more Penny in the future, and round we go.
It's so impressive that Alessandro hasn't had a single quick search all game, and he still found himself in this position. It's looking rough, but it's certainly winnable from this stage.
Yeah,
and to come back from such a slow start as well, really impressive.
I mean, about the worst first couple of turns you could possibly imagine. Well, first 3 turns, really. First 3 turns went absolutely horrendously. But since then, Alessandro's been able to kind of come back. We had that one Bouffalon KO, but it's not been a huge amount. And now we see, I love this. Oh, there's no double energy coming down, though. No double turbo energy, so we're not going to see the use of Luxray this turn.
No, but I think Alessandro scouted the likes of Churro still in Andrea's hand, so wants to make sure they can target that to make a trapping play more versatile. So it feels reasonable. Obviously, Andrea can't target the Luxray V here too happily, because then it'll just get pennied. So
it's not ideal.
Is Andrea going to keep with the basic fire energy strategy? I still think it's a really good play this turn.
If you hit Charmeleon energy, you win. Right now, this turn, you will win with a fire energy and a Charmeleon.
And you need tool removal as well.
Oh, and the tool removal. Of course, the Bravery Charm. That's going to...
It's an extra piece of the puzzle.
Mimikyu's sitting at 120 right now, and you'd only got
There is
to
vacuum
100.
in the deck, of course. I feel like Andrea just firing off an Iono is still so good here. You've let Alessandro keep their hand all game. Boss's Orders was the pick from Andrea here. When you've just seen a Fang Snipe threat, it's a surprising pick. You don't want to give Alessandro better choices to Fang Snipe.
No, limiting your own hands, basically going like, look, I've got almost nothing for you to Fang Snipe, but I can still search for whatever I want next turn.
It's just going to be a prod from Andrea here.
Which does now bring Mimikyu into range for next turn. Next turn, Charmeleon will be the win.
So Alessandro is forced to penny here, and I think he knows it. And that's why we saw the Luxray prepared.
No
Mimikyu coming straight back down again, no surprise there. Will Alessandro put hit point buff tools onto the Mimikyu once again? That's a small question mark. With the boss brought into the hand, maybe Alessandro just discards boss here instead with a Fang Snipe. Such an important piece of the Pidgeot controlling archetype. Fang Snipe does a measly 30 damage, but your opponent reveals their hand and you discard a trainer card you find there. So versatile. And with this Charmander hitting itself with Heat Tackle, you're also denying that strategy by putting them down to 10 hit points.
Yeah, and you might notice here, Alessandro's not really taking many prizes because, of course, taking 6 prizes, winning the game, that's a way to win in a Pokemon TCG.
Sure is.
You can also get your opponent with no Pokemon left on the board, regardless of how many prizes you've taken, or there's what Alessandro's probably trying to do here.
Alessandro's done 10 because he's so used to dealing 10 with double turbo energy. It actually does do 30, so we'll fix that on the Charmander.
Yeah, it is 30. There is no damage reduction going on here.
We're mostly doing this for the secondary effect, which is right now Alessandro's not looking at his own hand, he's looking at his opponent's and seeing what the best discard is.
And I think you nailed it with a Churro, Joe. I think that is got to be the play.
I think, yeah, but because there's a Charizard EX with no energy attached to it on the bench, that's looking tasty to trap, especially if you use the, or remove the Churro. Maybe it forces Andrea to collapse Stadium their own Charizard away next turn. That would be some counterplay. That might be an argument that Alessandro instead goes for the boss that was searched. I'm pretty sure the boss's orders was searched last time.
Yeah, it is at the end.
Yeah. So it is going to be the Churro eventually, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Alessandro knows that there's collapse in hand, so Andrea has the counterplay available to this.
It is
still going to be the choice, though.
I think you're right, though. You have to collapse to get rid of the thing that's going to get stuck. So what Alessandro's trying to do, get something stuck, run your opponent out of cards. If they can't draw a card at the beginning of their turn, they lose the game. And that's what Alessandro is probably going for here. It's what a lot of the control archetypes do. It's not, I'm going to take 6 prizes. It's, I'm going to get you stuck in the active, not doing anything. And as long as you don't take 6 prizes, if I can run out every card in your deck, yeah, guide, you lose.
We are finally seeing Iono from Andrea. Has held on to this hand for so long and let Alessandro have a monster hand size all game. It's now the time to utilize this. Possibly you could retreat into Charizard and make Alessandro have a penny immediately, knowing that you can quick search boss's orders next turn.
Oh, I like that.
You also kind of need to protect your Charmander as well, let's not forget. No, it's going to be a prod and self-KO your Charmander. This does ramp Charizard's damage output, don't forget.
I love this. I genuinely love this. Charizard does an extra 30 damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. Alessandro's like, I'm not taking any prize cards, mate. And Andrea's like, yes, yes, you are. Bye, Charmander. That's actually a really clever play to get that little bit of extra damage on the board. I love this.
Does Alessandro have a penny in hand? Don't think so. It's going to have to be a payment of retreat.
Oh, it's not ideal.
Back into Mimikyu.
But we know we can quick search the boss's orders. This might be the opening Andrea's been waiting for here.
Charizard capped at 210 damage right now, so the Luxray would still hang on with 10 hit points.
Yes, unfortunately it would. You're not there yet, but you're not far away. There's no real way to bench damage in the Charizard deck, which is a pain.
It was a sneaky line from Andrea. I think, personally, I prefer the retreat into Charizard and just swing for 180. It makes you a bit more committed to, oh, as we see the Giacomo getting rid of the mist energy. Alessandro keeping his devolution line open. Really cool.
Something you don't see very often, but that Giacomo can make a huge difference.
Wrote him up as well.
Yeah, it does look like we're finishing off with a Rotom drawing free for Alessandro. The fish comes down for Andrea here. So you're searching out a supporter card, which you, I mean, is it boss's orders?
It could just get fang sniped. Oh, it's a risk.
I don't think you can search a supporter here if you're not going to play it.
The only upside is...
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's going to be boss's orders. 210 damage, plus the 30 from the previous hit from Charmander. That's 240, right? Bravery Charm should hang on. What am I missing?
What are you missing, Joe? Well, Charizard does 180, plus 30 more for each prize card taken is 210. There was 30 damage on there, so that is 240. Luxray has 210, plus the Bravery Charm puts it up to 260.
I'm confused.
We will get confirmation about that. It might not have been a KO. It could have been a situation where Alessandro just went, I don't have penny, I don't have a way to retreat.
That could be it.
So it might not have been, oh, you KO'd it. It might have been, well, I can't get around this, and next turn you will KO it. But it certainly did. It was the kind of thing where you're like, it looks like a KO. Hang on a second.
Sneaky Bravery Charm.
Making us do maths over here at the casting
We hate
desk.
math. We use our fingers for math.
Yes, and we don't have 260 fingers.
Regardless, it was expert play from Andrea. The very early Vitality Band was huge. Seeing Palpad, double Churro, double Boss within the deck list, a lot of respect being given here to the controlling archetype. The early Prime Catcher was so punishing for Alessandro, where he eventually got Rotom back into the mix, but failed to get a Pidgeot at any point in that game. And I think that was a big decider.
Yeah, and we saw Andrea go out turn one straight away, no mucking about. I am going to set up as much as I can. I'm going to go heavy on my board. I'm going to potentially leave something that can be dragged into the active in the later game, and we saw as the game went on there were targets for potential gusting on Andrea's side of the board, but what you did have was those free KOs early in the game that added up to basically something from which Alessandro could not come back.
The Thornton prize for Alessandro, we saw him using that in game one. I think the biggest issue for Alessandro now is going to be time.
Yes.
That was a very long game one. Interestingly, the Charmeleons in the prizes for Andrea, we were talking a lot about that in game one, even though it didn't come into fruition.
Oh, but it was
so Alessandro has to really change up the game plan. Everything that you thought you knew about Pidgeot in game one changes, because now Alessandro has to win with 18 minutes on the clock and counting.
Yeah, like we said earlier, very unlikely that from this stage Alessandro is going to win 2 games and win the match. But a tie is a heck of a lot better than a loss. So what you're trying to do here is go fast and actually take prizes. But Andrea's kind of like, you know what? I can do that too.
Yeah.
And we see a Rotom coming down for Andrea. We saw obviously Alessandro last game making great use of it. This game, Andrea is going for it straight away with the Forest Seal Stone, which I'm going to shout it out, Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Well, yeah, already Buddy Buddy popping from the Arven as well. So you may not even have to here. You can just hold the Forest Seal Stone for next turn as well. Yeah, I mean, this is the dream start. You could Cleffa up or Rotom up, depending on which one gets you more cards. It's ideal right now. This is a perfect opener for Andrea.
Yeah, not using Forest Seal Stone yet. You've got the option of using it this turn. You've got the option of using it next turn. The chance of that Rotom being KO'd on Alessandro's first turn is extremely low. I think actually 0. I'm not seeing a Magma Basin in the list. With Magma Basin, it's
for sure.
It's possible, but I'm not seeing Magma Basins. That means it's not happening on Alessandro's first turn. And is it
3 cards from Rotom? I think that's slightly more than Cleffa can right now. We're going to see Alessandro draw 1 from Entei V. Pidgey comes down. That's a nice pickup. Can Alessandro use a quick Airy here to get rid of any rare candy pieces? Let's have a look. I definitely saw Ultra Balls in there.
Got
there's the one of Pal Pad. That's tempting also. Yeah, I like the double Ultra Ball. Ooh. You know your opponent, can't access. Oh yeah, they still can Pidgeot because Forest Seal Stone is saved. So you can still get Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard from this hand, even if you remove both Ultra Balls. So conventional wisdom is to take the Pal Pad as well here.
Yeah, shut down some options for a couple turns time. But that's got to be worrying if you're Alessandro, because you're like, he's got the Pidgeot and the Charizard.
He's still got it.
I mean,
whoops.
Is this a turn where you maybe start thinking about using TM Devolution? Like, if they're going to rare candy, I've got a way around it?
Yeah, I mean, prepping for that is certainly reasonable, and we do see energy onto the Bouffalant for that reason. Let's see the flip of the Forest Seal Stone for Andrea, who can do, once again, the Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard dance.
Yeah, so you go and get Candy, you've already got Pidgeot in hand, so you evolve that up, you've already got Charizard in hand, so you use Pidgeot's Quick Search to go and get a second rare candy, and that gets you both of them. And as much as Alessandro is playing super quick, Andrea doesn't need to. You play at your regular pace. You don't need to speed up your pace of play. We're going to see Alessandro taking quick turns, quick decisions. I need to win this. Andrea can be like, I'm going to play like I played last game, because you know what? That went pretty well.
And do you go all 3 energy onto your Charizard here, knowing that you're facing down a Bouffalant coming up as well?
Personally, I do, yes.
Yeah, I think you
like
want that
protection.
choice.
No, I like that a lot.
Scouting out an Ultra Ball. Do you want to use it now before it possibly gets carried away? Just going to be the quick search first. Pretty sure it's still going to be rare candy here.
Your Bouffalant's going to get an energy.
Oh, interesting. Charmeleon taking a slower turn here, perhaps.
Oh.
Possibly because there was a prized rare candy. Andrea doesn't want to run into the trap of just getting devoed, then the entire board goes away.
That is an issue. Yeah, don't run out of... Okay, I like that. Worried about devolution with a rare candy prize, so yeah, okay. Get the Charmeleon. It means you're not taking the prize now, but you weren't taking the prize anyway. End take and take a hit.
Going to be Rotom again for 3 cards, I think, from Andrea. We do pass things over to Alessandro, who finally gets a Pidgeot into play. We call this Pidgeot control, and we finally see why.
35 minutes into the match, we get our first Pidgeot for Alessandro.
There it is. Is there any useful supporter here? Arven could give you access to Forest Seal Stone if you wanted to have a flexible choice. Also quick search here. A lot of options. You see Miss Energy onto Pidgeot. This is actually one of your better attackers. Definitely one of the tankiest ones. And if you are going to start taking prize cards, your V Pokemon start getting into range of Charizard. So having that extra hit points on Pidgeot is pretty helpful here.
Yeah, and the 120 can take out some of those smaller Pokemon, support Pokemon, the evolving Pokemon. Of course, Mimikyu's gone down, but the thing with Mimikyu is, as much as it's good at blocking, and it is, doesn't take prizes very fast. And when you've only got 13 minutes left and you've got 6 prizes to take, Mimikyu can help you out for a turn or two. Just slow your opponent down for like 1 turn to give you a little bit more time, but it's not going to win you the game. So it's a kind of a 1-turn help rather than a real part of the attacking puzzle here.
Alessandro going to pick up Bravery Charm and swing that onto Rotom, protecting yourself a little bit from that Vitality Band that was so dangerous in Game 1.
I mean, yeah, Game 1, Rotom without Bravery Charm did not last very long. So I think Rotom with Bravery Charm, better call.
Going to grab Chi-Yu EX out of the prize cards from Hisuian Heavy Ball, but the clock is ticking for Alessandro. This is the biggest concern here. He needs to get aggressive, and that's not really the selling point of this archetype.
Really?
Started to scatter some energy around, but you really need to start taking prizes as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, Andrea gets an energy on the Charmeleon, just the one for the time being. Now we got a Charizard coming up, so we've got an ability that you search for free fire energy and attach them anywhere you like. You could go super heavy on the Charizard. I think more than 3 might be a bit too much. But certainly 3 I would not be upset with. Looks like I'm getting 1 on Charizard.
Yeah, that's the usual number you see on Charizard, but playing an extra 1 would protect yourself a little bit against Bouffalant, but it still is already holding onto a bunch in hand, so maybe welcomes Bouffalant as an option, knowing that you can just attach and swing into that guy straight away.
Yeah, keep yourself able to play the cards from your hand without playing pointless cards. Don't mind that too much.
Are we going to see quick search, maybe even for Buddy Buddy Poffin, something strange like that to get more basics developed, because you do still need a way around Mimikyu at different points. Don't know if you want to keep building or getting aggressive with boss's orders now by the looks of things.
Yeah, there's not really much of a good... I mean, you have to get Bouffalant here. Bouffalant and Sancho are really the only options in terms of ones you can actually go after here. Yeah. If you're going to be taking a prize.
Pidgeot straight away as well. That's also reasonable. It's not as easy for Alessandro to pick those up.
but it is going to be the Bouffalon, just to protect your energy a bit more.
Yeah, I like this. Bouffalon's annoying for your energy, so bring it up, get rid of it, and then you can always start working on the Pidgeot next turn. You've still got a Boss's Orders, a Pal Pad, and a Prime Catcher in your deck, so you've got plenty of gusting options for future turns. You just want to get the ball rolling here. Just make things awkward. You don't have to win game 2 if you're Andrea here. You've won game 1. If game 2 doesn't finish, you win. So you can either take 6 prizes, or you can stop Alessandro taking 6 prizes. Either will be equally effective in winning this match.
Alessandro will be able to launch an attack of some description this turn with extra energy in hand, can begin using Blustery Wind if needed. Going to pick up a
Roseanne's Research. Oh, Roseanne's backup. Yeah. Research was years ago, Joe.
We're a while away from that. Yeah. Going to reload that Bouffalon. Clearly a card that Alessandro has in mind for the matchup.
Yeah, she finished her research years ago. She's now just backing it up. Make sure she doesn't lose it.
It's like doing a Masters. Yeah.
Yeah. You get to shuffle. For those of you that haven't seen this card in a while, you can do one or more of shuffle a Pokemon for your discard pile into your deck, a tool, a stadium, and an energy. And it is energy, not basic energy. So it is really good for backing up your cards, getting them back in the deck. And we see Bouffalon already back on the board, which kind of tells you Andrea made the right choice.
That's true.
Because Alessandro immediately was like, I'm using my support for the turn to get it back.
I feel like Andrea's going to use his support of the turn to bring up the Bouffalon again. I'm going to be honest with you.
This entire game has just evolved into the Bouffalon Wars, which is not a phrase I've ever used, and I've streamed a lot of games.
Yeah, true. Certainly a line right now. It's going to be Miss Energy instead. Possibly Andrea already has access to Bouffalon. To Boss's Orders for Bouffalon.
Yeah, quite possibly.
I mean, the Bouffalon was fun, but it's not mandatory.
No, it's a lot. It's fine, but it's not amazing. It doesn't. It's that.
No, I don't think I see any Gus. So I think Alessandro is taking his foot off the. Andrea is taking his foot off the gas a little bit here.
Don't mind this though. If you're going to take your foot off, yeah. If you're going to take your foot off the gas, play an Iono, hurt your opponent. Because the thing is, against these control decks, they're drawing a bunch of cards, they're searching a bunch of cards. They end up with not just a big hand, but a good hand.
Yeah.
So even an Iono to 6 can often be a really fun thing to do against them.
Has drawn into some important item cards actually. There's Prime Catcher and Lost Vacuum. So you can get around this Mimikyu this turn. Well, there goes Bouffalon again, I suppose. A free retreat pivot of the Cleffa. And Bouffalon is going to eventually get KO'd here.
But you can't keep Prime Catcher in hand.
Exactly.
Because Eri is going to get it. I picked Eri as my caster pick for the weekend. Yep. So, yeah, there's a reason for it.
Seems like the right time, because you can't protect that card very easily. If at first you don't succeed, Alessandro is going to try again to get this Bouffalon back.
So now we've got a Super Rod to get the Bouffalon back again, and plays a Nest Ball. So the Bouffalon hasn't just gone back into the deck. It has, for the 3rd turn in a row, hit the board. And it being a double energy attachment is actually super annoying. We again see the attachment, and Alessandro is really hoping that next turn,
one of these days, it's going to be a Giacomo as well, getting rid of that missed energy.
Honestly, at this point, if I'm Andrea, I want to gust the Bouffalon just because it's amusing. Like, you've done it twice already. Let's just keep it going.
Well, Alessandro is really proving why Bouffalon deserves to be in the deck, because it seems like a really key part of the strategy of beating Charizard. There is Boss's Orders in hand already for Andrea, so I'm certainly open to him.
It would be fun. I would enjoy that.
If you start running out of gusting cards, you have to eventually find a way for this Mimikyu, though.
I mean, you can get 5. You've got 2 Boss's Orders, 1 Power Pad to get another 2 Boss's Orders, and Prime Catcher.
Yep.
That gets you 5 in total, but you don't need a way through the Mimikyu. Because if the game doesn't end, you win. What you can do here...
I've just seen a huge player, Ross. It's going to be the Vitality Band coming back, because Andrea has the combination of Boss's Orders and Lost Vacuum in hand. We can get rid of this Rotom.
Now this means you can literally gust your way to victory. This means you need 1 fewer gusting card to win the game. 5 gusting cards will win if 1 gets a 2 prizer. So now we see the Vitality Band with Lost Vacuum, and you've called it, Joe. Here comes a Rotom. There goes a Rotom. Alessandro can now just Boss's Orders twice for the victory, and there's a Sancho and a Bouffalon on the board as it stands.
Yep, and we know Pal Pad's available for Andrea, so Alessandro back against the wall in this game too. Time's going against him, the prize race is certainly against him. We can finally see a Bouffalon though. That's something.
Yay! I mean, it's lovely. It's fun seeing it. It has a hero's cape, but it's... Wow, is it too little too late? It will now take a hit, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Alessandro doesn't mind lowering the damage here. You're not really actually trying to KO anything here, because KOing gives Charizard extra power. What you're trying to do is just run Andrea out of energy, but of course we've seen Andrea preparing for this. The Charizard evolution a minute ago that got 1 energy, keeping 2 in the deck, because I need to prepare against Bouffalon, and if they hit you to get rid of 1 energy and you just reattach it, that'll give you a few turns to get around it.
And it's just so awkward, even pennying up the Bouffalon takes 2 turns to reload as well. So yeah, it's not an ideal strategy, although you have at least removed 1 fire energy from the mix. It is immediately going to be quick search for that second fire for our turn attachment. It looks like we're just going to punch into this Bouffalon here.
I don't mind this at all, because if it gets pennied, you cannot use it next turn. You need to manually attach twice. Here is the energy onto the Charizard, and here is the hit into the Charizard for 190. Don't forget the Vitality Band. And yeah, now you've got 2 options. You can either, well, you can either penny it up and not use it next turn, or you can use it and lose it next turn. And actually, one little play here from Alessandro, waited until the Lost Vacuum was gone before you play the Hero's Cape. Nice little heads-up play there to protect that Hero's Cape.
There's no doubt that Alessandro knows this deck list in and out, just how well he was able to claw back into that first game. Even though he didn't end up winning it, it was such a bad start that to get anywhere close was impressive. Looks like the Silene was the choice from Quick Search here for Alessandro to recover some more cards. Not seeing a penny available. Is there some other way you can try and buy some time here as Alessandro? Or are you just going to retreat into Mimikyu possibly this turn?
Yeah, you can, but Andrea's got enough gusting to finish out the game. We do see a Silene coming down. Double heads is quite big.
Yeah, that's handy. You've just used the Pal Pads, and that's always something to think about.
Oh, the Pal Pad, that was straight away, and it looks like a...
missed energy as well. You play such a low count of energy cards, and Super Rod obviously can't get back these special energy. It's just going to be a swing for 30 again here, and another energy bites the dust.
Oh, I quite like this for Andrea. You attach, and then you can just KO, and you have lost a couple of energy. You've lost 2 out of 7, but it's not the... I say 2 out of 7, it's really 2 out of 6, because Charizard needs 2 fire. So that 1 missed energy is not actually doing much good in terms of paying for your attack cost. But you've got enough there for the minute, and then you can just gust a Sandshrew for the win. So I'm going to want to see a Pal Pad from Andrea sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it was a quick search for the fire, so not guaranteed with that Pal Pad just yet. But it is going to be Project Mimikyu at this stage. Alessandro not even going into his free retreater. He already knows he has to go Mimikyu here. Probably has to pick up Sandshrew as well, although Sandshrew is blocking the Pal Pad. So that's fine to sit on the bench. I think Alessandro is safe in the knowledge that nothing on the bench can be gusted right now, as we see the Roseanne's back up. So it's going to be down to Andrea to get Charmeleon in the mix again.
I mean, Charmeleon will work quite nicely. You do... No, you've only got 1. It's hard to set up the board state to do it, but if you can potentially evolve into Charizard and then evolve into Charmeleon and get the 2 energy from the Charizard, you can get it all rolling in 1 turn, but you've got to have 2 Charmander ready to evolve. That is too much to ask for.
Let's see how Andrea sort of snails over the line right now, because has been slowed down by attacking altogether by Alessandro's Mimikyu. But as we know, you can just slow attach to the Charmander on the bench and try and get that into the mix with a Charmeleon. The Heat Tackle Charmeleon is still in the deck. I don't think it was even spotted in game 1 from Alessandro, so it may be out of his field of vision as well.
It wasn't spotted, but there was a turn where Andrea just randomly attached to a Charmander. So
it did attack with Heat Tackle as well, so it was using it.
Oh, well, okay, it was. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
I just want to see some turn attachments onto Charmander again.
Oh, no, I agree with you, Joe. I want to see the turn attachments onto Charmander. I just think Alessandro, with the experience he's got, is probably at least suspecting it.
Sure.
I think if we see an attachment to Charmander, we're going to see a Bravery Charm onto the Mimikyu.
Could well be the case. Finally, Andrea's going to have to slow down a little bit and can just Rotom up to end the turn instead here. Mimikyu finally helping out.
But remember, there's 2 minutes left. Alessandro needs 6 prizes.
Yeah, this
right
Mimikyu
now
buys time, but doesn't get you closer to winning.
No, if this was game 1, down with it. It's not game 1, it's game 2. At the moment, I'm not seeing a way Alessandro's taking 6 prizes and winning.
We're going to see the Forest Hill Stone flipped on this NTV, so we can see energy onto Bouffalant. We've basically made our strategy well known here, that if you're going to take prizes in this matchup, you have to first remove the energy, so that a Charizard can't just swing back into all of your Pokemon. You've given up so many prize cards now that you can't afford 1 more KO from Andrea. So you have to remove these energy, and Bouffalant's the main way to do that in this list.
And if they can't attack, they can't win. The problem is, I'm not sure Alessandro's got time for this.
No.
I don't know if there's enough
He's doing all
left.
he can, but it's just time dwindling down, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you're getting a little look as how this could have gone in game one with just a little bit of a better start, how Alessandro could have clawed back into that game. You see right now, with Sanchu turning off the PAL pad, there's no... Alessandro's weathered the storm, so to speak. There's no easy option for Andrea to actually go and get a KO, and... yeah, it's not.
Interesting. Iono as a pick from Andrea here. Alessandro's not been using Rotom every turn, but has used Quick Search over and over again, so maybe that's playing on your mind to play an Iono here, possibly also protecting cards that are currently in the hand, and you want them to the bottom of the deck so they can't be hit with Eerie. Comes into the thinking. I'm surprised we're not just attaching to a Charmander here, honestly, and trying to threaten Charmeleon for game.
Well, that's the thing. If you can just get a Charmander with one energy on, then next turn you can just go energy Charmeleon, and maybe Alessandro gets the Bravery Charm. But even then, you can two-hit KO. We do see an Arven coming down here with Hero's Cape. So I said Bravery Charm. You know what's better than Bravery Charm?
Cape's a bit bigger.
Oh, actually gone onto the Bouffalant here.
Yeah, we want to get that into the mix. Alessandro's made that pretty clear. If you're going to take prize cards, you need to run Andrea completely out of fire energy. It's the right strategy, but we're at the point in the game where there's 5 seconds left. We're going to be in turns of time. I don't know if there's enough for Alessandro here.
We will get confirmation that should be time. We will get confirmation that time has been called. We have had that confirmation. The time has been called. Alessandro is turn 0. So Alessandro has 1 turn now to take 6 prizes. And I'm going to go on a limb here, Joe, and say I don't think it's going to happen.
I'm looking at the list.
Anything that can take 6 prizes?
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Bouffalant's second attack isn't that good.
No. So we see Penny
into Mimikyu. Alessandro just likes being on stream, to be honest with you. He likes being in the spotlight, showing off his amazing creation, so I don't begrudge him at all from just showing us every strategy that this deck has. And he's also just seeing how this game would have played out as well, which I think is relevant when you're going to face more Charizard throughout the day as well, so something to bear in mind, as we are going to finally see the handshake here in round 4. A 1-0 victory for Andrea, who is so chuffed with himself.
And I would be too. If you're Charizard, you do not want to play against control. So you sit down, you see a control player opposite you, and you're like, oh, come on. Being able to navigate that, and there were some good plays. Going overly aggressive, sometimes you get punished for that like you did in game 1, but didn't get punished for that, played it beautifully, and then there in game 2, you kind of got a little bit of a look into the future, what might have happened had there been more time for Alessandro, but there wasn't, and that first game was enough there. Very well played. Congratulations to Andrea. Going a 4-0 with Charizard, and look, I said a minute ago I don't see Charizard winning this tournament. I've thought that for weeks now, but you never know. A few more games like that, I could be proven wrong.
And I think the decklist decisions were a massive part of that. Seeing double Churro, Palpad, double Boss, having both Charmeleon in the list as well. These are all big deals. And of course, the hero of the show was the Vitality Band. A huge tech card that completely swung game 1.
10 damage makes such a huge difference in so many situations. There's a lot of Pokemon that hit 220, but Iron Hands have got 230. There's a lot of Pokemon that hit 180, but things like Rotom have 190. That 10 damage can be big, and you can see the way the card designers are thinking. They will often make attacks that are 10 damage away as a way to balance cards. So you get your Vitality Band, and you're like, and it's unbalanced again. In my favor, I win.
Yeah, such an interesting back and forth. I don't think we saw enough like Eerie's from Alessandro in that first game. Couldn't really attack the opponent's hand enough. So there was still just enough of those item resources remaining for Andrea. But that's still a big part of the Pidgeot deck. I feel like without Quick Search at Alessandro's side, he just had a less optimal turn going. Had to, and was able to penny chain really, really nicely, actually, just from Rotom draw alone. So it's not like your deck completely crumbles after Pidgeot, but it's just such a smoother archetype when you can Quick Search every game. And that's kind of what we saw from Andrea's list there in game 1, certainly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Pidgeot is absolutely busted. It was an interesting one. I remember when Pidgeot was revealed, it's basically a reprint of the EX Fire Red Leaf Green Pidgeot. And there were a bunch of players being like, it's broken, it's the best card we've ever seen, it's back. And a bunch of players players being like, mate, game's moved on. It's not that good anymore. And it's not good in every matchup. Not every deck can actually afford to play it, but we see it in Control. We see it in Charizard. We're going to see it next week in Dragapult. In decks where it fits, that ability to search out any card you want during your turn, it means I've got the candy so I can go and get the Charizard, or I've got the boss so I can go and get the Lost Vacuum. It means you can play all of these one-offs knowing that you're going to hit it at the right time. And we saw a really good situation there where both players were able to use Pidgeot and be like, look, it is really good.
Yeah, I get to do the perfect thing on this turn. Obviously, the game we just saw was many, many turn games.
Yes.
But typically, you only have like 4 or 5 games to win a game of Pokemon before your opponent takes the prizes before you do. So guaranteeing that turn is going to be powerful is really, really important. And it gives you onboard protection against Iono as well, which is another monster card in the format. So no doubt Pidgeot has made its stance that it probably is one of the strongest cards we've seen in a long time.
Oh, it absolutely is. And we're gonna take a quick break in a minute, Joe. We've got good news and we've got bad news. The bad news is no time for a winner's interview because we got too much wonderful Pokemon action. The good news is we don't have time for a winner's interview because the next game is coming up really quickly. So grab Snav's nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We are gonna be back. I'm talking to you, Dave.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Loss Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeop's Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre, but to get to that point you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
I met 3 people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do the same one day.
You know what, it is so lovely to hear from Julius, one of Finland's best players, someone who I had the pleasure of meeting up with recently, actually. So Tyler booked me a surprise 30th birthday trip to Helsinki, and we had the chance to meet up, and yeah, great guy, great representative of the game.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Such a delight, always a smile on his face, and very dedicated to the Pokemon trading card game. We love to see that level of enthusiasm for our favorite thing.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. And he's had so much success as well. Like, you know, no slouch, has not only had success at tournaments, but has also coached a lot of Finland's best, so you contribute a lot of Finnish success to him, honestly, amongst others, of course. So.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Finland, incredibly strong representatives overall of the Pokemon TCG. Always find some good players over there, I find.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, yeah, up north, not when I went, but in general, quite a cold country, perhaps fittingly here. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but there's been a bit of a Mamoswine takeover, hasn't there?
There really has. There's an overload of Mamoswine right now.
And I think that I think there's a good reason why, because I remember Ross last time said that he was going to do this out of spite, and so you know what? I think these Mamoswines need a little friend, so I'm just going to add this here, and I'm sure I'm going to get an earful from Ross about that later.
We will very much see. However, we also have the fantastic community vote segment on this occasion. Since we didn't get to do it last round, of course, you at home get to choose what game we're going to see. We've got 4 choices.
And one of them is quite spicy, I think it's safe to say.
I am very interested and very excited. I thought this was going to be the tournament for the ages, as we say, and we've been saying throughout this whole event so far, this feels like a very unsolved format. We've got so much to play for. It's been quite a short amount of time between new cards becoming legal and kind of seeing what impact they might have overall on the meta. And I think right now is when we might start to see all of that coming through.
Yeah, so we've just gotten through. We don't have a graphic ready, but we have the community vote options here, so I'm just going to read them out for you. We have Elodie against Tommaso, and that's going to be Arceus Giratina V-Star against Lugia Archeops. We have Max Roberts against Morgan Brandy. That is Origin Form Dialga V-Star against Arceus Armor Rouge. Already some mega spice going on. Matteo against Julian. That's going to be Gardevoir against Espathra EX.
Ooh, love
it. And then finally we have Simone against Alex, and that's going to be Ancient Box against Origin Form Dialga. So yeah, like a lot of big surprises there.
There are some fantastic decks there. That is incredibly unexpected. But I tell you what, I'm enthused. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I'm enthused. I love Armor Rouge. I love Espathra. I love spicy decks like Origin Form Dialga, and I think that they all have mechanics that really utilize the best of the Pokemon TCG. They all work in very, very different ways, but come together to make something beautiful. It's great to see Espathra doing so well. It's great to see Armor Rouge championing an event which has such diversity in the meta, and we thought Control might start to shut these down, but not today.
Not today, seemingly. And of course, you do have a bit with the Armor Rouge, you have the ability to move the energy around, of course, so maybe you can do some tricks with that. It's I'd be very curious to see how that one plays out specifically. Arceus Armor Rouge, or like the Fire Arceus variants generally, kind of more in the fringes, almost saw success in a few tournaments, even pre-rotation, but definitely one of the more fascinating variants of Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, I think it's actually got to be one of my favorites right now. I enjoy playing it at home a lot, so that kind of fire type versatility, I think really appeals to me. Being able to put lots of energy on the board with Arceus and then move it around, I think just gives you that edge over a lot of decks right now that don't have that flexibility. Sort of once an energy is on a Pokemon, it's on there for life sort of thing.
Yeah. So once again, to go through your choices, you have Elodie versus Tommaso, which is Arcus Giratina versus Lugia Archeops, and then you have Max Roberts against Morgan Brandy, and that is Origin from Dialga against Arceus Armarouge, Matteo against Julian, that is Spaffra versus Gardevoir, and then Simone Torrente against Alex Bottolini, and that is Ancient Box versus Origin from Dialga. Plenty of interesting decks to pick from there.
I am so excited, and you guys still have time to vote. So if you're on Twitch, make sure that you're voting. Sometimes you need to click on the channel point selection if you're on a mobile device to be able to access the vote, so don't forget to do that just in case you're not seeing it pop up at the top of the chat there. If you are on YouTube, you will need to hop over to the Twitch chat in order to vote. So have your say, make sure your voice is heard.
Yeah. I also heard murmurs of something very interesting. I heard there was a Tinkaton in the field.
There is a Tinkaton in the field.
Wait, what?
A Tinkaton, I know. A beautiful card with great variants, but I think people are scared of playing it due to hand disruption. Now that Milotic has rotated especially, which originally was stopping supporters from disrupting your hand, now I wonder what somebody has cooked up instead that could be more reliable for that damage output.
Yeah. Now we just got word in our future match will be table 210, so that will be Simone Torrente against Alex Bottolini. So Ancient Box against Origin from Dialga. The people have spoken. We are giving you exactly what you want, and that is going to be our community choice match for this round.
Oh, I'm so excited! I can't wait to see what both of these players have in store for us. It's definitely going to be something special. Thank you for making your voices heard at home. You guys have control over a few of our rounds, which gives a lot of insight into what the community wants to see as well, and we appreciate that, and so does everybody else.
Yeah, so whilst those players are making their way over, we can take a chance to talk about these two decks. Not two decks we featured yet today on stream. Two archetypes that have seen kind of different rises in success, so some rising and then falling at different times. Ancient Box saw, of course, very early success, especially in the hands of Gabriel Fernandez in the senior division at the European International Championships, and Origin from Dialga, of course, in the hands of Andrew Hedrick, taking down regionals in the Masters division. So both decks that aren't played in high numbers, but both seen a lot of success.
And I've just had a report that unfortunately there was a technical error on our side, Freya. So in fact, we're going to be seeing Tinkaton EX versus Chen-Pao, everybody! Scrap that previous one, we've got a much more exciting match. So yes, definitely decks we have not featured on stream yet, well, apart from Chen-Pao.
Yeah.
So if you didn't check out Chen-Pao earlier, you should hop back and watch that. But first, don't go anywhere, we are going to see some Tinkaton action right here. I wonder whether that weakness will come in, and Tinkaton could go 5-0 day one of the final European regional level event.
I think it's safe to say none of us had that, not even in our CASA predictions, in our, even the tiniest amount of brain space, thinking about what could be played in this tournament. Tinkaton?
I didn't have it on my Bologna bingo card.
No, neither did I.
I did not. Did you?
And yeah, if you did, kudos to you.
Bingo. Because absolutely phenomenal. But it just goes to show, if your favorite Pokemon is in the trading card game right now, if it is legal, if it's just a Pokemon you kind of like, there is nothing stopping you from building a deck. There is absolutely nothing stopping you from rising to the top with your very favorite. I truly believe that every single Pokemon can be made into a deck, and that is playable, regardless, at minimum playable. The deck will work as intended, and I truly believe that anyone could do that, and I feel like this Tinkaton is riding on that sail with me.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, it's not the first time we've seen something like this. There have been times where archetypes come up absolutely nowhere to take tournaments. Remember all the way back in 2016, where we featured a clip so many times as part of our rotation of historical moments in the competitive game. Mega Ordino winning the World Championship in 2016. So sometimes just the right call at the right time.
You've got to have it. And like you say, not only the right call at the right time, but believing in the deck that you have been testing, something you are confident with. It doesn't matter what other people think. It doesn't matter what the meta says. Charizard, fire types, Tinkaton.
Tinkaton. So, yeah, of course, does more damage for the amount of cards in your hand, I believe, right?
Yes, in your hand,
yes. I just refresh myself on what it does. It's just been so long since I've seen it.
Yeah, no, it's a heavy hitter. It's 30 times for the amount of energy in your hand with Big Hammer. hammer. So
I can't believe I remember that off the top of my head.
Right? So if you can kind of make that horribly long concertina hand each turn, if you can use every resource in your arsenal to make sure that even after disruption, you're having that nice big hand, as long as you can keep achieving that regularly, you can take some really meaningful knockouts. And against Chen-Pao needing half of that because of typing, like, that's crazy. Oh no, it's psychic type actually, isn't it? It's not metal. Oh my gosh, no. So yeah, still going to need a lot of cards, but in that respect, Tinkaton and Chen-Pao are very similar, right?
Yeah, it's funny because I think it's very easy to assume that Tinkaton is a metal type because there's the Corviknight association, but no, in the TCG this card it is a psychic type, so no weakness coming into play here.
No, but again, one of those decks that has essentially uncapped damage, like we were talking about earlier. You've got, depending on how many cards in hand, they don't have to be specific cards, literally anything is fine. You could be doing 30 times, so that's a lot of damage, whereas Chen-Pao has the slight drawback of needing to attach that energy, so we need Baxcalibur in play to be able to get the advantage, put enough water energy into play. Although Chen-Pao has the slight disadvantage of it has to be energy, I feel like they're quite similar style of deck.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess, to be fair, there is a reason why we've not seen Tinkaton up until now. I think it's safe to say it is, you could almost say the underdog in this matchup in terms of proven results, but I mean, we've not had the chance to see it prove its mettle yet. We could be both taken by surprise here.
And it's an incredibly popular Pokemon. Just taking it at that, it is so many people's favorites. It's such a cool design. Everyone loves Tinkaton. I don't know anyone that doesn't like Tinkaton. And so seeing a Pokemon that is a bit of a fan favorite from that generation, I think goes down really well. I'm super excited to see how it does today. Clearly already on a winning record.
Yes.
Where do the possibilities end?
Yeah, because
where can the engine they're using stop?
Sometimes it's just a one-off success, right? Go back to the Mega Ordinary example, one and done, never saw success again. Maybe it'll be the same here. Maybe this is the start of a new potential avenue to explore. I mean, we're going to find out. We're going to have it featured for the first time, and I guess we'll have to take the answers from there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if we're going to have Tinkaton EX as well as the small Tinkaton, because it has that draw engine kind of built in. So whether there's going to be a bit of a mixture, just so that we get kind of a power and a draw deck built into one with the same evolution line.
Yeah, because that's not really something that we've seen in a while. Of course, the closest thing is pre-rotation. We had Gardevoir EX played the multiple different Gardevoirs, but to make use of two different stage 2s, since rotation, we've not really had the chance to see that in the same evolution line, so that could be really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's got a lot of potential. Really excited to see exactly what the deck list provides for us, and then how the game goes down as well, because there's not just what each deck looks like. There's so much in the middle to be taken care of, and I just can't in my brain figure out if this is a great matchup for Tinkaton or whether Chen-Pao has the opportunity to run away with it. Tinkaton has 300 HP, so definitely can be hit hard by a Chen-Pao, but it's almost those Charizard numbers if you really need quite a few energy.
Yeah, although 300 is unfortunate because that means it is exactly enough so that 5 instead of 6 is enough to get a knockout, so yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but we haven't actually had a chance to look at the list yet, so we don't know what's being teched. There could be some HP buffing tools in there, there could be all sorts. We're going to have to find out, once we get into the game, we'll have a look at the list in more detail, and maybe we can start to try and piece together how this strategy goes.
And 7 cards in hand for a Tinkaton to KO a Chen-Pao. How do we feel about that?
Seems very doable, honestly.
7 does, doesn't it? It just feels, that feels okay.
Yeah, it
like,
does.
What, if it was a B-Barrel engine, it would take us up to 5, that's only draw 2 more. We can do that, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of the different ways you could do it.
B-Barrel refills your hand, you could probably play Gift Energy as well, so when stuff gets knocked out, you refill as well.
That's exactly 7.
Yeah, oh, that's true. I guess then the only problem is you can't play cards, right? That's the thing, because you need to play cards to set up as well, so how is the Tinkaton going to manage that? I
can't wait. No. It's going to be a resource management masterclass on both sides. We've already discussed earlier how Chen-Pao needs to sequence well in order to make those impactful moves and those that perfect prize mapping.
Yeah, and it'll probably be pretty similar here, especially with a deck like Tinkaton, when it is something that is a little bit more on the rogue side. You are punished even more for your mistakes. You have to play to your absolute heart out and play perfectly to make these rogue strategies successful.
Yeah, I can't wait. Honestly, our players are just about setting up, so hopefully we'll have some exhilarating gameplay really soon. I'm I can't wait.
Yeah.
I actually cannot wait to see how this all pans out. I hope you guys at home are excited to see these two players.
Yeah, I'm sure if Tinkaton was one of the options, it would have been voted for. I mean, who doesn't want to see Tinkaton on stream, right? It can't be never seen before in action. I
gotta say, I like the meta right now.
Yeah.
So I liked those choices. There were others on that list. I was like, oh gosh, we're missing out on that. That's a bit of a shame. Because I genuinely wanted to see some Arcus. So maybe later. Hopefully they continue to do well, and maybe we'll catch them later on in the tournament.
I mean, chances are, if like all of those tables are on 4-0, chances are at least half of them will do well, right? So yeah, good chance to see some more spice coming up here in Bologna.
Oh, it would be good to see. It would be good, because honestly, it looks like everyone's gone all out for this tournament. Last event of this format, relatively unsolved. I think that gives the opportunity for these decks to come out and play, you know?
Yeah, I think it does. That's probably a big part of why this you say risk was taken. Someone just thinking, like you were saying earlier, I like this deck a lot. I know it like the back of my hand. I've got nothing to lose. Why not play it now?
Yeah, now feels like the perfect opportunity. Whether you've got your invite or not necessarily, either you might clutch that invite with a deck that came out of nowhere, like Ordino, or you just get to play and have loads of fun. If you've already got your invite, solid. If you're just playing for fun, bring Tinkaton.
Okay. So I just realized where the mix-up was. So you guys did vote for like the right table. I think it's just that the tabling was wrong. We didn't mention Simone Torrente was one of the picks, but not up against Alex Bertolini, but up against Arta Hurt instead.
That
makes sense now.
That does make a lot of sense, but still absolutely fantastic players, and we're going to have them starting really soon, just shuffling up some adorable Wooper sleeves there, Paldean Wooper.
Yeah, I love to see those, of course, from the Japanese Pokemon centers. Here comes the coin flip. I have no... oh, there we go. We've got flip cam.
Spinning.
That's going.
Whoa, hey!
So who actually, we were so excited about the flip. Who actually won that?
I don't know. I think the judges are contemplating. Like, who did pick Tails?
So,
for those who don't know, who might be new around here, for the Pokemon trading card game, generally when we're playing in competitive events, especially high-level ones, rather than a coin flip, a die is used instead as a coin flip instead, and a heads is an even number and a tails is odd.
Yeah, and we can confirm that now Simone is the one playing Tinkaton, not playing Ancient Box. That's what we thought, but no, Simone is playing Tinkaton, and wow.
Incredible.
Not on anyone's bingo, I think it's safe to say. Look at the prizes. Double Morty's Conviction, and then a Tinkatink and a Tinkaton, okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and Iron Hands and a 1-1 with barrel prize for Arta as well. That's actually really, really awkward.
That is uncomfortable. I don't like that at all.
No, neither do I.
It doesn't feel good. Not one bit. But here we go. Starting off the game. One Pokemon aside, as we usually see, and we're kicking it off with a Dunsparce in the active, Greninja, and we're starting.
Okay, I'm already seeing this. I'm already loving it. Dunsparce, of course, it makes so much sense.
It really does. It really does.
So yeah, we'll have a chance to look at the list now. So Dunsparce must be one of the main draw engines here. We have seen this engine used to great success in Roaring Moon decks in the past, of course. That Dunsparce evolves into Dunsparce, which lets you draw 3 cards, and then it shuffles itself into the deck. Yep,
and again, you can use multiple of them on a turn. So it just feels like a win all round.
Yes, it really does. Now, first deck search happening now for Simone. Going to look through the deck to see what is available. There's plenty of Tinkatinks to search for there. Does find the first one. And for the rest of the hand, there's a double turbo and another nest ball. And the Dunsparce is also ready to go in hand already, so has the means to get some draw going already very early on. Really great start from Simone.
Really, really strong start, getting lots of Pokemon down, immediately filling the bench. You really can't go wrong, especially with that Dunsparce engine. I feel like it is most strongly used when you're able to utilize more than one on a turn when you need those larger hand numbers. But you could choose to hold detonating the ability for when you need it. So you could set up multiple Dunsparce and then just take the extra cards when you need them.
Yeah, just hold it there. And of course, because it kind of works as a pivot in and of itself, like the Dunsparce has a very high retreat cost, but if it just goes into the deck, then if it's in the active, you can put whatever you want up from the bench.
Right?
Yes.
Absolutely problem solved. Love to see that innovation. a great engine, and I wonder whether this will continue to popularize that engine as a consideration for other decks, because like you said, I think we've only really seen it in Roaring Moon before, but now this is a fantastic idea.
Yes, it really, really is. So pretty okay start from Simon. Only was able to get down one Tinkertink, unfortunately. But now it's over to Arthur, who starts off with a Buddy Poffin. Definitely going to be happy to start with that.
Buddy Poffin is always our greatest fan at the beginning of a game. We are not upset with that at all. To be able to have everything exactly kind of when they want it.
Yeah.
So making sure that they're able to sequence their turn with the prize cards in mind. We know that there's a Bidoof and a barrel prized. That is not fun. And especially with quite a few low HP Pokemon on the board right now, knowing that Iron Hands also can't be utilized feels bad.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough spot to be in as Arthur does do that check through. Now, just whilst Arthur's doing the setup here, I want to draw attention to Tinkaton again, just to like go through. We have the list now in front of us. There is some very, very interesting stuff going on in here. You are absolutely right to call out the potential to use the non-EX Tinkaton. That's in there in 2 copies.
There we go.
The Radiant, okay. Do you have to listen? Oh, I was going to say, can you guess what the Radiant Pokemon choice is? But you don't need to. It's there in front of you as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Radiant Jirachi.
You know what? It's actually one of my favorite Radiants.
Really?
I love it. It's so fun. It is very silly, don't get me wrong, but if you're in a bit of a bind and it does get KO'd, being able to search the deck for 2 of any card
is it 2 or 3?
I honestly,
I'm pretty sure it's 3.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Radiant Jirachi is absolutely mad, but like hardly anyone has managed to make use of it, I would say, at this point.
There have been a few highlight reel moments on stream where like we've had a Doom Desire double heads knockout and they went to sort of save the day. That's been a highlight of some previous streams for sure, but not been the most popular choice of Radiant Pokemon in for sure.
You're right, it is 3 cards, and yes, on the Astral Misfortune, flip 2 coins. If both of them are heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is immediately KO'd.
Yes, wow. So, if you're Arthur right now, you're seeing your opponent in front of you, you're seeing a Dunsparce and a Tinkertink. What's going through your head?
Honestly, I mean, I think at that point it's pretty clear what's going on. But I think you're still in the park of not having an absolute clue what is going on.
Yeah, like sure, you know that it's a card that exists. Yeah, you have maybe some rough idea of what it does, but you're 4-0 and you're up against something that there's no way that this would have been in your testing program if you're like trying out. I think, like you said, the bingo card. Oh, what am I expecting in Bologna? Oh yeah, Tinkaton. That's going to be top of the list.
Yeah, and encountering it in round 5.
Yes.
I think that really stands out to me. I think it's not what you start to expect. You start to expect the usual suspects by round 5. You're thinking, right, there's lots of Charizard here, so I'm probably going into another Charizard. Chen-Pao loves the Charizards. So I imagine that's how Arthur's been doing so fabulously well so far, is hitting all those decks that Chen-Pao loves to eat up.
Yes.
But I wonder if he remembers what Tinkaton can do.
Yeah. Also, I did misspeak earlier. It's not a Tinkertink, it's a Tinkertuff actually in the prize cards there at the top. It's the stage 1. It does play a one-off copy of that. So all the Tinkertinks are ready to access, as we do see another one actually does go down there. And the Manaphy going down too, that's very, very important because of Arthur's start. You know, Arthur has the Radiant Greninja ready to go. You definitely don't want to get both of your Tinkertinks or both of your Dunsparces KO'd.
No, Moonlight Shuriken would absolutely make mincemeat of those poor Tinks. So it certainly isn't worth the risk. Manaphy is a necessity, as with any deck where your Pokemon need to evolve, especially the Dunsparce, right? Because we have multiple on the board, don't necessarily want to activate the Dunsparce ability the moment it evolves. Sometimes we want to leave that and allow for a larger hand later to take a larger KO. Early in the game, is it necessary? Only if we're struggling to set up. And speaking of, here's our first Dunsparce! Dunsparce!
Dunsparce drawing 3 cards and then running away back into the deck. Yeah, again, such a phenomenal draw engine. I'm surprised that it hasn't seen experimentation in more things than it already has. Kind of exactly like you were saying earlier. It seems like this card is, even with the amount of play that and success that it has seen, it still feels like Runaway Draw has so much untapped potential.
It really does, and I've been waiting so long on a Dunsparce evolution. I love to see the Dunsparce coming into play right here, digging its way back into the deck, running away so that it cannot be endangered anymore. Being able to play another Buddy Poffin for another Little Tink on the bench. We've got 3 now, a Manaphy, and 2 more Dunsparce in play. I just feel like this board state is really strong right now. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the Tinkerton expert, but it's feeling pretty good to me.
Yeah, I would completely agree. Now, it's going to be an interesting matter of, like, can you actually dig for the KO this turn? The hand looks okay, but I'm not sure if it's quite there enough yet. So was that Cypher Maniacs that was just played?
I believe
it
was.
like it. Yeah, it was.
So they're just deciding which 2 cards are going to go to the top. I saw an Arizu being contemplated, and I really love that for this deck having so many evolutions. Arizu being able to go and get 3 feels great.
Again, a card that you would have never expected to see play. Oh, but unfortunately just had to set up for next turn, so going to be a retreat into the Tinker-Tink and pass.
I honestly don't mind that too much right now. I kind of feel like it is that deck that takes its time and pounces later.
Yeah, and with the Manaphy as well, like, you're safe unless Arthur can put together a canceling clone shenanigans turn. And I don't. Okay, there is a canceling clone in the list, so that would be like the one thing that Simone has to watch out for. But he's kind of done all he can now. So let's see what goes on. Oh, a Pokestop.
Oh, that was a lovely Pokestop too.
Yeah, 1 energy found that goes to the discard, but then a Super Rod and a Superior Energy Retrieval. Pretty ideal, I would say.
Honestly, I don't think it can be a whole lot better other than the 3 items. But having access to those water energy because they're in the discard pile and you have Superior Energy Retrieval right now, I don't dislike that. I think what I do dislike is the lack of draw in Arta's hand right now. I don't believe I saw an Irida. I don't think there's...
No, there it is.
Whoa, there she is.
Hiding away, okay, but the Irida in hand does like change a lot because now this means you can get the Red Candy Baxcalibur. You had the Superior Energy Retrieval ready to go in hand already, so you can use that to get some energy back, although I don't know if there's enough in the discard to actually pull off an attack here.
I believe there's 2, which isn't going to be enough for Greninja. Would be enough for Chen-Pao, but not to also retreat the Greninja. So I think there's a bit of work that still needs doing, which again is going to be some of that masterful sequencing that we spoke about a lot today, because the Chen-Pao can draw cards. But we've got 1 Bibarel hiding away in the prize cards. So can we do it with the current setup? Is Greninja alone going to be enough? Are we going to be able to find the second Bibarel in time?
So I guess what you can do is, although it doesn't feel ideal, you can Superior Energy Retrieval just to get 2 energy back, and then you can, use 1 to attach to retreat. You can even conceal cards the other one away, and then you can bring up the Chen-Pao, use Chivalry Shield to get 2, and then you're good to go.
Exactly. I honestly couldn't think of much better. It's a shame. It's always a shame not to use a Superior Energy Retrieval for not its full effect.
To get but sometimes it just needs a must, right? You just need the energy then and there, so even if you're not getting the full 4, you're still making the best turn possible by doing that. So
there we go for a Shivery Chill, so we're certainly getting some more. The Baxcalibur in play with the lovely League Stamp promo there. Love to see it.
The league prize packs have been such a great addition to the locals scene, right? The fact that you can you go to the league and get these wonderful there's so many playable cards in those packs as well, and they have the lovely play Pokemon stamp on. Definitely worth going to your local league for.
Oh, 1000%, they're great, and like you say, full of playable cards, including these lovely Baxcalibur. And now that we can finally Super Cold, how much energy is going on. I think concealed cards, so it's like, going to conceal cards first. Again, that kind of gives us more on our Superior Energy Retrieval if we end up using it. Pokestop's already used this turn. 2 energy currently. That is enough to take a KO. They could just hold resources.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice for Arthur, and that Tinker-Tink does have 60 HP, so you can attach both, but then you'll need to discard 1 to take the knockout of Hailblade. So first prize of the game goes to Arthur.
We like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. But we never know. Simone might have some crazy comeback mechanics. Going straight in no hesitation. First to Dunsparce of the turn. Here we go. Drawing the cards from Cypher Maniac. I like that.
Yes.
Making sure that all of them got drawn, because obviously you take the one for turn, but then the other card you put to the top kind of lingers there. Yeah. But being able to even possibly make that top card at a Dunsparce, draw it, and then draw the other plus some, I like this.
It's almost like he planned it that way.
Oh my goodness gracious. How? Oh, wow.
Can't believe that.
Literally stacking the deck. No cheating though. This is perfectly legal plays, my people. Cypher Maniac's code breaking, allowing you to put 2 cards to the top there. And the Arizu, which we knew was in the top. We saw that with Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but I still love it. Great card, allowing you to get 3 evolution Pokemon and put them in your hand.
Is this the first time we've seen an Arizu played on any officially streamed game ever? I think it might be.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I think I'm a little bit Arizu biased because I used to play a lot of Zorobox. And
that makes sense.
You play a lot of Arizu, so I've got very used to her being in deck, so I might not have... might not have calculated or remembered, but look at that hand already. Like when you're looking at how many cards are in hand, that's already pretty good, and they've not even started on the main kind of Tinkerton line yet. Going again! Whoa! Digging away!
It is important to note with Arizu, as it says there, you can't grab any rulebox Pokemon with it. So you can't grab the Tinkerton EX, for example, but you can grab the Dunsparce, you can grab the Tinkertuff, you can grab the non-EX Tinkerton. There's still so much you can search with it.
So much, and we're getting closer and closer. Here we go. So I didn't see, I think we have a rare candy in hand. There it is! The first beautiful, oh my lord, Tinkerton illustration rare.
Gorgeous, gorgeous card. Yeah, then with that big hammer attack. Now it's just going to be a matter of, can Simone build up the hand to the point where there's enough to take the KO on this Chen-Pao?
I think it already is. It only needs to be 7 cards, and they've got double turbo energy. We do have to minus 20 for that. So 8 would need to be it, and I believe that's 8 cards.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's a KO.
240 minus 20, 220. That's the exact amount.
Knockout. Absolutely perfect numbers. To Dunsparce digging our way to victory on that big KO.
Big KO from Big Hammer. My goodness, there's something we never thought we'd announce in our casting careers, but it's just happened.
I'm so pleased. Arizu's great. As long as we have evolution Pokemon with no rule boxes, we are a happy, happy crew.
So Chen-Pao comes in.
Shivery chillin'.
Just...
shiver me timbers.
Yes. So, like we were talking about earlier, there is the one thing that does go in Arto's favor. This is a stage 2 EX that is a little bit easier to KO than most. Due to the 300 HP, you only need 5 energy instead of what would usually be 6 to take the knockout. So Arto should be able to get it here, but then if Simone can just trade blow for blow, Arto's on 5 prize cards right now, so go down to 3, it will be, the prize mapping will go 2, 1, 0 win.
Have you seen what a spec Simone is playing?
Oh, that's a very good question. Let's
I think we should guess. If you haven't looked, I think we should guess. Because I think Cape might be in this.
I think it's got to be Cape or Prime Catcher.
I think it's got to be Cape or Prime Catcher, but I don't know. I feel like a Cape would be nice. 400 HP has a nice ring to it.
Let's have a little look here. We've got the list. It is, in fact... What should be something completely different? It is the Prime Catcher.
It's still a fantastic card. And again, great, because if you're having to rely on cards in hand, then it is useful to be able to bring something up with a bit lower HP that you might be able to take a KO on.
It's one of those things where when Prime Catcher first came out, we were talking about how it always became the default A spec, right? It's that if you're not sure what else to play, just play that, and it's a very, very good reason why.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely fantastic, especially for a potentially rogue pick. I think that works really well.
Yeah, because it's very much like a power card in that regard, isn't it? So.
And there we go. As we said, feels fairly easy for Chen-Pao at this stage, where all their resources are open. Taking that KO on that huge Tinkerton EX with only 5 energy.
Big pickup in the prizes as well. Arto did find that Iron Hands EX, so can maybe use that to steal a win if there can be some kind of 2-hit combo where you finish off an EX with an Iron Hands. That could be a way to get back, but then that would have to happen over 2 turns. So let's see how it goes for now. Back on Simone, who needs to set up after his board getting cleared a little bit.
Yeah, Simone's now down to not as many, and it's fixed. Cool, Buddy Poppin. I love Buddy Poppin so much. It feels bad to have such a big board and then going down to quite quite few, really, and I think that's what always worried me about the Dunsparce as an engine, is the potential of ending up with quite a small and kind of dangerous board in that respect. But we got the red candy straight into another Tinkerton.
Yeah, the hand, I do believe there is... Is it 8 currently in hand? No, it says 7 after playing that down, but this Dunsparce will refill things again. And how plays that Luxray. Okay.
Here we are. Luxray reversal energy is lovely. And a Roxanne. This could turn the tables. Roxanne allowing Simone to get 6 cards after shuffling hand into deck, and Arta is going to be down to 2.
Yeah, this one is so impactful as well, because we were talking about establishing the barrel earlier. Arta has not been able to do that, so he has no way to draw out this Roxanne other than the Radiant Greninja.
This Roxanne could be the pivotal point of this game. She could change everything. Is she going to come through? What are those 2 cards going to be for Arta? Hopefully we see a Bibarel. But on the other side of the field, Simone is there with the reversal energy in hand by the looks of it, and a double... Wow, and a double turbo, and being able to draw 3 more cards. Is it ever going to stop?
It's not anytime soon, but with that, Simone does have enough cards in hand to take knockout. So, you know, 6 cards, then you go up to 9, you play down the double turbo, that's 8. That's a knockout again.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving this. Chen-Pao's fighting back in very true Chen-Pao fashion. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think that Roxanne might have sealed their fate. It depends what those 2 cards were. Is 2 going to be enough?
It's going to depend on what those are. Right now, Simone is very much in control, has the knockout ready to go, can just bring up the... hold on.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Okay.
Like we're going for the Luxray, attaching the reversal energy. Luxray's a really fun kind of single prize attacker. You can only play it directly without evolving when you're behind on prize cards. So because Arta went down to 3 prize cards, it activated all of these cards.
There was a counter catcher in hand, so now the Roxanne's even stronger. Use it to bring out the Bidoof, and now there's even harder for Arta to draw out this Roxanne.
He's making sure that the Roxanne sticks, and I love that. It is almost like a little bit of control that we see as our kind of overarching theme of this weekend.
It's something that is very, very important. And Arta drew the Ultra Ball for turn. So Simone
it would
doing
have been
that.
Possible.
And this is what so many of the top players are aware of this. Sometimes it is very easy to get lost in thinking just about the prize map, thinking, you know, I want to get the knockouts to win. But sometimes it's more important to take less prizes, but to stop your opponent from getting back into the game. And Simone has done that beautifully here.
The Pokestop, the Bibarel, and a Lightning Energy in the discard pile. Now we've got 2 Super Rod in hand, and that's very not helpful.
Yeah, and Arthur's hand is kind of dreadful, honestly. That's an Ultra Ball is like probably the best thing that he has. There's a Super Rod from the Pokestop. Can use that to get back some resources, but there's nothing really that great for Arthur to establish here.
As far as I'm concerned, that Roxanne was a roaring success.
Absolutely.
Now, the interest, I suppose here, we can use Chen-Pao's ability to get 2 water energy we've just put back, and we can take a knockout on this Luxray.
Yes.
Is that going to be enough to make a move back into this game?
So, yeah, 2 energy. You could also discard 1 with the Greninja if you wanted to conceal cards, try and find some more stuff, but then you're potentially risking missing the knockout, which wouldn't feel great. So definitely a tough one.
I mean, Luxray can't attack anymore.
No, that's true, because the reversal energy is, of course, no longer active, with Simone and Arta now being even on prizes.
I gotta say, I really liked that combo, because Simone allowed Arta to go ahead in the game, and they used 3 cards simultaneously that all work only when you're behind on prize cards. They only let themselves go behind on 1, and then Luxray was able to come down, reversal, and the counter catcher.
Hold on, Amy. I just realized something very important. 2 energy is not enough to KO this Luxray. It has 150 HP, so with this 20 self-damage, it's 130. That'll be 10
You're
short.
Right. Oh my gosh. You're absolutely right. We are still 10 short. I'll be honest with you, I forgot quite how kind of chunky this Luxray is.
Yeah,
he is not going down without an absolute fight.
150, so just having just enough to survive a 2 energy Hail Blade after the self-damage. Wow.
That is damning. That really hurts. I feel like if Arta was able to take a KO this turn, they still have the potential to turn it around. I'm not sure if they pass the turn here, whether they can. If Luxray just needs to retreat, Tinkerton forward, attach double turbo.
And it looks
keep
like
building that hand.
Okay, the answer is going to be Nest Ball for Iron Hands DX. This is also 10 short though. 120 plus 20 won't be enough to take the knockout either. Otherwise, that would be a pretty good turn.
No, I mean, so we can attack. No, don't run enough lightning energy. That's the difficult thing. It's like some people are playing arm press, like being able to play more lightning energy to be able to utilize arm press might be in the future, but generally it's not.
even so, in this deck, there's no way to accelerate lightning, so you'd have to manually attach twice anyway.
Yep. So it's not gonna happen.
No.
I don't think we're going to see an attack for her.
No, I think Simone has played this absolutely beautifully, denying Artur the outs to try and find a way back into this game, and just forcing. Yeah, Artur just passes.
I was really hoping that wouldn't happen, but it's looking not fantastic. If Simone can grab a 2-prize knockout here, I don't think there's much coming back from it, if I'm honest.
Well, I mean, Simone has it, right? The double turbo's in hand. All he has to do is just not play that many cards, and he can just retreat and he's good to go.
Pretty much, yeah. I suppose it's just making sure there's enough cards in hand. I can't quite counter it from here. I think there's not quite enough with wanting to play cards. This Dudunsparce, I believe, puts us in range, though, and then it's just a retreat of the Luxray needed.
Yeah, there might have been enough beforehand, but the Dudunsparce definitely just solidifies it, because you also want to play down more Dunsparce so you can do it again next turn. So you want to have enough in hand whilst also setting yourself up for next turn. That's very, very important. But yeah, I do believe with this, Simone can bring out that Tinkaton EX, and it's going to be a KO with Big Hammer, and then only one more prize for Simone to win with Tinkaton EX in our feature match.
That is insane. I never thought that we'd be featuring something so exciting. And I like this resource management of Tinkaton as well. Making sure that you are playing cards, because you have to. You're right, you need to put those Dunsparce back down and keep the engine going. Otherwise, we'll just, come to a standstill eventually. Our Dunsparce train will stop if we don't keep putting fuel into the fire.
Yeah, oh, and there's the single prize Tinkaton coming down as well for even some more draw power. Why not?
I know, right? It just keeps going round and round. Honestly, I love this. I think it's fantastic. More draw power, the better. Being able to think to yourself, okay, I don't think I'm going to need another Tinkaton EX, so managing the single prize. I mean, it does have special hammer, and when you're using a lot of special energy here, so we can do 180 damage, which isn't awful. So I just don't think it's great into this matchup. It's not a number that feels relevant.
Yeah, but gather materials, discard a card from your hand, draw free. That builds up that hand advantage, so you can do more damage with that Big Hammer. And wait, what was that? Oh, that's a Great Ball. Okay, so going to look at the top 7. Does find a Pokemon.
There's a Dunsparce in there, but we played this Dunsparce this turn, so cannot be used. I like playing them sideways like that to indicate that this one cannot be used this turn.
Yeah, very, very helpful for us, and also just your good sportsmanship, just to show that doing things the right way during the game. We'll always love to see that. And Simone is going to be thinking about this very carefully. He wants to play cards, but like you were saying, AB, just strike that right balance between playing cards, but also making sure that you have enough for the KO. He's done that masterfully. There are 8 cards in the hand right now, so he can just retreat and take the KO to Tinkaton. Yeah, it is 8. If he plays any more now, he will deny himself the KO, so he can't do that.
No, exactly. And then it's just seeing that one Tinkaton to the finish line, right? Because that's our main. That's at the moment Simone's only attacker. Like, other than the Luxray, this is the only mild concern I have, is that they only have 2 attackers on board right now.
Okay, yeah, Simone's not been a supporter yet, so you could go for a Mortis Conviction, then you could draw a few more cards, and there's also, there's a Boss's Orders as well.
Ooh.
Do you maybe consider going for the Baxcalibur?
If you feel like the Roxanne is still sticking, I think you absolutely go for the Baxcalibur.
Just deny more and more ways for Arthur to get back into the game.
Well, Arthur had taken energy that wasn't attached.
Yeah.
Simone is aware that there is energy in the hand.
That's true. So, yeah, maybe this is just the best call, and it works out well for the prize map too. So
I think it's a really tough choice.
Okay, but no,
gone aggressive. I like it. Yeah. I was a fan of both choices, honestly.
Yeah, does decide just to go for the KO. 2 more prizes taken. Simone is 1 prize away from winning game 1. Does Arthur have any kind of response? It doesn't look like it. There's another Chen-Pao. That's a start. You need to get enough energy on this to KO to Tinkaton EX.
So who's got Tinkatons? Who's rummaging around in their binder right now for their Tinkatons at home?
I know I haven't got any, so I'm stuffed.
Oh, come on, Freya.
I know.
You've got to keep the cute pink ones.
too busy with my Lugias, Zartus, and Koraidons.
But 2 works on it. Come on.
Oh my God, you're right as well.
I thought this would be right in your ballpark.
I don't know what I'm thinking, honestly. It's not on it. Clearly.
That's okay. I'll forgive you.
Thank you. I'm going to go So attach retreat into the Chen-Pao. We'll be able to get 2 more energies now from the Chivalry Chill. There is a cool combo you could do here. You can get the energies from the Chivalry Chill. There is a Cypher Maniacs in hand, so you can combine that with the concealed cards to search for any 2 cards from the deck. It's just a matter of can Artur get 2 this KO from those 2 cards.
I love that combination. I got to say, it's one of my favorites right now. It really is. Using Cypher Maniac's code breaking, you search your deck, you put 2 cards at the top in any order that you'd like. And then you use concealed cards and Greninja your way into them by discarding an energy from hand and drawing the 2 cards you just put on top of the deck. So it's literally cheating with extra steps, but not really cheating because you're actually allowed to do it. Yeah. Cypher Maniac's been like, I'll let you stack your deck. 2 cards though, 2 cards.
Yeah. Have you ever, I'm guessing they probably are, but are you familiar with the concept of the golden rule of card games?
I don't know I am, you're gonna have to teach me.
So the golden rule card game is anything that a card says you can do supersedes the rules. So it's not cheating because that is the golden rule. If the card says you can do it, even if the rules say you can't, the card says you can do it, you do it. That's how it works.
I love that. Oh, it feels good. Feels good to be a rule breaker, non-rule breaker. Oh.
So that was, I believe, a nest ball coming down to establish that Bidoof. Very important. You're going to need that to carry you through these last few turns. We saw how crucial it was that Simone carried the last Bidoof before it could become a barrel. And now here comes the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. What 2 cards can Artur fetch here?
What's going to be significant?
Superior Energy Retrieval seems like a good start. I'm not going to lie.
Nope, that sounds perfect. I don't know what else, honestly. Is it just going to be 2 superior energy retrieval, an earthen vessel? It depends how much energy is in deck versus discard, but I have a feeling most is in discard. It looks like we only have like 1 energy left in deck, which I don't think is worth earthen vesseling for. So
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
No.
And also, I think there's 1 energy in hand already because there's 2. So
at least, yeah.
Yeah. So this is fine because then you can. Superior Energy Retrieval works for this turn. You can grab something else for next turn. Then after the Superior, you have 6 in hand. Well, 5 because you'll discard 1 for the concealed cards.
Yep.
So then you have 5 left. You can attach them to the Chen-Pao. That's enough for the knockout.
Jobs are good in. Happy days.
Yeah.
I like it.
So,
I like it a lot. Let's see it in action.
Yeah, concealed cards. Finds. Yeah, oh, what a surprise! And funny enough, you did mention there's the Earthen Vessel as well.
I did. It might maybe, just to get that final energy out of the deck. I don't dislike it.
Yeah, just have it for later.
Yeah, it's good thinning.
It's interesting. There was a debate from Artur between that and the Iridir, I think, because that would be a great option for next turn as well. But I think in this instance, thinking that would rather just have the Earthen Vessel ready to go in the hand. So there it is. 5 energy going onto the Chen-Pao off of from the Super Cold, and Hailblade for 300 damage takes the knockout on the Tinkerton EX.
I think this is where I worry, right? What is Simone's next move?
Well, you just take a knockout, I guess.
With what?
With what? So yeah, reversal energy's gone, so that's not an option. There's no Tinkertink on the field,
that's
is there?
My worry.
Right, yeah, okay.
That's exactly it. There's currently no attacker on Simone's side of the board. I feel like we may have run out of steam in the train.
Yeah, and I mean, that was I guess that was the one downside of establishing that non-EX Tinkerton, of course. It's a great support Pokemon, but there's no option to attack with it because the attack needs, a Psychic and 2 colorless. So
1 colorless, but you do extra damage if there is a special energy on the Pokemon.
Okay, so I guess then the reversal energy makes even more sense, of course, because you can use it on Luxray, but also with this. But you can't use it if you're even on prizes.
Nope, and that's the thing. Arthur has made sure that they took that 2-prize knockout this turn so that those reversal energy are not working. They are disabled. They cannot do a thing. So this is where I worry. Only 1 prize card left in it, and I think it's just going to be disruption. I think it's going to be disrupt and pray. I'm fearful.
There is one other option that Simone could make use of.
Tell me all about it, Freya.
Radiant Jirachi and Prey.
Oh, but the bench is full.
No, well, I mean, you can use the Dunsparce though, right?
Oh, you're right.
So,
and Dunsparce has free retreat.
Yes.
Jirachi and Prey.
So if you can find double turbo plus a way to, I believe the Radiant Jirachi was in the hand, so now it's been Iono to the bottom of the deck.
Oh my goodness, could we? I love that. Oh my gosh.
The Artisan has been used already.
Oh, this is fantastic.
But Yeah, it's not impossible, actually.
It's
I if maybe this is just your best option here.
You're so right. You're so right.
And then gather materials, free cards, or there's a Radiant Giraffe. Is there a double turbo?
Is there a double turbo? I don't know. I don't know if there was one in hand. I really want there to be. There's the Dunsparce, and the active can still switch.
Yeah, that's true. Is it time? Yeah, the Dunsparce.
Here we go. Okay, three more. One, two, three. It didn't look like there was an energy.
I don't think I saw it.
Oh, no.
So close to the...
Yeah, so far there's no more card draw.
I mean, it's a 25% out, but you got to hit it first, right? And it looks like just Simone falling a little bit short. No.
No, but certainly are worse combinations for Chen-Pao in the price cards. But being able to assess that early on and know what your advantage and disadvantage in this game is, really helpful.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think through here. Given the amount of time left, is it possible for Simone to try and win this game quickly? This is one of the problems with Stage 2 decks. They tend to be comeback decks. They tend to win more slowly. And both of these decks in this instance are Stage 2 decks. So you have to play so fast if you want to actually finish out a full series. And given how long that game on went for, Simone's back is definitely against the wall here.
Yeah, and I think that's very much the problem. So we'll have to see if each player can play around that. I like this Buddy Parfin.
Yeah.
Frigibags and the last Bidoof.
Yeah, and there's an Irider as well for good measure, so you can grab yourself another Buddy Poppin to set yourself up nicely, and you can also grab that Radiant Greninja, of course.
Oh, I love it. But we're going for an S-Ball because I imagine we want an Iron Hands or a Chen-Pao. Probably a Chen-Pao at this stage, but I can see why Iron Hands would be tempting.
Well, I mean, Iron Hands was something he didn't really get much of a chance to make use of in the last game, so being able to make use of it here could be very, very good because, it's early on, there's still a lot of weaker things on the bench that you can, pick off and get 2 prizes from with Ampy very much, but yeah, maybe in the early turns, you want to set up, you want to do the Shivery Chill, so it makes sense to go for the Chen-Pao first.
And we're Shivery Chillin'. Game 2. Let's go for it. 2 more water energy out of the deck. Love that ability. So strong.
I'll tell you what, I wish we have a Chen-Pao here at the back. It's been very warm in Bologna this weekend. It's been lovely, but
warm.
Yeah, compared to what we've been used to, it's definitely been a bit of a shocker.
I could do with a Shivery Chill, that is absolutely sure. Oh dear. Looking at this board state though, both a nice setup. Now we just need to keep it going and see who's going to pull forward in the end.
Yes, there isn't that much that Arthur can do here. Again, if you could take a turn 1 knockout somehow, that would be great, but this isn't the kind of deck that can do that. So all you're trying to do is get going. You have the concealed cards as well. You can set up your discard pile. That. Oh, there is another Nest Ball as well. That could be very, very good for next turn. You have something ready to go to set up that Iron Hands EX, and then you could have a very, very strong turn 2.
I really like it. I like how both of these decks feel similar in the way they play. The pace feels right, and so you really get that nail-biting game out of it.
Yeah, you really do. The Dunsparce comes in, a runaway draw. Going to find 3 more cards. There's a rare candy already in hand, so going to want to find either a Tinkaton or ideally a Tinkaton EX to start getting these knockouts. So maybe a turn 2 knockout on a Chen-Pao would be fantastic. Oh, there's a good fight as well.
3 rare candy in hand?
It is.
Oh my goodness.
All different artworks as well.
Ooh,
but it's the Arizu.
Here's Arizu. Now, Arizu cannot take Pokemon with rule boxes.
Yes, that's
very
as we
important
mentioned
to
earlier.
know. So we cannot take the Tinkaton EX, but we are able to take the Dunsparce, Luxray, and maybe the Tinkaton.
Oh, you think the Tinkatuff, maybe?
We could be taking the Tinkatuff, but gone for another Dunsparce on this occasion.
Fair dues, fair dues. So two Dunsparce and the Luxray found. Can't put down the Luxray yet, of course. Both players still on 6 prizes, and no one is behind yet. And also, can we still make use of the Artisan? So, yeah, that's not been used yet, and just goes for the Dunsparce straight away. And then we go draw first and then shuffle. You don't want to do that the other way around. And then, yeah, that gets shuffled in. And then, the combo right there. Just use the Dunsparce and then straight away use the Artisan to get the Dunsparce back.
I love that. Artisan really is more flexible than we give it credit for a lot of the time. I think it's a very underrated card.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, in the decks that is used in, it is very good, of course. And in a matchup like this, your opponent can make use of it as well, of course, just to get a cheeky Frigibacks here and there. But the combo with the Dunsparce especially, we saw this to great effect in the Roaring Moon to Dunsparce archetype. The combo of, just runaway draw, but then use the Artisan to get the Dunsparce back straight away.
Oh, just fantastic. Poetry in motion. A deck that has a real flow to it.
I was just about to say, no, you can't play the counter catcher. No one's taking a prize yet. Good thing that was caught before anything disastrous happened.
Oh dear. Not a good turn to have to kind of pass that along, though. It does not feel good. Loads of cards in hand. Can't do much with them.
No, not at all. That's now the vulnerability really does start, because we were saying turn 1 it was totally fine. Turn 2, I think the Irida's ready to go in hand. I think this Tinker is going down.
Honestly, this really is a Tinker tough match, because like you said in the last game, unfortunately for Simone, this could spell disaster. I don't know if necessarily he'd be able to come back from this. There's potential, but this could be a very pivotal point of change for the whole game.
As long as Artur has Rare Candy Bat Excalibur, which I think he does. I think there's an Irida in hand already. You KO this Tinker Tink, and Simone is so far behind. Yeah, there it is. There's the Irida.
And Pokestop as well.
That's, yeah.
Every piece of the puzzle is coming together right now.
Yeah, so Artur is going to probably run away with this game at this point. Oh, and a really good Pokestop as well. He's got the Iron Bundle, but that's fine. You don't need it in this matchup. And then finds another Buddy Puffin, which is good discard fodder, and finds that superior energy retrieval.
There's so much energy in hand already as well. It just feels like it's going to keep going. Concealed cards. Got an Ultra Ball off of that one, and possibly a Boss's Orders, I think. But not that we need it right now.
No, it's a Silene, it looks like.
Oh, it's a Silene! Oh, I love that!
I think it's become more and more of a staple one of in Chen-Pao decks. I think just because of the strength of getting back not just Prime Catcher, but so many other resources, it's not too dissimilar to when Mew EX, or Mew VMAX rather, played it in great numbers, so you get back for either Fusion Strike energies and all those other cards that are usually so hard to get back from the discard pile.
Absolutely, I do not think you're wrong there, not for a second. And the Bibarel this time is actually here.
Yeah.
I feel like everything is spelling Chen-Pao here.
It's a night and day difference. We saw that, Artur was able to win game 1, but it was a nail biter. It was super, super close. In this instance, not at all. Like, the difference in setup is stark, and Simone knows that he is very much back against the wall right now.
I think that's such a shame for a deck that's really come out of the woodworks here. 4-0 on day 1 with what some might consider a rogue deck is spectacular no matter what happens in the next few minutes. But it does look like Chen-Pao is going in for the KO.
Yes.
On this little guy, and then Simone has nothing to attack with.
Yeah. Gosh, so here we go. We have the barrel coming in with the Industrious Incisors. 5 cards drawn now, as we do see, there it is, the Hailblade KOing the only Tinker Tink. And is Simone just going to... Okay, I thought for a second Simone was just scooping up his cards, but no, he's going to play this out. Of course, you do have the Luxray. That's probably why Simone grabbed it last turn, knowing that back against the wall, you had to have something here. So grabbing that Luxray, knowing he'd go behind, so he has something to do a follow-up attack with.
I love that. Luxray's a great choice here, and exactly why there are so many comeback mechanics in this deck with that beautiful, shiny Luxray art. Very, very pleased with that. Love to see it coming out on a day like this as well. Nice to see the cards aren't forgotten. Luxray feels like it was a tech card in a lot of decks when going behind was becoming more of a kind of strategy that was imperative to a lot of decks.
Yeah, is able to find another Tinker Tink, so that's something at least, so you have something to follow up with after this. But even if you have a reversal energy, there's not really anything great to KO here. 180, it's a good number, but it can't KO the Chen-Pao, it can't KO the Iron Hands EX. It's not a great position to be in.
It's an awkward number for sure. It can take out a back Excalibur, but unless you've also got the pivoting for that, it's not going to be very effective. I suppose doing some damage is better than doing no damage, but I can't imagine that feeling good, It's just not a great number for this matchup.
No, it's really, really not. And another KO now. Luxray comes in. Oh, wait, was that another KO, or was that just... no, it was just a retreat, right? Or, no, I'm confused.
No, I don't believe it was a retreat.
Yeah, it was just another KO, yeah.
Nice and simple.
Oh, no, but you didn't take a prize, though. Okay, no, it's just still Simone's turn, so it must have been a retreat.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Okay, we're out of confusion now.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's just one of those things where you're wondering what Simone can really do. There's no reversal energy even in hand, so even we were talking about maybe you take like a marginal KO somewhere, but even that's not really possible. Oh, I know, a runaway draw and into the Luxray.
It was
that's
a runaway draw.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I was just trying to figure out what they could do this turn to make the difference, but they're lacking the correct energy to make any impactful move, and even then, it's tough. There we go. Okay,
counter
yeah,
catcher,
so we are going to counter catcher. Going for the Bibarel, I love that.
Yeah, I feel like it's at this point it's probably the best thing to go for. It has to be.
Well, you've got to go for the support.
Well, if you're stalling, if you had a reversal energy, you can actually KO the back Excalibur. That would have been okay. But if you're just trying to stall for time, then yeah, Bibarel is the best option for sure.
Yeah, even then, I don't know. Arthur has a really large hand right now, and although that means that Bibarel can't draw them many cards, it also means they are likely to be able to evolve another Frigibax into a back Excalibur. So I'm not sure. I don't know whether that's going to be enough or not. But the Superior Energy Retrieval is a really nice one here. It's going to get the Bibarel out of the active minimum.
Yes, so the barrel now coming in. I mean, it doesn't even matter so much what Artur does at this point. I mean, you've got the energy to retreat, so that's fine. You can just take a KO on this. It's, I guess, the ideal thing if you can just if you do the usual like crazy canceling Cologne Prime Catcher combo, that would be great. But even then, you don't really even need it at this point. You're already so far ahead anyway.
I don't know. It is only one prize card ahead. On board state alone, we are far ahead. But I think that's the thing. It's not. It's on the board state, but it's not necessarily in the prize cards. We've only got 4 minutes left on the clock, and that's what's got me worried.
Yes, so we're worried as well. So we're going to look through the discard. Just to make sure that it's very important. This is something that we talked about in Stockholm a lot. You want to make sure that even when you're in a very leading and commanding position, you want to make sure that you don't let go of that. You want to close all avenues for your opponent to try and make a comeback. So it's going to be very, very important for Artur to do that, and that's why he's checking through the resources, even when he is in this leading position. Yeah,
it is a commanding position. I'm not sure we're going to finish up our game, which would leave Artur as the victor, even if we don't finish up. So I'm not sure how far we're going to get along with that, but they go for the KO, nice and simple, not overextending, not using up too many resources, and I respect it.
Yes, I respect it too. So two prizes now to take, and only 3 minutes left on the clock, so it's going to be very hard to sort of see Simone for a way to take 6 prizes, especially given you're so far behind, but this is a good start.
It's a great
into
start.
Tinkaton EX.
Here we go, with a massive hand. I think if they just start swinging that hammer now, they might be able to catch up.
Yeah. It's just a big hammer, take a KO. The hand is very big because, I mean, Simone hasn't done much, so there's not been a chance to play many cards, and especially now can build up the hand even more with this gather materials Tinkaton. Three more cards there.
They're going to need to make an attack as soon as possible to be able to kind of play the clock a little bit and make sure they're going to physically be able to take enough prize cards to pull out a win here, because realistically, Artur is playing not to lose at this point. They don't necessarily need to win.
No, not at all. As long as Artur doesn't somehow lose 6 prizes in the next 3 minutes, he will win this match. He was won game 1 and game 2 won't have finished.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so pleased, and oh, it's crazy, really. If they do manage to start using Big Hammer fast enough, we might see an end to this. We might be able to see this match close out, because the prize cards will allow it on both sides at that point, as long as Artur does play enough 2-prize Pokemon. That's going to be why I say they might be playing not to lose, because if Artur decides, actually, I'm not going to put, when time gets called, if they choose not to put any more 2-prize Pokemon in play, there's a potential that Simone won't be able to catch up. But that is scuppered as the Chen-Pao goes down once again. So I feel like this game is still up in the air. I feel like anyone can still win. Anyone, I believe, can still get this.
Yes. Super Rod coming in now and just trying to get the KO on this Tinkaton EX. I think you do have enough energy at this point to do it. You've got the Iridus, you've got the Superior Energy Retrieval, you can get the extra energy needed off the Chivalry Chill. That will be the amount needed. So yeah, Artur might actually just be able to win this game, even with the amount of time left.
Honestly, I think either of them can at this point. As long as when we start turns, Simone has the opportunity to have 2 turns, I think we're going to be A-okay.
Yes, I think so as well.
Because Tinkaton is going to be able to take 2 knockouts. We have the little baby Tink on the bench. We'll be able to rare candy as long as we got everything in hand. And there's 2 Dunsparce. on the bench. If those Dunsparce and other card draw, including Gather Materials, allows Simone to draw enough cards to get into just another Tinkaton EX, they might be able to bring this back. Otherwise, it's a Chen-Pao game, as Chen-Pao just is so consistent right now.
Yes, so finding the 4 energy there from the Spirit Energy Retrieval, so we'll be able to use one of those to retreat, and then, yeah, you just go into the Chen-Pao EX, find the extra energy needed from the Shivery Chill, and then go for it.
Yeah, so there we go. They're straight in with the Shivery Chill, checking through the deck. 2 water energy, nice and easy peasy. Go ahead and shuffle round. It's like clockwork when you get to this stage of Chen-Pao. That's why I say it's just consistent. We know what we need to do. Just need to execute it with perfection. Use that synergy, use that timing, use those abilities in the perfect selection. I think we're going to have a bit of a match on our hands because time has now been called in Arthur's turn. So they're going to be turn 0. So Simone will get 2 turns.
Yeah, so
this is possible for either of them to win.
Yeah, it is. So only 3 more turns. So we have this is turn 0 for Arthur. So we have 1, 2, and 3, and both of these players have enough turns to be able to try and finish things off. So with the 2, it needs to be 2 2-prize knockouts from Simone to win, and Arthur needs to take a 2-prize knockout to win on his side. In theory, Simone could deny Arthur the win here by not putting it down to 2-prizer, but then if he does that, he can't win himself. So he kind of has to take the gamble at this point.
Yeah, it is all or nothing. They have to go for it now. This is the moment for Tinkaton.
Yes.
Can it bring it back? Is it enough of a comeback deck that it can do this?
I mean, we'll have to see it here. There's only one way to find out. The Reversal Energy is there on the... Oh, wait, hold on. Is this enough for the KO here with the Reversal Energy on the Tinkaton?
I don't believe so,
no. Because how much does the attack do again?
180.
180, yeah, no, it's not going to be enough.
No. And unfortunately, if they don't take a KO on this turn exactly...
Well, a 2-prize KO specifically.
Yes, specifically a 2-prize KO as well, then it is game over, unfortunately, for us on the Tinkaton train.
Yes, there's the Tinkertuff coming down, but I mean, with that, then it's kind of over, isn't it? Like, I don't want to say like over, but then there's no way to get a 2-prize knockout this turn.
That's the Gather Materials, putting away the Jirachi, drawing more cards. I think unfortunately we've just stopped short of the station again, and it's just that last little bit. It feels like the deck is so close to being so fantastic against Chen-Pao here, but we're just struggling to tie up the loose end at the very end of the game.
Yeah, so just a little bit unfortunate for Tinkaton, but such a great deck to have on stream, and we, especially in game 1, we really saw just how much of a powerhouse it could be. Oh, there is a Boss's Orders coming in. Ooh. Is it going to be into the barrel again?
It's just not going to be enough.
No.
Going to be able to take enough prize cards in time. They're going to take a KO on the Bibarel, but Arta equally, even if they can, they might be able to win, but regardless, they might have this on time alone, having won game 1. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be a Chen-Pao victory unless Simone has more. If Simone has more tricks up their sleeve, then maybe we'll be okay, but I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. And they're going to continue to play this out, but yeah, I don't think, just looking through the deck list, I don't think there's any way for Simone to take 3 prizes in 1 turn. So I guess at least by doing this, like, Simone denies Arthur the win for this game, but if he can't win the game himself, it doesn't matter because Arthur won game 1, so he's going to win the match.
That's how it goes in a best of 3.
Yep.
And honestly, I like best of 3. It is my favorite. I absolutely love watching decks be able to have that redemption arc. It would have been great to have seen it here, but unfortunately, Tinkaton is falling just a little bit short of the wire. Looks like Chen-Pao's going to be running away with this through the snow.
Yes, putting the Shivery Chill on the Tinkatons of Simone, but things finishing off here. It's a little bit hard to say because we know sort of what's going on, and we know there's like no way to for either of the players to really win. But yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, it just comes down to that, making use of time well, and making sure that you're kind of keeping an eye on the clock as well. We've got 50 minutes to do a best of 3, and like we can see here, sometimes it can be a struggle just to get 2 games out of that time limit, especially when decks are doing a lot, drawing cards, using Pokestops and then Bibarels and energy retrievals. There's so much going on, and it's beautiful to see poetry in motion. However,
Pokestop.
sometimes it can mean, oh, what a 3 for 3 on the Pokestop.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
I mean, Wait, hold on. I just realized there is actually a way for Arthur to win this turn. If you can do a Radiant Ninja double knockout, that's still on the table. He doesn't need to win the match, but if he wants to go out in style, he can do it.
Then he can. We can go for a 2-0. Why not? That is good practice, I think, always.
Yes.
And I think that's why these players are playing this match out. We can very much see that there's a line here that, that Arthur really is probably going to take the crown. I can't see a situation where that's not the truth. However, we are here to play a fantastically fun game of Pokemon trading cards.
Yes.
And whether you kind of think you've won or lost should be left up until the very last moment, because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you never do. So, yeah, Irida coming in, I guess, can get down a second Baxcalibur. Like, why not? Just playing it all out at this point. They're having fun, slapping down some Pokemon cards. There's a superior energy retrieval. You can discard or whatever at this point. You have one half of the combo. Arthur does have the Prime Catcher, but doesn't have the cancelling Cologne, unfortunately.
That's the difficult part. But if they can piece this combo together, there is potential that, like you say, they can win this turn. And that would be fantastic. If they don't, they probably win anyway.
Yeah.
But I think testing your skills as a trainer and going for it anyway, I think really is a testament to our talented players.
It is. I think the only problem is I'm not sure if you have many ways to dig for it at this point. So I think Arthur recognizing that, saying, you know what, I'll just take the KO.
I'll just take the one.
Yeah, I know I've got this unlock. Last turn of time for Simone. What does he have? It has a Tinkertuff. Oh, there's that pretty Tinkerton EX again.
Okay. We're grooving. We're
yes,
moving.
we are.
Looks like we might just be down to one prize card each, unfortunately. But you know what? Let's play it out until the end because we can. Let's go for it. Going for the Buddy Poffin, checking deck. Okay, so it was a Psychic Energy, and there's loads of energy left in deck. You can see why it was missed earlier, because it's just all hanging out in there.
It's like... It's all there ready, waiting to be used, and you can fill up the hand. Maybe we can see, a PTCG lifestyle, just get the hand as big as possible to do a bunch of damage to a Chen-Pao and then end the game in a tie.
Oh, well, let's see how much damage we can get on this Chen-Pao. Let's see just how far we can push this Tink and see how much of a big hammer we can achieve by the end of the game. Let's see how many cards we can get in hand. I think that's the fun part about these decks as well, is it's always fun to go for that last KO where you're doing way more damage than you need to do, but it's really fun.
I will be honest, if you know that you have the win in hand, I'm not as big a fan, because it feels like you're essentially just showing off your opponent. But in this instance where there's nothing kind of coming from it anyway, then yeah, sure, why not? It's just a bit of fun.
Exactly. Honestly, I'm happy with that, because it's just a fun thing to see how far the deck can go.
Yeah, I'm not one for the BM, basically.
No, but to display how strong the deck can be.
Yeah, that's true.
I like this, because we haven't seen it before. This is something new to the stream, and I like being able to see exactly how far this deck can be pushed. What kind of numbers can it hit? What KOs could we be taking in theory against Pokemon that have maybe larger HP totals than a Chen-Pao deck?
Yeah, because obviously Chen-Pao, the maximum HP is this 230 on Iron Hand, so it's totally fine. But if you're going up against a Charizard, a little bit tougher.
And maybe even a Charizard with a cape, very tough.
Yeah. That seems not like impossible, but it seems like it would be very, very hard to get there. But here it is.
Seems like a stretch. I think that's 9 energy. I think that's 9 cards in hand, which would be 270.
That's as in currently that Simone has.
I think so.
Okay, well, it's about to be a bit less, because it looks like we're seeing oh, I know, Mortal Conviction, so this could actually get there,
Ooh, wait a minute. Oh my gosh.
So Morty, it's 3 extra cards because you play it and you discard a card and then draw 5.
Yeah, so how many
is
that?
that?
Oh my gosh. No, fan out slower. Please. No,
but
my
there
goodness.
it is.
Okay, anyone in chat, if you managed to count that, please tell me, how much damage was that? That was crazy. But congratulations. Arthur taking it away with Chen-Pao sliding down the slope to victory once again.
Yes, and up against Tinkaton, huge commiserations to Simone, playing the absolute hero deck in Tinkaton EX, one of the best road calls I've ever seen, or at least that I've seen on stream in a very long time. That was such a pleasure to see.
Absolutely. I am so thrilled we got to share that feature match with you guys. And if you like Tinkaton, then go build it. Take it to locals. See how you do. We've got so much more from the Pokemon that are in format right now to explore. And I think that was a real testament to how much damage we can deal. That was clearly huge. I reckon that was enough to knock out a Charizard. If you guys at home can let me know, that would be amazing. Yes. So honestly, super happy with getting to see all of that action unfold.
Yeah, so maybe the players will need to take the big hammer to their binders at home, have a look through to see how many Tinkaton EXs they have. How many do you have them at home somewhere?
I honestly have no idea. I'm going to have to check when I get home.
Yeah, so we're going to check when you get home, but you guys can check your binders at home right now whilst we go to a break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Go.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovovich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does. We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to go it away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Fish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Dancing Rob and Emmy Wizard. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world
after getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player to ever play this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ross. I'm here with Joe. We are here in Turin. We are here not in Turin. That was last year. We are in Bologna, that has one of the oldest universities in the world. But we're going to be looking to the future in this round. We've got a deck we weren't expecting till next week.
Well, we thought that Tinkerton was a surprise, but we've got another one lined up for you. Thankfully, our games are going so long on the stream that we are going back to back in the action right now. So it's not going to be long until we're getting to our next round, and it's going to be Raging Bolt here. No Ogerpon, of course, because Twilight Masquerade is not out, but Palkia V-Star and Sandy Shocks EX backing it up, of all things.
I love it. I've been having a quick peek at the list while I've been waiting to come on live here, and it's not the same deck we're going to see at NAIC next week. Next week, this is expected to be one of the front runners, one of the very, very best decks in the format because of Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. That is going to be the difference maker. Having said that, Christian D'Onofrio did play this deck to a 70th place finish in Stockholm 2 weeks ago, so had a day 2 finish in Stockholm with this deck, coming back again here. And you know, when the pairings were put up, we had a look, and before my tablet had even loaded, you were like, Ross, we got a Raging Bolt at 5-0.
My eyes deceive me. There's a 5-0 Raging Bolt. Christian actually loves playing wacky decks. I love seeing him around the hall because he's played things like Quagnag at international championships, played Hisui and Zoroark when it wasn't all that popular. So Christian has an eye for the sort of rogue and the out there archetypes, and he makes them work at these tournaments and has achieved his invite quite easily this season. So is looking to ramp a little bit higher and maybe make that claim towards getting those stipends or travel awards as well.
Yeah, Christian's had a bunch of top 16 finishes. We saw a top 16 finish in Utrecht in March and in Dortmund in February. So we've had a couple of really, it was March last year and February this year. And yeah, just some good finishes here. And like I say, 70th place in Stockholm with this deck. That's a good start. Looking to go a little bit further, prove we don't have to wait till next week. Prime Catcher prize, though, not a great start.
Yeah, that's a really important one. Obviously, you're so heavily tied towards your Professor Sada's Vitality as your crucial support of the turn, so the Prime Catcher is even more important. You've got a peek at Andrea's prizes there. He's playing an Arceus V-Star variant with Giratina. Andrea's actually played a lot of Arceus builds all year, pretty much, so he's going to be sticking with the tried and trusted Arctina. This feels like a tough matchup for him, though, because of the high damage output of the Raging Bolt EX. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. You've got to start with Arceus, but at some point in the game, that Arceus just begging to be brought into the active and KO'd with one of those Sandy Shocks of Christians. We do see a Giratina and an Arceus, and 2 Arceus hit the board with an attachment. That's kind of perfect turn 1.
It's a textbook opener for Arceus to get your attachment. You're holding on to Ultra Ball for V-Star next turn. That's one of the main strengths of Arceus. Andrea is a really high-performing Italian player this season and just rocking a consistent Arceus V-Star deck pretty much the entire time, so cool to see, and it means that you need so little in those openers, and it's enough for Andrea here. Christian has led with the Sandy Shocks, the single prize attacking option in the deck list, as well as Radiant Greninja, which can get into the action thanks to the Palkia V-Star, and can immediately discard an energy. That's one of your mini goals here as a Professor Sada-based draw engine, that you can thin some energy out of the deck, but also discarding these energy is so important so you can unlock your Professor Sada, not just for energy acceleration, which is of course mandatory, but also going to help you draw cards throughout the deck.
And it's not just Professor Sada. Palkia V-Star accelerates from the discard pile. Sandy Shocks attaches to itself from the discard pile. You are basically piling energy on, but all 3 of your ways where you accelerate it all happen from the discard pile. So energy in deck? Nah. Let's try and get it in the discard as fast as we can.
Yeah, we'll get them back one way or another. We're then going to see the Poké Gear, and Christian already making making no secret of the fact that they really need to hit something off this.
That was one of the most expressive poker gears I've ever seen.
And we're taking a think.
Oh,
let's have a look.
I mean, most
the hand is full of energy.
Oh, that is not good.
What do we see? Well, there's Iono.
I mean, you want Sada here, ideally, but only if you can discard. So it is going to be an Iono here. That is not ideal. Your goal here, turn 1, going second, get 2 energy in the discard, play Sada, off you go. Get 2 energy on the board, draw 3 cards. That is how this deck functions.
At least it's a relief that Christian can see a few additional cards here, because the Sandy Shocks is a little vulnerable. Actually plays a ton of high hit points basic Pokemon. That Raging Bolt EX is huge, 240 base. Could be massive in this matchup, as you've already mentioned, Ross. So finding some of these basics is going to be really important on the other side of this hand. Well, we do see Squawkabilly, so you can at least get a reload. Actually, a huge number of Pokemon here. This is a really nice 6 cards from Iono.
Yeah, and with love to our co-caster, Shay, we're just going to give him 1. And there's a Lord Longneck hitting the board.
Yeah, we're only doing that once. We do see more Ball Search. Does the Squawkabilly want to come into play? Of course, it's a vulnerable lower hit point Pokemon that Andrea could even use Boss's Orders on next turn. Going to see an Ultra Ball getting rid of Irida, which is also a one-of, and another Ultra Ball here, just to reload the hand a little bit.
Yeah.
Ready Greninja's a nice backup draw option you have in the deck.
Greninja's lovely. Backup draw and can hit some bench damage if you need to. You got Palkia V there, ready to V-Star next turn as well. If you can just start getting a bunch of energy in the discard pile, that was the annoying thing. Like, in your opening hand, you have a bunch of energy, and then you Iono, and then you got a bunch of Ultra Ball. Well, you kind of want a bit of energy and a bit of Ultra Ball, so you can search while getting that discard rolling. That's the dream.
We're going to see the Squawk and Seize from Squawkabilly EX to draw an additional 6 cards. And we do see those energy coming straight back into the hand. So the Radiant Greninja will get some value this turn. I'm imagining some water energy hitting the discard pile because there's a Palkia in hand for next turn. We actually have another Vessel first to thin even more energy out of the deck.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. It'd be lovely if you could do this before using Squawkabilly, because if you can get a lot of energy in the discard early, that really opens up all of your cards. Now remember that Sandy Shocks, you have to wait until your opponent has got 4 or fewer prize cards remaining, but then that gets an extra one every turn. Palkia V-Star has a V-Star power that once per game that accelerates free energy, and there's Sada that puts 1 energy to each of 2 ancient Pokemon from your discard pile. So you really do want to get that energy in the discard pile early, because the goal here with Raging Bolt is get a bunch of energy on the board, and then you can discard it from anywhere and deal 70 for each one discarded. That adds up quick. It's one of the few decks in the format where you can be like, ha, Giratina V-Star, oh, 270 hit points and no weakness. Nobody cares, mate.
Couple extra cards for Christian, who can just end the turn with no pressure, but ultimately will be setting up for the following turn, which I think is fine. Haven't seen an attachment for the turn yet, of course, so we can start to get to work on this Raging Bolt. It means you don't need Sada necessarily next turn if you use Palkia's V-Star power to help you get over the line for damage output. More Earthen Vessels coming in. Christian making no secret of the fact that that is a mini goal for the archetype.
Yeah, discarded the last fighting energy, but goes and gets another one. You need 1 in hand to attach next turn, because it's an awkward one. Being a dragon Pokemon, it's a lightning and a fighting energy you need on Raging Bolt, which is not ideal. And there's water energy in the deck as well, but it works because you discard and you pick out of the discard. That's how you make the awkward energy work most of the time.
How is Andrea's hand shaped up after the Iono? I see Nest Ball. I'm not sure if I saw Search for Arcus V-Star, though. You could have just randomly drawn 6 and had a pretty bad whiff from it.
And there was
unless there was something I was missing. Yeah, it was in the previous hand, but it got shuffled to the bottom.
That's my point. Got shuffled to the bottom. If you miss it now, it's a really cheeky Iono to 6, which makes a huge difference.
Andrea really taking a think here. What is the best option? You may just be limited to using a Trinity Charge here this turn.
Oh, there's 2 double turbo in hand, I saw.
Yeah, I don't think there was much help. Well, we're getting some energy out, so yeah, maybe Charge is going to be the attack choice after this Bidoofa Search from the Nest Ball. Bibarel's in hand, so that opens your hand up a little bit next turn.
At least lets you draw some more cards.
It is a shuffle, though. The fact that we're shuffling the deck means there might be an action here before a Trinity Charge. Let's hope that Andrea has a better hand.
The good news is a single price Sandy Shocks is actually kind of awkward. It only does 180 with weakness, so you probably are going to have to use a bigger Sandy Shocks, but you really need your opponent to be on 4 prizes remaining, and then it's 4 energy on a Raging Bolt, so that Arcus V is at least an awkward number with 220 HP.
Yeah, and actually the Sandy Shocks doesn't hit for weakness with its first attack, so its maximum would be 120, and that would be committing 2 energy to the power gem even, so it's nice that it's just up in the active, so you're not threatened. You know, your multi-prize Pokemon aren't under threat. But yeah, it's a big miss from Andrea from this random Iono to 6. It's not worked out nicely. It's just going to fill some energy across the board. And now Tempo is back for Christian here. How can he capitalize on this situation where he's been gifted an extra turn, essentially, to start building? We're going to start with Radiant Greninja for a couple cards. Not sure if there's a Sada in hand, though. I think as he bosses orders. We also have to move this Sandy Shocks more than likely, unless we do just want to poke. It's going to be a turn attachment to the Sandy Shocks. So it's a slow start for both players here.
Yeah, this is not what you're looking for.
You could take out Bidoof perhaps, but taking a 1 prize knockout isn't really helping your map too much. You know that your opponent didn't have V-Star and used their 1 search card for Bidoof. So maybe just by predicting what your opponent's looking for next turn, yeah, it's going to be the Bidoof. I think this is a really heads-up play from Christian. Doesn't help your prize map, but you know that that's all Andrea did last turn. So just take it away from them. It doesn't have enough energy in play. Chose not to use Palkia's V-Star power, so it's just a 20 damage prod here.
Oh, that's awkward. You need 3 energy in play to activate the extra damage on the Sandy Shocks. Could have used Palkia, and I think in just 1 second we are going to see the Bibarel evolve up, and Christian might... I mean, you don't want to use the Palkia when you're not getting full value out of it, but I think that might have been worth it. There was a chance to basically lock Andrea out of the game early with no draw. Oh, I think the hand was literally Bibarel and 3 double turbo.
Yeah, the hand was awful if this Bidoof was KO'd.
And you did see Andrea going for a Skwovet there as well, so going to be able to shuffle...
This is incredible. You can reload the full hand, yeah. It means that you have much better access towards your V-Star, and if you have your V-Star power, then you can find Switch or Jet Energy. Both could do the job quite nicely for you. Actually, Switch already in hand, so it can go straight back into Arceus. And now you can Bibarrel and use Nest Dash to get a fresh 5. Yeah. Possibly you can even save your V-Star power altogether if you draw the right combination from the Skwovet Bibarrel combo.
Absolutely.
Andrea even showed the double turbo.
This is
saying,
how bad
you really
my
want to cut
hand
this?
was.
They're the same, I promise.
And that's the thing. Skwovet lets you basically go down to a new 1-card hand, and when you've got a handful of unplayable cards, it's perfect. When combined with Bibarel, it basically means get a brand new hand of 5.
It's another miss of Ball Search or V-Star.
No support.
Oh my god. Oh, is that Iono?
Yeah, there's a Padawan Fakes Iono there, but that's not exactly what you're looking for.
When your opponent's not playing supporter cards, yeah, you don't want to give them a fresh 6.
Yeah, you know your opponent whiffed Sada last turn, and you want to keep them away from that Sada, but sooner or later you've got to start doing something, and there's not enough energy on the Giratina to start attacking yet.
Ooh, the retreat, interesting. Retreat, no, it's going to be just an attack here once again. Trinity charging up. Andrea wanting to keep the high retreat cost Sandy Shocks in the active, thinking it's possibly helping him out right now. And I like the choice to not use Iono, because if you do Iono and just take a 1 prize knockout, you're going to end up losing that race very often, I think. You have to respect that Christian's damage output can get ridiculous on certain turns.
You want to take the first 2 prizer and hope you can keep up with the prize trade, because Tristan's big attackers are all 2 prizes, so the goal is you just start trading 2 prizes. You want to get the first one, and you had something to do. Like, your Trinity Charge isn't perfect, but you're getting energy on the board. You're building up your attackers. It is better than nothing, and it's better than giving your opponent a new hand. Now we're over to Christian. What has he drawn? He's got the Lightning for
Raging Bolt. It's another Lightning going onto it. It's a 3rd energy attachment, so at least you're starting to pressurize with your Sandy Shocks a bit.
Yeah, but
I think it was a flunk from the Radiant Greninja. It didn't help out too much. I think there's Pokestop in hand, but that doesn't help you too much the way the list is built. There are Poker Gears that could help you out possibly. That'd be the only thing you're looking to hit.
Yeah, you've got your You don't have a fighting on Raging Bolt, so that's not on board. You do have a...
You can knock out Squovit with Boss.
Yeah, you got Boss in hand.
There should be 20 damage. Oh yeah, there is 20 damage on the big barrel, but obviously with no weakness being hit right now, you can't bring that back up. No, so Christian doing kind of what he can, but it's still not ideal.
No,
taking one prize isn't great.
It's not. You would have needed to put the second energy on the Sandy Shocks to get the Bibarel, which there was an argument for it, but he's taken a prize. It's not ideal. Andrea here really just... I mean, you're in a decent position now. You need your Arcus V-Star, which you just top-decked. That'll do nicely. Now you can go and get any 2 cards with your V-Star power with that Starbirth. And now you want to be taking out a 2-prizer on the bench, which you can.
Well, do you go for a potential Gust and just begin initiating with Giratina V-Star for like the remainder of the game? Taking out either Palkia V-Star or Raging Bolt sounds like great options here.
Because you got 2 turns of Trinity Charge, I think you can. You've got enough energy on the board early. Yes, you have to Lost Zone 2 when you attack, and that's not ideal, but you got 3 energy on one Giratina, 2 on another, and you've got your Arceus up and rolling with a Squawkabilly on the bench. So you attack with 2 Giratina, 1 into the Lord Longneck, 1 into the Palkia.
We said once, Ross.
I know, sorry. I just really like Shay. He's a very lovely man. And then you've got your Arceus into your Squawkabilly for the final 2 prizes. It works out quite nicely.
Well, here we go. Andrea agrees. Going to jet energy a Giratina V-Star into the active position. That's going to waste no time trying to pressurize Christian. Going to draw some cards first with the barrel. Hope to save your V-Star power whenever you can. That's ideal.
Oh, hit the Prime Catcher.
And that's good enough. Now you're just going to dance between your Giratina. And does bring up the ancient Raging Bolt EX. 240 base hit points can be cleared away quite easily with Lost Impact here.
Yeah, that's what I would have gone for, because if you attach a fighting, that can actually KO a Giratina. Palkia doesn't KO Giratina. So you're forcing a Raging Bolt with Professor Sada shenanigans. It's awkward at that point to get the return KO.
I'm a little surprised with the V-Star power being used here from Andrea. I felt like your turn was pretty much done. You've already attached. You've already found the ideal play with your Prime Catcher. So I kind of like just holding on to another Arceus V-Star power for a later time, so you don't have to worry about the barrel maybe whiffing. What you've done is got another Arceus into play, which is a bit more hit points, but doesn't actually change the game plan too much. It's going to be a Judge, I think, here from Andrea. Maybe that was the other card, and the reason why we're going for this play. No supporter played, of course, this turn.
I quite like that, honestly.
It's a KO and Judge. Yeah, I think the Sada variants, they have to commit energy to specific Pokemon, so putting Christian down to 4 cards to find a Raging Bolt and a Sada and like other options to get it into the active is a lot to ask for next turn.
Yeah, because you need the fighting and the lightning, but only one of them can come from Sada. One has to be attached manually. You need to get it in the active. It's a lot to ask for. Sandy Shocks will be turned on next turn, incidentally, so you can start building up energy that way. But you need to get it onto the Raging Bolt. And I love this, Andrea. I really like the Judge.
Straight up saying you won't be able to deal with this Giratina because I've just used a Judge against you. The disrespect.
Showing, getting rid of the double turbo from the Arceus, so even keeping the energy. And I think he's right. It is possible to KO the Giratina, but it's asking a lot to get there.
Well, there's Pokegear and Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe Christian can piece together a Raging Bolt. You can use Palkia V-Star to get energy to help you out in that cause as well. The Pokegear does hit the Sada.
I think getting the energy on the board is going to be easy. My issue is getting the fighting and lightning on the Raging Bolt and then getting it active.
Yeah, I think we need to find the other energy from the Sada draw 3, I think, most likely here. Because we can Ultra Ball a Raging Bolt. Sada will be drawing 3, and we need to find the other piece of the puzzle. Whichever energy is attached via the Sada, the lightning or the fighting, you then have to draw into the other piece.
Yeah.
And that's tough. Even with Vessels remaining in the deck, Christian used quite a few in the opening stages of this game, just to thin some energy in the opener.
And if you hit a lightning, if you go lightning with Sada and then you draw a lightning, that's not going to do it. And you kind of got to look towards the future a little bit and try and figure out what's more likely to actually hit. Now, it does depend what's in the discard here, because the energy lineup is awkward. Oh, no, it had to be lightning. There's only 3 in the deck, and there's 3 in the discard. Yeah. So there was no decision. You had to go lightning. You need to draw fighting.
No. Can you draw from Greninja? No.
There's no energy in hand at all.
How does Palkia shape up? Can you weave in your Radiant Greninja? Not too easily. This is an awkward turn. The judge has done the trick here. Andrea was right to keep energy on the active. It's a concession immediately from Christian. I think because we're playing an aggressive archetype, giving yourself 35 minutes on the clock to win 2 more games makes a lot of sense to me. It's a great win from Andrea there with identifying the weaknesses of the engine that his opponent was using and took a patient game, really. It was a bit of cat and mouse in that opener, but still found a way to safely get enough energy on board to initiate a sweep.
I love the way Andrea played that game. Congratulations, going up 1-0. There were turns where they could have pushed, where they could have done more, where they could have gone aggressive and taken single prize KOs, and they're like, I don't need to. I am going to take, and it's what we said, take the first 2 prize KO. Andrea took the first 2 prize KO and then combined it with a judge, and then basically said to Christian, you have to return this turn. You have exactly 1 turn to KO this Giratina. If you don't, I'm going up 4 prizes and there's no way you win. Christian couldn't do it, and I think there's a lot to be said. You've got 35 minutes. At that point, you've lost the game. Maybe there's like a 5% chance you get back into it. That's not high enough. Try and win the next 2.
Yeah, it's no surprise that these 2 are such high caliber players. Andrea is currently sitting at 3rd in championship points in Italy, Christian at 6th, so they'll know each other well, I'm sure, and may have even playtested this matchup, who knows, because they seem to have both piloted it quite nicely. Andrea identifying the right time to judge. I think that's one of the strongest options that Arcus has. It's one of the best decks at utilizing judge, because you often have your own V-Star to fall back on, or Bibarel. So one of those 2 things means that you're always getting out of your own judge, and obviously you thin the deck of your energy naturally as well, so you can survive judge quite well. But against these aggressive archetypes, sometimes hand disruption is just your best defense. Yeah, it worked absolutely beautifully. Hand disruption plus a big KO has always been a good thing to do. I love the Squovit Bibarel combination coming out. It feels like it's been forever since I saw that combo, but it's a wonderful combo. It's a way of, it basically turns Bibarel from a draw until you got 5 cards in hand into a shuffle draw 5. Yeah, and that's a huge difference, especially when your power spike cards in Arcus Giratina is all supporter cards. These are the cards that can clog up your hand with the barrel, so shuffling to the bottom, looking for a fresh physical 5, sometimes even 6 if you can play the card that you draw from Squovit straight away, means you can, really churn through that deck in a much more aggressive manner. Yeah, and let's be clear, Raging Bolt still has a good chance. Oh, Prime Catcher prize, we're not loving one for both players, actually. Oh, no! I suppose it's fair. Yeah, it does balance things out as we are getting into this game 2 here. Christian has the Palkia lead, has energy for this Raging Bolt in the active. Vessel can do the classic discard to find more play. Kind of like this, there is a Pokegear in hand, so if that Pokegear turns into a Sada, not obviously turn 1 going first, but this could actually turn into a much, much better start from Christian here. It's going to depend on whether the Pokegear gets to Professor Sada, but if it does... Sure does. The Pokegear is going to be a massive turning point here. I think you just hold it for another turn to essentially have an 8-card dig. Give yourself top deck plus Pokegear for next turn, because we're really crossing our fingers for that to work out. Yeah, I think you have to leave Pokegear till next turn, hope it hits. If it does, you're going to be in a good position. And of course, you're turning off the possibility of a big turn 1 KO going second. But of course, Christian's going to get a second turn before actually Andrea's been able to evolve up. That's why Christian's gone first here, basically going, I think whatever's in the active that isn't V-starred, I think on my second turn I can KO. That's what you're going for. We're going to see a quick burn of the cancelling clone. It's called to have a Greninja cancelling combo in this deck list. It's a nice surprise factor card, but not ideal in this matchup. No. And you know you're up against a judge deck, so at any point your hand not only could be taken to the bottom, but could be shuffled back into the deck. So just burning that immediately makes sense as we do pass things over to Andrea here. Yeah, Andrea's got the Giratina in the active, which is quite nice. There's 2 things you really need. You need an Arceus and you need a double turbo. However, Christian is really threatening a KO on turn 2 here and plays Prime Catcher, which is a big deal because you cannot play Professor Sada and Boss's Orders in the same turn, but you can play Boss and Prime Catcher. Now, we know that Christian plays Prime Catcher. Andrea doesn't, so you kind of have to have a second Arceus here just in case. The good news is the first action is double Nest Ball. I mean, that helps. So it's open to him. It's going to be a Bidoof, though, as one of the selections. The odds of getting your Arceus KO'd are very slim, but it is a possibility here. Yeah, I agree. And having 220 is actually huge because it means 4 energy for Raging Bolt, not 3. Exactly right. Makes a big difference. I think there are more options available. You can just Ultra Ball, find another basic, attach, and then I think Iona the entire hand away if you want to. But you could just hold on to these options as well for next turn. Depends how aggressively Andrea wants to play this out.
We've done the double nest ball, we've got the Bidoof, we've got the Arcus. Of course, we saw how good Bibarel was in the previous game. So really, I mean, if you can just get a second Arcus and an attachment, this is almost perfect. I'm not seeing an attachment in hand yet, but we haven't seen a supporter. That'll do.
You could boss his orders, the Sandy Shocks as well, if you want to. Maybe that can slow down Christian, force an extra piece. It does make you more vulnerable to exactly Prime Catcher, which is quite interesting to think about. You may be safer with the active, staying active. Yeah, just going to be a pass.
I
think the awareness of Prime Catcher is a smart choice here.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
Was it a top deck of Professor Sada there? Yes, it was.
Nice. Yeah, so it definitely wasn't in hand.
Yeah, we're not white-knuckling a Pokegear anymore. We can Sada off the bat here for 3 cards.
And we got the second energy on 2. So we need 2 more. It's 2 more energy or 1?
Yeah, we need 2 more energy here.
Giratina is 220, yeah?
Yeah, sure is.
Just double checking that's 220 as well. So 2 more energy needed. And we've used our supporter card, so it would have to really be a 2 energy Palkia. It's possible, but that's the goal here. A 2 energy Palkia, and then I think you are in a superbly strong position. Because Andrea's not KOing next turn. Andrea's setting up. So if you can KO this Giratina, go up by 2 prizes, knowing a return KO isn't coming. That could be really fun.
Let's see the Greninja 2 cards. No help there, unfortunately. The discard wasn't a water either, so it was a long shot. But at least you can possibly even just discard the entire hand there with Raging Bolt EX. If you want to burst Raw, you can discard and draw 6 if you feel like your hand right now isn't getting the job done.
It's one of my favorite things about Raging Bolt. It's something we don't always talk about, but the possibility of single energy on a basic Pokemon being able to give you a whole new hand and potentially get a bunch of energy in the discard, which you need for a lot of these decks, that can be a big thing. We did see the Pokegear. It looks like you got that one of Irida.
Yeah, maybe that just means we're throwing everything away, to be honest with you. I wouldn't hate it. The hand's not great. It does have a few switching cards in it.
Looks like we're digging into some...
Yeah, if we see the Sada taken here from Christian, it means we're holding the hand. Takes a boss's orders. Now I don't know what's going to happen.
No,
there's no guarantee that you want to get rid of boss's orders. There is a couple Palpad in the list, actually, for Christian. So really leaning heavily into the Pokegear plus Palpad combo. So maybe you just throw everything away, knowing you can pad these back later. Yeah, he's going to do exactly that. Draw 6 fresh cards thanks to Raging Bolt EX's Burst Roar, the first attack here. And we're just leaning into the 240 hit points of Raging Bolt, hoping that you can sponge a hit for a turn.
And you drew 4 energy, and there is an Ancient Vessel in there, so you've got an energy to discard there. You've got an energy to discard with Greninja. I like this. This is working very nice. Earthen Vessel, by the way. The Ancient card, Earthen Vessel. Not Ancient Vessel. That'd be weird.
Andrea finally finds V-Star on 2. Everything's going to plan right now. Looks like he's going to pick up a Judge and possibly just a switching card here. If you are going for the Judge line of play, do you try and tackle the Greninja early? Oh, I guess the Prime Catcher is in the prize card, so you might just have to settle for a switch here and just punch into the Raging Bolt and hope that the Judge is disruptive enough in the opening turn here.
I mean, you know your opponent doesn't have enough energy in the discard pile. They've not been able to do that very well, so they just did a big discard draw 6. They probably got a better hand than they had, so it's definitely worth a look. I mean, getting from a 6-card hand down to a 4 is clearly a decent shout. And your opponent is still looking for the combo. They don't have it on the board. So the idea of hitting, accelerating some energy, hopefully surviving. If you can survive next turn, you're in a great position as Andrea here.
Andrea's thinking twice. Not sure about what the best choice is. I think it was... Oh, is it switch and... What was that? It was taken over a Judge. Not sure if it was a supporter card or anything else.
I didn't see which one it was. It is Bibarel.
Bibarel, okay.
I don't mind that. That's a draw engine. Draw engines are good.
So it is going to be boss's orders on that Greninja. Again, trying to shut down the use of the Palkia's V-Star power by taking out one of the easy ways to discard water energy and remove some draw at the same time. Wow, lots of basics found from the Industrious Incisors, and now Arcus V-Star can take the first prize of the game, and we can also throw some energy into the play as well.
I love this. You're getting loads of energy onto the Giratina. They got big attackers. We saw that a minute ago. You've got the first KO off the board, and sure, it's a single prizer, but it's a Giratina. The Giratina's really annoying. That's not Giratina, sorry, Greninja. Greninja is really annoying because it not just draws cards, it also gets energy into the discard pile. So now we go back over to Christian, and things just got a lot more awkward.
Yeah, you were banking on that Greninja unlocking a lot of your hand. There is an Earthen Vessel, as you mentioned, Ross, so we can at least activate a Sada. But again, isn't for the full value that you're looking for. Things just haven't lined up ideally here. Is Christian going to discard a Water Energy for Palkia or an Energy for Sada? I mean, you can still Sada a Water Energy, but it's then trapping your Palkia's V-Star power, essentially.
Yeah,
you still need to ramp some damage here.
No, I agree. You want to leave your Water Energy in the discard pile so that when you've got free, he's only playing 4 in the deck, but when you get 3 in there, out comes Palkia, 210 extra damage from your Raging Bolt. That's pretty good. Palkia's not a great attacker here because it doesn't hit enough damage to really get your Arceus or your Giratina. It's all about Raging Bolt, just KOing 3 of those bigger Pokemon, and that's it. That's your prize map. That's your win.
The good news is with Sada plus turn attachment, even holding on to your V-Star power with Palkia, you can take a knockout here for the 280. So you can get this minuscule value just to keep up in that race. You'd actually go ahead in the race by taking the first 2 prize KO, which, as we've mentioned a few times, is quite important in this matchup by the looks of things.
The one thing I will say...
Oh, there is 2 energy, actually. Okay, so it's a bit better than I thought.
That's not bad. So you've already got the KO on the board. You got the 280.
Yeah. Now you can bank an energy onto another Raging Bolt as well. You've picked up the Nest Ball from the 3 cards from Sada, so you can get a turn attachment in also.
I like this. I'm not loving the energy on Andrea's side of the board. There's not that many. It's not like last game where all the Giratina were all just ready to come in and smash.
Yeah.
And Christian is getting ready for return KOs. That's something I'm watching. For now, I'm loving Christian's turn. You got 2 Raging Bolt. One's ready to go. The other one's starting to get built up. I mean, Christian's loving life right now.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty nicely. The Sada for 3 cards were strong cards, and it means you're building back up the board here. Even though you're going to be removing 4 of these 5 energy from play this turn, you're finally achieving lots of Water Energy in the discard pile at the same time. You're going up a prize here, and like you said, putting Andrea in an awkward position. If you use that Giratina, you're going to run out of steam. If you go into Arceus, you need to find a lot of cards to actually use it effectively, possibly even having to boss's orders. You're just going into the barrel here to start off the turn.
Yeah, just leave it there, hoping you can pivot it later.
There is the Prime Catcher onto Palkia V-Star.
There's a nice pivot.
Yeah, this is also a way that you can try and deny some of Christian's burst damage next turn, as we're going to see 3 cards from the barrel. The energy was swung onto the Giratina, so I think you're just going to take the 2 prize KO and remove 2 energy from the active.
Oh, with a Lost City as well. That was your caster pick for the weekend, Joe.
I don't think it's necessarily big for this matchup.
Nope, not going to do that much yet.
It's cool to see that Andrea is doing well with it, at the very least. I feel like it can help out, certainly against Lost Zone decks, control decks.
But in the same way we said Palkia can add 210 damage, KOing the Palkia therefore means you're essentially denying 210 damage. That makes a big old difference. And so Christian, I can certainly bring it back next time. We're going to need a Sandy Shock CX sooner rather than later. But it does, both players are a little bit hurting for energy right now.
Judge is spinning the wheel though. Andrea used this to great effect in game 1. It helped him claw over the line. Let's see how this hand disruption works in game number 2. Can Ultra Ball for second bit barrel here as well. Just make sure they can keep topped up on cards. No issues there. It's just really more about what Christian's drawn into, to be honest with you. Because if this Giratina's cleared away, you could be in big trouble.
Yeah, the KO on the Giratina here will be huge. It might take Christian a turn or 2 to come back to get that 3rd KO, but I feel like you're going to have time to do so. You need 4 energy, so it's going to be Sada and Sandy Shocks, or Sada and attachment.
Yeah.
And that'll do it nicely.
We're having a look at resources remaining. If Andrea takes the 2 this turn, you could, in theory, use Arceus V-Star to finish off the Sandy Shocks on Christian's bench. Then you get back to even prize cards, and then in using the Arceus attack, you then should be powering up another Giratina. So establishing another Giratina V here via the Hisuian Heavy Ball is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, Giratina is your big smasher here. Arcus is great for your setup, it's great for accelerating energy, it's great for searching out any cards. Doesn't do enough damage in matchups like this. The Pokemon you're against have too many hit points. So it looks like Giratina, is it ready to take the KO yet? Has Andrea done? Yes, everything they need to.
Interesting.
Love this, you're keeping an energy on. However, this could backfire.
This could backfire big time. This is a big risk from Andrea. If you take both off the active, it means that if Christian gets a KO, you can still come back with an Arceus V-Star and win in 2 attacks. But Christian now, if he takes the KO, that's all energy off of Andrea's board. This is the turn of game 2 here.
Oh yeah. The thought process is I only need to manually attach and I can use Giratina again. And it's right if Giratina's still sitting there. Now we do see the Sandy shots coming down as predicted. Now that Andrea's got few of the 4 prizes remaining.
It's coming down to Mew EX draws here.
Yeah, it is.
We can lower our hand size with Palpad, another Nest Ball, and we're putting 2 Sardas back into the deck, and we're hoping that from, I think we can draw a fresh 3 cards here, we can hit a Sarda. And if that's the case, you'll be clearing a lot of energy off this board, well, all the energy off Andrea's side of the field. This is a huge turn from Christian here.
It's a very large deck still. You've not thinned out that much from the deck. There are a lot of cards there, and you're only drawing 3. I love power padding the 2 Sarda. That's lovely, but you're not drawing a huge amount of cards here, and that is a lot of cards left in deck.
It is a 2-2 line of the Palkia V-Star, so you can get another Palkia V developed if you wish. I feel like that's a decent choice.
Yeah, the V-Star is in deck, as is the V. It would just give you an option, not this turn, but certainly next turn, if you need one more big KO.
The other option, I suppose, would be a second Sandy Shocks EX. That could still be handy, obviously, this turn, depending on how many fighting energy are currently in the discard pile. Is it a once per Sandy Shocks?
No,
it's
once
not.
per Sandy Shocks.
No, we're fine, I think.
Yeah, so you can use multiple Sandy Shocks during your turn.
It is going to be the Palkia, though. It opens up your V-Star power, so I think this is a decent choice. And I think you just turn attached to the active and hope for the best from these 3 cards from Mew EX here.
Oh,
here we go.
Coming down to it. Remember, there are a bunch of Poke Gear in Christian's deck.
Yeah.
So hitting that would also do as well as hitting. Well, it would at least give you. It's not as good as hitting Sarda, but it gives you a choice.
Doing the suspense, the slow roll. Oh, he's happy. He's found the Sarda.
We hit the Sarda off of the Mew to 3. That is absolutely huge because now we're going to see the big KO with Raging Bolt. All the energy is going to be gone from Andrea's side of the board. Christian is going to be 1 KO away from winning this game, and actually you're starting to really like the Palkia being down there. Trying to get the energy next turn is not going to be that difficult. You're going to need to manually attach the Raging Bolt and then use Palkia, and that's easily going to be enough.
What a clutch Mew EX there. 3 cards from restart, completely changing this game. Christian is getting there in game 2 with probably enough time for a game 3 as well. We've said how fast-paced this matchup can be. Christian even getting a second Sandy Shocks EX developed for the hand. As we're going to take a KO here.
I was going to say,
we're going to keep 1 energy on the active, saying you know that Andrea can't deal with your active Pokemon right now.
Yep.
Goes down to 2 prize cards, picks up Prime Catcher as well, which is really important.
Oh, nice. This isn't like your Lost Zone deck, right? We're not playing Mirage Gate. The energy acceleration is Arceus.
Yeah, Giratina going to the Lost Zone. Judges on top of things here because of the Lost City. But
yep.
We are, well, look at this. Andrea just going to have to hope for the best. You can attach the active and Iono. I think is probably your best turn. Can you even get there? Can you lower your hand size enough? You can use Squova, of course, to help you out.
Yeah, you're doing heavy ball played, but just
to burn the card.
Yeah. And this is what you do. You Trinity Charge onto the Giratina, you get some energy on there, and you hope that you're still alive next turn, such that you can evolve it up, add another energy, and off we go. It is not a great plan, but it's the best plan Andrea's got right now. 1 card off the Squova is...
Okay, it's a free attachment, the Choice Belt, so you can draw an additional one from bit barrel number 1. Where is Iono? That's what we're hunting for.
You're seeing it, Joe. I'm not seeing it.
You can discard more cards to try again with the barrel number 2. You've got Ultra Ball, you've got Lost Vacuum. Oh, Iono has been found.
Yeah, it's in there. It's a Paldea Revive, Paldea and Fates one, which is harder to spot, but it is there in hand. So now we do get the to 2, but all Christian really needs here is energy. I mean, there's so many outs. Energy attachment, Palkia V-Star will do it.
Yeah.
Energy attachment. Actually, I don't... I think just Professor Sada would do it, because you can Sandy Shocks the 4th energy. So I think literally just Professor Sada would also do it. There are a bunch of different options.
We're dodging if we're Andrea here.
But you've got Mew to draw more
your best
cards.
play was just, if Andrea was going to go for this play, you know you have to win in 2 attacks anyway, so you could have just foregone the Trinity Charge, just gone into a Bidoof or a Bid Barrel, and turn attached twice to Arcus. It means that you're forced to take out a Sandy Shocks next turn, so there were risks to it, but either way, you're relying on this Iono sticking.
It's not a great set.
Only 1 energy coming out of the deck as well.
Oh.
Christian's going through the motions.
So how's Andrea attacking next turn then?
Well, Christian can just win on the spot here.
If he's got the right combination of cards, there's a bunch of different options. There's a bunch of different outs.
Poker Stop. I'm not sure what else we can use to draw here. Obviously, if we can just reduce cards, we can use Mew EX again. That was so clutch on the previous turn.
Yeah, starting with 3 cards in hand. There's a Poker Stop you can play down. There's all Cypher Maniacs code breaking, and then Mew. That's going to do it. Wow. No, it's not, because you need.
No, you can't use.
No, you can't.
You can Cypher with, energy plus V-Star?
Yeah, so you Cypher the energy plus V-Star, play down the Pokestop, draw 2 a Mew, and then you can V-Star power, attach for turn,
or
get the KO.
We can just attack with Palkia, yeah.
Or that as well, if you want, Joe.
Perfect. Well, we're going to a game 3. Christian with some big draws, getting back into the game here. Looked like a decent start from Andrea, getting an earlier Arceus V-Star this time, but like you said, just hunting down the energy on both sides of the board was pretty much the story of that game too.
Yeah, and the thing is, Christian can keep getting that energy back. Sandy Shocks. We still haven't actually seen a Star Portal. We haven't actually seen that coming out yet. Palkia V-Star's V-Star power hasn't been used at all, but it's always there threatening. We have seen Professor Sada. We have seen the Sandy Shocks now. And the problem with Andrea is you're under so much pressure so quickly, and you basically have to respond with Giratina. So you need a couple of turns to build up your Giratina. And in game 1, Andrea had that, and that's why that game went the way it did.
Right.
In game 2, you didn't have those turns, and as soon as one Giratina goes down, you're like, oh.
Yeah, Andrea kind of made the play both games, just judge and hope that my 280 hit points is enough. But we know Christian's deck can just go haywire. And we saw in that game 2, where even without the Palkia's V-Star power, you were able to reach just with Sadas and attachments. And that's more or less what we're going to see again in this game number 3. Andrea again looking to weave in the Arceus as much as possible. At least we'll be able to go first here and maybe can just establish a V-Star earlier on the board and maybe even take energy off Christian's side. Because I think those are the main things that you can do in defense here.
Yeah, it's funny because we've seen like both games now. We know exactly what each player is going for. We have seen the matchups, we've seen the plan, we know what they're going for. And honestly, it really does look like if Christian can get a fast enough start, the matchup is theirs.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case. It's the aggressor. It has such high hit points. 240 on a basic is just ridiculous.
And no weakness, just putting that out there.
It's putting it way over the top and making life much more awkward for Andrea here. But we've seen in game 1, they can make it a cat and mouse situation and slowly claw that board state back into their favor. So we'll see as we're getting into this 3rd game. So with just about enough time on the clock, I think, because there's so many multi-prizes in play, I feel like we should be okay.
Yeah, we're going to have that +3 turns at the end of time as well. So with slightly faster play, we're going to make it. Prizes, Radiant Gardevoir, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think we're fine with that. As we do start with Andrea, who has an Arceus start as well as a double turbo energy attachment. It's pretty much all you're looking for, holding on to Ultra Ball for next turn.
We go.
So it's pretty content with everything.
With the Giratina as well is perfect.
Yeah, it's nice. We're going to pass things straight over to Christian. Let's see how their start treats them.
We've got a Palkia V coming down. Ooh, the V-Star in hand.
I think Poker Stop is the only thing that can unlock a Sada here. If you find Earthen Vessel or just discard an energy naturally, even Nestable can get you into Greninja.
Oh.
Do we see? No. Well, Poker Gear can get you a different supporter. There's Irida in the deck list. There's also that Iono. So I think we're trying to find something other than Sada here from the Poker Gear.
Yeah, you've got your Sada and it's not working out too nicely for you right now. Nothing. Oh, Bustles.
Yeah,
there was a
not what you want.
No, it's certainly not what you want. It's an option.
Oh, this is so rough. Does that mean you have to burst roll away your Prime Catcher?
Oh, that's not ideal. If we're being honest here, Joe, that is not ideal.
It's one of the only ways you can bank energy in the discard pile for a Sada on the following turn. I feel like it's not great, but it's the best you got.
I feel like I would do it if I were in Christian's shoes, because again, you need to be fast, you need to be aggressive. That's the whole point of this deck. Taking a couple of turns to set up your hand in perfect, I mean, that is not where you want to go. If Andrea gets a couple of turns to accelerate energy onto Giratina, it is going to go very badly, because Christian needs to keep getting the energy out. If Andrea sets up a couple of Giratina, they're basically set for the game.
We're going to see the boss's orders trying to make life a little bit more awkward for Andrea. And then we're just going to throw the cards away because we're seeing 6 fresh ones with the attack from Raging Bolt EX there.
Oh, losing a power pad and a Sada as well as the prime catchers, not ideal. But you're going to be rolling next turn. You've got, I don't know if you've got Sada, but you've at least got Poké Gear.
Yeah. And I think drew into the other Palkia V-Star as well. That could also help out with your damage output. So all things considered, it's not the worst hand to sit on. And you're hoping that with the boss trapping play, you've made it more difficult for Andrea to weave in Judge. I think that's the thing you're still very afraid of in this spot.
Yeah, Judge now would be harsh. When you're not setting up perfectly, when you've not had a good start, Judge would be really, really mean. So it looks like we are just grabbing the Arcus V-Star here, and this is textbook start. Turn 2, you've got your Arcus, you've got your double turbo, and double turbo is great because it means you can normally find the basic energy, and you can use your V-Star power for 2 other cards, although still going getting an energy apparently.
Well, because this one has special text on it. The jet energy allows you to not only get that attachment, but you also jump straight into the active position. Yeah, and it is that Judge once again. The main defense Andrea's used every single game here is that we're just going to attack. We know we can't take a KO, but we're hoping that with a clunkier start from Christian, this Judge can really put them in a bad spot.
Yeah, and if you can get a 2-hit KO with Arceus while setting up your Giratina, that is going to be absolutely beautiful. That is a perfect situation here. You're putting Christian again kind of on a 1-turn clock. Like, I've hit you, I haven't KO'd you. You piece it together in a turn, can you?
Just a please don't hit me situation. This is a risky Judge from Andrea, though, because typically you see some Bidoof and Bibarrel in the back.
Yes.
Let's see what these 4 cards are. Oh, Ultra Ball into Bibarrel means you can Bidoof this turn and hold Bib for next. So that's at least a huge hit.
Yeah, it means
from
you're
his 4 cards.
Yeah, you're going to have something to go for. I like this from Andrea. We get the damage on the board. There's a Bidoof down. Free energy, no mucking about, all straight onto the Giratina. And you're off and rolling. If you can do that again next turn, things are looking great.
And Andrea really is just crossing his fingers at this point. How did the 4 cards treat Christian plus the top deck? Well, there's at least an Earthen Vessel, there's Nest Ball, there's ways to draw for Christian.
Yeah, might have
Not sure if there's a Sada there yet.
I mean, Mew would work if you've got nothing else. Maybe raiding Greninja as well.
Greninja, still more energy to throw. Oh, there is already a Sada in hand. Oh boy. This is going to be a high-tempo turn from Christian.
This is going to work then, because you manually attach, you can Sada for 2, you're going to have the 4 energy. So this is good. Andrea's going to have a return KO. Although, what do you do the extra damage with? Do you really want to Lost Zone 2 energy to do the extra 60 damage to a Raging Bolt? I don't.
Well, maybe you just shred and like attach to an Arceus next turn, but yeah, things are going to get weird now. Like, Andrea's plan A was Judge and hope that I tank. That's out the window, just straight away. As Christian's going to continue to draw some more cards here with Greninja first, throwing away a Water Energy. It would be ideal if you could attach more to a second Raging Bolt EX here. No
amazing.
Ball Search coming in though. Perhaps 3 more cards from the Professor Sada here.
I mean, one thing that is interesting to note, there's no real difference between 220 and 280 most of the time here. It's still just 4 energy on a Raging Bolt. It can be relevant with Palkia, but most of the time it doesn't really matter. So you don't have to evolve. You can shred and hope it survives and then V-Star the following turn. I don't love it. Let's be honest here, Joe. I'm not loving it. But Christian drew out of the Judge, so this is where we are.
Yeah, exactly. The only good news is that it's all the energy off the board once again, so it's like another rebuild situation. For Christian, it's like a constant rebuild, this deck, as we are going to see a huge V-Star knockout, 280 damage from Christian. The Lost Cities are instantly replayed, and then Bibarrel gets 5 fresh cards here.
Nice.
Andrea looking for some backup Pokemon and energy. Well, there's Arceus attachment, so we've achieved that goal.
Yeah, that'll work quite nicely.
I feel like you have to just shred this turn. You can't afford to remove more energy from the board. You can use Nest Ball to get more Bidoof down, maybe even Squovit.
I know it's not an option, but I would love to see another Arcus V-Star here. Take the KO while building up another Giratina would be amazing. It's not an option, but that would be lovely. We do see Squovit coming down to join his friends.
You could even Squovit this turn, I think. I'm not sure if there's a supporter in hand, so you could just have a lucky dip for a supporter, perhaps.
Always a fun plan.
Oh, it's a V-Star for next turn, so you'd probably just hold the hand, honestly.
Yeah.
The V-Star's not the worst card to have. Andrea just thinking and shred the best line. I feel like it has to be here.
You've got to get the KO.
Keep up in the race, yeah.
You can't get rid of any energy. Oh,
it's a Giratina V-Star. I thought it was an Arceus, but it's Giratina V-Star.
No, it's definitely
I think Shred has to be better here.
I still prefer Shred. I don't like getting rid of energy. And again, it's unless you're really worried about Palkia, you can just... It doesn't make much difference. There's still a fourth energy needed to KO.
Andrea sort of begrudgingly takes what I think is the safer call, the more winning call, which is just keep hoping that your V Pokemon can tank here.
It's not perfect, but it might do the job in the long run. And to be fair, you're putting Christian in an awkward situation. They still need a lot to get this working.
Eyeing up the Palkia V here in the active now for Christian. There's Irida in hand, there's Mew EX picked up as well.
So we need 8 bench Pokemon total, plus the V-Star, and then use the V-Star power to get the 2 energy. I believe 8 times 2 is 160, add the 60 base is 220. This is what I meant about the difference between the V and the V-Star. It's only relevant for Palkia V-Star. I still think Shred was the right way to go, but this is probably where you want to be as Christian.
Yeah, a couple more draws. Ooh, the Ultra Ball pickup and Nest Ball. I think that now means you can Irida to get that full bench and V-Star here.
Nice. You're there already. There's 8 bench spots between the 2 players. You just need the V-Star. The V-Star will get its own energy.
Yeah, we're chilling. I think it's going to be going down to 2 prize cards this turn for Christian, and that Palkia V-Star is so dangerous. The best part of this entire strategy is that you're going to have your energy just on tanky Pokemon now, so that Raging Bolt can really look towards sweeping the end of the game here, as we do see the Irida as expected.
This is what we were worried about, running out of Giratina. Problem is, if you had gone for the V-Star, you get rid of 2 of the energy off the board. There's no great way to refill it, and there's still a chance Raging Bolt gets a KO anyway.
Yeah, that was the problem. It was a low odds play either way from Andrea.
Yes.
I feel like the most winning play for you is the line taken, but it's turned out that the hand was good enough from Christian to get into a really good spot now.
Yeah.
They're still not locked by any means, but they're putting themselves in the best position. Going to Ultra Ball as well. You can start getting Sandy Shocks if you wish, whilst also lowering your hand size for Mew EX draw.
Yeah, I love Sandy Shocks. You want to be using that as early as possible, getting as much energy as possible out of the discard and onto your Pokemon.
Christian's discard pile is absurd right now.
There's a lot going on over there.
So messy. But Water Energy is coming back, that's the most important thing, and it's going to be a Pal Pad for a couple Sada here.
Oh, nice.
This is a really big reload, because that's one of the only things that you require now to win the game with the Raging Bolt next turn.
Do we know if there's fighting in the discard?
Yeah, there has to be.
You would think so, right?
We've discarded so many at this point. I think we did it last turn as well. Chris is going to hold on to everything, and is just going to take a knockout with the Palkia V-Star here.
Yeah, it does 20 more than you need, does 240 total. That is going to work very nicely.
Yeah, Andrea has to come up with some panic plays, I think, at this point. Some trapping might be involved. You can't deal with this Raging Bolt too easily. No, maybe you trap something else to return, power up Giratina, then deal with Raging Bolt all in one turn. That's what I'm coming up with, but it's a lot of steps to get there.
A lot of steps, and the problem is all Christian needs next turn is some kind of switch and a fighting energy, and you're already getting a KO, and that will be the game at that point, incidentally. So, or even manually retreat and use the Professor Sada and attach for turn, or just use Sandy Shock Sada.
There's a lot of
yeah. That's what I love about this Raging Bolt deck. You've got so many options to get the energy out. You've often got 7 different combinations of cards that will get you that last KO.
We're going to kick things off with a stash. We're going to Squovit away and then draw up with Bibarel. Prime Catcher's a good piece. That can be a defensive card you can use here. You can set up a single prize Pokemon, possibly this turn, and just try and hide. Hide while you figure out a better strategy.
Hide while you accelerate lots of energy with Arceus. Problem is, at some point you're going to have to take a KO.
Oh yeah.
And when you take a KO, Christian's going to be like, oh wait, I can hit 280.
Well, so you have to, the first thing you knock out has to be the Raging Bolt.
Yes.
Right? That's what you have to do. So you have to try and trap something for a turn, whilst you always want one of these Pokemon to tank. You bring up maybe the Sandy Shocks. Sandy Shocks has a 2 retreat cost. Maybe you bring that up. Oh, it's actually going to be the single prize Sandy Shocks coming into the active here. You can then play Judge, maybe if you can Trinity Charge into a Giratina V. That's probably your best case scenario here, knowing that then you can gust back up the 1 Raging Bolt EX in play from Christian. Like I said, it's a foggy path, but it's kind of what we've got to do here.
Oh, I'm sure it's the best option to go for. It's going to be awkward, and just because Raging Bolt gets KO'd does not mean another Raging Bolt will not come to avenge his fallen friend.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
But it is at least adding steps to what Christian needs to do in order to take the win next turn.
Yeah, great way to phrase it, to be honest. Let's see 4 cards. Can we even use an Arcus this turn?
Oh, double
the switch with no Giratina V. We can at least get rid of the Poker Stop for some disruption and just a pass.
Oh,
yeah, we're hanging out. We're trying to just throw up a single prize Pokemon and buy some time right now.
Not ideal. Have we seen the Prime Catcher from Christian?
Did we use it with Palkia last turn?
I feel like we've used it, yeah. Which is not... Oh, it came out turn 1. He had it in hand turn 1. No, discarded it turn 1.
Ah, was it the Burst Roar?
Yeah, it was discarded with Burst Roar turn 1, so that's not going to be an option. So that is going to make life more awkward, because Christian still definitely needs to Sada.
I don't mind even just Sada to the active here and get a second attachment in, and you can use the second attack of Sandy Shocks, just a power gem, and just take a 1 prize KO, whilst also like putting energy across your board. I still think seems reasonable.
I like that, because then it makes it even more awkward. It means Andrea cannot be putting something like a Bidoof up to try and do the same thing next turn. So, yeah, if you can take prizes, why not? Get a Sada, attach.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. Also means, obviously, you can retreat next turn more easily just by putting energy onto the active.
Oh, yes. And you've still got Sandy Shocks to potentially get an extra energy out as well. So that would get you free energy in addition to the 2 that were on Sandy Shocks. So it would mean a manual attachment next turn for the win. It's a decent plan if you can pull it off.
Christian just making sure they're not missing a beat here. They're actually going to collapse away Radiant Greninja. Maybe they've just gone through so many energy at this point. And this is the way that you can get 1 Mew EX draw. A little bit cheeky. Another Sada comes to the hand. I think that's 3 Sada in hand.
That's not bad.
But yeah, energy to the active definitely makes sense. I think ideally you draw into more energy now, so you can attack with the active Pokemon. You're keeping energy in the discard pile, so you can use your Sandy Shocks EX at a different point in the game. Oh yeah, there is more energy coming to the hand, so you can just take out this big barrel here.
Oh, I love this. There's the energy on Sandy Shocks. You're going to end this turn with free energy on the board for Raging Bolt and the correct 2 attached.
Yeah.
So all you need is a Sandy Shocks ability or an energy attachment from hand or a Professor Sada, and you've got enough to KO anything next turn. And because you get down to 1 prize, you don't need any gusting or any of that.
Yeah.
So...
And even the worst case scenario, if the Raging Bolt EX is somehow KO'd magically over a couple of turns now, you can just win with the Sandy Shocks that's currently in the active spot with a gust as well. So you've shut basically every door from Andrea now, especially with the backup of Mew EX drawing you a couple extra cards at some point as well. Feels like Christian's put himself in the perfect position here.
And time has been called. I think Christian is going to win on his very last turn of time. Andrea could try and stall and get a tie here, but you would have to get the Sandy Shocks. But even that's not perfect, because you can use the ability and attach the turn and hit for 200.
A big earthen spike.
Which right now would KO anything on Andrea's board anyway.
Well, let's see what Andrea can do. The back's against the wall, there's no doubt about that. The Squovet's come in, and we see a Nest Ball. Not sure if there even are Giratina V. That would be the chunkiest Pokemon. Oh, there's an Iron Leaves EX. That's, I suppose, your tankiest 2 prize Pokemon right now.
Might have to be. There's nothing you can really trap in the active, because you got a bunch of attackers and a free retreating Mew EX. So there is Giratina being popped into the active, saying to Christian, I don't think you can pull this off. But of course Christian can, because he can just retreat and use Sandy Shocks EX.
Yes.
There's the 4 energy, there's the KO, and Christian takes this 2 prizes to 1.
Wow.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, I did not think we'd be seeing top tables Raging Bolt EX decks, but Christian thinks differently, builds differently, and showed us a really incredible deck list. Could be a sign of things to come as well. A 3-energy flavored build of Raging Bolt is likely going to come out at the NAIC, but the Palkia V-Star also showing why it's a unorthodox but pretty strong partner.
Yeah, and there was a key KO taken in that final game by Palkia on that Giratina V. It was a play that was not guaranteed, but managed to pull it off, got that key KO, and we went from there. But we just saw, like, how many times in that game were we just saying, like, wow, they need this, or this, or this, or this. And it, like, in that final turn, it was just, well, I can retreat, and then Sandy Shocks gets one of the energy back, and then I got 4 and I win. Like, there's so many different ways you can pull off the win with that deck. It really is. It's a fun deck to watch. It feels like there are a bunch of games where you can have a bad start, or if you're against someone that can one-hit KO and you don't always keep up, you miss parts of the combo, but right now it seems to be working pretty nicely.
Yeah, and we saw the burst roar in a couple of those games as well, just showing that having that extra inbuilt consistency goes a long way for these aggressive archetypes. If things aren't working out when you're so combo-based, where you need to first get your energy in hand, then get rid of them, then get them back, it's really nice to have a way to just get rid of the hand, see 6 more, and try and work towards that. And a really interesting build as well, seeing 2 Palpad, 4 Poké Gear, and then like 1 of supporters of 1 Irida and 1 Cypher as well. Bizarre list, and it's just classic Christian for me.
And that Cypher in game 1 came up, game 2, sorry, came up absolutely huge. Being able to Cypher the perfect 2 cards on the top of the deck, so you could draw 2 with Mew. It doesn't always work. It's not like a deck where, you know, like Gardevoir, where you are always guaranteed to hit those 2 you put there. It is a more awkward one that's not always going to work, but when it does work, oh, it's a thing of absolute beauty.
Also, just want to shout out Andrea, who's been piloting Arceus decks like all year and has had a lot of good finishes with the deck as well. Arceus V-Star really is like a play the percentages type deck. Yeah. You're consistent on your own end thanks to your own V-Star power, and you're just hoping that Ionos and Judges slow an opponent down just enough for you to find wiggle room in game to maybe catch up, because you're giving up so many multi-prize Pokemon throughout the game. You're quite an honest deck. I always call it a bit of a theme deck, to be honest, but a really broken theme deck, because at the same time you're hand disrupting, you're accelerating, you do so much, and you have a great draw engine at your disposal. So no surprise to see Andrea still at those top tables and still with a great shot of making it to day 2.
And I think it's fair to say, like, you were not expecting Raging Bolt this weekend. We were talking about it on stream earlier. Everyone is thinking Raging Bolt next week for NAIC. Nobody is, you know, if you're in Japan right now and you're playing in Japan Nationals, yes, Raging Bolt, great idea. Here, it was not on your radar. It's not a deck you were prepared for, so sometimes you never want to take a loss, but you're sitting at 5-0 and you take your first loss to a deck which you couldn't reasonably have expected to face. That doesn't feel so bad sometimes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you see Christian's name on your match slip and you're like, I don't know what I'm going to come up against. It could be absolutely anything that they're playing, and I imagine 2 Italian friends at the top end of the leaderboard, they've probably chatted and talked things through, and it feels like they both have 2 very different deck building philosophies, because Andrea's playing like the most simplistic, I at least want to draw well and hope my opponent doesn't draw well, whereas Christian is playing this wacky wombo combo of 3 different basic energy cards and having explosive damage output. It's just 2 philosophies bumping against each other in that last round.
It really, really is. Now, we're going to have a little break in a second, but I've got a favor to ask everyone at home, right? It's very, very important. I'm going to talk to camera. I'm going to ask you directly. We need your post with a hashtag play Pokemon. We want to hear from you. Several of you are looking at that thinking, oh, you know, I don't need to tweet. Yes, you do need to tweet. We want to hear from you. We want to see, where are you watching this stream? What are you enjoying about the stream? With whom are you watching this stream? Have you got a little plush collection next to you? Whatever it is, we want to hear from you. And we're going to go and have a look at all of those tweets while we grab a nice cold beverage. You do as well. And the good news is, with that game going right to time, we're going to be out of our next game super quickly.
To the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arcus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs Gastron survives.
It's just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Italy Amogus. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chen-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm a competitive Pokemon TCG player and content creator.
Azul is our Stockholm regional champion, playing in his first
Azul GG becomes a 6-time regional champion.
Azul Garcia Griego is the North American International Champion.
Going to the finals, I felt fairly confident. It's a favorable matchup overall, not extremely favorable, but it's pretty solid. And I knew he wasn't rocking the Spiritomb, which is kind of like the tech card that could be played to give me a rough time. One of my main motivations in the game is just to try and push the competitive level in the Pokemon TCG. I'm really curious to see how far it can go, and I'm gonna try and do my best to help it reach its ceiling. My favorite moment or best memory of competing in the Pokemon TCG is back when I was playing with my team, DDG, and we won like 8 to 11 majors in a row. I didn't win any of them, but being part of the group and part of the process was just very unique, and I don't think it's something that'll be ever repeated ever again. I think forming a group, a team, a testing group, whatever it might be, is to a huge advantage. You don't have to go quite to the extremes that my group does, where we always play the exact same 60 cards, but just kind of having a support system there in your tournament run, as well as helping you get prepared, is a really big deal. So something I highly recommend is just try and find some local competitive players near you who have the drive and passion to want to get and do better. I've achieved a lot in the Pokemon TCG up to this point. I've won ICs, regionals, got a top 8 at Worlds, top 4. I think the only thing for me left to do is to try and win the World Championships. This year, I'm definitely gonna try and put in a little bit more effort in my preparation for the World Championships. I know I got top 4 last year, but there's definitely more that could have been done. So I'm gonna try and put my best effort into giving myself a better chance of winning the World Championships, or just hopefully another consistent placing, at least shooting for a top 8.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action here, I want to talk to you about taking control. It's something more and more trainers are doing in the Pokemon TCG, and it's led to a couple regional wins in a row. We had a win for Snorlax Control over in Stockholm, then we had a win for Pidgeot Control over in LA. Freya, is Control cool now?
I guess it is, yeah, and it's been a while as well, because for a while Control was a kind of an archetype that was associated with maybe a few players who did very well with it, but now it seems like everyone's on the Control train.
Yeah, like over in Europe, we've got, for instance, Alessandro Cremascoli and Tandoricic, who they are going to play Control at every single tournament regardless. But now we've got a lot of Americans coming over here playing Control. I mean, Amy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Snorlax or Pidgeot?
Oh, I'm much more of a Pidgeot girl myself. I prefer to be taking lots of actions every single turn. I feel like it kind of rubs the salt into the wound a little bit of, haha, you can't do much. Whereas with Snorlax, you are just kind of sat there eventually making that continual loop. So I think I prefer Pidgeot's versatility as a control deck.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting. We've got two very different builds of Control. We've got the Snorlax, you can't retreat, I'm going to sit in the active, gutted, you can't do anything. And then we've got the Pidgeot of anything you can do, I can basically undo. Do we have an answer? You know, we've had one winning in Stockholm, we've had one winning in LA. Do you think either of them are kind of rising to the top, so to speak?
I think so, and I think I've got the answer in my hands, honestly. So I think that, as a partial answer to this, I think that Lugia is going to see a pretty pretty big resurgence in the coming months, especially given that you play so many Jet Energy in that deck, and the control archetypes often like to stall things in the active that can't attack, and Jet Energy is a good way to get around that.
Or to play a deck which doesn't really have much of an answer. Is that too risky? Because we see players do it. Yuho got top 8 with Future Box in Stockholm, and that is not a good deck against control. Can you take that risk still?
I don't think so anymore. I think it's far too risky nowadays, now that people have seen the success of control, and there's so many cards that are coming out in the future, but that we have right now as well, that can deal with almost anything, I feel. I don't really feel like there is a definitive answer to some control decks, and people will use every tool in their arsenal to make sure that they are teching for the decks that they could be seeing kind of rise to the top, like Lugia. I suppose for Jet Energy, they're thinking, oh, well, you can't search it. Let's have a little disrupt then.
And I think it's a very important point in general, because Control has gained so many more new tools, right? There's a reason why it's had the resurgence. Pidgeot itself is such a great card because you can just search for anything, so you can get the right tool for the right time at any moment. And then with cards like Eri as well coming out that let you just pluck key items out of the hand, there's a reason why we're seeing this resurgence now of all times.
You can get items out of the hand with Eri, you can get Pokemon out of the hand with Erica. We got an item card coming that lets you take Pokemon out of your opponent's deck and bench them. So all of that, I'm not benching my good Pokemon against Snorlax. Nah, mate, that isn't gonna work. So it seems like the answer is in. If you want to win in the Pokemon TCG, all you need to do, just take control. Stop your opponent playing the game. And while you ponder that, we're gonna get back to the action.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in Bologna, Italy for the Pokemon trading card game final special event of the season, and boy, is it a big one. I don't think any of us were expecting this much of a bang. How are we feeling, Freya?
Feeling very, very good, and even more so because, as quick as a lap around the Autodromo Enzo Dino Ferrari, we are going to go right into this game because our players are there waiting to play already, and it's a really great bookend kind of a game, actually.
Yeah?
So we have Kaya Ligniter, who we featured on our very first stream in Barcelona.
Incredible! Love to bookend the season like that, like you say. Absolutely fantastic. And their her first season in Masters as well.
Yeah, absolutely. First season in Masters, a extremely accomplished player in the seniors division, and showing, like many accomplished seniors do, no slouch in the Masters division either.
Not one bit. She is not here to mess around. And her deck very much, and her deck choice very much reflects that. Of course, we can see here with the price cards, we've gone for Charizard EX versus Morgan's Arcus Armor Rouge, which I have been severely looking forward to.
We wanted to see it earlier, we're getting to see it now. But I think Morgan was one of the options, and this is a win and in match. Both of these players are on 501, so a win for one of these players will lock a spot in day 2. So Morgan kicking things off at this win and in match, going first with the standard Arceus start.
Oh, we love it. Attach pass, all good for an Arceus player. Very happy going first. That's really all you could wish for. A little bit more on the bench just to secure things up is nice, but especially against Charizard, we're not too worried.
Yeah, although maybe we're like a little bit more worried about this start from Kaya. Literally just a Charmander and a Jirachi, and then just pass.
Oh, that is every Charizard player's worst nightmare. Just having to bench the Jirachi to simply stay in the game, knowing that Arceus absolutely can attack this turn and is kind of showing no mercy. We've gone with the attach on Charcadet in the active, presumably for a retreat cost into our Arceus. Now, luckily for Kaya, that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to do any damage this turn, so Morgan won't be able to kind of take out that early charge Charmander, Kaya might get unpunished for this.
I'm actually not so sure about that. You have to remember, of course, with the Arcus Armarouge deck, you can move energy around. You have the Magma Basin. I think what's actually happening here is Morgan is going to use this fire energy to retreat the Charka deck.
Oh my goodness, you're right!
And then Magma Basin back to the Armarouge, and use the Armarouge to move the energy to the Arceus and get the KO!
I didn't see the Ultra Ball in hand. I didn't think it was possible, but you're so right. If we go for the Armarouge here, then we can absolutely move energy and get that KO while accelerating.
That is absolutely phenomenal. And of course, possible with the power of the stellar, that's the word I was looking for, Arceus V-Star with that Starbirth V-Star power. Search deck for any 2 cards. There's a reason why, even now, you know, where this card is almost like it's on its last legs in like the format, it is part of the oldest set currently legal in the standard, still one of the best contenders.
Absolutely brilliant. Retreat, gone and grabbed the Radiant Heatran. Armarouge is in hand.
So it's the Magma Basin. It's all there.
And research.
I mean, did Morgan support her already?
I don't think they have. I don't think he has. I'm pretty sure this could be played. No! Oh, it's the perfect turn. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my goodness gracious me.
If you're Kaya right now, you're thinking, what did I do to deserve this?
Yeah, why? Why, cruel world?
Yeah. Pretty much the only thing that Morgan needs to make this turn perfect is just a V Pokemon to attach to, and there's an Arceus.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the true fighting fire with fire.
It really is.
Morgan was like, you know what, actually.
And Morgan gets a Bidoof good measure as well.
Oh
my goodness!
Literally everything you could ever dream of.
Unreal start from Morgan, and we're getting a look at Kaya's hand now. Kaya's hand is dreadful. I think she's riding on a top deck here.
No! Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, no, Roxanne can't play that. There's 3 counter catches in the hand. And a Radiant Charizard. Oh, and Iono saves the day.
Oh, she's a good one, Iono.
Oof. Coming in at the perfect time. Were it not for that, this game would be close to over. I mean, you maybe bench the Radiant Charizard just to get yourself a little bit there. Oh, was that a Judge in hand? No, it's another counter catch. Yeah, is it 3 in hand? Oh, no, it's a Super Rod. So 2 counter catches and a Super Rod.
I like this. The Radiant Heatran has a really high retreat cost at 3. So yeah, very nice there. I like that.
Yeah.
However, again, Morgan can move energy onto the Radiant Heatran. So is it too scary? Depends what ends up in the active at the end of Kaya's turn, right?
This is the thing that's so cool about the Arceus Armarouge deck specifically. So often, the weaknesses of Arceus decks is that you have to pick very carefully what you attach to. You have the Trinity Nova attack, which of course attaches energy from the deck whilst doing damage. It's very powerful, but you have to commit. Arceus Armarouge, you have the Armarouge with that ability that lets you move your energy around, and suddenly it doesn't matter, as long as you have a Pokemon V to attach to, you've essentially got energy acceleration for your whole board.
Yeah, and the Magma Basin, I love this combination, being able to then move energy even from your discard pile onto a Pokemon on the bench and then siphon it to the active.
Literally having just there to turn 2, yeah.
It's so good.
Incredible.
And it just, that combo alone, I think is what gives this deck its greatest strength.
Well, yeah, especially because, I mean, how often have we said that, you know, the Arceus decks live and die by their turn 1 energy attachment, but with a combo like this, you can start with something awkward in the active, retreat, and still have that combo to, you can even do it. You can miss the energy drop turn 1, get an energy in the discard with an Ultra Ball, have the double turbo, and still get the turn 2 Trinity Nova.
And still do it. It's absolutely monstrous when you think about it.
It really is.
That really is the power of Arceus V-Star still in it to win it, still a strong card, still proving that it can carry on. Okay, I'm using the Magma Basin. I respect that, you know, it's there, might as well use it. Kaya needed the energy to retreat. Ooh.
Double jeopardy, using the opponent's Magma Basin and then denying them by using it by going for that lost vacuum to get rid of it. That's a bit cheeky.
It is very cheeky, although like I appreciate why Cleffa is in the active right now, but it does seem like Heatran's probably looking at that Cleffa like, oh, hello there.
Slim, easy pickings.
Yeah. Again, it's a single prize there. It's not the worst thing in the world. Morgan is going to have to move a lot of energy over onto Heatran to be able to attack, but it is a possibility. I suppose Kaya's just trying to make the best of a bad situation, grasping draw to end her turn.
Yeah, it's not really something you want to do either, because Heatran is more your big finisher. The more damage counters on it, of course, the more damage it does, and you can just load up those extra damage counters by accelerating to it with Magma Basin. So in an ideal world, you really don't want to be attacking it, especially not here, but Morgan might not have a choice depending on what's in the hand.
If they can switch, which they do have a switch in hand, it might be worth using right now. I think it is worth using it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think using the Arceus one more time even might be really nice here. And then Magma Basoning again, because there's one energy in the discard pile right now. There we go. To Heatran, putting another 2 damage counters on it, ramping up that damage.
Yeah. It's kind of nice, right? Because the switch made the turn even better, but even if the switch wasn't there, you can, in a pinch, you have enough energy to move it all across to the Heatran, retreat, and then still get a Trinity Nova off. So Morgan was always going to have a really strong turn, but this is now even stronger because the switch was ready available.
Incredible. Once again, Arceus V-Star doing Arceus V-Star things, putting all of the energy into play from the word go. I think that's where it really excels with this deck, is that you're getting that energy out of the deck so quickly, and then just kind of utilizing where you need it. It's, okay, I'll have a little bit here, a little bit there. Some in the discard pile is fine, and then you're moving it around like a beautiful kind of fire spin.
Yeah. So I want to draw attention to something very important here. Normally, this here looks very odd, right? So Morgan has loaded up all the energy on the Arcus V-Star. You think, I mean, you can move the energy around, but you still think surely you want to spread out just to be safe. But this is the safest point to attach these energies, because Kaya cannot get an easy KO on this Arceus V-Star.
Not one bit.
Although, wait, hold on. Correcting myself, Defiance Band plus Radiant Charizard will get there, so actually now this could come back to bite Morgan.
Oh, the Defiance Band was the kicker. And just the fact that Kaya's managed to get all that energy on a Radiant Charizard this early in the game really goes to show that she's an experienced Charizard player.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can put the energies from Infernal Rain on things other than the Charizard EX. Believe it or not, you can load up a Radiant Charizard and suddenly, Morgan's only taking 2 prizes, but Kaya can get the free energy on and still go for the Combustion Blast.
Honestly, and then the attach for turn on the Charizard EX still means that Charizard, regardless of having to use some of its Infernal Rain ability to put energy on the active Charizard, Radiant Charizard, is still completely fine and ready to rumble for next turn.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong turn from Kaya, about the best that she could have asked for. So I think the key answer for Morgan is, can you keep up the prize trade in a way that makes sense? If you can take out this Charizard, that would be ideal, load one on the bench. I think you can maybe accelerate to the Radiant Heatran and get some more damage counters on it. I believe it's 74 each damage on it, so with 6 times 7, that would be 350.
Ooh, that would be lovely.
Enough.
Wait, is there
no, it's 420, isn't it? 6 times 70. Oh my god, maths again.
Maths again, it's fine.
Bane of our lives.
We are, honestly. While thinking about so many things, it's difficult when you're not used to the mathematics of a deck, but it is incredibly important.
Either way, enough for a KO on the Charizard EX, which is the most important thing. So if Morgan can bring up this Charizard, the prize trade can be kept up that way. We do see there's a maximum belt. That's the ace-spec choice for Morgan. Okay.
I quite like the maximum belt, honestly. I think, you know, especially with Arceus, like it can very often fall shy of important KOs. And I think a very crucial element to his deck right now as well is to mention that he is running the Delphox and has managed to keep that a secret in this game specifically.
Okay.
And as we know, Delphox does do bench damage. It can be really scary to Charizard decks who don't play the Manaphy down early enough. So, I think quietly curious about how that might pan out later.
Having said that, so the bench is full currently, so Delphox isn't an option, but this Armarouge GX is going to put in a lot of work. So that Crimson Armor ability makes it take 80 less damage as long as it's at full health. So right now, it is a beast of a Pokemon for Kaya to deal with. Not even a Charizard EX can get a knockout on the Armarouge EX.
Not one bit. It's a shame that ability goes away when there is damage on the Armarouge, but it still gives you that buffer.
Yes.
That big buffer of, I'm much heftier for you to deal with right now, straight off the bat. And starting off Kaya's turn really strong with a Buddy Poffin. Absolutely fantastic. Could not really ask for better in that moment after a scorching bazooka taking out Kaya's active Pokemon. We're back into the Charizard EX rather than our Radiant, but there is still a lot to play for. Kaya's going to need to make sure that she's setting up really well and really strong for these next few turns, because unfortunately there's no support Pokemon currently on Kaya's bench, and that's what worries me about the longevity of her play.
Yeah, but that's why right off this Buddy Poffin right now, you've not had a chance to go for it earlier because your setup has been so stifled, but yeah, now you go for the second Charmander, you go for this Pidgey, and you make Morgan have the answers.
Yeah, exactly.
But now, this goes to something that you were saying earlier, Amy. If Morgan can pull off a play with Delphox right now, take out the Pidgey and maybe take take out the Charmander. That could get the job done.
That could. Unfortunately, the energy gets kind of thrown into the loss zone.
Yes,
but I think because Morgan's taken 3 prize cards already, I think at this stage of the game, I'm not too worried about that.
No, I guess not. There is also, okay, Luminion finds the boss's orders, so Kaya can use that to bring up an Arcus V for an easy knockout to keep up that, that 2 prize and playing around the Armor Rouge.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Alternatively, Kaya could go, okay, the only thing on the board right now that can KO my Charizard back is the Radiant Heatran.
Yes.
Is it a consideration? It's not great for the prize trade, but it is the only thing that can make that return KO right this moment.
Yeah. And I think Morgan will probably go for that as a return knockout. So ideal turn for Morgan here, especially given that Kaya only just now got down the Pidgey. No Pidgeot established.
No.
If Morgan can disrupt Kaya's hand and get a KO on this Charizard with the Heatran. Actually, no, Kaya's going to go for the Heatran straight away.
Yeah, I think that's a nice play.
Yeah.
The Heatran is exactly at the point it needs to be to take out this Charizard, and Kaya doesn't have any other attacker ready right now. So taking out the main threat to her main attacker, I think that was the best play. Yeah. I really like that. It's such a shame about the prize trade, but honestly, staring down the barrel of that Heatran, I think was just too scary.
It goes back to something we were talking about in the Tinkaton game, right? Sometimes it's better to put yourself on an unfavorable prize map to deal with a threat that will win your opponent the game. Sometimes that's just a sacrifice you have to make.
It is, and I think considering Kaya's board state, that was imperative this turn. I don't think she had a lot else she could have done.
No.
She needs to protect her assets on the bench, and there's only one way to do that, and it's to make sure that this Charizard lives.
Yeah. And right now, of course, it's very awkward for Morgan. There is only 1 Super Rod in the deck. I don't know if we've seen it already, but Morgan will need to find that if he wants to get back that Radiant Heatran, but even so, it's going to take a while to build up the damage again. You can only do 1 Magma Base in a turn, so it's going to be 20, 40, 60, and it does give Kaya another opportunity to bring it up and KO it again. So going to be interesting to see what Morgan does here. The Flame Bazooka not doing enough to KO this Radiant Charizard now, but maybe you could set up some kind of play where you go for the Delphox later. You set up the damage now and then go for a Delphox 2-1 finish.
Maybe. I don't know. This turn, I would love to see a Delphox this turn because it puts Morgan on 1 prize card and then 1 kind of boss's orders or any sort of pivot, then forces a single prizer or just a Luminion into the active, or a boss for the Luminion on this turn, again putting on that 1 prize because Delphox could do damage to the active, take out a benched Pokemon and still win. There are so many lines here.
Yeah, I guess it depends on whether Morgan can find access to the Delphox or not. It might be a little bit of contingency. So yeah, this is your plan B. Your plan A is to go for the Delphox. There it is. It goes onto the bench.
Here we are with the Defiance Band as well.
Yeah, Maximum Belt.
Maximum Belt, even better.
So, okay, this is very, very strong because exactly like you mentioned, you can now do this play where you soften up the Charizard in the active, KO something on the bench, probably that Pidgey, to really stop any kind of counterplay from Kaya, stop that search from the quick search ability. Yeah, this is very, very strong.
I love it. And then that single lone Charizard is damaged enough that Scorching Bazooka will take the KO on the Charizard. We don't have to overload Armor Rouge with too much fire energy to risk losing it all if it gets knocked out, right?
Yeah, exactly. So very, very smart here from Morgan. Now, Armor Rouge does have a bit of a, not like a mega heavy, but like, not a low retreat cost. It's got the retreat cost of 2, so we'll need some way to switch it out. We got the Armor Rouge as well. That's, well, okay, the second one, just in case one of them goes down. And looks like it's just a Nest Ball and a Buddy Buddy Puffin being played. But wait, no, you can't do that. The bench is full, so you can't thin those out the hand.
Can't thin them, no.
Was already shuffling from another search, I believe, so it's fine.
Yeah, it didn't search the deck either, didn't look. But going for the Bibarel for 2 Magma Basin and another double turbo energy, not particularly helpful right now.
Yeah, you've already attached return, so you can't attach that double turbo.
Magma Basin can go onto Delphox here. We can retreat. You do have enough energy to do it.
Yeah, just. This Magma Basin was crucial because now, yeah, it's retreats by paying 2 and oh wait, no, hold on, maybe
it might be just gonna go for the Scorching Bazooka onto Charizard to soften it up, maybe allowing kind of a Delphox play later.
I guess the other reasoning behind doing it this way is that you're taking less prizes and so you're not increasing the Burning Darkness damage on Charizard as much.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So Yeah, limiting what Charizard can do, especially when you've got a full HP Armarouge EX, so Crimson Armor is still active, preventing 80 damage.
Yeah, 80 damage.
That's huge. That's a gigantic amount.
But there is only one awkward thing here, which is now that the Pidgeot's there in play, you can, of course, use the Quick Search to get the boss's orders to bring up the Delphox and deny that. And then, again, Morgan is relying on finding the Super Rod.
That would be incredibly frustrating, but honestly, I can see that might be the way it's going. And again, Morgan ends up with that really difficult situation of all of my energy is on my one attacker. This is all I've got. I can take KOs. Is it going to be fast enough? And I think that's my current question. Is Morgan's play going to be fast enough right now? The KOs are on the board.
Yeah.
There are many lines we can take to a win here. I don't know if it's going to be fast enough.
Oh, hold on a second. Kaya's debating whether to grab something else. Ooh. So maybe thinking that there's some more pieces that she needs, thinking about maybe going for that Arven. You can, of course, use that to grab an item and a tool. So you can use that to grab the Forest Sealstone and bank that on the Luminion V.
Yeah, that is ever so true. Or looking at Kaya's kind of prize map here, what if she's thinking the only draw that Morgan has is his Bibarel? So if I sort of Prime Catcher that instead, or even just use Prime Catcher instead of the boss, because you can Prime Catcher into the Pidgeot and then just free retreat, right? So if we go for Arven and take the Prime Catcher as part of that, I kind of like that as a line to taking out either Delphox or Bibarel.
Yeah, that works. And then if you want to as well, you can use that Forest Sealstone and use the Star Alchemy to search for a Manaphy as well to deny the Delphox possibility. So you kind of, you're dealing with two threats in one go by playing that Arven. Even if you're not immediately dealing with the Delphox itself, you're kind of defanging it.
I think that's why I liked that Morgan was keeping the Delphox secret, and I was surprised that he didn't use it on the turn he revealed it.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to go for this play with the Armarouge, there's not much reason to bench it. You kind of just like telegraph to your opponent, oh, this is something you need to play around, and Kaya's been able to formulate her turn better now because of it.
Yeah, I guess like in Morgan's ideal world, he didn't get all of the cards that he wanted off of the Bibarel. He wanted to play as many cards out of his hand as he could, but should have done the Nest Ball and the Buddy Poffin before, if he could have.
Yeah, but he couldn't have done because, of course, because
fully
benched.
So unfortunately, it was too little too late to kind of get rid of those cards so that he could draw more.
Awkward situation all around. Super Rod, very important find there. Gonna get back that Radiant Charizard and some Fire Energy. So that was the find off the Forest Sealstone. So I guess maybe here you can just go for that Burning Darkness.
I think so. I think at this stage, it's just worth kind of running yourself into the Armarouge. It doesn't KO the Armarouge. That's my only concern. Is it worth it? I'm not sure.
But it does turn off the ability, of course, so then something else can have a much easier time KOing it later.
Much easier.
Yeah. Oh, and Kaya again, making that cheeky use of Morgan's Magma Basin. And there it is, the Prime Catcher.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that feels like a much more worthwhile KO. Taking 2 prize cards, going down to 1. Now Kaya's going to have a much easier time taking out either, well, any of the Pokemon on Morgan's bench, or having to take a little bit of time to soften up this Armarouge first.
So Morgan's best answer here now is to use Boss's Orders to bring up the Pidgeot, and that way you deny Kaya an easy search to a Gust out to KO, because if you can keep this Armarouge active, even a Charizard doing maximum damage cannot KO this Armarouge.
True.
It is 330 is the maximum amount of damage that Charizard can do. That is not enough.
It's not, no, and Scorching Bazooka does 40 plus 40 extra damage for each fire energy on the Pokemon, so there's a much lower threshold that we need to use to KO a Pidgeot.
Yeah, absolutely. And then not only that, you can get the KO on the Pidgeot, but then also prevent Kaya from taking a knockback straight away with the Charizard, because the Burning Darkness can't get there, because that'll be, what, 260, 80, that'll be free. It'll be 10 short, because you have to, like, the Charizard would have to do an effective 340 damage.
Yep.
So just a little bit short.
Would not be enough. Just, but not enough.
Yes.
But I think Morgan is having a tricky time right now.
But it means a tricky turn. There's definitely a lot you need to think about. Can just go for that Magma Basin just to get more energy onto the board, of course.
Well, I think Armarouge needs 1 more energy to KO a Pidgeot.
Oh, okay. So
we would need
anyway.
to Magma Basin, then move the energy forward. There we are, and
that's
then
6.
Consider
There's the Boss's Orders.
The Pidgeot. Here we go.
Has to be done.
Yep, there we are. And then it's that is a KO.
Yeah, it is just enough. So yeah, was it 80 plus 40 more, or is it 40?
No, it's 40 plus 40 for each extra fire energy on Armor Rouge.
God, so much maths today, but yeah, so 6 times 40 is 240, and then an extra 40 base. That will do the trick. So,
oh yeah, it will.
So now 1 prize left each. Kaya is going to be 10 short of a knockout on this Armor Rouge because of the ability. So Kaya needs to find a way to play around this. There is an Ultra Ball, but that does play out the rest of the hand. Is there an out?
I don't know. I'm going to be really honest with you because Luminion is already on the bench.
The Minion's on the bench. Forest Steelstone has been used with the Star Alchemy. There's no Bidoof, so that big barrel doesn't get anywhere either. That's. I think Morgan might have found the way out. Yeah, that's it. Kaya concedes and Morgan takes the game.
Morgan takes game 1. Armor Rouge bazookaing its way into the winning position for our game 1 of 3.
Armor Rouge EX, a phenomenal card for that exact reason. Even at the very late stages where you think, surely Charizard can KO absolutely anything. No, 340 damage, just that 10 short. Charizard cannot do enough to KO a full HP Armor Rouge EX.
Right, it has an effective 350 HPs, which is insane.
340.
340,
yeah,
sorry,
340,
yes, 340
but
HP. Still crazy numbers. Really difficult even for the powerhouses such as Charizard to hit. Realistically, I mean, what? The scariest thing in this meta right now, Chen-Pao?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that could, because that's not capped in the same way.
Yeah, so...
I guess the only way that Kaya could get the KO on something is with damage modifier, something like a Vitality Band or a Defiance Band. It would have to be something like that.
Yeah, but then again, like, clever prize mapping from both players can prevent Morgan from praying fall to a Defiance Band.
Exactly.
So it's really, really cut and dry, unfortunately, with that damage output for Charizard. And when Morgan's going to be able to manage the damage output of Charizard by sort of choosing when to take those knockouts, I think that's really crucial.
And I've just had a quick look at the list just to make sure there is actually no Vitality Band in Kaya's list. So if Morgan can play around the Defiance Band, there is no way for Kaya to get a knockout on a full HP Armor Rouge.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
And will be so clever. I love this deck. I think it's so versatile. I love that the fire energy keeps on churning no matter what.
Yeah, so the half is burning, the fire is churning. We are off to game 2 though. Put all the prizes laid out. Again, nothing too awkward. One of Cleffer for Kaya Great. Oh, actually, wait, the Defiance Band is there at the top.
Oh no!
Oh, and the Airy too.
I'm not going to be seeing some of those one-offs, unfortunately, that may have helped in this matchup. I'm not sure how much I mind Airy being there. When Morgan's not needing to use rare candy or anything for his evolutions, so I think that's okay.
Yeah, the Cleffer and the Defiance Band, though, that is very rough. Super Rod there as well. You do play a high account in Charizard list. There's 2, so there's still access to 1. But yeah, so many awkward things prize. Oh, 1 Pidgey as well. So we're going to have to find that second one post-haste.
Yeah, and honestly, starting the Radiant Charizard as well, we saw Kaya use it to great lengths in the very early game of our first match. However, I think starting it, unfortunately, just kind of feels like it's a bit redundant, a bit stuck.
Yeah, you do play, or rather Kaya does play Professor Tura scenario, so could use that to pick up the Radiant Charizard, switch into something else if needed. So nice to have that option at least, but look at the compare the starts, right? So Kaya has the Buddy Poppin and the Nest Ball, so is able to get down the Charmander and the Bidoof, and has the Nest Ball for the Rotom V as well, so can start off with that turn 1 instant charge.
Instantly making this a much better turn.
Yes.
Honestly, it's tough at the best of times to set up as Charizard when going first. This was beautiful and much stronger than Kaya's last setup. Moving on to Morgan's turn, and we've got a Buddy popping off.
Okay.
It certainly is popping off now. We've got more Pokemon to go on the bench. Morgan's going to flourish, and as long as Morgan has that energy attached that every Arceus player would like going to first.
I got to confess, I thought my pun game was good until I met you.
I'm so sorry.
You were just on another level. You don't apologize. It's great. You got on my game.
So yeah, Buddy Poppins. We've got, again, I love the 2 Arceus. Very happy with that. Sometimes, if Kaya just gets the rare candy and gets going, there's a world in which one of these Arceus could take a lot of damage. It wouldn't KO, don't get me wrong, but it could end up kind of a bit not great.
Well, I was just trying to look to see, because we saw, of course, at the start of the stream, NTV is an option, which something that actually, if both benches are full, could get a KO on an Arceus V, but that is not in this list.
No, we're not looking at get that. So we're okay, but I do prefer the 2 Arceus in this situation where Kaya has gone first, just to give Morgan the solidifying factors.
Yes, and not only that, Morgan had the double turbo in the opening hand, so can start off with that amazing Trinity charge.
I love it. I love it. That's what every Arceus player wants to see, the first turn attach. And
Yes.
Trinity Charge going second, love that.
Yeah.
More energy on the board, 2 Char Cadet. I think both players have set up spectacularly this game.
Yeah, Arceus is a deck that pretty much almost always wants to go first, but if you're going second, Trinity Charge is basically the next best thing you can ask for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And thankfully, generally, it is known, well known, that on average, Charizard is not going to be able to KO an Arceus on turn 2.
No, exactly.
So it feels relatively safe. I like having the 2 Arceus for a just in case, especially with Entei's running around today, but yeah, I think generally it's a really nice setup for both players. Kaya going straight in there, getting B-Barrel. We've got everything we could possibly ask for up until this point. And Ino, I think I'd have preferred an Arven there, but I'm not upset with Ino as long as we get some good draws.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because given that, you can't take a meaningful KO, it's also like you think to yourself, what is the best plan of attack here? Do you just go for an instant charge?
Yeah.
Kaya reading my mind clearly.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no relevant damage here, right?
No, there's not. And that's the thing, you've got to almost wait it out a little bit. Charizard is a deck that flourishes from going behind a little bit. You just need them to take that kind of first knockout, and then you can start making meaningful damage. But until that point, you are a little bit stuck in the mud.
Yeah, forcing Arcus to take the first KO is definitely where you want to be, especially because, I mean, we mentioned at the start, right? Starting with Radiant Charizard, not great, but if it's fine to just have it just in the active, just let it take that first knockout, or rather receive that first knockout, and then just get it back with Super Rod later to use it when you actually want to attack with it.
Exactly. I'm not mad at the Radiant Charizard right now in the active as well, being a single prize option. Just means that when Morgan is attacking, unless he is able to gust something else into the active, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It feels very ineffective as a knockout. Kaya's not going to mind. It's an easy Super Rod target later, and realistically, it's not harming the game plan here.
No, not at all. Look at that, though. 3 Armor Rouge down, so going to be able to get down the Armor Rouge that moves the energy, but of course that Armor Rouge EX, which we saw was such a key player in that game 1.
Massively, and the list only plays one of them.
Yeah, it is only one of attack here. The main focus is to get into the single prize Armor Rouge, but the EX coming in clutch, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah, we've got all of the cadets, all the Char Cadets,
all the Char
on
Cadets,
the bench.
Yep.
Ready to rumble, ready to turn into their various Armor Rouge, and I think they work really well together. We spoke earlier about how it's really fun to use different evolutions of the same Pokemon, and I love that the Char Cadet here is being used for Armor Rouge and Armor Rouge EX.
Yeah. Although sadly, no love for Ceruledge. Ceruledge not quite making it into the echelons of competitive play yet, in spite of having some very pretty cards, but not yet. Watch this space.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not cooking. I don't know about you guys at home. If anyone's got a fun Ceruledge Armor Rouge deck, hit us up.
I'd love to know. Of course, actually, now a good time to mention, if you do want to get in touch with us, as ever, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and you can send messages on X, on Instagram, and later on, if we have time, we will feature some of your posts here on the stream.
And I like the tappy fingers. That's the tappy fingers of I don't know if I should use my V-Star yet.
Yeah, it's like, do I, don't I? There is a debate, right, with Arceus decks that normally, if you need to use it to set up, you do use it early.
Yes.
But if you can set up without it, there is definitely a strong argument to be made to save it for a later turn to get you the 2 pieces to put together a really big combo or to steal the game.
And I think that's why the Ultra Ball was played first. Just Ultra Ball, get myself a second Arceus. I don't know if Morgan's going to worry about using Starburst right now, or whether just a 1-card hand doesn't feel good, but it might be enough just to sustain himself for now.
Yeah, because I mean, you've got the main things you need. You've got the KO especially, and you've got a 1 energy attachment with the Magma Basin on the Radiant Heatran too, so that damage starts to load up. Yeah, save the V-Star, why not?
I'm not really worried. I feel like I wouldn't be worried about it if I were him.
No.
I just think, well, I'm going to get a prize card. That'll put me on a 2-card hand. Draw for turn will put me on a 3-card hand next turn. Am I that worried right now? I have 2 Arceus. I can Starbirth with the other one. Even if this one gets KO'd by Kaya, I feel pretty safe.
Yeah, so Trinity Nova gets fired off, knockout taken, and Arceus V-Star from the prizes. Not really needing it, but that's fine. You've got 2 Arceus V-Star on the field already. But meanwhile, back to Kaya as okay. For a second, I thought, hold on, you can't play that, but no, that Radiant Charizard is discard.
Pile.
So
yes.
that's fine. There is one bench spot left.
We are all good. There is space on this here bench.
Yes.
We are all good. The Poffins are attracting the most beautiful Pokemon of all time, but what will it be this time? Is the Manaphy gonna hit the bench? I mean, Morgan's bench is full right now, but I feel like just knowing that Delphox is a lurking threat, I feel like my play would be, don't forget the Manaphy, I should put that down now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've talked about bringing the most beautiful Pokemon of all time. Manaphy, very, very cute Pokemon.
Beautiful Pokemon. Yeah. The Buddy Poffins worked.
Yes,
oh, I
definitely.
knew it.
Called it perfectly. Yeah, Manaphy coming down. We saw how the threat of the Delphox really was a worrying factor for Kaya, having to deal with it straight away because of that. So again, just new to that before it even becomes an issue. Just get the Manaphy down. You may as well make use of the Buddy Poffin. There goes the Forest Sealstone on the Rotom V as well. So now has access to Star Alchemy, whatever turn that may ends up being key. There's a Professor Churro scenario in hand, and Arvin. There's a lot of options for Kaya here, actually.
There's a lot of options, but I'm a little bit worried at the same time. I'm not sure. I don't know. The board stays really strong right now.
Yes.
In one sense. And then the hand is starting to falter a little bit. I don't know. I feel like with Bibarel we're okay. But again, I think the Manaphy was essential. I think it was essential this turn.
There's something very interesting I want to draw attention to. Kaya could have Magma Basined with the Magma Basin on the field before playing the Lost Vacuum, but decided not to. Why do you think that is? I'm genuinely not sure.
I reckon it is just so that when Armarouge EX starts attacking, more fire energy is needed, because the only fire types that Kaya has in play right now are both Charmanders. So although Delphox isn't a threat right now because of Manaphy, I reckon Kaya isn't wanting any excess damage lingering on Charmanders, just to make sure that the math of like a Radiant Heatran or a Scorching Bazooka from Armarouge EX become a little bit harder to achieve.
Yeah, that actually does make a difference as well, because that's the difference between 330 and 310, which for the Flame Bazooka damage is it works out to be an extra energy. So actually, that's very, very heads up for thinking the long term there from Kaya.
Yeah, this is how we know that we're dealing with a master Charizard player here.
Knowing the maths and knowing, even in as a more uncommon matchup, exactly how the damage could affect the knockouts, and so playing around that beautifully, as we do see, Red Candy Pidgeot found off the Bibarel, phenomenal stuff. So able to quick search and find the Red Candy Charizard too, and now Kaya has her board set up basically almost as perfectly as she would like.
I think that, as I was saying earlier, I think the Manaphy is really crucial here, because Delphox would be able to take out Bibarel, and before we had that Pidgeot, or the knowledge that we were going to manage a Pidgeot, it was a bit touch and go. I think the Manaphy was perfectly placed this turn, but I do fear with Kaya's hand right now, not the most fantastic it could be. I know we got Bibarel to draw next turn, but it's a little dead right now. We got a Prime Catcher and we've got a collapsed Stadium.
Yeah, I guess if you're Kaya this turn, I think maybe you just go for the Heatran again. Oh, there's a collapsed Stadium. Okay.
Okay.
So technically Kaya's meant to discard first, actually, but yeah, it's going to be the Rotom,
yeah,
so
definitely.
makes sense.
And then
it served its job.
Yeah, I think Morgan, I don't know what I'd discard here. I think I'd go Heatran if I'm honest.
Well, yeah, because if it's going to get KO'd anyway, then suddenly... Okay, it's a tough one, because maybe you want to keep it just to force the spend of the Prime Catcher if it's there, but I understand wanting to leave your options open to have enough Char Cadets out to evolve into both the Armarouge, so it does make sense.
And I think that's the thing. If you don't leave... It's a bit like Gardevoir. If you don't leave yourself enough Pokemon to evolve into the things you need to make the deck work, then your opponent will take advantage of it.
Yeah, so kind of denying that opportunity there. Morgan does discard the Radiant Heatran, and yeah, Kaya then doesn't spend the Prime Catcher, does just do Burning Darkness for 210 damage. So now back to Morgan. The Magma Basin is no longer in play, but there's a replacement in hand. Did draw the Armarouge EX for turn as well.
Oh, that is lovely, and still hasn't used his V-Star, so he could do that to refresh hand to continue and possibly get Heatran back.
Hold on a second. Is there potential here for a Flame Bazooka KO on a fresh Charizard EX?
Oh.
There's a lot of energy on the field. I think Morgan might actually be able to get there, you know.
You're so right. I think that is 6. Is that 7? No, that's 7.
Yeah, 7.
7 fire energy so far.
You can get an 8 for the Magma Base, and you can attach from hand 2. You can retreat using the double turbo so that you don't have to discard any fire energy. I think Morgan's got... I think as long as he can find the pieces with this Starbirth, I think he's there.
Oh my goodness.
But then again, I guess there is the debate of, is it better as before, go for the Pidgeot instead. Just deny that setup. That's probably the debate that Morgan's having right now.
It might be. Now there's enough energy in play for Morgan to do it.
And no, okay, just going to go for the research. Okay,
I like that because Morgan's been struggling with like having a hand for a while.
So that Starbuff would have been then for the research and the Armarouge. So yeah, get the Armarouge down and then the research so you can refresh your hand and you're now good to go. Oh yeah, Maximum Belt.
Maximum Belt makes it easier.
Yes, it does. It means it not only does it make it easier, it means you don't need to commit as many energy to this Armarouge in order to get the KO, which, to be fair, the Armarouge is probably the safest place for the energy to be anyway, so maybe you don't mind putting them all on there.
Yeah.
But, you know, still, it's important stuff to think about. Double turbo retreat.
Here we go. You called it, Freya.
Yeah.
10 points for you.
I wish I could have had those 10 points and be in the tournament about to maybe win instead. But I do. It's funny. People often ask if I prefer playing or casting. The truth is, I love both equally. There's things I get a lot out of both of them, and I'm sure it's the same for you as well.
Oh
right?
yeah, absolutely. I like to do my fair share of both. And that's why we're both NAIC playing next week.
Absolutely.
See you on the floor,
yes.
Freya.
Yeah, see you. What do we face each other?
Oh, then I'm going to decimate you.
Oh, okay, fighting talk here.
Look, you can only trash talk your friends, otherwise we're not real friends.
Yeah, that is true. But maybe it's to draw attention back to the game here, as we do see, this Armarouge EX thing loaded up with fire energy. That Crimson Armor ability in full effect, preventing that 80 damage. Morgan doing the maths in his head. Not attached for turn manually, yes, so can just put that, just get it down. Why not? And yeah, that Scorching Bazooka. Taking the KO on this fully fresh Charizard EX. Wow.
That's insane. That really goes to show how powerful Armarouge can ramp up. Very, very reminiscent of Center Scorch.
Yes, actually.
Very reminiscent of Center Scorch. And I love to see the burning passion coming back for those fire-type energies.
Oh, goodness. Just, what was it? It was called G-Max...
Centinferno.
G-Max Centinferno, yes, I remember. Yeah, I played that deck a lot during that time, of course.
It was a lot of fun.
But, okay. Here's something very important, though. Kaya has a Roxanne in hand. Morgan has just taken 2 prizes and is down to 3. That Roxanne is so live right now, and I think Kaya's going to slam it. Oh, okay, maybe not slam it, tentatively put it down.
Very gently use the very fancy Rainbow Roxanne to go ahead and draw herself 6 cards while Morgan is down to a lowly 2. Just as a Bidoof went down, just as Starbirth was used. Beautiful timing. Could not make it up.
Yeah, that is exactly the... It's one thing where people like to joke often, I'll say, oh, Roxanne is a lie. And, sometimes, you'll play a Disruption Supporter and your opponent will get lucky. But the way you avoid that the most often is you time a Disruption Supporter when your opponent has expended the most resources that they would normally use to get out of that disruption. And that's exactly what Kaya's done here. And I think that Morgan's going to have to be very fortunate with his top deck here to get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, like, the best card would be the Bibarel, right?
Yes, that would be perfect. Or an Ultra Ball to get it will work as well, because the Ultra Ball, there'll be enough in hand to play it.
Now, 1 is prized.
One... Oh! Wait, hold on a second. That might be awkward. I think it's only a 2-2 line in here,
So I reckon this is going to be pretty awkward for poor Morgan.
Wait, no, not even. It's a 1-1 line.
Oh, crumbs. Okay, well, that Bibarel is not happening anytime soon then, so this Roxanne might stick.
Well, that's not great.
That is not fun. I imagine Morgan was hoping he would have taken that Bibarel, and by now as a 1-1 line, sometimes you can get caught out. And unfortunately, that is the drawback of Arc Armarouge that we find quite commonly.
Yeah, just like going back a little bit, I think the Bibarel KO was in the last game. Because of that prizing, Morgan was never able to set up. Kaya's not taking the KO this game yet.
No.
No.
But she doesn't need to necessarily.
No, I guess not, right?
She's kind of backing Morgan into a corner.
A little bit.
And I like that.
Yeah, and especially now with this Roxanne as well. Kaya doesn't necessarily know that the Bibarel is prized, but the fact that Morgan hasn't been able to get it out yet, it almost doesn't matter, right? You've played the Disruption Supporter at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good for Kaya to make a comeback here.
Really good. And Charizard is very good as a comeback deck. That's kind of what it does.
It's the whole point.
It does not mind going behind. Going behind isn't a bad thing because we absolutely know that Charizard does more damage when it's behind. Charizard comes back back in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, Burning Darkness does more damage for each prize card that your opponent's taking, starting with that base of 180 and then an extra 30 for each prize your opponent takes. So after quick search here with the Pidgeot, finds an Ultra Ball and uses that to discard a couple of cards, get the Charizard. Now, you could have searched for the Radiant Charizard directly, of course, but if you want to thin the hand out to draw more with Industrious Incisors on Big Barrel, this is the way you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And down to 2 cards. I think it's Jirachi and Rare Candy?
Yeah, Jirachi Rare Candy. So you can
nice.
Yeah, put that Jirachi down, why not?
Yep.
And then you can do Industrial Incisors for 4. You can find the Rare Candy Charizard here. Well, oh, there it is.
Oh, we got the Ultra Ball. Beautiful.
Yes.
Poetry in motion. We love to see it.
We do. And
Charizard is so strong.
And now Kaya making use of the cheeky Magma Basin from the opponent.
Yeah,
using
it's just
Morgan's,
a safer call.
Yeah, it is. Because now, in terms of like the maths, it doesn't matter anywhere near as much doing it. And in fact, not only that.
Wait a second. Attach return means that Radiant Charizard is live.
Yes, it is live. 3 prizes taken from Morgan. Only needs 2 with that Excited Heart ability to power up the Combustion Blast.
Oh, I love that. Yep, take out that ability. You've got to do it sooner or later. And you leaving a single prizer in the active while bursting through the armor. I really like that. It's really clever.
Punch through the Crimson Armor. That is now shut off because the Armor Rouge EX is no longer at full HP. So now Morgan really has to think about how he wants to tackle this. I guess if I'm Morgan here, I'm thinking maybe what I want to do is take a K on this Pidgeot again, whilst making sure that I have something going on for next turn. But he did just get Roxanne.
Yeah.
So, there's the boss's orders in hand.
Ooh.
And a Mew EX.
Oh my goodness, okay.
That's not bad.
Well, so the only unfortunate thing, bench is full.
Yes.
Can't do Mew EX. We can't be drawing cards yet. However, taking the Pidgeot away, I don't mind. It's a shame because there's a lot of energy on this Armor Rouge right now. And we know it's the only Armor Rouge Morgan has access to.
Yeah, and I think from what I remember, something that's a little bit awkward about Armor Rouge, it does move energy, but you can only move from the bench to the active. You can't move it the other way around. No. So unless Morgan retreats this Armor Rouge EX, those energy are stuck there, and that is not a good position to be in when you've taken that much damage.
I think what Morgan might be looking to do here is actually retreat the Armor Rouge, move into a fresh Arceus V-Star, take a knockout on Radiant Charizard, and then take a 2-prize knockout next turn.
Yes. And you can kind of almost like bluff it very cleverly, right? You know, Morgan is like playing as if to say, oh no, I don't have that much, but he's sitting on that boss's orders, so he can just like play it very calm, just retreat here to save this Armor Rouge, all those energy going to the bench, and then use the Flare Off ability, move the energy to the Arceus V-Star, exactly like you said.
Yep.
And then take the knockout, and then just sit on that boss to win next turn.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Oh, we're considering something else. What are we? Oh, it's the damaged Arcus. I suppose that's fine too.
Yeah.
Right now, that is also fine.
Yeah, because you're almost like forcing your opponent to waste damage in a way, right? This Arceus is so damaged anyway, you're going to get more energy out of the deck with this Trinity Nova. So yeah, why not? And he has the Magma Basin for good measure as well, so can get another energy on the board that way, just to make sure there's still enough to take the follow-up KO next turn.
It feels nice to be able to keep a full HP Arceus, right? I think that's what I really like about that.
Okay, so... Oh, actually, maybe thinking about the boss orders now on the Charmander. Okay. Ooh, denying a Charizard EX. Okay.
Yes, forcing Kaya to go back into the Radiant Charizard, which can only attack once and then has to have a little rest, or be retreated, pivoted back to the bench. So it has limitations.
And Morgan just took the big barrel off the prizes.
Oh, we love that, Morgan. Let's go. That is a fantastic prize card. I bet Morgan's absolutely screaming inside his head, but he's keeping it cool. This man's got a good poker face.
Yeah, very, very good poker face. And I guess the only thing that's like a bit of a shame for Morgan right now is that you've denied yourself that option to do boss's orders for the win next turn. But given that you kind of in a way telegraphed that you didn't have that much going on, maybe Kaya doesn't go for the disruption here. I mean, you probably still do anyway if you can, but maybe Kaya thinks differently now, and you have to attack with this Radiant Charizard. There's literally no other option for a big damage-dealing thing. But there's the Industrious Incisors.
Okay, we got 3. There is a Charizard in hand now. It's not particularly helpful. There's a boss's orders and a Charmander.
Yeah,
Already got
great.
one Charmander down. Bench is full. can't do anything else with that, really. Still got a quick search live, so if Kaya does kind of think of another line to get through this, I think it's looking pretty sketchy, if I'm honest, Freya.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think Kaya recognizes that as well. There is an Arven in hand. You've not used Quick Search yet, so you can use that to grab something?
That's what I'm wondering, like what would the something be? I'm really trying to rack my brain here. I don't know if I'm missing something super obvious, but I think if I'm Kaya, I'm not feeling great about this right now.
I think you have to read through Morgan's play. You have to recognize that, sure, Morgan didn't do much, but just playing on pure statistics, maybe I just need to grab a disruption supporter of some kind, grab an INO or, I was going to say Roxanne, but I think there's only one on the list that's already been played. So yeah, just grab an INO and then just play that and hope it sticks.
Morgan really flared off right into the commanding position in this game.
Yes, but it looks like here it said it's going to be the boss's orders to bring up the Armor Rouge EX, and this also makes a lot of sense because, of course, this is the biggest damage dealer right now.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you deal with this with Radiant Charizard, it's going to be a bit hard for Morgan to find a response KO.
I mean, I don't know. If Morgan is able to rod the Armor Rouge back into the deck, then we do have Charcadet on bench.
Oh, that's true, yes.
But we also have the potential of bringing back good old-fashioned Heatran.
Radiant
well.
Heatran, yes.
Heatran hasn't popped back out yet.
No, but I mean that would be a bit too late because it would be completely fresh, so it would have no damage counters on it. The maximum you could do is 140.
That is true.
I think you're right. I think the best option is to find that Super Rod, get that Armor Rouge EX back into the deck, and then load it up and go for the boss's orders for the win. And,
I think, yeah.
And we do know that there's a lot of draw options in hand. The barrel is still there because there was no disruption. The Mew was there from before.
So we have access to the Mew now.
Yeah.
And Mew's a great Pokemon to use against Charizard decks as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's not forget that it's very good at copying attacks. And when Mew copies Charizard's attacks, it doesn't always end up great for Charizard.
No. Double Turbo drawn for turn. This is another card you can play just to get it out of the hand. Yeah, on the Arcus is perfect as well, so you can retreat it. Actually not going to bench the Mew, wants to leave that bench slot free. He's thinking about it. It's tough.
I think it is tough because if you're thinking about the long game, you might need to put Heatran down. I know it wouldn't be effective this turn, but Kaya's still got 4 prize cards to take. Playing the long game might have been the one.
Oh, there's a Super Rod in the Ultra Ball. Okay, but it's not the win yet because you haven't got the boss's orders. It's a very, very strong, like this is exactly what you want. But
we don't have it yet.
No. Do you know what Morgan could do here? Super Rod, get back the Armor Rouge, Ultra Ball the rest of the hand away, bench the Mew, and then restart to try and dig for the boss's orders for the win.
Oh my goodness gracious. Ah!
It's ambitious, but it's possible.
I don't think it's ambitious. I think it's perfect.
I mean, it could be perfect and ambitious.
I like both.
Yes.
Let's go with both. Then we both win.
Yes.
Honestly, I am loving this combo. Getting the Super Rod off that B-Barrel was beauty.
Yeah, exactly what Morgan needed. So gonna put in 2 energies for good measure as well. So this is nice. It means that if you miss, you can still go for the Trinity Nova and get 2 extra energies onto the field. So I like putting these back in, even if it does reduce your odds for the boss's orders. I think it still makes a lot of sense. And yeah,
here we go.
Ultra Ball straight away.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a bit surprised about that because, I mean, maybe Morgan is thinking just in case Kaya gets rid of the Magma Basin, I want to keep one just in case, but now you have no draw options.
Yeah, I mean, I guess B-Barrel is still going to stick around, right?
Yeah, so
I think just the Mew was nice, but I guess it does make an easy KO for Kaya.
Yeah.
Like, it's really low HP.
This is Morgan being patient. It's Morgan saying, I don't want to take the KO this turn. I don't need to win, or rather take the 2 prize knockout.
Yeah.
Let's just deal with Radiant Charizard, get more energy on the field, and set myself up for an easy win next turn.
Yeah, yep. Keep going. Keep pushing. And there we go. Yep, moving the damage Arceus. Of course, we're going to use that fantastic Armor Rouge ability to bring all of the energy onto the active Armor Rouge. And Armor Rouge is such a powerhouse with its ability, Crimson Armor. It is not going to go down easy, but let's see if Kaya can put up a good fight.
It is so safe against Kaya because, like we were talking about in Game 1, there is no way for Kaya to take a 1-hit knockout on this Armor Rouge. Like, oh, wait, okay, no, that's a lie. Right now there is, because there's the Defiance Band. If you can get Defiance Band on a Charizard EX, that would be 360. That would actually be enough.
It would, yeah. We might just be able to squeeze a KO out of this Armor Rouge. Now, I think that might be enough.
No, wait, what we're talking about, we were talking about at the start of the game, it's in the prizes.
Oh, you're right, I totally forgot. Oh, no.
So Kaya has Kaya has no way of KOing this Armor Rouge EX.
That would have been the game breaker. That would have changed everything. And this is why prize cards are so detrimental to your play. If the one thing you need is in there, oh no, it's not a good time.
No, that is exactly what Kaya needed to make a comeback in this game, being so far behind, but with no access to the Defiance Band, this Armor Rouge is just going to clean up shop.
It really is.
There's no way for Kaya to deal with it.
No, there isn't. No, I can't reasonably see a line right now where Kaya can deal with this Armor Rouge right away. Maybe kind of skirting around it might be enough for now.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you even do that, right? Okay, you have the Rare Candy and the Charizard, so you can come in, you can do the Infernal Rain, you have Prime Catcher, you can maybe stall something active. I don't know. It's very rough.
I don't know. I think if I were Kaya, I would be living the pipe dream of thinking, right, I can Prime Catcher an Arceus, I will KO it, and then I will definitely get the Defiance Band off the prize cards because I believe in them.
Or, okay, hear me out.
I'm hearing.
You Prime Catcher the Armor Rouge. That way, you can't get enough energy onto the Armor Rouge EX to take the KO because you need to attach from one hand and use a Magma Basin. And you can't move it.
Yeah, I like that. Using mathematics against Morgan.
Yeah, and I think that's what Kaya's thinking about.
Here's the Prime Catcher. Where's it going? Where's it going?
It's a debate, but I think...
it's going. They're going for the Amy plan.
Yeah, so just basically just take the prize map.
Take the prize map.
Yeah.
Just stick with it, take the prizes, and see if it's enough to take the Defiance Band.
Yeah, and with this Iona, that does help, but unlike last time, Morgan does have a big barrel set up now, so can refill the hand to find what he needs to close out this game.
Yeah, Morgan won't necessarily be stuck with one card, unfortunately, this time.
And very important to note, time I do believe has just been called. We've counted down to 0, so this should now be turn 0 of time.
I think we've got a winner. I think we can get a winner.
I think so too.
I think it could be either of these guys still.
Yeah.
But I've got to say, I'm feeling like Morgan might have this. I don't know if Kaya would have a plan. Oh wait, did Kaya just draw TM Devo?
Yes, but also Morgan did like a little, what seemed like a celebratory thing. I don't know if that's me misinterpreting that, but I think, does Morgan just have it?
Does Morgan have enough?
Wait, was that a research draw? That was a research draw for the
get out of here! Okay. Draw for 10. Oh, it's a Fire Energy in hand.
Yeah, wait, I mean,
so the Magma Basin attached, they did have it. They did have it. Maybe that was a celebratory dance.
Oh, no, it's an Ultra Ball.
Oh, it's an Ultra Ball. Okay. I saw red. I saw red. Okay, I'm not excited.
I made the same mistake, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, but Barcelona gets the job done as well.
There it is with a Pidgeot for the game 2-0. Bring it in. Wow, Morgan's Crimson Armor was enough to battle against Charizard successfulely.
Arceus Armor Rouge not going down in a blaze of glory, but going up in a blaze of glory. Wow, that is one of... There's been a few tournaments where Arcus Armor Rouge has featured, but has not quite made it all the way to the top. Seeing it on such fearsome display with such a ferocious amount of power there, that was something to behold.
Honestly, that was fantastic. I said earlier today that I really wanted to see some Arceus Armor Rouge, and I'm not disappointed. That was fantastic. I feel sad for Kaya. I know that she has so much talent, and we saw it displayed right there in black and white, but unfortunately, big old Charizard wasn't quite enough on this occasion to take down the power of Armor Rouge.
Let's make no mistake. Yeah, Kaya played her absolute heart out. She found all the right lines to try and make the comeback, even in those unfavorable starts, but it just wasn't quite enough. Morgan also playing phenomenally there, capitalizing on the power of especially, I think really you can say the key card in that matchup, Armor Rouge EX. Just something that not even when you've taken 5 prize cards, a Charizard EX still can't deal with it.
No, exactly. And I think that Crimson Armor is what we really have to thank for that. Having that ability really gave Armor Rouge the edge in that matchup. And I think they both played spectacularly. A brilliant fiery feature match for us, I gotta say.
Yeah, fire all around. The dark kind and then the Armor Rouge kind, but Armor Rouge coming out on top here. I guess that's your tournament made then, right?
Right, I'm super happy. I'm great. Honestly, we've had had just such spectacular matchups today, great decks all around, everything's been different, and that's why I'm really invested in this meta right now, is that we've got diversity through the roof, and if today does not prove that, I don't know what will.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see this as well, given that we are at the tail end of things. You know, normally, we talked about this right at the start of the day, didn't we? Normally, at the end of the format like this, everything is well established, you kind of know what to expect, and yet today we've had Tinkaton and Arcus Armor. Like, what's going on?
What is going on? The trainers are still in the kitchen, they're still cooking, and we got so much more decks that could surprise us. I'm so excited to see how the day takes us, and how our day 2 graphic looks in the end compared to the start of today.
Yeah. Now, something very important to draw attention to. We're now in round 7, right? So yeah, round 7 has just finished. This has been like the first winning in round that we had. So we see Morgan does have enough match points now to make it to day 2. But there's been a lot of really important rounds even before this one. Around 4, round 5, we talked about it at the beginning of the day. This is a tournament where people are chasing their last few points, where maybe they don't even need to make day 2. If they can just get enough match points to make it to the top 256, that will get them the last points that they need to qualify.
Yeah, some people are here for just a few points and then a lovely day in Italy.
Yes.
So honestly, everyone
why
has...
we here?
I know, right? Everyone has something to play for. I feel like the stakes are high. The attendance today is phenomenal, being our largest special event of the year.
Yeah, larger than Utrecht, which of course came earlier on, which I think took a lot of us by surprise, because we thought by the time we get to this point, maybe a lot of people would be dropping out of the race, but no, Italy coming up strong with the attendance. A really cool thing to see.
Superb. But now it is time for us to flare off and head over to see Morgan for our winner's interview.
Thanks, Amy. Yep, I'm here with Morgan. 601, not too shabby for Arcus Armor Rouge. I think game 1, your deck was flowing quite nicely. Yeah. Game 2 was a bit trickier. Tell us about how you navigated that second game.
Okay, I think I've made a lot of mistakes, actually. It was my first time on stream, so I was super nervous. It was super weird. But the matchup is, of course, very positive, I think. That's the main reason why I played Arceus Armor Rouge, other than the fact that it's one of my favorite Pokemon. It's so cool. But yeah, the matchup against Charizard is so good that you can make so many mistakes and still can be carried by the matchup itself.
I think we saw just multiple threats. The Armor Rouge EX, very dangerous card, and the Heatran, which kind of had to respect throughout the game. Is that really the 2 cards that carry the matchup? Yeah,
the Heatran is actually usually, I think, a bait. Like it's just staying on the bench, chilling, receiving the damage counters, okay? And if they take the bait, that means that your energy on the Arceus stays there, okay? And you're safe for the turn when you want the Armor Rouge X with 1,000 energies on it, and you one-shot Charizard. It's so easy. Of course, Charizard, I think it's a superior deck in terms of consistency, okay? It has more room, more creativity, okay? And so if they play well, and if they know they match up, they can do a lot of stuff. But most of the people don't know how to play against Armor Rouge, and that's the cool thing, and that's why I play it.
Yeah, it definitely helps out. I was going to ask about the metagame call. I think, have you faced any control throughout the tournament just yet? Because I feel like that's also another big bonus.
Yeah, we are in Italy, so this is the homeland of Control. Lots of my friends have played and are playing Control, and so yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I'm attracted to Arceus Armor Rouge, because the Control matchup is so good. Maybe even better than Charizard, of course.
Yeah, it feels like that's actually a low-key, really cool call for the weekend, and being aware of what's around you in Italy, knowing that metagame, that makes a huge difference. Is there any players you want to shout out with help with the deck list, or anything else? Just
I have
having fun
a
this
list that is so long, but mostly all my friends and brothers of the Milan community and my team, Booster team, Beppe, Alessandro, Luca, Charles, all the guys in Milano, they're amazing. And the most special thanks to my girlfriend Laura, who is always supporting me and was watching the stream from home. So I love you, Laura. Thank you for supporting me, and you're the love of my life.
Oh, thanks so much. So humble as well, and so many people helped get you here. Fantastic to hear from you, Morgan, and you're bazookaing your way into day 2 as well. Fantastic scenes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more winning in action.
started playing around 10 years ago now, so when I was 7 years old. Yeah, it's been quite a while since then. Okay, so my favorite deck of all time would be Zoroark Jax. I've won international with that, and I've just loved playing it ever since. All the different variants and everything you could do with a deck was so much fun. I think it's just the game itself and everything that comes with it, just the friends, the competing itself, and it never gets boring, and it's just so nice. And to have something that my family loves doing, and also the traveling aspect of it, of course, and I just don't know why I should ever stop. I think there are quite a lot of players, especially now that I'm a master, and there have been so many great master players that have dominated the game for years, and of course I would like my chance to compete against them. But also my brothers, I think, they were the ones that taught me to play, and competing against them in tournaments now is also a lot of fun.
Poké Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for a Pokemon themed thing.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Hey trainers, while we got a break in our regional level action, we want to have a little bit of a chat about the World Championships. This is the goal for every Pokemon trainer throughout the year, and we've got a very special trainer with us today who's done very well in the past. How you doing, Fred?
I'm doing good. It's been a long time since I've been to the World Championships, but I guess I did okay once or twice.
Once or twice? Well, tell us, what was the achievement we're talking about?
So in 2016, I got top 16, bobbled out of top 8 cut, actually finishing 9th. Was the only 5-on-1 who missed cut that year. Still stings a bit. And then the year after, I came 15th and I got top 16 again.
The top 16 2 years in a row. Any general hints and tips before we get a bit deeper here?
General hints and tips, I would say it's almost like the same as any other tournament in the sense that you got to play something that you know very well and that you're comfortable with. Worlds is a very different kettle of fish compared to other tournaments. It's normally towards the end of the format. It certainly was in at the time where I did well, but there may be one new set that comes out. So preparing for that, but also having a knowledge of what came before is crucial. But same as any tournament in that regard.
I want to touch on your sort of bias towards certain archetypes. You like playing aggressive decks. Do you think that gives you an edge specifically at the World Championships?
Yes, but it's not specifically because they're aggressive decks. It's because I know that they're the kind of decks that I gel well with, and that's like a personal philosophy that I had when playing and still do now, is that I know the kind of decks that I misplayed the least with and that sort of make the most sense to me intuitively, and those are the kind of decks that I go for.
So I know you and Joe have actually done some kind of last-minute deck tweaking at World Championships. Joe is an excellent deck fixer, as we all know. So these last-minute changes you make to your deck, what are you thinking about? What's the thought process when you're going, Worlds is tomorrow, I know I'm playing Mega Rayquaza, I know I'm playing Night March, those last couple of spots?
Well, that's the key thing, because changing your entire deck, I think that's quite unwise, but some last-minute changes based on what you see, that's totally fine, because you're not throwing off your whole deck structure, you're just making those last few adjustments, and I have a very distinct memory in the hotel room, my Mega Ray list all spread out, and I had something in that was completely irrelevant, or rather, that made sense at the time, but then Joe just went over and said, that's out, just straight away, and the changes we did make ended up putting me in really good contention. In fact, one of the cards we included literally won me round 1 of day 1, so there you go.
Yeah, those last-minute changes can make a big difference. Is there a different mentality that you have going into the World Championships? You know you're up against higher caliber players every single round of the tournament. Does that change anything going into the tournament in terms of preparation?
It definitely can do. It's more about what you want to make sure you don't change, which is, and I mean that in the sense that you don't want to go in thinking, oh, I'm up against all these high caliber players, I've got to be super nervous, super on edge. You have to treat it like any other game and treat every opponent with the same respect always. So it's important to not change the way you play in a way that you don't want to let the fact that you're up against such a high caliber of players get to you.
Speaking of things getting to you, right, I was following at home the first year. You bubble in at knife. I'm sitting at home furious that you're bubbling out, and I'm not even involved. And then you go back the next year. How hard is it to go and have a good run at Worlds one year when you came so close and bubbled out the previous year? Like, that's got to be gutting.
I would be lying if I say even now, as I was looking through my lists, right, because I recently managed to finish rebuilding them card for card, which is a really meaningful project for me personally. But yeah, it is just a matter of like not letting it get to you, and in fact trying to convert that into that hunger to like do better, even though you did get so close. And I've still got that hunger now. I may be a caster right now, but that hunger to do better at Worlds is still there.
Yeah, that never really goes away.
No,
I think
never.
We want to win every single tournament we get into, and Worlds is just that pinnacle. When there are these new sets coming out, how do you look at those cards, evaluate them, and think about incorporating them into decks you already know really well?
You have to take the knowledge that's there, right? So the one advantage that we have, as small advantage as it may be, is that, you know, in Japan, sets tend to come out a little bit earlier. So maybe there's like a couple of tournaments you could look at, some online results to get that key sort of, you know, knowledge, what this all is there available. But other than that, you just have to theory craft. You have to build the things yourself, and you have to, you know, test with your friends. I mean, to that exact point, for my 2016 list for playing Night March, Chen-Pao Cameron, very well-known UK player, good friend, we came up with a list for that Worlds together, and that was we made sort of a very, it's a bit hard to explain now in the context of the modern game, but we came up with a very unique concept that ended up paying off very, very well. So yeah, just try and incorporate all that knowledge that is available and do testing with the people that you know have the knowledge to build decks well.
Yeah, get yourself a world of experience. There's a world of opportunity out there. The World Championships, very much the goal for everybody here. And the good news is we're at a regional championship. Someone's going to get their invite to Worlds. Who's it going to be? Keep watching and we'll find out. And welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Turin Special Event. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined by Joe Bernard, and if I can use an obvious pun for once, oh, it's heating up after that last round, Joe.
It's heating up with Armor Rouge, no doubt, here in Bologna, of course. But yeah, it's fantastic to see. A wacky archetype going far, and it seemed like Morgan was out here to have fun, and it's certainly achieved that so far. And it's going deeper into the tournament now.
We've been lucky the last few rounds. We've had Tinkerton on stream, we've had Raging Bolt on stream, we've had Arcus, Armor Rouge on stream. Well, we've been able to bring you guys some decks which we are just not expecting in Bologna, not Turin.
So yeah, Tinkerton was a highlight for me. Let's have a look at some standings. I think we can see some of the top tables right now as it stands. And our 7-0 player right now, I believe, is playing a Pidgeot control archetype, so it is still flying high off of last week's recent results. Arta there in 5th is who they're up against. They're playing Chen-Pao, so that could spell even more victories victories for Filippo as well. So it looks like they're on a fantastic run so far. Anyone else sticking out to you there, Ross?
Yeah, Magnus Pedersen, one of the players we were watching coming in, having a very good run. Christian D'Onofrio, of course, who we did see with that Raging Bolt. Christian Fontenot, who took the win. That was in Stuttgart back in December, and then had a decent run the following weekend in San Antonio over in the US. So, yeah, there's some unfamiliar names there. There's a lot of Italian names you might not be too familiar with, having very good runs at this tournament. We have a huge amount of Italian players in this tournament, really. And like, don't get me wrong, in every European event we have players from the home country, but it does feel a bit like Italy. There's a slightly larger ratio of Italian players we get coming in here. Names we're not necessarily familiar with, doing incredibly well, and we're actually lucky we got I don't know if we can talk too much about it yet about the players being down. We got another couple of decks we're going to be showing off, which are a little bit, well, I don't think we've seen them yet today, so to speak.
Yeah, we've been fortunate with so many wacky decks gravitating towards the top. That diversity continues on the stream, so we're getting coverage for every deck out there right now. There's something for everyone.
And only 1-7-0, and if there's only 1-7-0 in the tournament, you can start getting yourself a little bit of a buffer. Like, you know, finishing 8-1, etc., very, very good. Finishing 8-1 when there aren't a couple of other players, that just gives it a little bit of a buffer, gives you a real advantage going into top 8. It is a control deck, and this is what I've been thinking coming in. It's what I alluded to right at the beginning on the sofa. It feels like a lot of players don't want to go for the control route because it's a very difficult deck to play, and it's frankly not the most fun to play for some players throughout a big, long tournament. But there are so many decks around, like Charizard, like Chen-Pao, that really don't like playing against control, that if you are a good control player, it seems like in this format you can rise to the top. We've seen it the last 2 tournaments, and we could be looking at 3 in a row here. We got control as the top seed, alone as the top seed. Really does look like there is a real opening in this metagame right now for control to just be really good if you're that good a player.
And it's no surprise to me that it's Filippo, an Italian player, and of course Alessandro plays on stream speaking Italian the entire time about his methodical thought process with Pidgeot, and has been doing so for months. So anyone who tunes into the Italian streams that Alessandro is coming up with on a day-to-day basis and making those tweaks are getting some incredible information given to them every day. So as we see those tweaks go along, the Italians are all joining in and learning that Pidgeot control can be mastered. And when you have someone like Alessandro giving you the blueprint, there's no surprise to me that there are some players taking that and going far in the event.
Yeah, that helps quite a lot. I actually ran into Alessandro and their opponent on stream earlier, and it was really funny because they were kind of laughing, and I went over and said hello and kind of, you know, and Alessandro was like, it's funny because he watches my stream and he was really nervous playing me, but then he won.
Yeah, that's always nice.
And they were in really good spirits. It was absolutely lovely to see.
Well, Ross, we're getting into our round 8 here. It's another win and in situation. There's 5 wins, still no losses for either player here. We have Andrea, Franco, and Samuel, and it's going to be another interesting matchup. We have headsets on, so we can talk about these 2 decks a little bit more now.
Yeah, we've got ourselves an Ancient box against a Lost box. We've got Lost Zone box, we've got Ancient box, we've got lots of different Pokemon, lots of different options. Worth noting, Andrea, I believe, needs a top 16 finish to get a World Championship invite, sitting at 422 points coming in. Samuel, we couldn't see, so it looks like when we're looking at the standings, looks like might need to win the whole thing. But Andrea here, very good start, looking for that top 16 finish. And we got 2 interesting decks with lots of one-off Pokemon and lots of back and forth potentially coming in here.
Yeah, the Lost Zone box deck has all sorts of attacking threats, but just the natural hit points of a lot of these ancient Pokemon make it awkward to capitalize on these attacking threats. It almost slips through the cracks of Lost Box, where it has so many versatile options. None of them really reach onto especially ancient booster energy capsuled single prize Pokemon. And of course there's the jeopardy of Fluttermane that we also have to keep in mind.
Yeah, there's a full 4 Fluttermane in Samuel's deck here, which is really interesting because of course Comfey is what you want for the first couple of turns. If you can get that Fluttermane down nice and early, stop your opponent being able to use that flower selecting, you can really slow slow them down. And, you know, you're looking for things like early Cramorant in Lost Zone decks, but there isn't much that's in Cramorant range in this Ancient Box deck. So you're kind of forcing your opponent to try and use 2 prize Pokemon, and there are 3 Koraidon, and you're hitting weakness against Iron Hands, against Raikou. Oh, you're not hitting weakness, are you, Joe? It is a Dragon type. Every time, that is 2 tournaments in a row.
Yeah, it's that fighting energy cost, but it is just a Dragon type. It's more of a bit part player, helping you ramp those ancient cards.
Every time.
Yeah, but Roaring Moon can still get there, no problem.
Roaring Moon
it
can
takes a while,
absolutely get there.
but we can reach.
And of course, you know, Koraidon's still very good at getting those early KOs on stuff like Comfey, because it can get up to decent damage, even as early as turn 1 if you're using that Professor Sada. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing... I kind of like Ancient Box in this, if you can get a decent start, because you can turn off the Comfey and your hit points are just really annoying, even if Koraidon is a dragon.
It feels like the Lost Zone variant has to get a lot more creative. Sometimes the numbers line up really smoothly. This isn't one of those matchups. So you're going to have to use your Sableye to get things in range. Maybe even Greninja to not take any prizes on a single turn, just to set up an Iron Hands play later down the line, or even Cramorant coming in. So you're really going to have to get crafty here as the Lost Zone box player, and still have enough ramp to reach that 7 early on to unlock your Mirage Gates, even under possible Flutter Mane lock.
Yeah, here come the prizes. 2 counter catchers straight away for Samuel here is not necessarily ideal. 1 Flutter Mane, and that's about it. It's not terrible.
Let's see the starts for both players here as we get into our winning in game 1 of 3, and it's not a Flutter Mane. That's a sigh of relief for Andrea.
Oh, but Samuel is going first, so you don't need to. It's fine if you don't start Flutter Mane, as long as you can get it active before you pass a turn to Andrea.
Straight away, Samuel has a decent option to Earthen Vessel away at Darkness Energy. Not only is this helping you thin the deck of more energy cards, but it's also going to help unlock your Professor Sada's Vitality, which of course requires energy in the discard pile in order to get it back into play and draw 3 cards immediately after.
Yeah, no Dark Patch, but Professor Sada also wants it in the discard pile as well. So we're going to have a look. We're eyeing up that Radiant Greninja, hoping that one's going to be coming out fairly soon. For now, it's checking prizes, seeing what energy you want to get from this Earthen Vessel, and hopefully having a little bit more setup as you go.
Yeah, the Radiant Greninja is really the only engine Pokemon this deck chooses to play. It is a very low to the ground archetype, all basics, so that you just have as much room for ancient cards as possible. But Greninja synergizes so nicely. It's another way that you can pitch your energy cards to make the most out of Sada every single turn of the game. And because Sada is a constant draw 3, you're growing a hand size, Greninja also helps with that nice +1.
Yeah, it's always good. We do get the 2 Darkness Energy coming out here. There is 1 Fire and 1 Fighting in the deck.
Yeah, the cheeky Fire.
Just to give you a little bit of option.
Gives you a shred option.
Cheeky Fire lets you shred with Koraidon, 130, and it goes through any effects of Pokemon that may otherwise be blocking you. It's a nice option to have.
Yeah, it's one of those that isn't going to come in that often, but when it works, it's really helpful to you. As we see, I think it's another Earthen Vessel now, just even more energy coming into Samuel's hand, even more discard as well. A pretty good opener, all things considered. I think because we scouted the Greninja, does that mean we have Ball Search for it as well, or are we just thinning as many energy as possible here?
It's certainly something he was eyeing up in his deck earlier.
Yeah, just thinning.
There are 2 energy in the discard for a potential Sada next turn, but you will need a second ancient Pokemon. The good news is that Roaring Moon, 140 HP. You're not worried about a cheeky turn 1 Cramorant.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is not good. Andrea just played Hooper and passed. I'm just saying, oh, we can Comfey, there's no flood. No, you can't Comfey if you don't have Comfey.
Was it even fleet-footed there? Maybe it was just draw pass.
Oh, that is horrendous.
Samuel also recognizing what they're up against. They see a Raikou, but then a Hooper. No deck other than Lost Zone Box plays this combination of cards, so immediately gets a Flutter Mane into play.
Yeah.
And Sada's finds Greninja also, so continue to draw cards and start pressurizing these multi-prize Pokemon here.
Yeah, there's
another Vessel.
Oh, there's an argument to start attacking with Roaring Moon just to try and get that prize, but there's another argument for trying to get Flutter Mane in the active and go, you've had a bad start. I know you're playing Lost Zone Box. Wouldn't it be fun if you had no Comfey? Because you had 1 turn where you were allowed to. You didn't manage to do it. Now I'm not going to give you any more turns as a Greninja comes down as well.
Yeah, can easily throw away more Dark or possibly Fire. Also the Fighting Energy, they're all options for Greninja now. I think the Dark Energy become the most important cards for you to hold on to at this stage because you're mostly using Roaring Moon throughout.
Yeah, that's going to be your main attacker. You've got 1 built up. You've got 1 in the discard for Sada anyway. You want to get some manual attachments going at some point. There is another Roaring Moon, as predicted.
Yeah, and then the nest ball coming in.
Yeah, and another Roaring Moon. So no surprise here. Samuel's like, no, in this matchup, Roaring Moon is my boy.
And yeah, it makes sense. You're pretty much all set up now. You're just trying to get more attachments into these Pokemon, and you're trying to ramp your ancient cards in the discard pile for that Vengeance Fletching attack. But yeah, just immediately banking a ton attachment as well seems reasonable, and just punching in with the Vengeance Fletching. 110 damage. It's really relevant math here to set up a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, that's
Samuel also
nice.
going to take the chance to look at Hooper EX on the bench. You really don't put too many energy onto your Roaring Moon. 2 is enough, and they're weak to grass, not fighting, so...
Yeah, Hooper's not a good attacker in this match. It's not a deck that tends to have loads of energy down on the board. It's 50 for each energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon, but do you really want to use that to KO a single Roaring Moon and then leave it there ready to be KO'd again? It's not ideal.
It's really just a sign of what Andrea is working with, which is not much, as we've said a few times now. Finally finds Ball Search, so could start consider using either Comfey or Radiant Greninja. Fortunately, Fluttermane is on the bench right now, so Flower Selecting is open to start drawing more cards. This is, of course, the first deck search, so Andrea is also going to diligently look through the energy cards. Not only do you play so many one-of Pokemon, but also a lot of low counts of your energy, so keeping track of these is essential, with Mirage Gate being your crucial energy acceleration option, and that, of course, accesses energy from the deck.
Yeah, it's a lovely 4-3-2-1 line. 4 Darkness, 3 Water, 2 Lightning, and 1 Psychic. So you really need to keep track of them. If you're planning to use Sableye at any point, you need to really know where that Psychic energy is at all times.
Let's see what Andrea can construct. It's the Comfey selection after all. We can switch cards into this Comfey and start to get our Lost Zone quest underway. Going to be a quick Fleet-Footed first. Freebie. You can actually get a refund on a switch card. That's not too bad.
And now the question is, should Samuel have left that Fluttermane active? How aggressive can Andrea go with these Comfey? I don't think it's going to be enough to really make you wish you hadn't done that damage, but you never know. Couple of decent draws. Chorus's Experiment as a supporter would be lovely right about now.
Andrea's hand is ridiculous. So many switching cards in the hand. Andrea can rescue board retreat into the second Comfey. And another Flower Selecting. We are still looking for Chorus here. Can Greninja draw any cards? I think you're just full of switching options, so the Greninja's not live, but it might be a big attacking threat. Yeah, Andrea is going to get rid of Buddy Poppin, simply benching Greninja. And just going to pass things over here. It's another slow turn for him.
No supporter card to use, no energy to discard with Greninja, no third Comfey. So then we're just back over to Samuel. Samuel's going to be loving this. Like, you get the KO on the Comfey, that's an easy one. But you've got that Raikou. You don't have to KO it now. It's going to be an easy KO at some point in the future. That Hooper can be gusted up. When you get to a point where you've got enough ancient cards in the discard, that is going to be a card you're going to be absolutely going after. The prize map is looking quite nice for Samuel, who has not benched any 2-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, they don't.
Because they don't play any 2-prize Pokemon, Joe.
Why.
There's none in there.
Professor Sada just making sure Samuel has all the attacking threats lined up for many turns now. Even putting more hit point buff on the Fluttermane means that you're protected a little bit more against Iron Hands and Radiant Greninja, so a heads-up choice from there as Samuel begins this prize race. And Andrea still has a lot to do. The top deck is Vacuum. It might help you get to a break point, but we need to start seeing more from him.
We do. There's only one Boss's Orders in the deck for Samuel. There is a Power Pad that could potentially reuse it, and there would be 2 Countercatcher if they weren't both prized, and Samuel wasn't taking the aggressive stance here. Samuel's not unlocking Countercatcher for a little while here, so it looks like the gusting isn't necessarily going to be needed, and for the time being, just hit what's in front of you, and each of your Roaring Moon gets progressively better, because every time one gets KO'd, it's more ancient cards in the discard.
I love decks like this traditionally that have that late game inevitability. We have that with Charizard EX right now, but this is a very similar situation where the more time you get during the game, the more and more in favor it becomes for you, because you've just had more time to sort of fulfill your mini quest as you progress through the game. So yeah, it's a fantastic option to have. Being ahead in the prize race is obviously no bad thing for Samuel either, because you just know that you're in a very, very safe position now with your board looking pretty robust.
And there just aren't many good attackers for Andrea. Your Iron Hand doesn't hit enough to KO a Roaring Moon, and your Hooper and Raikou can KO, but then they're 2 prizes you're leaving in the active, and then Cramorant doesn't do enough damage, so then you're trying to kind of maybe use Sableye to bring a few into range, and then use stuff like Cramorant and Greninja, which is not an ideal situation.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario for the Lost Zone players is because there's so little hand disruption in the Ancient Box archetype, is that you do that big setup of damage with reuse of Radiant Greninja, and then you try and take out lots of Pokemon in one turn with Sableye math.
Yeah.
But it's already quite slow for Andrea. You need a lot of turns to make that come together. I'm just not sure if there's going to be enough time in this first game for him. But has finally found a Colrus, so we're at 6 now in the Lost Zone.
1 away from Mirage Gate being activated, 4 away from Sableye.
In hand, so you can get to 7. I'm not sure if there are gates in hand, though.
Well, there it is anyway. You could get your own stadium, put yourself up to 8 here if you wish, which does look like what we're doing. So Andrea goes to 8 in the Lost Zone. So Mirage Gate is on.
Yeah, shows that Mirage Gate's open, but also wants the quest towards the Sableye as well at some point. Otherwise, you'd look to take a capsule here and just stay at 7.
Yeah, that was a very deliberate, I want to get towards 10, I'm going to be using Sableye.
Yeah.
The thing is, you've got that 1 Psychic Energy, which is actually in the discard pile right now, and you saw him eye it up as he looked at his discard there. He put it off to one side. It's the only one in the deck. He knows he needs to get it back in the not too distant future.
Well, with no Mirage Gate shenanigans, it looks like Cramorant might have to come in as the best case scenario, just to use Spit Innocently and set up this Roaring Moon.
The good news is there are 2 more Lost Vacuum in the deck, so you can get rid of that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, set up an easy KO for Sableye in a future term. It's not perfect, but it'll work.
Yeah, that's really what we're with here for Andrea all game. It's not been perfect, but you're just about hanging on as we do start to see some Spit Innocently damage. And again, Samuel doesn't really have to do much, just wants to thin the deck as much as possible, really, so you have no issue getting through these EX Pokemon from Andrea. Can get a couple additional cards from Greninja. It's really just about not being too careless at this stage. Your board state is so safe, you have so many turns that you're going to be ahead, you're going to have a nice prize buffer. There's no real issues outside of just resources flying away from you with cards like this Pokestop.
Pokestop can go very wrong.
We're going to see a Pokegear instead, and I really like the option of Explorer's Guidance here.
Has hit Asada as well, if that's where he prefers to go. Explorer's Guidance, always a fun one. You've nailed it, Joe. That is the one we are going for. So what's he looking for here?
Mostly just discardables. Just want to get rid of more ancient Pokemon, really. You're thinning at this stage. I feel like you're so ahead that the only thing that can go wrong is basically just shenanigans. Roxanne and like trapping plays all in one turn with Sableye trying to buy time, or Greninja with spread pressure. I think that's the only thing that can stop you now. As we're going to see, yeah, nice, a couple of ancient cards already for the fodder. Some Bull Search isn't that relevant. Yeah, these are great cards to get rid of. You never wanted to get Roxanne into these.
No. Get rid of them, get a couple more ancient in discard. And of course, Sada's not even that relevant at the moment, because for the rest of this game, you can probably manually attach, at least for the next 2 attackers, maybe 3. You can just, if you attach an energy a turn, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think just getting rid of all these Ball Search cards, keeping the ancient cards, but obviously more hit point buff is another headache for Andrea, who wants to make every damage counter count with the Greninja plus Sableye plays. That is really the only way they can make it back into this game, I feel. So just having more and more hit points thrown onto these single prizes is such a frustration for Andrea.
Yeah, force him to try and have the last couple of Lost Vacuum.
Capsule on every Pokemon.
Oh, there aren't enough Lost Vacuum left in the deck now, Joe. One of them is staying.
We are going to see a spin of the Pokestop. Let's get rid of an Explorer, a Stop, and a Flutter. Well, at least it's a couple ancient Pokemon. That does help on your quest.
Yeah, that's plus 20 damage. Didn't get any cards out of it.
9 ancient cards in the discard pile right now.
That's 160 damage. That's not too bad.
Yeah, especially because in order to take knockouts, Andrea then puts more ancient cards back into the discard pile, helps Samuel along his quest.
Yeah, I mean, for the next turn or two, you get the Cramorant here. There's your second prize. When this goes down, you're going to be up to 180 minimum. And there's just not much more that ever goes above that. I mean, this isn't a deck that really gets huge. No. 230 on Iron Hands and Roaring Moon. That's the most you're ever really going to need to get over here.
Yeah, you're trying to tempo out. You're not expecting your 2 prizes to withstand attacks. You're just trying to build another one for the next turn. And in most matchups, that's okay. But in this situation, when you're already a couple prize cards down, yeah, you're really just crossing your fingers that these Pokemon can sponge hits.
Yeah, it's not the position you really want to be in. This is a little bit of a rough matchup here. We do see the Comfey Flower selecting gets a Nest Ball, so can fill up that last remaining bench spot after a Super Rod. So it looks like that lone copy of Cramorant in the deck might be going in and then coming straight back out again.
Importantly, a couple of energy as well. I think the Psychic is one of those 2 energy, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe even, still eyeing up that Sableye for later on is going to be important. Feels like you have a paper-thin defense right now, unfortunately, for Andrea. Samuel just has such a robust board state.
Are you really 2-hit KOing a Roaring Moon of a Cramorant?
Listen.
If you're trading 2 for 1 in your opponent's favor, that against a deck which is only going to get stronger in the late game, it just feels like that maybe is not going to lead to a victory all the time.
I'm not as happy about this either, I'll be honest. This is not looking great. Just lacking Colress Chain. For the majority of the game, you've weaved like 1 in maybe, but yeah, just not a steady flow. No. I think it's Psychic Energy up against another card as well here.
Got to keep the Psychic Energy. If you want a Sableye at any point...
Oh, it was it was versus Sableye.
You only play 1 Sableye.
And only play 1 Psychic Energy.
That's just like, oh, Comfey, what have you done to us?
Oh, that shut the door on the only panic plays I was really seeing.
That's
you can still do stuff with Raining Greninja, perhaps, over a number of turns, but my goodness, this is rough.
That was Sableye against Psychic Energy, and that is a risk of playing one of them in a Lost Box deck, so...
Every now and then you have those danger flower selectings, and that was certainly one of those. As you can see, Andrea's trying to set up damage. His ideal situation is take multiple Pokemon off the board at one time. That's all he can really do here. This is the best line of play, with Raining Greninja being your highest damage output option, all in one go.
But you could potentially do 4 with Sableye if they've all got 30 HP remaining.
That's the thing. You could take out the 3rd Roaring Moon all in one turn as well, ideally.
But you can't do that with Greninja. Greninja's only KOing 2 at a time.
Yeah.
That flower selecting was absolutely huge.
It's going to be back over to Samuel now with a couple damaged Pokemon. Has found a 4th Roaring Moon, though. There's also going to Drum. Look at this.
Oh,
the Ancient Ace spec.
5 cards drawn from 1 item card. Love Ancient Drum.
That's absolutely incredible, yeah. Oh, look at that, 5 fresh cards, a monster hand size that you get to sit on now.
2.5 bills in 1 card.
And Bill was a great card.
Back in the day, Bill was a great card.
Oh my goodness, Penny in here as well. Look at this, undoing the only work that Andrea's been able to conjure.
Oh my word.
Denying the only real strategy that Andrea was banking on here.
It's the only Penny in the deck as well, so that was...
1 copy of Penny, 1 copy of Palpad, so we're not even done. There could even be even more in the list. Ancient Booster comes straight back on. Oh, that was a big hit from the Drum of Waking there.
Yeah, you're going to go up down to free prize, and Samuel, it's taken a little bit of a while this game. Samuel's not winning this game that quickly, but it doesn't matter because he's taking a prize, you know, basically every turn while setting up and just kind of letting Andrea try all these different things. At what point, if you're Andrea, do you start thinking maybe game 2 might work better?
Well, soon. I think one of the only other things to bear in mind is that Samuel's hand is so large that maybe they're low enough in cards in deck that you're almost locking them out of the likes of Sada or Explorer as well. I think that's the only other thing that I'm considering right now, keeping Andrea in this game, is that Samuel is holding on to basically the entire deck. You can see that one little slice of yellow in the top of the screen. That's like 1 or 2 cards left in deck, and that can actually block the likes of Sada later on. So that's the only thing I'm thinking of right now. It may actually be better to not hand disrupt Samuel, because then he is locked out of his own supporters.
Yeah, and Samuel's not playing stuff like INO that will put your hand back into your deck and make it all sensible again. That's not in there.
Let's see how many cards are actually in Samuel's deck here with this Ultra Ball. 2? 2. Yeah. So now you can do some trapping plays with the other Roaring Moon, perhaps, because you know that Samuel can't use Sada and attach all in one go, unless they're utilizing Super Rods and Palpads, that sort of thing. So Samuel has just dug so far that it might give Andrea a line of play here.
We got 2 Super Rod, 1 Palpad. That's what we've got in terms of cards that will put stuff back into the deck. That's not a lot.
Can Andrea sniff this out? It's a worry. Keeping Samuel with his entire deck in hand makes you vulnerable to so much.
but you're not going to win a prize race. Like,
No.
I think it's fair to say, I don't think we're spoiling anything here. Andrea's not winning a prize race. So you're looking for alternate win conditions here, and maybe if you can trap something in the active and there's no energy to get them out, then you can win a cheeky game that way. And I mean, it's not easy. There's not much worth trapping. I suppose Greninja is your best bet there.
Yeah, you want to use Greninja whilst peppering up a lot of these Roaring Moon. We've finally picked up a Forest Seal Stone. That could unlock maybe the Prime Catcher for Andrea. I don't think that's been played yet.
Don't believe so. There's not, like I say, if you bring something into the active, like your Roaring Moon's going to be attacking. Fluttermane's got an energy to retreat already and will block your abilities.
Is the thing. You can go for the
Greninja.
No, you can go for the Roaring Moon without any energy on, because you know that Samuel's deck size is so small that he can't use Sada to get out the way for a turn, right? Because they'll deck out.
He'll buy you, I suppose, because then you're still manually attaching, which you could do. Yeah, it just. I worry that
I'm coming up with some harebrained schemes as well, Ross. I feel like it's still pretty tricky, and Andrea's thinking the same now whilst looking through Forest Seal Stone. Sometimes when you Forest Seal Stone, you slam a card. The fact that we're looking through and looking at options means that there's no clear line here.
You're not really looking for
Cramorant. Interesting.
Yeah, there's no one thing that's going to win.
Again, you can then set up the Greninja double prize turn and hope that there's a lot of energy off the board that way now. I think that's what Andrea is thinking. Maybe turn attached to Greninja this turn.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay retreat.
Run your opponent out of energy and hope that their deck size is so low that they're then back to manually. And if they're attaching one per turn and can't Sada, then you actually can start attacking with stuff like Raikou.
Oh, interesting. Attaching to the Raikou as well. So maybe that is in the line of play. It is just going to be another Spit Innocently. I actually think this is really fair from Andrea to stay in the game at this point. It looks so far gone, but with a couple cards in deck, you basically just have to make your opponent have it at this stage and say, I hope that they've overcommit at some point in the game.
See, I love the Superior Energy Retrieval. You need to get an energy on that third Roaring Moon this turn, so you can attach next turn and actually attack with it.
Oh, only takes one Darkness.
That's not good.
I don't mind taking the other energy just so that you can attach retreat stuff. Samuel's not gone for that line. The door's still open for Andrea here.
This could still work. This would be an improbable comeback.
Certainly would be.
But you can see how it works. Like if you can get that double KO, and here we go with the boss's orders on the Hooper, just making Andrea have one more thing to pull it off. So I think Samuel sees what's happening here as well.
And he's just got one card remaining in the deck, of course, as well. It's going to be a huge swing from the Vengeance Fletching. Samuel just got one prize card remaining now. What can Andrea come up with? These Flower Selections haven't been used. They are open.
You have to Greninja, KO both of them, and hope Samuel doesn't have an energy.
Yeah.
It's not a great plan.
Maybe, like, if you can find Roxanne, maybe you can make that come together as well. Ask a little bit more of your opponent.
That would be nice.
There's a Colress pickup, and that's the only supporter option we have, so we've got to slam this Colress probably, unless we're going to Poker Stop first as well. That's also open.
Yeah, we need a Mirage Gate. If you're going to pull off the Greninja play, we have to have a Mirage Gate. We're retreating into Iron Hands and passing. That is not what you're looking for. So can Samuel go far enough here? You can play Sada to get cards in the discard. I feel like there's more you can do as well.
With pal padding boss's orders.
Yeah.
Poker Gear find it.
Oh, wow, he found boss's orders. And that is game number one. Samuel will take game one. Took a little bit longer than it might have done, but that fast start was just too much to come back from. And we see Ancient Box one game away from booking a spot in day two of the Bologna Special Event.
Yeah, even though that was a 6-0 sweep for Samuel, there was jeopardy there. There were genuine situations that were going to cause problems for him if, well, he sort of kind of did overcommit almost, but drew as many cards as possible, which then gave him that headache of not being able to Sada late on. So there were some avenues of play still open for Andrea. That's why we saw them stay in the game. But it's meant that this game, even though you haven't really sculpted much the entire game, kind of went on quite long, which is a little bit awkward for the Lost Zone decks. Yeah, of course, they are both 5-0-2, so even a tie is reasonable. That may also come into the thinking of Andrea, thinking that with half an hour you can still level up this series and still get to 18 match points.
Yeah, if you get to 18 match points this game, you can ID next round and then get yourself onto that 19 match points that will then get you into day two, or at least put you in position to be put into day two.
Samuel looking up at the sky. He's so chill right now. He's thinking, that was perfect. Everything went my way that game.
That was very good. There was a little bit of jeopardy towards the end, but let's be clear. That was Samuel's game to lose pretty much from the first. As soon as Andrea played Hooper and passed, Samuel was in the driver's seat from then until the end of that game.
Andrea's being a good sport about it. Obviously still on a really great record. Hasn't lost yet this tournament, so he's got to be happy with their situation right now and still has lifelines left in the tournament. This is only round 8, so regardless of this result, has one more round to compete in. But yeah, there's more jeopardy ahead because in game 1, Samuel didn't even lead a Flutter main. That could be another huge wrench in the works for Andrea. And yeah, we saw how quick and easy it is for the Ancient Box deck to win a conventional prize race. It's going to be down to Andrea making things tricky again. We didn't see enough from Greninja.
Nope.
We unfortunately had to Lost Zone Sableye. It was up against Psychic Energy of all things.
That was not ideal.
So we need to start seeing a little bit more of that, maybe even weaving in those Iron Hands as well. See a quick mulligan here by the looks of things from Samuel.
Yeah, just a reminder what we said at the beginning of this game. Andrea, top 16, will get a Worlds invite here.
Oh, yeah.
So, but needs to make day 2. Doesn't need to make top 8. Doesn't need to win the whole thing. But top 16. And unless you're going to North American Internationals next weekend, which, I mean, look, we've booked our trip. It's a long trip. This is not close. Yeah. Unless you're going there, this is your last chance to pick up those last 80 points you need.
Yeah, it's certainly the hot seat right now for Andrea. And you have to really see how these opening hands go. I think the Lost Zone deck can certainly be more aggressive, and we know that the Ancient Box is a little bit more combo-based. So that's one thing sort of going for Andrea, that you have a bit more draw in the opening stages, as we finally do see a Roaring Moon start for Samuel. Straight away, relief for Andrea.
Yeah, Roaring Moon means you don't get up against the Flutter main, means you... Oh, that is not, however, a relief. 2 Mirage Gate, you kind of need them. They're in 3, that's not fair!
Oh, that is rough.
You lose game 1 and then you prize 3 of your 4 Mirage Gate game 2. You play a full 4 copies because it's really important.
It's basically the entire reason you play this deck is to use Mirage Gate. And Andrea's going to get the bad news with his opening Buddy Poffin, unfortunately.
This is not going to be fun. You're going to go through, you're going to have a bit of a prize check. You're going to go, oh, there's at least 1 Mirage Gate prize. Better count up. Oh, no.
Surely not. Going to quickly look through Pokemon, but I'm sure is also assessing other counts here.
That's got to stand out when you look through the deck, first of all.
Mirage Gate is such a critical component of the archetype. You need it for Radiant Greninja, Iron Hands, all of your multi-prize Pokemon. As we saw in game 1, Andrea is happy and content to use Cramorant in the opening stages. That does have relevant math, especially even with Ancient Booster. You can still hit the 90 damage to finish off Roaring Moon, so you can try and do that recycle Cram strategy for a few turns, but you do eventually need to take some prizes, and most importantly, find that one-off gate. When you don't really play Search, you just have dig cards. There's no telling if that's going to be right towards the bottom of the deck or drawn into quite easily.
Yeah, when you've only got 1, the item cards are hard to find unless you're playing Arven, but this is not a deck that wants to play Arven. You want to be playing Chorus's Experiment, and then occasionally, when you're feeling a bit fancy, Boss's Orders or Roxanne. So we do see, is that double Buddy Poffin for free, Comfey? And there is a potential, well, the only other thing you really get is a 4th Comfey, which might, or a Manaphy, which would be pointless. So maybe that's enough right now.
3 seems enough. Nest balling for Cramorant as well. Andrea certainly identifies that without Mirage Gate, you're certainly going to need Cramorant to start pressurizing.
This is not ideal. You hope you're going to be able to draw into that one-off fairly quickly, give yourself that option. Because if you can get 1, you know half your prizes are Mirage Gate. So as soon as you start taking prizes, you're going to be starting to draw into them. You just need a way to get your first prize or 2 to get yourself rolling. And then there's even an argument that when you're rolling, it's quite nice to take them off the prizes ready for next turn.
Yeah, it's ideal when they're towards the top end of the prizes. So that could chip in and be handy. So long as we start taking prize cards. That's going to be a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Going to make no secret of those Mirage Gate now. It actually might help that you're shuffling 2 Mirage Gate that were at the top of your prizes, and now you have the chance of them not being at the top.
Yeah, that could help. Generally, players do take bottom 2 top there. You're going to have access to your 4th Comfey, and if you didn't know 3 Mirage Gate were prized before, you definitely know now, because you are literally looking at them.
Yeah, Andrea kind of slumped a little bit, I think, to see, yes, in fact, it was 3 in the prize cards, which is a shame. Isn't going to take the Comfey out, just wants to remove it from hand and keep that in the prize cards. Obviously, you need to keep your bench space open for more threatening attackers here.
Yeah, three is enough. 4 is very much a little bit too many. So
hey,
now,
look at that. The Mirage Gate is going to be easy access now. That's actually huge. That was a busted shuffle.
That was a really impactful Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now you're going to draw them nice and quickly if you can start taking prizes, which didn't happen in game 1. Andrea's yet to take their first prize in this series.
You see Super Rod is going to go with Flower Selecting in favor of an energy. Then Greninja is going to draw those 2 and gets 2 energy for the price of 1. Not bad. And we can get back into another Comfey here to begin selecting. Getting you towards 2 now. That's good. You've got some more playables for next turn. So this is a pretty decent opener.
3 is ideal. 3 is what I'm always looking for turn 1, because 3 means 2 Flower Selecting and a Chorus's Experiment turns on my Mirage Gate. So getting 3 turn 1, absolutely perfect. It makes Mirage Gate likely on turn 2 if you can draw your 1 of, which is now a lot more awkward. But the numbers work in terms of Lost Zone.
Well, yeah, Andrea has eventually had that ideal turn with 3 cards in the Lost Zone now. Samuel immediately has access to Nest Ball and straight away spies their own copy of Radiant Greninja for some draw on his own end. Also, of course, we need to discard those energy so that we can unlock Sada. And we could actually initiate a prize race this turn, of course. The low hit points of 70 on Comfey can easily be punished by the Vengeance Fletching of Roaring Moon.
Don't even need any ancient cards in the discard.
No.
70 base is more than enough. And I know Samuel doesn't need to. We saw the prize race going around in game 1, but I still love the idea of it. Like turn 1 Sada and just going, look, I have taken the first prize, and the 140 hit points on Roaring Moon being so awkward, just basically throwing down the gauntlet. There's 20 minutes left. We're going to get a decent chunk of game 2. So rather than doing the whole, well, I don't need to win game 2, I want Samuel to just be like, I win 2-0. Let's go to day 2.
That is a more triumphant way to book your spot. You don't get any more points for it, but it's certainly more cool.
Feels better. You get the boost, Joe.
We're eyeing up some energy, so possibly Earthen Vessel is on the mind for Samuel, or just having a quick count, because that's one of the only hurdles in the later stages of game 1 for Samuel was if anything was going to be trapped eventually. And we are going to see a shuffle up now before likely some Radiant Greninja draw.
Yeah, there are only 6 Darkness Energy in the deck, and of course you're reusing them with Professor Sada's Vitality, but you still need to get a few of them on the board. We saw in game 1, Samuel wanted multiple Roaring Moon on the board, all established, all with energy on ready to go, and you really want at least 1 on all of them, so that you've got the option of just manual attachment and then attacking. You never want to be forced to have to find Sada and energy in 1 turn.
A couple cards from Greninja then does pick up another Roaring Moon, never a bad thing, just so you have your attackers lined up. Do you want to spin a Pokestop here just for higher odds of Vessel, or just discarding more energy could be handy to you as well?
Has he got a Poké Gear in hand? Because I'd love a Poké Gear to try and search for a Sada right now.
I think we have the Sada, so just this extra Pokestop. Oh, that's the dream. You get rid of a lot of energy here, so now you can get full value from your Sada.
And an
is it in hand?
card.
I feel like it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's good. And you even just got rid of a Fluttermane, which isn't going to do you much good at this point, to get 10 extra damage as well. This is perfect. Do we have an energy in hand?
That's the big question. These 3 cards, Fighting Energy is not it, unfortunately.
Wrong energy.
Yeah, you need 2 Darkness to Vengeance Fletch. So unfortunately, can't get the ball rolling as early as turn 1 here. Might bench Koraidon and attach to it, but also holding on to these energy for Greninja is handy later. By benching this Koraidon, you're just opening up Awakening Drum if ever you draw it at some point in the game, and you know your damage cap is quite low in this matchup, so I think you can get away with putting that into play.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It's always, and it can be a backup attacker if you need it later on. Takes out things like Comfey and Cramorant well enough. Nothing really much bigger, but it'll take those ones out nicely.
Andrea gets concealed cards in and then goes straight into Flower Selecting. Let's start working towards 7. I think it was Forest of Stone versus, I think it was Rescue Board.
Forest is going to go, yes, it was.
Rescue board.
But the rescue board means you can get that Comfey out the active for another Flower Selecting. This is nice. It means you're getting up to, we have already got 4. This is going to be number 5. So Chorus's Experiment will get you over the line.
More and more energy.
It's 2 energy. Is that water or?
I think it's Psychic. So
it is. Yeah, it is Psychic. You see the Espeon. So you
there
have
are
to
more
keep
switch
that
cards as well. Yeah, we can go into another Comfey here. With no Chorus, we're basically guaranteed to use Cramorant. Raikou not all that important now that you have lost zoned your Forest Hill Stone. You can just say goodbye to that Pokemon.
Yeah, gives up 2 prizes, doesn't have the most hit points, but looks like it's been
different
kept.
card. I'm not sure what else is that relevant, though. Not sure what was discarded, Lost Zone, to be honest. It could just be like a nest ball or a Poffin or something.
Some kind of itemy trainer.
Oh, I thought there was another switch card in hand. Choosing not to just swing with Cramorant here.
Yeah, could have left it on 5 in the Lost Zone and then swung with Cramorant. That would have been an option, get some damage down.
I thought we had more, to be honest. I thought you definitely want to bank the damage.
Well, because if you bank the damage, then it's 3 damage counters from a Sableye to get the KO, and you could potentially do that on like 3 different ones in one turn fairly easily. So, yeah, I like getting the damage down, personally.
Yeah, I understand looking towards those Mirage Gate, well, the Mirage Gate. But I also think that, like we say, because we need to access prize cards sooner rather than later, I want to get this Cramorant damage in.
And there's no guarantee you're going to hit that only Mirage Gate.
There was switch card in hand as well, so Andrea just chose not to make the line.
They've clearly got something planned coming up. I hope they can hit that one Mirage Gate, because if not, Cramorant is about your only relevant attacker right now.
So we have Greninja getting more draw here for Samuel. Picks up the Sada, so now we'll begin fletching with their Roaring Moon.
And we see the Pokestop, Earthen Vessel goes to hand, Sada goes to discard, Pokestop goes to discard, but we do have at least the Earthen Vessel, get a bit more energy. We've already got Sada ready to go, and you're at that point in the game, you don't necessarily need much Sada if you don't want it.
Yeah.
You can use Sada to put an energy on the Roaring Moon that has none, and then you've got 1 that's powered up and 2 that are just a manual attachment away.
All the while, we're working towards that huge number of ancient cards in the discard pile once again, just in case Samuel ever has to get over the hurdle of a 2-prize Pokemon. I think, honestly, Iron Hands is one of the only threats for you. Otherwise, you're pretty content slowly working through multi-prizes. But yeah, more Darkness Energy coming to the hand, so we can just have that multiple threats being established all in one go from Samuel here. As we see a turn attachment to Roaring Moon, and Sada is going to reload a couple of these Pokemon. Obviously, Darkness to the active. Do you want to weave in the fighting energy to Koraidon here, just to make use out of it?
I do. I like that idea. I like having another attacker ready to go. I like not having to put your Roaring Moon in harm's way if you don't want to, because they are your good attackers late game. Koraidon isn't. So getting a cheeky KO on something like a Comfey or a Cramorant, I like that. Makes me happy.
Yeah, seems really well prepped for Samuel. I think one of the only things we're lacking right now is Ancient Boost Energy Capsule, but you can find them as you go, really. I don't think that's a huge issue for you right now. And I think we'll be, once again, initiating the race, a similar story to Game 1.
And I don't think right now Andrea's not really KOing anything. Like, 110 is not really all that much, so those Ancient Booster can come out later. Samuel finally starts the prize race, takes a KO on that Cramorant with the, on the Comfey with the Roaring Moon, goes up by 1 prize, and it's looking very, very similar to Game 1, at least on Samuel's side of the board. You got a bunch of attackers established, and you're just there like, yeah, I'll manually attach some energy at some point. I'm good.
It is eerily similar. Andrea eyeing up Iron Hands. Looks like he's going to manually attack to it straight away. Roaring Moon obviously has that base 140, but maybe you're hoping you can sponge a hit this turn. Maybe you could use the arm press.
It certainly doesn't seem to be coming out too relevant this turn, unfortunately. It's not.
It's Prime Catcher.
Not giving you what you're after, and Koraidon's got 140, so that's not ideal.
Prime Catcher up against Sableye, another 2 one-offs up against each other.
Oh no, that's so good!
Had to keep Sableye around.
That Sableye does not want to play today.
No. Well, it's found its way into the hand, so it's sticking around, but...
but it made you get rid of Prime Catcher to get into the hand. Like, it didn't make it easy.
Yeah. It is eventually going to be a spit innocently here from Andrea. Initiate some pressure back at the very least, and as we know, can make use out of all of these damage counters with the likes of Sableye and Greninja later on.
Yeah, hopefully that damage will turn into a KO, and if you're kind of using 3 turns to take 3 prizes, eventually it will actually work out. So it's not the end of the world. It's just really annoying sometimes. But here comes Penny, the only Penny in the deck, bricking up that Roaring Moon and saying, oh, no, you are not going to get a prize that easily. And there's 2 games in a row that 1 copy of Penny has just come down at what feels like the most annoying time, right? As Andrea's starting to think, you know what? I can do this. Samuel's like, I'm sorry, but you actually can't.
Yeah, Samuel really choosing the right time to use these penny very effectively, whilst continuing to ramp their ancient cards in the discard pile as well. Everything is going his way here. Found the perfect opportunity to penny. That might even be in the deck list for other matchups like Control, but hey, if it works out in this matchup, so be it.
Yeah, I mean, these cards, they go in for one particular matchup, but there's nothing to say it can't give you benefit in some others. We saw in the last game, Canceling Cologne just got burned because it didn't do anything relevant. We see that, but if you can get a little cheeky use, why not? Double duty.
Yeah, cream on top, why not? Another Roaring Moon in hand as well. I think that's the only consideration. Samuel has to think that he's in a fantastic position. It's just making sure that you're not leaving any doors open for the opponents as you're really cruising here with the Vengeance Fletching. Again, going 2 prize cards up, no damage on the board anymore. So yeah, you're very far ahead right now.
And you're going to take that second prize as well. There's no question, there's nothing. I'm assuming there's 4 ancient cards in the discard pile, Joe. I'm just making that assumption.
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
So we do get the KO. Samuel goes up 2 prizes to 0 in a fantastic position. You've got Charizard ready to go if you need it. You've got Roaring Moon ready to go. We do finally see Colress's experiment coming down.
At last.
It's the first one of the game, right? First one of the match.
Of this game.
Yeah,
Not
this
the
game.
match, but yeah.
No, we don't have the last game, but this game, first one.
And draws into all the chorus as well. It's just classic. This is just Lost Box. Like, sometimes you just have these games with Lost Zone Box where just the order of your deck is so terrible.
And when Joe says all the chorus, that's not some kind of hyperbole. No. There are 3 more chorus in the deck, and they all got hit from that first chorus.
And I think we're still digging towards the mystery Mirage Gate.
Yeah,
there somewhere.
You're at 10 in the Lost Zone. You can play it if you can find it, but we're full on peekaboo mode at the moment. It's not coming out.
And you even had to get rid of the Forest Stone later, so that was like your secondary out that you had, and that's just gone as well. You have to find that 1 card. We've got to 11 cards of the Lost Zone, so Sableye can get into the mix now at least.
No, 12. We're up to 12.
We're up to 12. That's
that is still enough for Sableye. Sableye needs 10, so you can start going with Sableye. And oh, here we go. And you're fairly sure your opponent doesn't play more than 1 penny here. That would be weird.
You really hope so.
You didn't see more than 1 game 1, so here we go. It's going to go down. Samuel's going to get a 3rd prize. Can this Sableye put in enough work? In theory, you can drop like 4 damage counters onto each. And
you
then
go 8 active, so you can Iron Hands it, and then 4 on the other. I think I like this. Oh, you're going to go, that's too much damage. That's 140 damage. That's insane.
There is an H booster on there already. How much would you need?
Well, we placed too many counters on with Sableye. We did 10 and 4. Yeah, it should be 8 and 4. That's
okay,
what
I was going to say, yeah, because you need 8 on there so that you then go up to 200 with the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's what we're lining up here. It could also open up Greninja if you lost Vacuum. I think that may have already been used, though. If you could have vacuumed away the Ancient Booster, you also set up Greninja for a double KO. Although that's just been denied by Samuel casually slapping another Ancient Booster on. Still plenty of those remain.
And there is an element here, like, are you just waiting to drop the Ancient Booster down so your opponent essentially wastes the damage? And you're like, now you put the damage down, God, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean...
Because I totally would.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best time to do it, right? When you know it can be an impactful card. Look at this, Samuel having a look at cards remaining in debt from Andrea, thinking, have you really missed Mirage Gate this whole time?
How have you... That's the thing. If you're Samuel, you're like, at least Andrea knows 3 of them are prized. Samuel's like, how lucky am I? They haven't hit a single Mirage Gate.
One way or another, if they're towards the bottom of the deck or if they just happen to be prized. Samuel is profiting from that right now.
Now, there is a world here in which Andrea, like Samuel goes up 3 prizes, Andrea gets a KO with Iron Hands, tanks a hit, and then maybe KOs Greninja, and actually goes ahead in the prize race.
You're a dreamer, Ross, and I love you for it.
I'm not sure it's going to work, Joe.
I feel like Samuel has got so many ancient cards in the discard pile now.
Yeah.
That whole tanking part, that part 2 that you mentioned,
I don't
may not ever happen.
I don't have an accurate count of ancient cards in the discard pile.
I think with that Explorer, there's also Drum in hand. There's so many more cards that you can discard. There is the Awakening Drum. Just going to draw the 3 this time, but still amazing on an item card, especially because it's also just a plus 10 damage. Samuel's drawn into even more ancient cards that have even more discard synergy, so we can start vesseling just to reduce them out of hand, and that's what we're seeing. Once again, has worked all the way to the bottom of the deck here.
It's not that likely, unfortunately. You're looking for 16 ancient cards in the 16 ancient cards in the Los Angeles right the first time, and that will then get the one-hit KO on Iron Hands. And with the amount of cards left in deck, you've got to imagine it's probably there.
Yeah, and if it's not there just yet, with Ultra Balls, with Vessels, with Superiors that are currently in Samuel's hand, you can just throw away more ancient fodder at some point. So Samuel, again, going through those motions, making sure that they don't leave themselves caught short and have enough ancient cards removed.
With the ancient boosters established and no other damage on the board, I feel like double Iron Hands is about the only way you're getting back into this game. But if you use it and then it gets KO'd straight away, Samuel's going to be down to one prize at that point. And
it's feeling rough. Once again, Samuel's been pretty methodical. Felt like Andrea's had the low roll in both of these games a little bit, which has made it a lot less close. But I think already the prize map will look like this. I think Andrea does have to get sneaky and make some heroic comeback plays. I think that's kind of the nature of the matchup. But it feels like Samuel has built a strong enough board state that he's pretty well protected right now. There is Roxanne in hand, though, for Andrea. So we can... Oh, there's the Mirage Gate.
Hey, finally hit one.
It's shown up. So we can try and weave in this Iron Hands. It was set up nicely.
Yeah, you've already got the board on the active Comfey for the retreat, and you've got the Mirage Gate to get the energy, so, and the Super Rod to get the energy back into deck. So we're actually going to see Iron Hands, but Samuel giving a thumbs up like, oh, no, do that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Does make me feel a bit like Samuel knows he's got the return KO.
That makes me very nervous. When your opponent's nodding along and saying that's fine, even though it's an Iron Hands taking 2 prizes.
Yeah, take that
terrified.
2 prize KO, I'm cool.
Yeah, enjoy your 2 prizes. I'm just going to take 2 back. The one Mirage Gate from Andrea, finally showing up, powering up Iron Hands all in one turn. Can throw Roxanne in, but also we need to get this count of the ancient cards, because if you're hand disrupting your opponent, they already have pretty much everything they need to KO. Like, there's not much point to hand disrupt either. Maybe you hold the Roxanne for another turn, you go down to 1 prize, then you take out the other Roaring Moon, and then Roxanne. Maybe that's the line here. Andrea holds on to when Samuel just has 1 prize card remaining. It's risky, but it might be the safer play. Yeah, I think that's a better choice.
I do have one question. What are we taking out the Roaring Moon with?
Maybe your own Roaring Moon is the biggest Pokemon you can represent now. Maybe Hooper EX can be the biggest Pokemon you can represent.
Hooper would get the KO? No, Hooper would be 10 damage short.
Yeah, you're right. So
Hooper wouldn't get the KO.
Probably either reloading Iron Hands and hitting for 160 with it, or, yeah, using your own Roaring Moon EX.
On Raikou, Raikou isn't going to get there with Samuel's horrendously low bench.
I think Raikou's in the loss zone, I think. Can't see it clearly, but I thought it was up for debates with one of those flower selectings earlier on.
Oh, I think you're right. I think I remember that now. So yeah, Roaring Moon, essentially. Roaring Moon EX would probably be your only option here.
But I think Samuel's doing the right thing and just preparing another Roaring Moon. It's that simple. You're getting over the line very casually here. The fact that we're putting ancient cards back into the deck means Samuel has no issue getting a KO this turn.
Yeah, if you can get a KO on this, you know your opponent's not responding, so you're pretty happy.
We're going to see an Earthen Vessel to immediately access one of these Darkness Energy. Knows they're going to be shuffling again very soon.
At least you think
or is not worried. I don't need anything in deck anymore, that's fine. Any order you choose. Having a quick count from Samuel, just making sure you're doing your due diligence and you have plenty.
I didn't follow along with the count.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what multiplier Samuel's going for.
Looks like
I
at
think
least
there
16.
are dice, but I think they're off camera. It looked like plenty though. The deck plays, I think, 29 ancient cards, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
No,
to reach.
What, 4 on the board, couple in hand, 1 or 2 in deck.
Yeah, the Superior can discard more if required as well. The fact that we're, again, not getting rid of ancient cards might be a telling sign.
That really
Countercatcher seems like a card you can certainly discard.
Oh,
yeah, gets rid of both. You're going down to 1 this turn, and it seems like a wise choice.
Both Countercatcher from a Superior Energy Retrieval, because you're never going to be behind on prizes again.
I plan to be ahead and stay ahead.
I don't need these. I'm winning.
Here we go.
Once again,
down to 1 prize.
Yeah, you've left all your attackers with 1 single energy attachment, so you're not relying on Professor Sada's vitality. You're in a great position here. It's essentially Andrea trying to do a lot of work to get Roaring Moon to KO this, because I think that's the only way they can do it.
We picked up another vacuum. Sorry to butt in.
No,
does that change your math in any way? Maybe you can weave in a different attacker now.
Means Hooper KOs. Hooper KOs anyway, actually, with a 4th energy.
Yeah,
now.
more energy put into play. You're right. We obviously picked up these Mirage Gates. There's Roaring Moon EX in hand.
I don't think it really matters.
Draw here.
Cramorant, you do now get the KO with Cramorant, but do you want to leave a Cramorant active?
I mean, your opponent only has 1 prize left anyway. I think one of the upsides of Roaring Moon is that you also discard the Pokestop.
Yes.
And if you're using Roxanne, you really want to get rid of that Pokestop. You know that Samuel has multiple Poké Gear in the list. There's the Super Rod pickup, so now you can Rod, reload some energy, and get Roaring Moon EX out in a turn.
And you don't want Cramorant, because Cramorant's in range of Koraidon.
Yeah, also true. Is that right? Well, at the moment, they'll only be up to 60, right?
Oh, yes, but sorry, there is a potential for it to be.
That's true.
Yeah, you would need a couple more Ancient Pokemon bench to do that, but that is potentially possible.
We're going to see some energy shuffle back in. I'm not sure if any Pokemon came back there from Andrea. I feel like the Roaring Moon is probably your strongest Pokemon.
You've got a Roaring Moon here. It's the only thing that can potentially tank a hit. Everything else is just too weak. I mean, it's only really...
there is Raikou in here.
Okay, so Raikou is there. Maybe it was game 1 when it was lost zoned.
We're going to see Roxanne. Interesting. So we're not content with attacking with Raikou or with Roaring Moon. We're looking for a different attacker here to Mirage Gate onto.
For what it's worth, with those extra 2 Pokemon, Raikou would actually be a decent attacker here. It would get the KO.
But yeah, shuffle back in. So we're looking for something more. Was the Iron Hand shuffled back in, perhaps? And we're looking to be even more aggressive and put Samuel on a 1-turn clock?
Iron Hand would KO.
Yeah, you could KO thanks to the lost vacuum. If you can do it with double Mirage Gate, you would go down to 2 prize cards and then win next turn Gusting Radiant Greninja from Samuel. So Andrea has big dreams, big plans from these 6 cards.
Looks like we're looking for Iron Hands here. We've got 6 cards, we got Mirage Gate, we got Raikou, and we have Iron Hands. But is that only 1 Mirage Gate?
1 Mirage Gate. Can we work our hand low enough to Mew? I don't think we can, because we drew a lot of supporter cards. We only have... Oh, we do have all 3 bench spaces, so you can bench all of these multi-prizes if you want to. Pokestop also helps here. If you can get another Mirage Gate, no.
But that does... Oh, that's actually...
You can lower your hand size with the lost vacuum now. At least you're getting rid of the Pokestop again.
And you can potentially retreat. You got a switch there, so you can retreat into Comfey, and then you can switch out of it into Iron Hands. That gives you 2 more cards to search for the Mirage Gate.
Did discarding that Darkness Energy from Pokestop deny Andrea the double gate line? I think it did.
Oh no!
You had 4 energy remaining in the deck, and you just Pokestopped 1 away. You can still arm press now, but you're giving Samuel many more turns.
Yeah, arm press is not what you're going for. Again, there is a situation here where if you KO...
We are in turns of time, by the way. That's what these dice are signifying for us.
Oh, so what turn are we on?
I think we're on 0.
Okay.
Or is this turn 2? We'll try and get confirmation here.
We will get confirmation of what turn we are in at the moment. As stands at the moment, we got Comfey. And we are doing flower selecting. We do hit... Was that a Mirage Gate?
Yes,
that was a Mirage Gate.
So we can arm press. Confirmation it is turn 0 right now for Andrea. Mirage Gate arm press.
You've got to take a 2-prizer. If you take 1 prize, it's... Oh, that's a...
Yes. You're just really crossing your fingers that Roxanne helps you out.
Is there any route to Greninja? Or Sableye? For
you just don't have the right energy. You have 2 cards left in deck as well. Just as another headache. Let me throw that in there.
Oh, because you need 2 prizes this turn, 2 prizes next turn, or you're not winning.
Yeah.
And I don't think the board is in a situation where you can use Greninja or Sableye to double prize next turn. So I think if you arm press this turn, you lose.
Well, it's where we are. We're in turns of time as well. So yeah, you're right. Not enough turns to close the game.
Oh, but
it's
there's a Darkness Energy, and it's all irrelevant. Samuel gets a KO and wins 2 games to 0 with grasping at straws to see how Lost Zone can win. But Ancient Box not grasping at those straws, takes a 2-0 victory, puts Samuel into day 2 of the Bologna Special Event.
And he can't believe it. Look, head on hands, so happy, still undefeated in the tournament. With Ancient Box, not many pilots out in the field playing this archetype. But it showed why it's still a great single prize deck, and it's bullying out the Lost Zone decks by the looks of things.
No, indeed, and unfortunately, we're not even going to have time for a post-match interview, Joe. There's just too much Pokemon action. We've been kind of spoiled.
We have been spoiled. So many nail-biting close games. Even though that was a 2-0 and the prizes looked very far apart from each other, because there are these sneaky lines of play, and all it took was an extra energy being in deck there for Iron Hands to be a turn away from victory. Those were some close games, and even though you got a feel for Andrea having some awkward prize cards and awkward draws in game one, he still kind of cobbled some things together to at least threaten a win.
Yeah, there were certainly some lines, and they were like, it was a bit of a rough matchup for Lost Box. You don't have the attackers. All your attackers that can comfortably KO the single prizes are 2 prizes, and that is not a trade you really want to be making. But you can. The whole point about Lost Box is it's tricksy. It's got lots of different things that it can do. It can spread damage with Greninja and Sableye. It can take extra prizes with Iron Hands. I feel like you need to get this rolling before there's, before there's 16 cards in the discard that are ancient cards. As soon as Roaring Moon can KO an Iron Hands, it's bad news bears.
Yeah, I think that my highest win rate, line of play, has just been spam Greninja. Use it again, again. Use all of your rolls, all of your gates, all on Greninja all the time, because 180 damage is the best thing you can do with a single prize Pokemon.
Yes.
And you can take out multiple threats in one turn. So you can weave in Sableye, you can weave in Roxanne, and it's actually effective. I think that's the only line of play that the Lost Box players have, but as we saw, it wasn't really falling for Andrea. He had to lost zone a few water energy just because he had such terrible selectings. Couldn't find Chorus, had to worry about Mirage Gate. When there are 3 prized, you can't make a spam Greninja game plan because there's no guarantee you're going to pick those Mirage Gates from the prize cards. So yeah, you had to come up with a new game plan on the fly, and it was really the best you could come together with, but yeah, Samuel making quick work of it.
Yeah, spamming Greninja sounds great, but the problem is, like you say, you have to have the right cards at the right time. And it's always awkward when you have that game plan where you're like, if I draw everything I need, I'm going to win this game.
Well, yeah, but this is one of the only matchups where you don't get hand disrupted, right? So if you are drawing into the right sequence of cards, you can make that come together, and turn by turn you can plan things out. But obviously those flower selectings change things.
Yeah, there was some of the worst flower selectings I've seen in a long time. Having Sableye up against Psychic Energy, which is like a 2-card package you play in the deck. Having Prime Catcher up against Sableye in the next game. I mean, Sableye was not doing any favors in how it was coming out with those flower selectings. But I'm loving that Ancient Box is here, and I worry that not all the matchups are that good. It's got some very good matchups. It does have some rougher matchups, but it's a deck that I like very much indeed. It's a deck which I've been playing around with, even though I keep forgetting that Koraidon is Dragon.
Well, yeah, I mean, with 30 Ancient cards, it's just an all synergy deck.
Yeah,
and even though you only have, you have like 3 or 4 attacking Pokemon, but it's just enough to be versatile, just enough to throw wrenches at the opponent with Fluttermane's ability at times. That could be really annoying for Arceus, Lugia, Comfey, of course. We didn't see it too much because we just didn't happen to start with one. You've got the Great Tusk in there that can also be a real problem and something your opponent may not always have in the back of their mind when they're worrying with all these other Pokemon in the mix as well. So it's actually a sneakier deck than it looks.
Oh, it's a much sneakier deck than it looks. One of my favorite things, if you can get the Fluttermane sticking for a few turns, you can just build up your discard pile. And actually, by the time your opponent starts setting up, you're like, oh, by the way, I'm like hitting for 230 damage.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm KOing everything. Oh, and all of my Roaring Moon do already have enough energy to roll. And then from there, you can just roll. That we didn't see Fluttermane working, but Fluttermane can set up some really favorable board positions, especially against things like Lost Box that without Comfey can really stutter.
And I think one of the low-key helpful things is that the Flutter can also place counters on stuff and set you up as well. So yeah, there's a lot of tricks up the sleeve of Ancient Box, no doubt.
Absolutely, and we've seen, these ancient Pokemon make a good pair, but apparently the pairings are up for the next round already, so we need to go and figure out what game we want to watch. So you guys go and grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, and then we're going to tell you what game you get to watch. It's going to be fun.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EYC, London.
when it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spicy team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
I went to my first tournament in 2009, and I don't remember exactly anymore, but I was just really into the game, was playing with my brother, and I think we saw like an advertisement for the German nationals, and we were like, let's try, maybe let's try to win this. And yeah, then we went to the nationals and really enjoyed it, so kept going. My favorite deck of all time was probably Seismitoad Giratina from 2015-16, because it was the first deck I really had success with competitively, and it was also a deck which wasn't very popular before I played it, and then got pretty popular, so it's always going to be like very special for me. I still really enjoy going to tournaments, just playing every now and then, and yeah, so just meeting friends, playing some Pokemon is basically just my motivation now. I wouldn't really say idol, but I'm really looking up to, of course, Tord and Azul, which are two best players in the world right now, and they're just so consistent, and I was just also innovating the decks and always coming up with great new ideas, and that's definitely inspires me to also maybe still try.
Welcome back, Pokemon Masters, where we have your round 9 of the Bologna, Italy Pokemon TCG Special Event. And we're going to get right into it because Lugia has helped Summoning Star our players right into the streaming spotlight as we bring them straight onto your screen today.
Yeah, no time wasted here. We have to not crown a champion, but we have to crown one more Day 2 player here. Both of these players that we're going to feature on 17 match points. It is another win in a match. A win for either of these players means Day 2. A loss means, or a tie, means you're out.
Absolutely, and you know, the points are coming in. We're seeing those players rise to the top so quickly at this point that there is still all to play for. Day 1, the Masters Swiss rankings look a little bit like this.
Yes, so there we go. We were just talking backstage about this. It is so funny looking at a list of the top 16 standings and realizing, apart from Magnus Pedersen, who we actually features one of our players to watch, kind of cool, I don't really recognize many of those names there.
And you know what? I love that because it shows that our community is still thriving, we're growing, and you know, there's a lot of Italian players here today, and I love to see that they all come to represent their country. But speaking of representing their country, our players are ready to rumble.
Yes, and we have Tommaso on the left representing Italy indeed, and Joseph Phillip, a long-time UK veteran of the game, coming back. We saw his name on the playlist and we were like, where did he come from?
Oh, wait a minute.
Awesome to see him back, and yeah, he is there piloting Ancient Box, which already featured, and then Tommaso will be playing for the first time featured on the stream today, Lugia V-Star Arceus with that Cinccino.
I know it's a deck very close to your heart,
Very much,
Freya,
very much.
And I'm a big Ancient Box fan, so I think we've got us a good Amy Freya showdown this time too. Oh, and just as I say it, I will take the early lead of the prize cards, Freya. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no, there is actually a small saving grace here. Tommaso is opting for the 4 free Cinccino lines. Having 2 prizes, it's rough, but it's not the end of the world at the very least. We'll have
that is what we're going to need for this win and in.
And here we are kicking off. Joseph Phillip will be going first, so already off to a great advantage. Of course, Lugia pretty much almost always wants to go first, so Joseph will be going first instead. Starts off with a Nest Ball.
Yeah, I don't know. Going first for Joseph has its drawbacks, but I like it at the same time. I think against Lugia, I like it a lot.
Yes.
And especially starting the Luminion, I don't know. So Tommaso didn't have a mulligan, so this could be anything.
Yeah, we don't quite know. We didn't get a chance to look at the opening hands. Some of the previous games, we didn't even realize that there was a bailout from an Iono, so we want to pay good attention to it here, have a look to see what exactly both of our players are working with. Joseph taking a good look at the deck. Very important to try and do a rough count of how many ancient cards are available so you know what your damage cap output is going to be with that Vengeance Fletching.
Especially not knowing what you're up against right now, this first deck check could be really crucial to that maths. Once again, we're seeing a very heavy Fluttermane row with 4 Fluttermane in the deck for Joseph. And again, I really like this into Lugia as well, because there are certain circumstances where you can stall Lugia from being able to use his V-Star.
Yeah, so with, as you mentioned, Luminion inactive, not really giving away any information. Maybe there's a small chance that, Joseph might know what Tommaso is playing just from, scouting around, but otherwise, not having too much to work with, actually. Oh, does have, that's, Earthen Vessel, there we go, the word escaped me. Discarding that Screamtail, which is a very interesting choice to include. Sort of playing that over the Coridon that we often see in Ancient Box and we literally just saw in the last round.
Yeah, I think this is a really great choice, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with the Screamtail over Coridon. Coridon has a really low damage cap. It doesn't kind of cap out anywhere near where it would really love to be, whereas Screamtail can ramp up a little harder.
My pin is very sad right now. Just wanted to point out.
Oh, sorry, Coridon.
So yeah, just attach pass from Joseph after that, that Earthen Vessel. Now over to Tommaso, who has what looks to be an okay hand. There's some Pokemon search going, so that's a good start. Going to start off with a Great Ball. So looking at the top 7 cards of the deck, any Pokemon you find, if you find Pokemon there, you can put 1 to the hand and then shuffle the rest away. It looks like it's just a Lugia V-Star found for Tommaso, and actually doesn't even opt to grab it.
No.
Interesting. Okay, so that to me tells me that Tommaso probably already has a Lugia V-Star in hand.
Yeah, I think it's a really key poignant point when you say that actually, if he's not going for anything important there, then there must be something going on.
To me, what this also tells me, and we'll get a better look at the hand here, there must be a researcher or a supporter, but okay, just the Capturing Aroma first, and that is a flip, and it is the tails.
Basic. Okay.
But I think that's what you want here.
I don't know, it depends, because if there is there's already an Arceus in hand.
Yes.
So if there is a research in hand as well, which I didn't quite glance.
Oh, then of course, yeah, that would be a different matter.
It would be a different matter, because we would want the evolution so that we can get the Arceus and then start really popping off then. But we get the Lugia down. Important basic Pokemon. Definitely one of the most crucial Pokemon to get down early.
Kind of, the deck doesn't really work about it. It's part of the name of the deck, of course. But you need that Lugia V absolutely to evolve into that Lugia V-Star to use that Summoning Star ability. Now, there is a Jet Energy in the hand. We could see Tommaso attach that to the Lugia and then, of course...
Read the wind?
Yeah, absolutely. You can bring it into the active and then also read the wind. It's a consideration. But then, if you do this, then... okay.
Yeah, we are reading the wind. We are reading the wind, Freya. And we got another Arceus, a Gift Energy, and a Cinccino there. It was really a shame not to see another benched Pokemon.
Okay, but if that's the case, then there actually isn't a Lugia V-Star in hand, so not grabbing the Lugia V-Star off of that Great Ball might come back to bite Tommaso.
Maybe, but for now, it's back to Joseph, and here come the drums, here come the drums.
The Awakening Drum.
Only 2 cards. cards. It isn't a great showing, but did... Oh, there we are. Lovely.
Okay.
Into the Pokegear. We've got Sada galore in there. A boss as well, but honestly, I think the Sada's going to be the choice here.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Making sure that we're accelerating from that discard pile. Attach for turn. Roaring Moon is off to the races, really. And I've just got to know, I've just had a little check of which Screamtail Joseph is running, and it's actually the Temporal Forces Screamtail, which has a supportive singing for 1 energy, heal 100 damage from one of your benched Pokemon.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, maybe there could be some heal shenanigans. Probably mainly in there just to just because it has the word ancient on it, and so you have that flexibility there. But yeah, very interesting choice there.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting choice. I'm not sure what other matchups that's going to come into, but I feel like unfortunately for them, Lugia is not one of the matchups where healing's going to be possible.
No. So another Pokegear fired off. Now finds like the boss's orders. I think one problem for Joseph is that with the opting to do the discard of the Screamtail with that Earthen Vessel, I don't think there's any energy in the discard to use with Sada right now.
No, and I'm not sure that they can actually get any in.
No, but I guess you can just attach manually. That works.
Attach for turn is fine. It just kind of leaves him with a bit of a dead hand for next turn, unfortunately. Like, some energy needs to make its way into the discard pile, so he might be hoping for a KO.
Yeah.
He might actually want Tommaso to KO this Roaring Moon so that kind of Joseph's whole engine can get going.
Hold on, Tommaso draws an Ultra Ball for the turn and has the second Arcus in hand. It's the perfect top deck to set up the Lugia V-Star.
That is absolutely phenomenal. That is the top deck of the moment. We've had some smashing top decks today.
We
My
really
word.
have.
We've been in Top Deck City. It's been a nice stay today.
It's been a lovely stay. Top Deck City here in Bologna. But now we were able to find that Lugia V-Star off of the Ultra Ball. Not punished by missing it off the Great Ball, but I mean, what's better than playing a Great Ball? Playing an Ultra Ball and then discarding the Archeops.
Yeah.
So 2 in the discard pile, Summoning Star going to get fired off, and we're going to see those 2 Archeops hit the discard pile. Sorry, rather go from the discard pile and hit the bench.
They are summoned.
Yeah, they are summoned.
Here they are. We're going to go for the Gift Energy. Love that. Love that. And our first Primal Turbo.
Yeah, so this is the ability that makes this deck so cracked. So once per Archeops you have out, you can take any 2 special energies from your deck and attach them to one of your Pokemon. It is one of the most absurd abilities you've ever seen printed on a Pokemon card, quite frankly.
It really is, and I love that Lugia gets a chance to kind of gel with that exactly. The Iono here feels great. Not mad at that for Tommaso. Really low hand size, although it could get procced with the Gift Energy. It's better just to keep drawing cards. I would love to see a Minccino now.
Yeah, I would as well. And the Gift Energy is a huge boon because there is every chance that Joseph could have a really blowout turn and knock out this Lugia, but it's not very likely. And that means that even if it does happen, you have that insurance policy with the Gift Energy. Now we do know Joseph has there's Asada's Vitality in hand. Oh wait, no, not anymore. He got Ino'd away, didn't it? So he needs to find it again.
Yeah. So no, now the search begins once again.
Oh, this could be really tough, actually. Like, because Joseph was sitting on a very good hand, but now it needs to find something off of this Pokegear. There is an Explorer's Guidance there, but really wants to find the Sada.
Explorer's Guidance is okay, but with Tommaso having accessibility to use single prize Pokemon to KO Joseph's Pokemon, unfortunately, you need the Sada to set the pace of play.
Yeah, without the Sada, you have no option to actually attack this turn because you need 2 energies attached. So it's going to be an Ultra Ball, gets to discard a Flutter Mane and a 2 Screamtails. So there is a Flutter Mane in hand as well, and can use that to get another Pokemon out just so that you can keep this chain of attackers going. Because right now you're not taking a knockout, and Tommaso has a Lugia that is going to knock out any Roaring Moon, even if it has an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on it.
That was a heckin' mouthful, so well done there, Freya. I always get stumbled up on the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules.
One of the longest trainer names I think we have in Standard right now.
It really was, but honestly, it makes a difference in these matchups where we've got the Cinchinos, which do damage via how many energy cards they have attached. So if you're making it harder for them by forcing them to put more energy on the Cinchinos, then maybe they might run out of resources. Whereas if you don't they're just going to special roll away with the game.
Yeah, which is not really where you want to be if you're going up against it. So Explorer's Guidance now gets played. Quite a few options there, including a lot of ancient cards, so that's great because they can hit the discard pile. But no, okay, there is a Stardust Vitality, so definitely going to keep that, and knowing that the ancient booster energy capsules aren't doing as much, just going to discard them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think especially right now with no Minccino in sight,
Yes, exactly.
it is completely fine. I like them in the deck, and I think they're great into this matchup because they force your opponent to have to use up resources that they don't want to use up right now. And there is a lot of energy in Lugia, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but you have to adapt, right? Because as you just said, in this exact situation, there's no Minccino out, let alone Chen-Pao. So the Lugia is just there taking KOs, and even with the 20 damage reduction from the double turbo energy, there is enough damage from the Tempest dive to knock out even a future booster energy capsuled Roaring Moon. So yeah, very heads up adapting there from Joseph as Tommaso just goes for another INO.
Absolutely. I don't blame him. Tommaso, playing Lugia, has very limited card draw. So 2 INOs back-to-back, I love that.
Yes.
That's great, especially considering that Joseph did not get the KO, so was not able to make that gift energy put in some work. So the INO there, absolutely golden.
Yeah, so...
Got another Lugia V-Star, a Jet Energy, a Boss's Orders.
And most importantly of all, an Ultra Ball. So this is what Tommaso wanted to find. Now you can get a Minccino down or another set of attacker of some kind. This is the key piece that Tommaso wanted to find this turn.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that Tommaso needs to start utilizing the single prize attackers before Joseph reaches kind of the detonation point of his Pokemon. That attacking threshold where he's able to get to 220 HP is to knock out V Pokemon, so Lumineon and Lugia V then fall prey to larger attacks.
Yeah, that is the fear because, you know, when you can capitalize on the early game by taking prizes whilst not being able to get KO'd back, that's going to go really well for you if you're the Lugia player. But as you just said, when you get to that critical mass, when there's enough ancient cards in a discard pile that Vengeance Fletching is taking 1-net knockouts, that's when you start to get a little bit concerned. So Tommaso playing this as well as he absolutely can, takes an early 2-prize lead, which helps him immensely. But I think a lot of it is actually going to come down to a late game situation. Looking at the bigger picture, can Tommaso get that Lumineon V off the bench by finding one of his collapsed stadiums?
I think that is the question right now. Can they get rid of that Lumineon on time to make it so that the single prize board state remains as intact as possible?
Yes.
I think once the Lugia is KO'd, there's no reason to make another one until all of your other options are exhausted.
Yeah. Now, if it's a possible avenue to take, one adaptation that Joseph could do that would really bode well for him, there is not a lot of energy on the field right now. I would really like to see, if possible, Joseph start to try and target down these Archeops, because these are the power playmakers, right? These are what enable this deck to function so much, is what gives the deck its strength. If you can take them out early on, then you're denying that extra energy attachment, and then all of a sudden, even though the Mincinos are single prizes, because your energy attachments are so much slower, you have a much harder time reaching for KOs on the Roaring Moon.
Playing against Lugia is so skill intensive because you've got to perfectly time whether you're going to go for the Archeops or whether the Minccino is just too much of a threat. And in this instance, Tommaso's board was too well set up and Joseph was stuck in the stables and not able to get off the starting line, unfortunately. So congratulations to our first winner. We're going in to game 2 now. I wonder if we can do a bit better on the Ancient Box side.
Yeah, Tommaso Tempest diving into the past and coming out with the Roaring Moon in tow. No fear there from Tommaso. Takes a very quick game 1 after, and Joseph very smartly recognizing, you know, he was on the back foot, he was already 2 prizes behind, would rather just take the concession now and have more times for game 2 and 3.
Exactly, and I think that's a smart play. We've seen it a lot this weekend where ties have been rampant, and that's because we do only have 50 minutes to play up to 3 games. And sometimes if you're just too far on the back foot, you can see very clearly that that prize race is going to be really difficult because the Minccino's down with 2 energy on now. Even if you take an Archeops, that can still get set up.
Yeah, if you can sort of preload those Mincinos and Chen-Chinos before the Archeopses get KO'd, then it doesn't matter as much if you targeted them down because you have your attacks ready to go. And of course, we've not seen it yet, but Tommaso does play that Snorlax as a tech attacking option as well.
And again, it works perfectly into these single prize exclusive decks where you want to be also attacking with single prize Pokemon up until that point.
Yes.
So again, I think Joseph was probably really smart in thinking, okay, Tommaso is now at a point where he can reliably, consistently they keep a single prize board state, and I won't be able to catch up.
Yeah, so yeah, very, very smart there, very heads up, concession. It's almost a weird thing to say that it was, smart to like lose, but
Yeah,
but it is part of the skill of the game.
That is part of what makes the great players great.
Yeah, recognizing your time limits and recognizing how to adapt appropriately, and to just recognize when a game is lost early, so you have that time to play out the rest. So going into this game too, we did see a mulligan there from Tommaso, so that means Joseph will have one extra card to work with. I imagine we'll go first as well again, so we'll definitely be able to make the most use of that extra card.
It's very likely, especially now that Joseph knows that he's playing against Lugia. Lugia loves going first.
Yes, so I think in that instance, yeah, Joseph's going to stick to the going first strategy, because sure, if you go second, it does mean that you can get the first attack, but given that you have to build up to higher numbers anyway, why not go first? So you can get a few attackers out, you can start playing some items to get things set up, and then you're denying the Lugia player an earlier summoning star.
Exactly, and honestly, I love that, and I would have loved to have seen the Flutter main like disrupt a little,
yes.
because the Lugia was inactive that last game. It was just such a shame that Joseph wasn't able to get a Flutter main, because where Tommaso only had one Lugia, if it remained in the active spot, it could not have summoning starred.
No, of course, that Flutter main with that ability that negates the ability of the opponent's active. So yeah, if that Lugia was in the active, it would have to retreat first before making use of that summoning star.
Yeah, which, again, if anything, it just uses resources up.
Yes.
And that is not fun for a Lugia player.
No, absolutely isn't. So prizing here, that was the minion that we saw start in the last game does end up in the prizes. The Master Ball A-Spec as well, and the Lost Vacuum, one Lugia V-Star, I guess that's workable. And on Joseph's side, it's a spread of things. I think both players are going to be okay with their prizes here, although the Master Ball is a little bit annoying for Tommaso.
Yeah, I don't think either of these prize card spreads are too damaging to their general gameplay. But we seem to be on a bit more of a Jetson start with Joseph here, going for an Earthen Vessel for the Screamtail, 2 Ancient Pokemon in the discard pile, well, cards in the discard pile, already going for a couple of energy and doing that all-important deck check.
Yeah, it is so wild, right? So many of these decks that have attackers that do more damage for a certain number of X in the discard, it's normally a certain number of Pokemon, right? But no, with this Vengeance Fletching on the Roaring Moon, it's any card that's ancient, and Earthen Vessel, it's a generic trainer, but it has the ancient label on it.
Yep, absolutely. And so anything that's got that ancient label is going to help this deck just fly in damage up to the tippy top.
Yes, absolutely. So, another Earthen Vessel as well. So this is even better.
Ooh,
you have
with an energy.
Yeah, with an energy. So that sets you up nice for your Professor Stardust Vitality. It means that again, Earthen Vessel is itself an ancient card, so that's fueling the damage for the Vengeance Fletching as well. This is a great turn one from Joseph.
This is fantastic. It's almost a shame that Joseph isn't allowed to attack this turn, because it looks likely. But yeah, no, honestly, just ready, getting set up for next time is fantastic. 2 Darkness Energy out with that Earthen Vessel, 1 in the discard pile, perfect for a Professor Stardust. Hopefully the hand allows for that next turn. So again, we're just going to have a little look. I didn't get a good look at Joseph's hand.
No, there is definitely some stuff going on. It's not, the worst hand by any means. I think I saw another Pokemon. There's a lot of energy, of course, now. Oh, wait, there we get a good look now. Yeah, there's another room. And there's a Pokestop as well. So
we love to see it. Here we go.
1, 2, 3.
You know what? I don't hate that.
No, it's losing the Radiant Greninja is rough. That is a great. It is one of the few draw engines that this deck has, other than the Awakening Drum, if you can call that a draw engine. So losing it, not ideal, but you do play Super Rod, so you can get it back.
Yeah, and otherwise the only support we have in hand right now is Explorer's Guidance. We might be able to hit like a Pokegear. Oh no, there is a Sada at the back there. Okay. Oh, that's so good. I like this for next turn. I'm not too bothered by it. I could see them potentially using the Ultra Ball now.
Yeah, so get more energy in the discard. It's also it's quite nice that with the Sada is there, which is great. But if there was no Sada, the fact that you go first also means you get the first energy drop, which means that you can actually on turn 2 attach again to the Roaring Moon, and then you can do the Vengeance Fletching even if you whiff the Sada.
Love that. Even if Sada isn't there, Vengeance Fletching can still take effect. And having already got quite a few ancient cards in the discard pile before we've even moved on to Tommaso's first turn.
Yeah. And I tell you what, speaking of Tommaso's turn, we're coming up soon. I had a quick look at the hand. It didn't look great, and I did see there was an Ultra Ball, but normally that would be a great option to bail out. Oh, it's going to have to be there's a Capturing Aroma.
This could be crucial.
So that is a Tails. Okay, so
right,
that gets you in.
We're in the game.
Yes, and there's a Serena in hand, so you can use that to draw cards, but it's not a great draw option. It's kind of there as a backup if you need it. But
that's a lot of energy.
Yeah, and there's an Ultra Ball, which normally that would be a great bailout, but as we mentioned earlier, the Luminion V's and the prizes.
Oh no! Tommaso. And I imagine Tommaso's going to realize that quite soon right now. And yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to have to go for the Lugia V, right? But an energy-filled hand, you're going to have to be discarding some horrible resources.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Tommaso is eyeing up that Jacques. Does he think that Luminion is there? Like, you got to check again, Tommaso. You do not want to like go for something that you can't go for.
No, there's the Lugia. I think just checking that Jacques is there to help out just in case. It is a one-of in the deck, so like without having Luminion to search it, I'm not feeling great about Tommaso's chances of seeing Jacques at the ideal moment.
No, definitely not. And yeah, as you rightly mentioned, so many energy in the hand as well. Really does not feel great. You have to Ultra Ball here because you need to get something to maybe get another Arcus, for example, so that
so you can discard one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So that's obviously a much better thing to discard with Serena, and yeah, we'll grab that one. But these are going to be some crucial draws from Serena here.
Really are. I don't know whether it's worth discarding another energy. I don't think it is personally. I think just discarding the Archeops and then drawing 2 might be enough, but I'll draw 3 because of playing the Serena as well.
Yeah.
I think just discarding that would be enough right now.
You could also play the Jet Energy to just bring the Lugia into the active. I don't hate that.
I was thinking that even a Gift Energy would be fine. I think either of those 2 would have been great.
But decided not to, and it kind of pays off. So there is a Great Ball here, so you could have maybe held that for next turn, but you're going to just go for it now. Maybe you find an Archeops to Finn, maybe you find a Lugia V-Star. Let's see what the Great Ball finds. It's another Lugia. Oh, no, it's a Minccino. Okay.
I think the Minccino. I like the Minccino.
Well, now you've opened yourself up for a potential call for family if you want to with the Jet Energy, because maybe that's why Tommaso didn't quite attach it. Wanted to leave the attachment option open just in case.
Oh, that is fantastic! What a next level play from a next level player.
Yes. So
Jet Energy, call for family. Oh, Cinccino's got all the friends and family.
Yeah. And the other option here would be just bench this Minccino and then gift the actives. That would be the other option. Or you can read the wind, but it looks like it is going to be the Call family. It was so funny, of course. This is the Minccino from Brilliant Stars, of course, that normally would evolve into that trade Cinccino that saw some success a while back. But in this instance, no, just here with that Call for Family attack, it's like the most powerful setup attack that a Minccino can have. Get 2 more basic Pokemon out of the deck.
I love that Minccino can be helpful, even though it's just sort of a basic Pokemon that's supposed to be for its evolution. I like this utilization of it. And straight into Joseph's turn with the Professor Sada, nice and strong.
Yeah, we knew it was there already in the hand, ready to go, so gonna be able to set up both the active and the bench Roaring Moon, draw 3 cards, and then if there's another energy in hand, which we know there are because there was a ton of energy from the various earthen vessels, then can attach that and make sure that there's 2 attackers ready to follow up on each other.
Oh baby, we are roaring now.
Yes.
This is what we want to see. Yay, get him in the discard pile. Bin, bin, bin.
So normally you look at that and think, oh, it's a bunch of supporters, that's not great. And yeah, it's not, but
that's lovely.
Like when they're ancient supporters, you don't mind as much.
Nah, tasty ancient supporters for the discard. We love to see it. Yeah. I'm not upset. We've got Pal Pads. Everything is going to be okay.
Yes, and we do have Ancient Booster Energy Capsule in the hand as well, so we can attach that, make it a little bit harder for Tommaso to take a KO here if he thinks that's worthwhile. Maybe it might just be worthwhile regardless, because even if it does get KO'd, that's just another ancient card in discard.
More. I'm not upset. Get rid of the resources. Get them out of here. I need them in the discard, please.
Yes.
We need more damage ramping up as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah. And there's another Sada ready in the hand for next turn as well. So this is a really, I'd say, a much stronger setup from Joseph in Game 2 compared to Game 1. And yeah, gonna go in with the Vengeance Fletching, takes the knockout. And now, normally with Call for Family, you don't want to bench so many Pokemon that you end up with not enough room for Archeops. But Tommaso knew that Joseph needed to take a knockout, so very wisely overbenched, knowing a knockout would happen, so that now after that, you still have room for the 2 Archeops.
That was really good insight, actually. Yeah, no, that's so true. And having played Lugia a little bit myself, I've overbenched by accident.
Off of the Iono, finds Ultra Ball and Archeops. Again, it's the perfect draw from the Iono.
I don't know if I'd say perfect, but just because Tommaso was forced to discard an energy because the hand was kind of a bit filled. We were a bit chocker energy over here.
A little bit, and it's not ideal, but to be fair, it's a V-Guard energy, which is probably the least impactful energy in this matchup. Correct. So from that perspective, I don't mind at all, especially given that this means 2 Archeops come out, you have the Ultra Ball, you find the V-Star. This is absolutely what Tommaso needed.
I do like it, don't get me wrong. I just would love to have seen maybe not that. But then again, Lugia runs so much energy because it just can, because those Archeops with the turbo ability right there was seeing it happen straight onto the Cinccino.
And now an interesting dynamic here. Joseph opting to attach the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, it really is a mouthful, isn't it?
It
to
is.
the bench Roaring Moon, not the active. So now Tommaso only needs 2 energy to get the KO special roll. The math works out perfectly. It's 140 damage.
It is absolutely perfect. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether Joseph wants those. I feel like Joseph kind of wants the knockouts at this stage.
Yeah, I guess so, but it goes back to what we were saying before, right? Because if this Roaring Moon does get knocked out with the Ancient Booster on it, then that is, you're forcing Tommaso to attach more energy, and it's more Ancient cards going into the discard pile for a future knockout.
Yeah, exactly. It really is tit for tat. You're not really sure exactly what the correct play would be, but then again, I don't know. I just feel like, personally, if you're forcing your opponent to over-attach energy onto those Cinccinos, it gives them fewer options for later, and that's why I like the Ancient Booster Capsule. But I also like biding your time and making sure that it, you know, it's very likely Tommaso is going to have to go through that
at some
Roaring
point,
Moon at some point. So does it really matter which one we put it on? Probably not.
Yeah, so I guess that's a debate that Joseph would have had, and we'll see how it plays out as the rest of this game goes. So we did see there a Pokestop being fired off, and 2 more Ancient cards in the discard pile, and very crucially finds that Super Rod to get back a Roaring Moon, and also can get back that Radiant Greninja.
Perfect. We were eyeing up that Super Rod and the opportunity to get a Super Rod for that Greninja since very early in the game, and we finally have it. Can straight away nest ball it into our bench, which is fantastic. Already starting to utilize it.
Also, I had to point out, kudos and big thank you to Joseph, very kindly putting the dice out with the number of Ancient cards in the discard pile, so we have an exact idea of how much Vengeance Fletching is doing. So with 10 there, it's currently 170 damage that Vengeance Fletching is doing.
Plenty right now.
Yes.
Absolutely plenty. Knocking out most of Tommaso's Pokemon. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. The Lugia still being on bench, but the bench being full is probably my next concern if I'm Joseph, because I would like to take that Lugia down.
Yeah, because that's how you get this price tempo back in your favor, right? It's the 1-2 prices that Tommaso still has out. So if Joseph can KO it before Tommaso finds a collapsed stadium, he's going to be in good stead.
Exactly. And with the gift energy on the Cinccino, it makes it less appealing as a target.
Yes.
I'm really not loving it, but we can't use Counter Catcher, so we're going to need something else in our arsenal to be able to make this work. Was that a boss's orders? It might well have been. So maybe boss is an option next turn, or even this. Actually, we haven't played a supporter yet.
No, that's a good point. There was no Sada's turn.
So depending on how much damage we, I mean, it depends how much damage we can reasonably achieve this turn.
Yeah.
Maybe the Lugia is just too big.
You need an extra 11 Ancient cards to get there, so I don't think you'll quite manage. There is a Pokegear that does find a Sada. Maybe just play that, just keep your setup going, get your extra Roaring Moon powered up.
I don't know. I like taking the Sada to hand, but I don't think playing it right now is the play. I feel like going for one of the Pokemon on the bench that does not have a gift energy on it is better. To limit Tommaso's hand, but also taking an Archeops at this stage would mean that if you bring forward the Ancient Booster Energy capsuled Roaring Moon, the Cinccino's are going to have a harder time getting the right amount of energy they need now.
Yeah, so it looks like I think there might have not been a boss's orders in hand, otherwise it would have gone for that. So
I must have seen it.
Does just go for the Sada, force her into that, because otherwise that absolutely would have been perfect.
That would have been so
play around the gift energy, take out an Archeops. We mentioned in game 1, take out an Archeops, especially early on, is very, very powerful. So I'm sure Joseph would have done that if he could, but just has to settle for Sada, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Shame. It must have been like a Pokegear or something.
Yeah, it was probably the Pokegear that Joseph played to find the Sada.
A boss would have been so nice there. But again, that's just opening up the lines of play that Joseph has. I think that's why, maybe one of the reasons why the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is on this bench Roaring Moon, actually. Now that we think about it and we see the lines of play that Joseph is going through, I like the potential of leaving it until there is one Archeops in play, so that you've got that boosted HP total for that moment.
Yeah. It is so tough because these decks, the Ancient Box archetype has so little room for other things. Normally you have only only room for maybe one boss's orders maximum, and that is, yeah, the only gusting card that Joseph plays. There's no Prime Catcher in here because did, of course, as we saw earlier on, opt to play that Awakening Drum. So one boss's orders and then one Pal Pad to get it back. The only gusting options available. But here it is. We're going to take the knockout on this Cinccino, and that will trigger the gift energy.
And there was a lot of energy in that hand again, but there was, I believe, another Ultra Ball. So I don't think it was, not too much of an issue if we wanted to get another Cinccino down.
No, and I guess like the main thing that's okay is that Tommaso already has a Cinccino out that can take a knockout.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is totally fine. You just probably...
Oh my gosh, more.
I think at this point what you just do is maybe don't play the energy, you know, or rather don't play the Ultra Ball, just sort of keep the energy in hand. You don't really want, because the more energies you discard, the less you can Primal Turbo onto things. Now, here's an interesting move. Primal Turbo, and I think what's going to happen, okay.
There's 5 energy cards left in deck.
5 energy left cards in deck. So here's what I think is happening here. I think Tommaso is taking a gambit. I think Tommaso is saying, if we trade 1-for-1 constantly, you're 1 prize ahead, I can't do anything. I am going to attack with this Lugia, and if you can't knock me out, then I'm going to discard it with my Collapsed Stadium, and then the prize trade and the race is back in my favor.
Oh, it's the all or nothing.
It is.
I like it. I'm not sure. I like it. I like the final gambit of that.
Yeah, because if you do trade 1-for-1 at this point, I think the only reason why Tommaso is going for it is because in the 1-for-1 prize trade, Joseph is ahead. Sure, you can trade 1-for-1, and you know you can make your board all single prizes, but if your opponent is ahead by 1 prize every single time, that doesn't matter. You need to take this gambit here so that you have maybe a chance of surviving a hit, and then you get rid of it, you put the race back in your favor, and then you can take the game from there.
Yeah, you want to be able to pull forward and then collapsed away the option for Joseph to come back.
Yeah, so here it is. Going to take the KO, and this is going to be the crucial turn here. Can Joseph get enough ancient cards in the discard pile to take the knockout on this Lugia with the Roaring Moon?
I think there's a high potential for it. I'm not loving the hands is the only thing. There is a Pokegear.
There is a Pokegear, and very crucially, there was a superior energy retrieval prize, but Joseph has taken that off the prizes. That's another option to discard ancient cards in the hand.
And there's 2 Pokemon there that really Joseph doesn't need right now, so that's 2 more at least. There's a draw for turn with another ancient card, which can suitably see the discard pile potentially, depending on what we get next. Maybe an Explorer's Guidance wouldn't be awful here.
No, absolutely not. So I think the line here for Joseph is you have the superior energy retrieval, you play it, you get some energy back, you can attach one of them, you can conceal cards away the other, try to find a good support here, and here it is. So superior energy retrieval, discarding a double Scream Tail.
Yep, we love that.
Yeah, and going to get back at least 2 energy. Could get back more. Oh, wait, there's only 2, so never mind.
No, it's just 2, but that's okay. 2 is fine. Like an attach for turn gets us an attack this turn.
Yeah.
So sometimes it might be worth kind of digging for an Explorer's Guidance here. I don't know whether you would choose to play the Pal Pad first to increase your chances of the supporter you want, but I love the concealed cards before any of that.
17 ancient cards. Needs 4 more to get the KO on this Lugia V-Star. That's the key number.
Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball, will that get in there?
No, because we've only got 1 ancient card currently in hand.
Okay.
But it is a small step towards our goal.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a tough 2-sided coin because, you want the Power Pad to get back a ancient supporter, but then you're also reducing the amount of ancient cards in your discard pile. So it's a bit of a catch-22.
Oh, it really is. I feel like you really want that Explorer's Guidance here, personally. So I think, I don't agree with putting them back yet, because we know that we need so few cards left in the discard pile to make this work.
Oh, does he find? Oh, there's a Sada's Vitality. Okay.
But playing the Sada is another one of our cards.
Yes.
That is helpful, and maybe we'll get more cards in our draw 3 that we can Ultra Ball away. So we're getting there.
Yes.
We're getting there.
This is card number 1. After this, Joseph needs to find 3 more to get there. Again, currently 17 ancient cards in the discard pile. So that's going to be 240 damage. You need 40 more damage to do the 280 to knock out the Lugia.
It's all about this Sada, I reckon.
It is all about the Sada. So Joseph going to consider this very, very carefully. Going to make sure he's got all the counts right. Even going to, needs to shuffle the deck first, of course.
Oh, yes.
To play that Pokegear. It's going to be 3 cards off the Sada. And can you find a way to get 3 more ancient cards in the discard pile?
It is possible. However, I don't know if Sada is going to be the one to bring it home right now. Can she do it?
No, well, we're going to find out now. Maybe now. Is Joseph thinking about maybe doing an Ultra Ball first? Or no, just doing the count to make extra sure?
I respect that.
Yeah.
I think especially with a deck like this, and where the stakes are so high, a win and in on round 9, this is last chance saloon to the max.
This is the last possible moment where you want to miscount or misplay with something. So yeah, he's done the count. It's all good. It's Sada. It's free cards, and can you get the extra free ancient cards in a discard pile after that? Oh, he's agonizing over it, but you got to play
He's got to. Come on, man. Come on, Joseph.
Yes.
I believe in you.
Wait, there is energy left in the discard,
There's
right?
one.
There's one, okay.
There's one.
Yeah.
So that'll go to the active. We draw 3 and pray. Here we go. We got
boss. Wait, I think that might
I don't think that's enough.
No. So the Urban Vessel is perfect because that can play itself, and there is an Ultra Ball. So if there's 2 more ancient cards,
there are. I think there's 1.
Oh, he's going to be 1 short.
I'm pretty sure he's 1 short.
1 ancient card short of the knockout. The Urban Vessel was perfect. That was one of the ones he needed to see because that's like a self discard, right? But he needed another.
He needed 1 more.
1 more ancient card. Yeah. Oh, that is brutal miss there for Joseph.
So going for the Ultra Ball in on the boosted capsule and the Nest Ball. Having a final search of that deck. The Explorer's Guidance was there, but unfortunately it was not close enough to the top of the deck for the Pokegear to search it out. And we are out of ancient Pokemon in there.
So it would seem Tommaso's Gambit has paid off by 10 HP. Lugia surviving by the skin of its teeth against this Roaring Moon.
As long as that mathematics was correct when we first did it, this should be 10 short.
Yeah, it should be. If there's a KO all of a sudden now, we're going to look very, very silly. But given the amount of maths Freya faux pas that happened earlier, I've been trying to brush up to make sure that we get this right. So I do believe this will be 10 short after Joseph plays out this turn.
Considering how much contemplation Joseph is going through, it would not surprise me if this was unfortunately not a KO. And then we just need to see Tommaso having that collapsed stadium. I didn't see it in hand, but I did not see the end of Tommaso's hand at the end of that turn. So
no, and Tommaso does play 2, so a lot of this only ought to play for 1, but Tommaso does have the 2 copies in there, so does have that slightly increased likelihood of finding it, but needs to do so this turn. This is the key, because this is one half of the gambit, right? The first half is paid off, but if you can't find a collapsed stadium, it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, that will allow Joseph the time to possibly find a boss's orders, bring it forward anyway, and continue on their rampage towards the victory.
Yeah. So given that the KO has been missed at this point very wisely, Joseph does just play the Pal Pad now, knowing it's going to be a little bit short, still doing a very, very good chunk of damage here.
Respectable, yeah, absolutely, and worth it. Like, you need to get damage on the board. You need to hope that Tommaso's Gambit has not paid off, and that Tommaso's small hand size without the gift energy proccing is what slows him down.
Yeah, so doing 1 last count just to make sure. Vengeance Legend coming in, and if I've tracked correctly, it should be 250 damage, I believe, because of the Power Pad put 2 back.
Lovely, very good, very well done, Freya.
Thank you. There's no Collapse Stadium,
but we got a Great Ball, so that can thin the deck a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any card draw though.
Oh, there's the Collapsed. But that's
in a Great Ball. We can't have that.
No, that's a great. Collapse Stadium is not a Pokemon card. You cannot fetch it off a Great Ball.
You cannot. But we have deduced it is in there.
Yes.
It is the ideal target this turn. I personally do not think that Tommaso has any draw power in hand.
No, I don't recall.
Typically, Lugia does not.
Yeah, I don't. No. Yeah, no. Again, we saw it earlier, right? It handle energy. So.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
This is so back and forth. They are going to give Joseph the opportunity to take this Lugia to swing the prize trade back in Joseph's favor.
Yeah, so now Tommaso takes a prize and is back in the lead on the tempo. But if Joseph can find the boss's orders, it all flips right back. And I'll be completely honest, if Tommaso sees this boss's orders and this Lugia gets KO'd, I would not be surprised if we saw an instant pick up the cards and go to game 3.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised either, especially with the timer. We're clocking in about 13 minutes, and I think that's enough time to see out 1 more game of Lugia versus Ancient Box. But I think if it's not a pick it up situation after this and they play it out, we could end up with another tie on our hands, and that doesn't benefit anyone.
No, it is. We have winning in, but we also have tie and die. Both of these players, if they tie, will not make day 2, so either of them needs a win to make it.
Yeah, they got to get this. This has to be somebody's game, whether it's Joseph or Tommaso. We'd love to see one of them in day 2.
So KO there from the special roll on the Roaring Moon. Does take, I believe it was boss's orders off the prizes. Yeah. Okay, could be maybe useful later depending on what goes on.
Okay,
and there's
here we
concealed
go.
cards. Joseph finds the boss's orders.
Wait. Oh, wait, no.
No, sorry, Poké. We did it again.
But the deck is thin. Pokegear is rife. Here we go. There's most of the cards.
Yeah, it's...
Two
what
off,
are the odds, right? Yeah.
What are the odds? What are the odds? We've got to see a boss.
No, there's Explorer's Guidance. Wait, no, wasn't the boss sword already in hand? I'm trying to think now.
I think we're blind.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, Joseph doesn't need to find it this turn. He just needs to find it at some point before Tommaso finds the Collapse Stadium.
That is true.
It's in hand.
a race.
There
It is in hand.
It's the Lysander one. That's why I remembered it. Yeah,
that's why. Oh, I was looking for blue. I'm so used to Giovanni.
Yeah. It was more... It was more brown, right? I think blue, I think Cyrus.
I think it's just dark, yeah. I was maybe thinking Cyrus.
Anyway, in any case, yeah. Actually not going to go for the boss orders this turn. He knows he has that banked in the hand. That's safe. That's... I mean, I guess you could make an argument to go for it now just so that you don't give Tommaso a chance to find Collapse Stadium, but Joseph also wanting to get further into the deck as well. And it is a bit of a tough one, but opting to play the Explorer's Guidance here, it does give Tommaso one more turn to find that Collapse Stadium.
I think the tough situation right here for Joseph is that he is very, very, very aware that there are no more Pokemon in deck. And so he needs to Super Rod back into the deck this turn to be able to then nest ball something onto the bench. Otherwise, he's out of attackers.
That's a very good point.
I feel like reasonably, as much as boss would be really fun there, unfortunately, we're at a point where the deck is so thin, in fact, that Joseph requires the Super Rod. He did get it off the Explorer's Guidance, and now is just deciding on the other cards to discard. We got a Sada and an Awakening Drum, so we have boosted our power a little bit, but we needed the Super Rod this turn really badly because unfortunately there are no more Pokemon in deck.
Yeah, that's very, very astutely noted. So yeah, it's playing the 2 copies of Super Rod, used the one earlier, but does have the other one there, as you mentioned, found from the Explorer's Guidance, so we'll be able to use that to get back some attackers. Needs to get more of these Roaring Moon out onto the field, or even maybe just some energy.
Maybe just some energy. I'm pretty certain there was no more Pokemon left in deck.
No, we had a good look.
I could very well be wrong, but I was pretty certain that we only had that this was kind of it. So I feel like it's going to be a Roaring Moon and 2 energy minimum, but this is the final Super Rod.
Yeah, I guess you need 3, right? You need, because there's 3 more prizes left for Tommaso to take, so you want to make Tommaso go for a Roaring Moon every single time, or I guess not, maybe just getting back the 1 is okay with the 2 energy?
I think it's a bit risky when we're looking at the prize trades here. I think it's a bit of a big risk, personally. Joseph still has 4 prize cards to take. Can you take it with 2 Roaring Moon?
Yeah. In any case... Oh, wait, hold on. If we talk about the boss sword, there's the counter catcher's in hand.
Oh, we love a counter catcher, and we can activate it. It is live. Going to attach an energy to Greninja there, presumably just for the easy retreat at some point, because... I mean, again, if this Roaring Moon gets KO'd.
There we go, to change everything. Okay, completely missed that. Apologies. But yeah, Joe's better than doing boss's orders, doing a gusting card and a card to dig as well. So yeah, this is a basically perfect turn from Joseph.
Absolutely brilliant. I really have no notes.
No notes at all. So, but now Tommaso must be thinking of the clock here, because now he knows it's going to be very, very hard to put the price trade back in his favor, considering that option to take the Lugia is gone. So I'm going to wonder what's going through Tommaso's mind right now.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because Joseph's ahead, and I don't think there's any way that Tommaso can come back from that. There's no way to take extra prize cards, right?
No.
There is no physical way that Tommaso can take more than 1 prize card a turn, and so Joseph's constantly going to stay in the lead. The only thing that could happen that would not be ideal is if Joseph misses a KO. That is it.
Yeah.
And the reason that Tommaso might be continuing with this match is seeing that lone Greninja.
Yeah, so seeing the lone Greninja, thinking, maybe Joseph just can't set up another attacker, and it's a fair gambit to go for. We saw that, you've seen the deck is very thin. Joseph did have to Super Rod in back a Roaring Moon, and actually, there's something very important to note here. Can Joseph actually dig through the deck without running out of cards in deck?
I don't think so. I think we're at that point where I think Joseph can concealed cards, but I don't think we can go for a Sada, which is a problem.
Yeah, because I wish we could get like an accurate count of how many cards are left in deck, because you have to draw the cards of Sada. It's not optional. So if you dig too deep into the deck to find your Roaring Moon, you can use the Sada to power it up, and then you run out of cards in your deck and you lose.
And that's the thing. We've been through 2 Super Rod now, so we know that there is very little left that can save us. I can't recall if we've gone through Palpad this game yet.
I don't recall. recall seeing it. No, he did play it. He played it to get back to Sardas, remember?
You're right, yeah.
Yes.
So, and that was not great.
No.
We didn't see the Roaring Moon, and there's no way to get a Roaring Moon in hand, so we're stuck with the Greninja still.
Dark Energy and
There's
Pokegear.
3 cards left. No, there it is. There's that's the entire Super Rod.
Yeah, that's it. That's the entire Super Rod. And with that, that's it. Joseph can't do anything.
Game. Tommaso takes it with a huge 2-0 against Ancient Box.
And here we were saying, if Tommaso gets the Lugia KO'd, it's all over. But of course, we weren't counting out the fact that Joseph had so little cards left in deck.
It was always getting narrower and narrower, and Joseph really did kind of plummet those Ancient cards into the discard pile early to try and reach those higher numbers. But on this sad occasion, that last little jump was not achieved with managing to get that Roaring Moon back on the bench.
Yeah, and in the end, if you want to go back to like the other key turn, really it just came down to 10 damage short of a KO on the Lugia V-Star with that Vengeance Fletching.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes with these single price decks, where you're really churning through your resources. You need to manage them well, because otherwise decking out is a real problem.
Yes, and especially in a deck like this where you want to accelerate energy, but your energy acceleration forces you to draw cards. So, Joseph recognizing only 3 cards left in deck. If I Sada, I lose, all of my recovery cards are gone. It's over.
And too many price cards to take.
Yes.
There are not enough turns in the game where I can comfortably draw cards and stay in it. So unfortunately, we were looking at kind of a grim end with the alternate win condition of your opponent having no cards left.
Yeah, but with that, we will have, of course, Joseph won't advance day 2, but Tommaso makes his way to day 2 with the 20 points. So huge congratulations to him. I'm sure he'll be over the moon at having made day 2.
I can imagine he's over the Roaring Moon with that. And
got me again!
Sorry. But yeah, no, honestly, it was a fantastic match. And there's still points to play for. Even though Joseph isn't going to be going into our day 2, there is still points on the line. So hopefully those are useful to him. Maybe we'll catch up with him later and see if those were what he was wanting out of today, because you never know, that could be a glorious end to the day for Joseph.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, because I'm not quite sure, given how we said at the start of the match that Joseph hasn't played a lot this season. This is one of the first times we've seen him on stream this year. I actually wonder how close he is to his invite, and whether he was just going for broke here, or whether he did enough League Cups and stuff to get to that close to that point threshold, and this was just what he needed to finish things out.
Exactly, and we never know. Sometimes it's worth looking at the leaderboard. On this occasion, we didn't have a little looky beforehand because we didn't have the time, but you never know. That could have been the most glorious end to the day for Joseph, or maybe he's just here for fun, because it is a fantastic deck.
Yeah, maybe if either here for fun or going for broke. It's always fun. We've been playing for a little bit now. I know I've been playing for too long, I'll be honest, but you've been playing for a while yourself, and when you're in that tournament setting, playing, it's the thrill of competition really drives it home.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, and there's a lot of pressure for our players as well. They're on stream like this. I can imagine having to play a deck where you're really heavily having to manage those resources. I feel like the pressure is even more on when you're on stream, and I can't imagine having to count my discard pile with my ancient Pokemon, make sure I've got enough to take the KOs, making sure my opponent isn't too far ahead. There's so much to juggle.
So have you ever been on stream as a player? Actually, no. Mention it. No, it's I've done it. It's nerve-wracking. It really is.
I can imagine.
It's very different.
I honestly would be sweating, and I'm used to the stage, but not in that format. I'm not. Oh my goodness. No.
Yeah, because the casters, we're human, right? We make gaffes sometimes. It happens, but it feels like when you make a gaffe as a caster, it might be you missed something, or it's like we did the counter catcher earlier. But when you're doing it as a player, it feels like there's so many eyes judging your skill level as a player, and that can be that is so much pressure sometimes.
Very intimidating. I can definitely feel that. I would kind of feel really nervous, or feel like I let myself down, when that's not the case at all. Even to make it onto stream is an accolade and a feat in and of itself. So if you've ever made it on stream, you did amazing. I don't care if you won or if you lost, you did awesome. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, and it's so great, exactly because of that. The stream is such a great opportunity to, we always talk about this, it's almost become like a running gag or cliche, but it's true. It's so great to get the chance to feature both the old hands and the veterans and the champions, but also the rising stars, people who haven't had a chance to be on stream yet to show what they're worth. And we've seen seen even earlier, Alessandro lost the underdog story. Like, that could be you. That could be you. Maybe one day beating, I don't know, Todd Reklev on stream. We've seen it happen.
Exactly. And the people that manage to, you know, to beat these titans in the TCG are really spectacular, and they clearly take so much care over what they do. And that feeling must be absolutely unbelievable, just to come out of that with all that pressure. It just must feel totally unworldly.
I mean, you heard the cheers during that feature match against Alessandro. Yeah, they were over the moon for him to go up against one of the best in maybe the world, let alone Europe, and to come out on top. Yeah,
but especially in Italy.
In Italy as well,
on their home turf, thinking, oh, you know, they didn't have to travel far. They're certainly not jet lagged. Are they going to be in a better position to take this home?
Yeah, I wonder. Did Alessandro make day 2 in the end? I know that he had he obviously lost on stream and lost another round, but I'm not quite sure if he made it into day 2 in the end. That's something we should check. Now I do believe. Oh, we had the standings here ready. So this is at the end of round 9. This is the standings as they are currently.
Wow, some really big names up there. We like, look, Magnus right there, Konstantin, of course. Who else have we got? Samuel.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're right. We've got some new names, or at least names I don't recognize right now, and I really can't wait to see some of these players tomorrow.
Yeah, and I do believe Konstantin Shapkin, isn't that Peter Shapkin's dad, who recently came second in juniors at the UIC?
May well be.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I need to brush up.
Don't quote me on that, but I recognize that surname.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Either way, amazing players, really incredible feat. Don't forget this is the biggest special event we've had here in Europe this season. Absolutely crazy to have that many players at the final event of the season for the European kind of region, and yet here we go with a bunch of beautiful people who are excelling at every stage.
Yeah, speaking of excelling at every stage, you've heard enough for us. Let's throw it over to Thomas, our winner, for our winners interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Tommaso. That was a really fun game, and we were just chatting before we started. This is your first day 2 you've made. How happy are you right now?
I'm really happy, really excited. My first day 2 in my entire life. I've played Pokemon for 1 year, and being day 2 in Bologna is very, very nice and very exciting. Yeah.
You should be excited. You know, getting into day 2 is no easy feat. What are you looking forward to tomorrow? What's your goal? What are you hoping for?
Well, I hope to win as many matches as possible, obviously, and having fun. That's the most important thing for me.
I love that attitude. Having fun, always the most important. So, you picked Lugia. You've taken it to day 2. Why did you pick Lugia? Is it fun?
Well, it's a lot of fun. It's quite simple to what you have to do in your matches. I've played in Thailand with Shifu for 1 year, more or less, but I wanted to stick with Lugia because it was a very nice Pokemon, very nice deck. It was very strong. I'm very happy to choose that one.
Sounds good to me, and it is a very strong deck. You got into day 2. Last question then, your day 1, how has it been? Has you been difficult matches, or have you found that Lugia really has taken you through nicely?
Well, Lugia, I think, has a lot of very nice matchups, and I have not found any really bad matches for day 1. I hope day 2 will be the same, so I'll go very nice too.
Sounds good. I said last question. I lied to you. So you say you've been playing for 1 year. What brought you into Pokemon? What started your journey?
Well, I play Pokemon since I was 7, 8. I really love them since I was a kid. And actually, 1 year ago, me and my brother started playing Pokemon TCG. Now, unluckily, he doesn't play anymore, but I still continue to enjoy play this fantastic game.
Oh, it's always fun. Going to time with your brother is fun. So does that mean then if your brother's not playing anymore, have you found a new community of friends, maybe a local card shop you play in regularly?
Yeah, well, I play regular in Florence, my city, and I also have some friends that play with me in some days during the weekend, the week.
Sounds good. I love hearing stories about how people get into Pokemon, what it means to them. Well, thank you very much. And we're going to take a super quick break. You will not believe how, don't even get off your chair. We're going to be back so quickly to wrap up day 1.
Pokemon fans? We are here back at the couches for the final time today as we are going to wrap up day 1 here in Italy, Bologna, for the Pokemon trading card game regional level event here. Ross, how did you find today? Can you give us a highlight?
Oh, today was fun. We just got some weird... Joe and I were absolutely spoiled today. We got really long, tense, technical, back-and-forth games all day, and it was really fun. I mean, seeing Ancient Box do its thing, probably my highlight off the top of my head, but just, we got very lucky with our games today.
Yeah, would you say the same?
My highlight was actually one of your games, Scorching Bazooka. I mean, what an insane highlight. Seeing Armarouge in full swing, amazing to see. And I think they're 8-0-1 as well, going into day 2 of competition, so carried on their winning ways.
Oh, that is my favorite fact. Freya, do you have a small highlight?
So, in spite of my Lugia bias, honestly, for me, it's got to be Tinkerton. I mean, you're seeing Tinkerton EX on stream, like, come on, when does that ever happen?
It is nice. We've had a vast variety of decks to treat us today. We really have. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen tomorrow, so you guys shouldn't go anywhere because we have so much more action coming up. And in fact, to find us on all of those social media channels so that you're able to follow us every single step of the way. Don't forget to follow us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. If you follow us on YouTube and Twitch, then you will miss absolutely none of the action. And don't forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on any of your social media posts, because we need more posts, whether you're at home enjoying the regional level event, or whether you are here participating, whether you're going to be doing side events, whether you're in day 2. I want to see your tweets. I want to see some social media. I want to see all of it so that we can react to it. We've got nothing to react to, guys. Come on. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, or we might miss your tweet. Please make sure it's, even if you put it as an afterthought, we don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. But speaking of, the EU regionals have been fantastic this year. We've been so blessed with beautiful locations. Ross, one more time, can you take us through our schedule?
Oh, there's not much of a schedule left, Amy. The season is wrapping up, but it's wrapping up in style. Bologna's finishing off our European events this weekend with all the lasagna you can eat. And then next weekend, we're going to New Orleans, where, I don't know, they might have some good food too. But it's going to be a fun one. We're all going to be there, a couple of us playing, a couple of us casting, and then of course the big one in Honolulu, Hawaii in August. We were in the big island in 2012, but now we're going to the smaller island, but it's got Honolulu on, and they got a big convention center, and we're going to have a world championships.
Oh, we're going to have a brand new world champion. Thank you for offering to buy us all lasagna. Amazing, bottomless. Didn't know that until now. So very thrilled about that moment, but don't forget as well, we've got plenty going on other than the cast over on Twitch. We have our schedule ready, so it's time to have a little look at that so that you guys can see exactly what is going on when we're not here to entertain you.
I'm not singing the theme again.
Aww, Joe, go on then. Why don't you wrap us through?
I do not have the singing
guys.
voice. I cannot do Battlefront justice, but yeah, so much more action on the stream over the next couple of days in the build-up to the NAIC.
Absolutely, and not long to go until NAIC. We've got so much more action. Make sure that you follow the channel. We've got day 2 going live at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so don't forget to be there. I believe the action will start around 10:20, but I'd recommend being there early just in case you don't want to miss anything.
That'd be really sad.
It would be really sad. You would make Foy Coco sad. No, I'm joking, I'm joking.
I'm not going to sing it, but if you're strong, you will survive, and you'll keep your dream alive in day 2.
Well done, there we go. Some motivational words from the Battle Frontier theme tune there. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us at home or in the venue, or anyone catching up with us later on. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring all of these fantastic games to you. We have so much more action coming around on day 2, so don't forget to join us at 10 a.m.